Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter became Snape's son in all but blood. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share it with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Snape unexpectedly becomes Harry's guardian, a reluctant bond grows into real family. Under Snape's strict but protective care, Harry flourishes, while Sirius struggles with the shadows of Azkaban. As danger mounts, Harry discovers that the man he once feared may be the father he needed all along. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Severus Snape strode down the seventh floor corridor at great speed, his mind racing with curiosity. He had been in his private quarters, just pouring himself a nightcap, when a high-strung house elf by the name of Pinka had appeared, insisting that the headmaster needed his assistance immediately. Severus rounded a corner, bringing him within feet of the gargoyle statue. It wasn't unusual for Albus to want to meet late in the evening. It was, however, strange for him to send a house elf to do his bidding. Normally he would walk himself down to the dungeons, rather than request that he be met in his office. Severus halted in front of the gargoyle. Mint humbugs. He uttered the name of the ridiculous muggle candy in a completely unamused voice. The gargoyle leapt to the side, causing the wall to split in two and reveal a spiral stone staircase. Without hesitation, Severus stepped onto the first stone step and allowed the staircase to move him upwards. It wasn't until he was nearly at the oak door that he heard a discussion taking place. Clearly, he wasn't the only one that Albus had summoned. Severus reached forward to take hold of the brass knocker on the door. However, before he was able to do so, the door opened on its own accord. Ah, good Severus. Albus. Severus nodded before turning his attention to his fellow colleague. Minerva. The old witch smiled politely. I'll just be going then. Severus watched as she crossed the room, giving Albus a small hopeful smile before closing the door behind her. Severus, Albus smiled warmly as he gestured to an empty chair in front of his desk. Severus gingerly lowered himself into the chair. Lemo. Drop. He looked up to see the old man holding out his favorite dish of candy, a warm smile on his face. Severus shook his head, declining the offer, before he opened his mouth. He made to speak, but the headmaster cut him off before he could even open his mouth. I'm sure you're curious as to why I asked you to see you at this hour. I don't doubt that you have your reasons, Severus replied, though I am intrigued as to why it could not wait until the morning. I recently received word from Cornelius Fudge about a situation that took place earlier this evening. At these words, Severus raised an eyebrow. He wasn't particularly fond of Fudge, however, his personal feelings aside, he was quite curious about what situation could have possibly taken place. He had just read over the evening edition of the Daily Prophet less than an hour ago and hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. Whatever the situation was, the press hadn't gotten wind of it, or it wasn't something that would interest them. Situation? Severus questioned when Albus remained silent. It appears that Mr. Potter performed some accidental magic this evening while in his relative's home. Of course, Severus thought to himself, that blasted child couldn't stay out of trouble if he tried, which he never did. Accidental magic. Apparently he blew up his aunt, Albus explained. Severus instantly noticed the hint of amusement in the headmaster's eye. I hardly think blowing up his aunt is something to grin about. The woman is fine, back to normal from what I understand, though his aunt and uncle are a bit shaken by the whole ordeal. Severus was silent as he tried to figure out what a child's accidental magic had to do with him and why in Merlin's name it was depriving him of his nightcap, not to mention his sleep. Cornelius went on to explain to me that after this ordeal with his aunt occurred, Harry left his house and somehow managed to summon the night bus. Now Albus had Severus' full attention. As much as the Potter child absolutely unnerved Severus, his safety and well-being was still a number one concern in his eyes. He was not a normal child in that aspect, and the idea that he was out wandering around the streets of London just days after Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban was enough to set Severus' nerves over the edge. Rest assured, the child is safe and currently at the Leaky Cauldron. Cornelius has also personally spoken to several local shop owners asking them to keep an eye on Harry should he wander around Diagon Alley. Severus snorted to himself at these words. Imagine a 13-year-old wandering around without any supervision at all. It was practically a reward for his misbehavior, Severus thought to himself. If anything, he should be reprimanded for his actions, not praised and rewarded with a week-long vacation. Unfortunately, Albus continued, due to these recent actions, Harry's relatives no longer want him to reside with them. Severus felt his blood begin to boil at the words. He hadn't seen Petunia in years, but if she was anything like she had been as a child, then she was absolutely vile. It had always amazed him that she and Lily could even be related, let alone be sisters. It didn't really surprise him that she would turn her back on Lily's child after such an incident. She made a promise. Severus practically hissed the words. She doesn't seem to have much regard for that promise, Albus spoke calmly. This leaves me with the duty of finding a suitable guardian for Harry. Shouldn't the ministry be responsible for the child? Perhaps. However, I spoke with Cornelius and he agreed to allow the responsibility to fall on me. After all, I know Harry far better than he does. And what is your solution? Severus spoke before he could stop himself. Send him to live with the Weasleys where Molly will coddle him and allow his atrocious behavior to continue. Do you have a better suggestion? Albus asked in a kind voice. I know I am far too old for the job of keeping up with an active 13-year-old, as is Minerva. Having a child in your care full-time is much different from teaching them for a few hours a week. Potter is already far too out of control as it is, Severus said in a serious voice. He doesn't apply himself to his studies, and he is constantly getting into mischief. Take the whole incident with the Chamber of Secrets for example. He saved Ginny Weasley's life, Albus pointed out in a gentle tone. And nearly lost his own in the process. That child needs someone who will make him be responsible for his actions, not reward him every time he uses poor judgment. I see your point, Severus, but may I also point out that Harry needs love as well, and having someone who loves him unconditionally, unlike his relatives, may make a world of a difference. Severus huffed at these words. And I expect you to remember that when dealing with him once he is in your care, Albus continued. Severus felt the blood drain from his face. In my care? Surely you don't mean I will. You said yourself, Severus, that you feel you know what Harry needs. You also pointed out that the Weasley household would not be a proper fit for him. If you have another suggestion, I'm all ears, but I don't see who. Lupin. Severus interrupted as the name quickly popped into his mind. You've been speaking to him recently and I'm aware you've asked him to teach this coming school year. He was also friends with Harry's father as well as a werewolf, Albus supplied in a sad voice. Remus crossed my mind immediately, but he does have his own issues to contend with. And though there is not a doubt in my mind that Harry and Remus wouldn't get on wonderfully, they don't know each other either. Severus admitted to himself that perhaps Remus wasn't the best idea. He likely would end up treating the child as everyone else did, excusing his poor behavior and even rewarding him for it time and time again. And what makes you think Potter will want to be under my care? I'll speak with Harry about it myself, Albus replied. Make him see it's what is best. It's absolutely preposterous is what it is. The idea of this whole plan is just nonsensical and. Think of Lily, Severus, Albus interrupted in a gentle voice. He is still her son. Severus was silent as the thought of Lily entered his mind without his consent. It was true, he did vow to keep the boy safe simply because of who his mother was. However, who his father was often made him wish the child didn't exist at all. If I agree to this, it will be done my way, under my terms, Severus spoke in a low voice. I won't have you or anyone else stepping in at any and every moment. That will be fine, Severus, Albus nodded. His eye lost its normal twinkle as he continued. However, you will not abuse your power either. If you feel Harry needs a sterner upbringing, I will allow you to supply him with one, but I expect you to supply him with common kindness as well. He will receive kindness when it is deserved, Severus replied. I will not go out of my way to be cruel to the boy. You have my word. I knew I could count on you, Albus smiled warmly. I'll be going to speak with Harry first thing in the morning. Harry stepped out of quality Quidditch supplies, squinting a bit as the bright sun hit his face. He glanced across the street at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, debating whether he should get himself a late day treat or not. He had been staying at the Leaky Cauldron for nearly a full 24 hours now, and, aside from his breakfast this morning, he hadn't really eaten at all. His right hand reached into his pocket, fingering the handful of galleons that were burning a hole in there. Earlier in the day he had braved Gringotts, visiting the bank for the first time by himself. The goblins had been quite intimidating as they stared down at him, their eyes practically boring through his skin. He took one last look in the direction of Fortescue's before deciding against it. Turning on his heel, he headed back towards the Leaky Cauldron. He was sure he could get something to eat there, and besides, he was hoping Hedwig had returned with some news from Ron. The first thing he had done when he had arrived at the Leaky Cauldron late the previous night was send an owl off to his best mate. He had debated sending Hermione one as well, but had decided not to at the last minute as he was almost positive that any response from her would somehow put a damper on his mood. He had instructed Ron to keep the contents of the letter to himself. Harry loved the Weasleys, and was forever grateful that they loved him as well, but the last thing he wanted was Ron's mum insisting he come stay with them for the remainder of the summer. He was quite enjoying his time on his own. He stepped out of the sun and into the coolness of the Leaky Cauldron and almost directly into Daedalus Diggle. "I'm so sorry, sir," Daedalus spoke, bowing his head to Harry before he had a chance to react. It's okay," Harry muttered. "It was my fault, really." Harry attempted to step past the man but Daedalus spoke once more. "Tom is looking for you," Daedalus said, referring to the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. "Tom?" Harry asked in a curious voice. "Do you know what for?" Daedalus nodded quickly, looking absolutely thrilled to be of assistance. "Professor Dumbledore is here. I last saw him headed towards the private parlor." Harry's heart sped up at the mention of his headmaster's name. Of course Fudge would tell Dumbledore, he was crazy if he thought he wouldn't. Still, Harry hadn't expected Dumbledore to actually show up. "Thanks," Harry replied with a forced smile. Daedalus nodded proudly, a grin plastered on his face. Harry awkwardly stepped past the man, this time successfully managing to walk away. His eyes scanned the bar area. Daedalus had said that Dumbledore was in the private parlor, but Harry still half expected to see the older man sitting at a bar stool drinking a glass of fire whiskey. Maybe Daedalus was wrong anyway. Just because Dumbledore was there certainly didn't mean he was there because of him. He wasn't sure why he was so nervous about the headmaster being at the Leaky Cauldron. It wasn't as if Dumbledore was anything but completely nice and understanding, somehow though Harry wasn't sure that that would be the case this time. After all, he had inflated someone up like a balloon and then basically ran away from home afterwards. "Harry." He quickly turned to see Tom behind the bar. "You have a visitor." Down the hall in the parlor, Tom gestured towards a long hallway. "Best not keep him waiting too much longer, he's already been here for some time." Harry nodded before making his way through the bar and down the hallway. He walked into the parlor to find Dumbledore sitting at a round table, a glass of tea in front of him. "Harry, my boy," the headmaster said in a cheerful voice the moment he spotted him. At the sound of Dumbledore's pleasant voice, Harry immediately felt his nerves calm considerably. In fact, he was having a hard time remembering why he had been nervous to begin with. "Sir," Harry smiled in reply. "Please have a seat," Dumbledore said warmly. "And help yourself to some tea as well. I apologize as I meant to come and speak with you this morning but the day quickly got away from me." Harry smiled as he slid into the seat across from his headmaster, quickly pouring himself a cup of tea. Dumbledore was quiet as he waited for Harry to get situated. Once the boy had taken his first sip of tea, he gently cleared his throat and spoke once more. "It appears that after last night we have much to discuss." Harry felt his cheeks flush slightly at the words. "I am sorry, sir. I never meant to do that to her and—" "It's called accidental magic for a reason, Harry," Dumbledore said in a kind voice. "I know it wasn't done on purpose and I hardly blame you for even a bit of it." He paused for a moment, allowing his words to wash over Harry, giving the boy a sense of security. However, running off afterwards may not have been the best conclusion. "I didn't know what else to do," Harry tried to defend his actions. Were you afraid to stay there after the incident? Harry paused for a moment, mulling over the words. Had he been afraid? Not really. He finally decided, at least not of any of the Dursleys. He figured if he hadn't left he would have been locked in his room for a few days, but that was nothing new. And of course Marge would have threatened to belt him, but then that was nothing new either, and she had never made good of her threat in the past. He had been more angry than afraid. Maybe afraid of what else his anger could do. I know life for you with your relatives hasn't always been easy, Dumbledore continued when Harry didn't answer. I had always thought it was tolerable though. Harry stared down at his teacup. He couldn't tell Dumbledore what life was really like at Privet Drive. Ron and Hermione were his best friends and even they didn't know about all of it. It was just too embarrassing. I know I have to go back, Harry finally muttered. But if it could just wait until after the school year, he trailed off feeling his face grow warm with humiliation. Curiously enough, as it turns out, you actually won't be going back at all. At these words Harry's head snapped up, his eyes meeting the headmaster's. Sir. After some careful thought and consideration I've decided that perhaps living with your relatives isn't the best arrangement for you, Dumbledore explained, careful to leave out the fact that his aunt and uncle no longer wanted him there. Harry opened his mouth to reply. A million questions were running through his head, the most important obviously being who he would be living with if not his relatives, but the headmaster spoke before his brain even had time to formulate the words. A staff member has stepped forward and volunteered to take you in. Harry gave the headmaster a quizzical look. The staff members of Hogwarts ran through his mind, but he couldn't think of any that would be willing to take him in. Maybe McGonagall, he finally decided. After all, she was already his head of house. Professor Snape has agreed that it is in your best interest to be in his care, and I am inclined to agree that. Snape. Harry nearly yelled the name. Professor Snape, Dumbledore corrected in a kind voice. He hates me. The normal twinkle in Dumbledore's eye diminished for a moment. Professor Snape may come across as a bit stern, but I assure you he does not feel hatred towards you. Why on earth would he volunteer to take you in if he hated you? To torture me, Harry replied immediately. Dumbledore sighed softly before speaking once more. Do you trust me, Harry? Harry thought over the past 2 years that he had grown to know and respect the older man before he nodded in defeat. Yes. Then I would like you to trust me in my belief that Professor Snape's intentions are honorable. Harry thought Dumbledore's words over before he spoke. So once I go back to Hogwarts SN, Professor Snape will be my guardian. Dumbledore nodded softly. Temporary guardian for the time being. If all goes well, the topic of permanent guardianship could be discussed. The man paused for a moment before speaking once more. However, I'm not sure allowing you to stay on your own for the next few weeks is in your best interest. I could write Ron, Harry offered quickly, ask him if I could come and stay until school starts. It's my understanding that Ron and his family are currently in Egypt. Harry gave the older man a curious look. Apparently there was some money won in a lotto and due to that they are on holiday. Harry, of course, knew nothing about this. That's what happened when he lived with muggles who absolutely refused to let him use Hedwig to talk to his friends, or to even let her out of her cage for that matter. For a second Harry considered what it would be like to live with a wizard. Surely Snape would allow him to use Hedwig to send letters. He quickly forced the idea out of his mind. I think it would be for the best if you collected your things and came with me now. I assumed that when you asked me to take this child in you were referring to the beginning of the school term, not this very evening. What in Merlin's name am I going to do with the blasted child for the next 3 weeks? Snape nearly yelled. I'm sure you'll be able to handle it, Severus. Snape snorted at these words, giving the older man an unamused look. And where is Potter at the moment? Off getting himself into trouble, which is now my job to deal with, I assume. At the moment Harry is down visiting with Hagrid, the headmaster replied, and keeping himself out of trouble's way, I presume. My quarters are not prepared to endure a child, especially not one with Potter's knack for mayhem, Snape said in an annoyed tone. I'll be happy to assist you with preparing your quarters, Severus, and I'm sure the rest of the staff will do anything they can to help you as well. Snape sighed in defeat. How much does the boy know? I chose not to tell him that his relatives have turned their backs on him and rather took the approach of letting him think it was my decision to pull him from his current situation. I also implied that you stepped in and volunteered to take him in, Dumbledore answered honestly. Harry turned the corner in the castle and headed towards the large gargoyle statue. Speaking the password that Dumbledore had given him, the statue moved out of the way, allowing Harry to step onto the circular staircase. Dumbledore had told him he could go visit Hagrid for an hour. He smiled to himself. He had been gone only 3/4 of that time. When he had arrived at the castle, he had been fed an early dinner, and while he ate, Dumbledore explained more of the new situation Harry would be in. It occurred to Harry, somewhere in the middle of the headmaster's speech, that if Snape had temporary custody over him, he'd likely have a say in what he could and couldn't do as well as what punishments he received. Harry decided at that very moment that he was going to try his hardest to stay out of trouble. The last thing he wanted was to spend the remainder of his summer writing lines in some horrible detention with Snape. The staircase delivered him to the landing in front of the large door, but before Harry could bring himself to knock, he heard Snape's voice. You don't think that Potter has a right to know? He is 13 and I'll have a hard enough time keeping him out of trouble without dealing with that as well. I think that Harry has a right to be a happy, normal child, Dumbledore answered. I don't think having that news hanging over his head will be helpful at all. Yes, but surely you see how dangerous it could be, Snape replied in an annoyed voice. We are talking about a child who has ended up in the Forbidden Forest twice. He ventured off into the Chamber of Secrets. He drove a blasted flying car to school last term. Technically Ron drove it, Harry thought to himself. He ran away from home, Snape continued, and if the night bus hadn't picked him up he could likely be dead. Harry leaned forward a bit, straining to hear Dumbledore's reply, but if the headmaster said anything, Harry missed it. Sirius Black is mad, and if he was clever enough to escape from Azkaban, then I don't doubt that he could easily break into this castle. No one has seen the man for weeks, and the only thing we know for sure is that he is after. But we don't know that for sure, Severus, Dumbledore interrupted. I agree that it seems likely, but there is no way to tell for sure. You said yourself that Fudge made you aware that Black had been muttering about Potter for weeks in his sleep before escaping. Precautions are being taken, Severus. As I explained in the staff meeting, the Azkaban guards will protect the castle and I want you to know I will be taking my own precautions as well. If you are entrusting Potter in my care, then I will unquestionably be making sure he is out of harm's way at all times, despite what measures I may need to take to do so. Harry S. Ked his breath in at these words. I would also like to point out that that confounded child can't even follow a simple rule. Did you not tell him he had 1 hour to visit with Hagrid, and here he's gone 5 minutes past? Harry made a face at Snape's words. He had been early, not late. Now Severus, he's a young boy, Dumbledore said cheerfully. I'm sure the time just slipped away from him and... Harry raised a hand and quickly knocked on the headmaster's office door before any more time ticked away. Harry. Dumbledore smiled as the boy entered the room. Had a nice visit with Hagrid then? Harry nodded as he tried hard to return a smile to the older man. Potter. Snape addressed him in a curt tone. The tone in itself was not unusual, but the rather curious look on the man's face certainly was. Professor Snape and I were just discussing the arrangements for the remainder of the holiday, Dumbledore spoke. Your things have already been sent down to his private wards, and I believe he has an extra room for you to use until the term starts and you move back up to your dormitory. Snape nodded silently at these words. Harry remained quiet. He had half expected to be staying in his dormitory until the term started, but he supposed with a madman looking for him it wasn't the best idea. It amazed him that the news of Sirius Black looking for him didn't frighten him more, but he honestly wasn't scared. If anything, he was curious. He wanted to know why the man was after him. You'll accompany me now, Potter. It's getting quite late. Harry wanted to point out that it wasn't even dark out yet, but he kept his mouth shut as he stood and followed Snape out of the headmaster's office. I'll see you tomorrow, Harry, Dumbledore smiled brightly. Harry nodded in reply as he shut the large door behind him and quickly rushed down the stairs trying to catch up with Snape. The lavatory is through there, Snape stated, as he pointed to a large wooden door. The two of them were standing in Snape's private quarters, which Harry had to admit was nothing like he expected. The only place he could relate to Snape was his classroom, which could only be described as cold. His private wards, however, though lacking in bright colors, was actually quite cozy. Snape crossed the room, his long cloak flowing behind him. He sat down at a small round table. "Sit, Potter," he commanded without so much as glancing in the boy's direction. "I believe we have some things to discuss. I'm actually a little tired and—" "This won't take long," Snape cut him off. Harry was silent for a moment, weighing out his options. He could easily tell Snape to sod off. He could walk right out of Hogwarts and go to the Weasleys on his own. He could tell Dumbledore that this entire idea was insane. Or he could just sit. It really was a simple request. "I asked you to sit," Snape spoke once more when Harry remained silent. "Don't make me repeat myself." Something in Snape's voice sent a chill down Harry's spine, and though he hated himself for giving in so easily, he quickly crossed the room and sat down across from the man. The moment his bottom made contact with the chair, a cup of tea appeared before him. "Drink," Snape instructed. "I won't have the house elves heating up your tea for you because you are too slow to drink it while it's still hot." Harry looked down at the teacup. What if it was poisoned? What if Snape had put some potion in it that would force him to be his South Avenue, or a potion that would brainwash him? "If I wanted to poison you, I would have done it 2 years ago on your first night in this castle," Snape said in a bored voice, literally reading the teenager's mind. "Fortunately for you, though, I'd prefer to see you grow into an adult." Harry was silent as he lifted his teacup and took a sip. He waited for his insides to burn with poison, but after several moments they seemed to remain intact, and so slowly he took another sip. "I have a simple question for you, Potter." Harry looked up at the man with a questioning face. "How much of the conversation between myself and the headmaster did you hear while you were on the other side of the door?" Harry felt his stomach churn as he quickly shook his head. "I didn't hear anything." "Do not lie to me," Snape enunciated each word. Harry could feel the tips of his ears turning red. He remained silent. "Did Professor Dumbledore explain to you exactly what this arrangement between you and I consist of?" "Sir?" Harry asked, amazed that the conversation about his eavesdropping had been forgotten so quickly. "I am to be your temporary guardian for the time being, which makes me responsible for you," Snape told him. "I will make sure you are fed. I will make sure that you have what you need for school, including books as well as robes that fit you properly. I will provide you with whatever it is you need to help you become a successful young wizard. And I will also discipline you when I deem it necessary." Snape paused for a moment, allowing these words to sink in. "Now, if you don't wish you find out just how serious I can be about discipline, you will answer my question truthfully this very moment." Harry remained silent, staring down at his teacup. "Being that this is our first night together, I will give you one more chance to tell me the truth, but I can assure you in the future I will not be this lenient," Snape said when Harry didn't speak. "You have a moment to answer me, or you will find yourself on the receiving end of a spanking that you won't soon forget." At these words, Harry's head snapped up, a confused look on his face. "You heard me correctly, Potter. But you can't. I assure you I can, and I will. Your days of running around this castle, or anywhere for that matter, without a care for the consequences of your actions, are long over. I know you were on the other side of the door listening, and if you don't want to go to bed with a sore behind tonight, you'll start speaking, and soon." "I wasn't trying to listen in," Harry said quickly. His throat felt dry. Would Snape really spank him? He wasn't some sodding 2-year-old. And what if he did it anyway for admitting that he had listened in? Did Dumbledore know? Did all the teachers know? Harry felt his cheeks prickle with warmth. "How much did you hear?" Snape asked. Harry didn't miss the look of approval in the man's eyes. Clearly he was pleased that his threat had worked in making the boy talk. Harry shrugged. "Not a lot." "Not a lot is hardly an acceptable answer," Snape replied, sternness in his voice. "Just that." Harry paused for a moment, trying to collect his thoughts. He hated Snape. The man had no right to interrogate him. "You listened in on his private conversation," a little voice in the back of his head told him. "You're lucky he isn't screaming at you." "Just that what?" "Just that you are unable to form a complete sentence." Harry quickly shook his head. "I just heard the part about the black bloke." That Professor Dumbledore doesn't want me to know about him. Snape was silent for several moments before speaking. You will quickly learn that I do not tolerate being lied to. Harry nodded. And for that matter, I also will not put up with your disobedience or your unwillingness to follow the rules, whether they are school rules or my own rules. Is that understood? Yes, sir. For 2 years now I have watched you run around this castle breaking the rules and putting your life into danger time and time again. It stops now, Potter. Harry nodded silently. He was going to go to Dumbledore first thing in the morning. He was going to end this ridiculousness before it went any further. He was going to tell Snape exactly what he could do with what he tolerated and didn't tolerate. Harry awoke early the next morning. The first thought that went through his mind was that he needed to go and speak with Dumbledore about this new arrangement. He quickly sat up, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. He had to admit, the bed was quite comfortable. More comfortable than his bed back at the Dursleys, possibly even more so than his bed up in the Gryffindor Tower. The room Snape had given him the previous night actually wasn't that bad at all. When Harry had initially been told he would be spending the night in Snape's quarters, he had half expected to be sleeping in some cold dungeon. He had been pleasantly surprised to find that the room he slept in, like the rest of his new guardian's quarters, was quite cozy. Within moments, he had rummaged through his trunk and quickly changed into some old jeans and a t-shirt. He walked out of the room he had slept and into a long hallway. Quietly he passed by what appeared to be Snape's office. Across from it was a large door that was shut. Harry paused, his hand grazing the door knob. He was just about to turn the handle when he heard the low, familiar voice. Lost, Potter. His hand dropped immediately as his head quickly turned to the direction of the voice. Snape was standing less than 5 feet from him. For a moment Harry considered how in the world the man had gotten that close undetected. I was just looking for mischief, Snape supplied, as you usually do. No. Harry quickly shook his head. I was just curious as to what is behind this door. Harry's words surprised even himself. He had been planning on telling Snape that he had been looking for him, but somehow the truth had slipped out in the last moment. Behind that door is my private laboratory, which you will stay out of, Snape spoke curtly. If you fail to obey this rule, the consequences will be severe. At the man's words, Harry suddenly remembered why he had been caught in the hallway in the first place. I want to go speak with Professor Dumbledore. Snape raised an eyebrow at the boy. Sir, Harry added hastily. Speaking with the headmaster today is not possible. He is not on school property at the moment and will not return until late this evening. Where did he go? Harry asked in a defeated voice. Snape's eyebrow rose once more before he turned and walked down the hallway towards the dining room table, his long robes flowing behind him. Breakfast will be served momentarily, he spoke. You'll eat it then or you won't be eating until lunchtime. Harry wanted to tell Snape exactly where he could shove his breakfast, but his stomach was already grumbling and lunch was hours away. Slowly, he followed Snape into the dining room to find the food, much like it did in the Great Hall, appearing on the table. He slid into a vacant seat as Snape took his own seat at the head of the table. Seconds later, a plate of pancakes appeared on the table accompanying the fruit and bacon that had already been there. I assume, Snape said as he poured himself a cup of tea, that you wish to speak with the headmaster about our current situation. Harry didn't reply. He wasn't sure he was supposed to. Instead, he chose to stare at his empty plate. Why did Snape have to talk so much? Couldn't the man just be quiet and let him eat? Given the current circumstances, Potter, if I were in your position, I'd be thanking my lucky stars that I wasn't expelled rather than complaining over who would be in charge of me. Harry remained silent. He supposed Snape did have a point. Still, it wasn't making him feel any better about his situation. And could he even be expelled when it had been accidental magic? He didn't think he could. Unless Snape was referring to his running away afterwards, could he have been expelled for that? He wasn't quite sure. Eat your breakfast, Potter. When you're done, we're going to discuss a few rules. Harry quickly helped himself to a pile of bacon as well as 2 large pancakes. Eat a piece of fruit as well, Snape instructed. Harry contemplated telling him to sod off and that he'd eat what he wanted, but after a moment of thought he decided that it probably wasn't worth the fight and reluctantly picked up a piece of fruit, adding it to his plate. Why did Snape care what he ate? The two of them ate in silence for several moments before Harry spoke. Can I go see Hagrid when I'm done? May I? Snape corrected him in an annoyed voice. And no, you may not. As I've already said, we're going to discuss the rules which I expect you to comply with. When we're done with that? Harry asked. He couldn't help the attitude that was now dripping from his voice. When we're done discussing the rules, I'd like to see the coursework you were assigned for the summer, as I am sure very little, if any of it is done. I still have weeks to do it, Harry replied in an annoyed voice. I will not have you waiting until the last minute, Potter. You will begin some of it today. But you will also abandon the cheekiness that your tone has taken on, Snape swiftly cut him off. Harry fought the urge to argue back and instead picked up a forkful of pancakes, filling his mouth up before he could speak. I will not tolerate your attitude, nor do I plan on dealing with any rudeness from you. Is that understood? Harry nodded silently. In the 2 years he had known Snape, he had learned early on that there wasn't much the man tolerated, which was why talking to Dumbledore and fixing this stupid arrangement was critical. No way could he go through the entire school year answering to this greasy git. He was sure his life would just be miserable at best if he did. And what about his friends? How could he possibly explain to Hermione, not to mention Ron, that Snape was now his guardian? I expect a verbal answer, Potter, Snape demanded, ripping Harry from his thoughts. Yes, sir, Harry muttered as he glared down at his breakfast, willing himself to keep his temper in check. The room remained silent while the pair finished their meal. The moment the last bite of Harry's food was eaten, his plate vanished from the table, Snape's following suit seconds later. Harry glanced up at the man with an accepting look on his face. He was about to tell Snape to hurry up and get this rules discussion over with when his least liked professor spoke. I know in the past you have run around this school with little or no respect for the rules. However, Potter, rules are put into place to keep the students safe, and as I told you last night, your blatant disregard for them will not continue. Snape paused for a moment, letting the words sink in before he continued. I'm also aware that you have had minimal consequences to deal with in the past when caught breaking the rules, and I promise you, Potter, that will change. Minimal consequences. Harry thought to himself. Detention was hardly a minimal consequence. You should have been expelled several times now, most recently for your charade involving the Chamber of Secrets, and had it been any headmaster aside from Dumbledore, I can promise you that you would have. I saved Ginny, Harry couldn't help but defend himself. No one else knew how to open the chamber, and you nearly died doing so. It would have taken all of 5 minutes for a teacher to be notified when the entrance to the chamber was opened, but instead you and Weasley ran headlong into trouble, a lack in judgment that could have cost not only your life but your friends as well. Harry felt his cheeks blush at the words. The thought had crossed his mind 100 times over the summer. If something had gone wrong down there, Ron could have died, as could have Ginny. Professor Lockhart was with us, Harry quickly pointed out, though he knew as the words left his mouth that they held little weight. Which was of absolutely no help whatsoever, Snape replied. A fact you were well aware of before entering the chamber. So you're angry at me about that? Harry couldn't help but ask. No, Potter, I'm not angry with you. I am trying to get through your thick skull that despite the way you have grown accustomed to behaving, I will now be holding you responsible for your actions. I did not inform you of how I deal with misbehavior in a lighthearted manner. Make no mistake, I am quite serious about administering a spanking if and when the situation warrants it. Harry's face blushed as he stared down at the table. Look at me when I am speaking to you, Snape ordered. Slowly he brought his head up, his eyes meeting the man's. What happened with your aunt, sir? Harry questioned as his mind traveled to his Aunt Petunia. You inflated her like a balloon, I've been told. Snape was going to punish him over Marge. No way in hell. She deserved it. Harry spoke quickly. You can't you can't punish me for that. I won't let you. He could feel his heart nearly beating out of his chest as he jumped out of his seat, practically knocking it over in the process. Sit down, Potter, Snape snapped. I wasn't planning on punishing you for your actions towards your aunt. However, if you don't stop this childish outburst, you'll find yourself taking a morning nap until you calm down. Harry immediately felt his heart rate slow down as he sat back down, embarrassed by his outburst. I'm sure you are aware that what you did to her was accidental magic and therefore not something you could control. However, a child of your age should be able to control their magic, which leads me to believe that something quite disconcerting occurred which caused your outpouring. Harry shrugged. He couldn't tell Snape what she had said. He hardly spoke to his best friends about his life with the Dursleys, there was no way could he tell Snape of all people. A shrug is not an acceptable answer, Snape said in a stern tone. You'll do well to remember that. I don't want to talk about it, Harry muttered. Unfortunately for you, Potter, I do. She was saying things, he spoke softly after a long bout of silence. Horrible things, about my parents. Snape raised an eyebrow at the boy before him. To say he was shocked would have been an understatement. He had been expecting a childish answer. He had expected the boy to tell him that the woman had refused him of his favorite treat or something equally ridiculous. But to hear he had been defending his parents, his mother. Snape quickly shook the thought from his head. As I said, I want to discuss the rules that you will abide by, Snape said, changing the subject without warning. Harry nodded silently in reply. You will be staying down here with me until classes start, at which time you will move up into your dormitory. When you do so, I expect you to follow any rules that Professor McGonagall or any other teacher, for that matter, designates. Failure to do so will result in my having to step in, and if I am forced to do so, Potter, I will not be happy about it, nor will you. Is that understood? Yes, sir. As for the remainder of the summer holiday, the rules will be quite simple to follow. I expect you to show respect to all your elders. I expect you to work on some school work every day. I expect you to stay on Hogwarts grounds and out of places that you are well aware you are not allowed. And I expect you to keep yourself out of danger's way, and although it goes without saying, I expect you to keep yourself out of trouble. My own personal rules will continue into the school year as well. Do school work every day? Harry asked in an annoyed tone. It's summer. He had heard all of Snape's rules, but none had registered quite as much as that one had. Summer holiday is a poor excuse to slack off, and as far as I could see in my own classroom, a little extra school work will not hurt you. My grades are okay, Harry argued. Yes, they are okay. Snape spoke the final word in a sour tone, neither above average nor extraordinary. Not everyone is above average or extraordinary, Harry pointed out. A fact that rings true. However, Potter, you have shown yourself to be both, and therefore you will be doing school work for at least an hour a day, possibly longer if I feel the situation warrants it. Harry tried to scowl at these words, but found doing so proved difficult. Had Snape just called him extraordinary? Now wipe that ridiculous look off of your face and go get your summer assignments. 2 hours later, Harry had finally completed an essay on goblin riots for History of Magic. Snape had been absolutely unreasonable when it came to spelling and grammar, making him rewrite things several times until they were perfect. It took everything Harry had in him not to lash out at the man. After 2 hours of torture, Snape had finally allowed Harry to go visit with Hagrid for a bit, with the promise that he would return in an hour for lunch. Harry practically ran across the school grounds, a feeling of ecstasy at being free filling his body. He skidded to a halt in front of Hagrid's hut and then took the stairs 2 at a time, knocking loudly when he reached the door. Harry waited a few moments, and when no one answered, he knocked again. It was then that he realized that Fang hadn't barked at the sound of his knock either. Harry stepped away from the door and looked around, hoping something would give him an inclination as to where Hagrid was, but nothing did. His entire morning had been built up around the idea of seeing Hagrid. The previous night when he had visited with him, Hagrid had been content to sit and listen to Harry vent about his new living arrangements, and Harry had wanted to complain now about all the rules and the school work he was going to be made to do every day. Harry racked his brain as he tried to remember if Hagrid had said anything about going anywhere, when he suddenly remembered that the man had mentioned going into the Forbidden Forest, something about needing a certain plant for something. Harry slowly walked towards the forest, stopping on the outskirts of it as he stared into the sea of trees. In the distance, he heard what sounded like Fang's loud bark, meaning that Hagrid wasn't even that far into the forest yet. He could run and catch up with him, and then he'd be with an adult. A teacher, and Snape couldn't get mad at him for that, could he? Harry took several steps into the forest and then stopped short. But what if Snape did get mad? What if he found out and was furious? What if he made go on his threat of punishment? Harry felt his stomach swim at the idea of Snape spanking him, a feeling that made him angry with himself. He quickly pushed the thought out of his mind as he took several more steps deeper into the forest. Snape couldn't control him. The whole idea was just ludicrous. He had been in the Forbidden Forest plenty of times, and if he wanted to go in now, he wouldn't know old potions professor was going to tell him he couldn't. Snape's fingers drummed on the table, his eyes never leaving the clock on the wall, which was ticking obnoxiously loud. An hour and 20 minutes had passed since he had allowed Harry to go and visit with Hagrid. Of course, he had mostly expected the youngster to be late, but a small part of him had held on to a glimmer of hope that his lecture about being on time would have made more of an impression. The clock ticked on. An hour and 22 minutes. Snape decided then and there that at an hour and a half he was going to walk down to Hagrid's hut himself and retrieve the boy. He was going to have to do something about this as well. Certainly he couldn't allow Harry to be over 20 minutes late without consequence. Not unless, of course, he wanted the boy to hold no stock in his words, which was hardly the case. At an hour and 29 minutes, Snape stood up, still unsure of whether he was going to lecture or swat the boy all the way from Hagrid's hut back to his parlor. Snape was seconds away from walking towards the door when it was flung open and Harry walked in, looking as though he had just ran all the way there from London. His hair was a mess from the wind and his face was red from his journey. Snape wasted no time and in 2 long strides was next to the boy. Grabbing Harry by his left arm, Snape easily turned the boy to one side and brought his hand down hard on Harry's backside. 30 minutes late, Snape scolded, before bringing his hand down once more, just as hard. The sting instantly assaulted Harry, causing him to wince in pain. "I'm sorry," Harry offered in a voice he barely recognized as his own. Snape released his arm, giving him a slight push towards the table. "Sit." Without even thinking of disobeying, Harry sat in the chair, wincing slightly as his bottom made contact with the hard wood. Snape had done it. He had smacked him, and not once but twice. A feeling filled Harry that he couldn't quite place his finger on. Never in his life had he been smacked in any way. Once or twice his Uncle Vernon had threatened to do so, but the man had never followed through on his threat. And even if he had, it wouldn't have been just. Harry would never have done anything to anger the man to be deserving of such a punishment. This time though he actually had. He had been late. And if Snape knew the whole story, Harry was sure more smacks would follow. "Do you think I speak to hear myself talk, Potter?" Harry quickly shook his head, his eyes downcast. A single tear had somehow managed to escape his eye, and there was no way he wanted Snape to see that. "I told you to return in 1 hour and yet you can't even follow the simplest of instructions." Snape was standing over him now, and Harry was all too aware that it would take very little for the man to pull him up off the chair if he felt the need. "I'm sorry," Harry offered once more. "I was just—" "I don't want to hear an excuse," Snape interrupted him. "I want to know what you were doing that was so fascinating that you were 30 minutes late." "Just visiting Hagrid," Harry replied in a low voice. "I just lost track of time." "Does Hagrid not have a clock in his hut?" Harry nodded, not bothering to mention that he had never actually been in Hagrid's hut that morning, nor had he even seen him. "And are you able to tell time?" "Yes, sir," Harry answered through gritted teeth. Of course he was able to tell time, and if his backside wasn't already stinging he would have told Snape to saw it off. "Then you simply decided to ignore the time in which you were supposed to return?" "No, I just forgot," Harry replied. "After lunch you will spend the afternoon in your room thinking about how you will not forget next time." Harry's shoulders slumped at the words. An entire afternoon wasted. Snape sat down across from him and seconds later food appeared on the table. Harry looked at the chicken sandwiches, but he wasn't hungry. His backside was still stinging and his pride was damaged. Snape was impossible. He had only been 30 minutes late. It wasn't as if he'd blown up half the castle. "Stop sulking and eat your lunch, Potter," Snape instructed. "Or you can go to your room now and skip lunch entirely. The choice is yours, but I will not sit here and watch you sulk over 2 well-deserved smacks." Harry kept his mouth shut as he picked up his sandwich and took a bite. The afternoon was the longest of Harry's life. He had held out some small hope that after an hour or so Snape would feel pity for him and allow him to come out. But as the clock ticked past the 3-hour mark, he realized how foolish he was for thinking in that manner. When had Snape ever felt pity for him? Several times in the past 3 hours he had debated just leaving the room on his own accord. He still felt pretty strongly about the fact that Snape shouldn't be able to tell him what to do. However, as his mind replayed the conversations he had had with Dumbledore the previous day, he was beginning to think that it wouldn't matter if he did try and talk to the headmaster because nothing was going to come of it. Who else would take him in even if Dumbledore did agree to it? Harry was sure no other teacher really would, and though he knew the Weasleys would jump at the idea, did they really need another kid? It was beginning to appear to Harry that Snape really was his only option. The look on Snape's face when Harry had walked through the door 30 minutes late continued to replay in his mind, as did the smacks that followed. It was a strange feeling to Harry, to actually be held accountable for his actions. He was embarrassed by the smacks as well, a feeling that he hadn't been expecting to feel. He had thought that if Snape had made good on his threat he would feel nothing but anger towards the man for doing so, and it surprised him how little that thought rang true. If he was honest with himself, he really wasn't angry with Snape at all. He was, however, a bit cross with himself. He couldn't believe that he had been with Snape for less than 24 hours and he had already pushed the man enough to punish him. Aside from receiving detention for misbehavior, no one had ever actually punished him for anything he had done wrong. For a brief moment he wondered if that was what it was like to have a parent, Mrs. Weasley and her howler that had been delivered shortly after he and Ron arrived back at school by way of the car flashed through his mind. Ron had been absolutely mortified by his mother's screaming voice filling the great hall, and Harry could easily see why, but he still had to admit that it hurt in a way that he didn't have his own parent that cared enough to yell at him when he messed up. However, that was also where he wanted it to stop. He wanted a parent to care about him but not interfere with everything he did. He was well aware that Ron was punished after several of the adventures they'd had in the past 2 years, whereas Harry was, at the most, scolded, and that was fine by him. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. The other persisting thought that refused to exit his mind was that Snape wasn't and never would be his parent. They were long gone. He also still wasn't completely convinced that Snape didn't hate him. Dumbledore could try to persuade him to think otherwise all he wanted, but he still wasn't buying it. Snape certainly acted like he hated him. The man never looked anything but cross whenever he saw him. He was always barking orders. It was always Potter this and Potter that. Harry lied back across the bed as he thought about the last few days. If he had just kept his temper with Marge, if he had just stayed put at the Dursleys, he wouldn't be in this mess at all. But even as the thought crossed his mind he knew it wouldn't do. He hated living with the Dursleys, and even though he wasn't too fond of being with Snape, it still wasn't as bad as being with them. After all, Snape had fed him at least huge, delicious meals and not the scraps that the Dursleys gave him when they bothered to give him anything at all. True, he was in his room at the moment by force, but it wasn't as if Snape had hauled him down the hall, thrown him through the door and locked it behind him the way his Uncle Vernon would have. On the contrary, the moment he had eaten the last of his lunch Snape had told him to go to his room, and the stern expression he had worn on his face was enough to send Harry in that direction. Harry turned his head to look at the clock that sat on the table next to the bed. It had now been 3.5 hours. He wondered how long Snape was going to keep this going. He had said he was to go to his room for the afternoon, but Harry wasn't quite sure just how long that would be. Obviously he would be allowed out for dinner, but would he be allowed out before then? Despite Harry's constant listening, Snape's quarters had been particularly quiet all afternoon. He wasn't even sure if Snape was still here. The man could have easily ventured off to somewhere else in the castle and Harry never would have known. It occurred to him in that moment that if Snape had ventured out, he could also easily run into Hagrid. Harry felt his heart beat faster at the thought. His one calming theory was the simple fact that as far as he could tell Snape and Hagrid weren't really friendly towards each other. Harry had never really witnessed them speaking to each other in the halls the way he had often seen other teachers do, nor had he even seen them associate with each other in the Great Hall at meals. It was the only thought that made him believe he'd never get caught, and so he put all his hope in it. Snape looked up from his work and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly time for supper. He had been sitting at his desk for the past 4 hours working on lesson plans for the upcoming school year. His quarters, much to his surprise and delight, had remained peaceful and quiet. When he had sent the boy to his room after lunch, he had half expected the child to refuse. He hadn't, though. Without any argument at all, he had retreated to his room, much to Severus' astonishment. He hadn't missed the look on the boy's face, though he had clearly been upset by the punishment. He also hadn't missed the tear he had shed over the 2 smacks he had received. He hardly blamed the child for them. He knew how hard he had hit him. His own hand had been smarting throughout lunch, a constant reminder of his new role as Potter's disciplinarian. Snape hardly felt pity for the boy, though. He had deserved both of those smacks. After all, he had been 30 minutes late after being reminded at least twice that he had only 1 hour to visit with his friend. Snape refused to feel sympathy for a child who had gotten himself into trouble. By Snape's reasoning, Potter could do well with a trip, or several, over his knee. It certainly wouldn't damage the boy. If anything at all, it would likely help to nip his bad behavior in the bud. In Snape's opinion, he shouldn't even have permitted the boy to go at all. As far as he was concerned, there was no need for Potter to even leave the castle. If Sirius Black was smart enough to break out of Azkaban, then surely he was clever enough to find his way to the Hogwarts grounds. He knew Dumbledore would have something to say about that, though. As clear as he had been to the headmaster about caring for Potter in his own way, he wasn't daft enough to honestly think that the old man would stay out of it completely. If Dumbledore caught wind of his precious Potter being denied time with Hagrid, the old man would likely have plenty to say about it. For a moment the thought crossed Snape's mind that if the headmaster knew how he had disciplined Potter this afternoon, he may have a bit to say about that as well. Snape, however, quickly pushed the thought from his mind. If Albus Dumbledore didn't agree with the discipline he had administered, then he shouldn't have asked him to take the boy in the first place. Dumbledore was quite aware how his Slytherins were dealt with, and if he had expected special treatment for his golden boy, he was in for quite a big surprise. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, reminding him that Potter had currently been in his room for just over 4 hours. He supposed it was time to allow the boy to come out. Perhaps he would let him read quietly for a bit before dinner. Hours later, after dinner had been eaten, Harry was sitting at the table reading over his History of Magic book. Snape had been insistent that his only options were to go to bed or read, and so he decided to read instead of go to bed hours before he normally would. Snape was sitting across from him, holding the Daily Prophet up, reading quietly. Harry glanced up at the man. The paper was effectively hiding his face. It was also giving Harry a view of the front page stories, which included a rather large picture of a dark-haired wizard who looked absolutely mad. Harry's eyes traveled to the words under the picture: approach with extreme caution. Do not attempt to use magic against this man. Any information leading to the arrest of this man shall be duly rewarded. Notify immediately by owl the Ministry of Magic. Why was he in Azkaban in the first place? Harry asked, before he could stop himself. The thought had been running through his mind since the previous night when he had overheard the conversation about Sirius Black that Dumbledore and Snape had been having, and now seeing the man's picture on the front of the paper, he couldn't stop the words from pouring out of his mouth. Why was who in Azkaban? Snape asked without bothering to look away from the words he was reading. He assumed the boy was asking about someone in his History of Magic book. Sirius Black. He killed 13 Muggles, Snape replied calmly. Harry's eyes widened at the words. He couldn't imagine killing anyone, let alone 13 people. Why did he do that? Harry asked. He didn't know much about how Wizard Jail worked, but if it was anything like Muggle Jail, then there would have been a trial and Sirius Black may have said why he did it. No one knows. Is there a trial before someone gets sent to Azkaban? Harry asked in a curious voice. When Muggles break the law, they always get a trial. Under normal circumstances there is a trial, yes. So his circumstances weren't normal? Harry asked. I clearly remember telling you that your options for this evening were either to read or go to bed. Snape spoke sternly. As far as I can tell, neither of those options includes interrogating me about Sirius Black. Harry flinched at Snape's words. He knew that tone. It was the same one he used when he was about to hand out a detention. Sorry. Harry spoke softly after a moment. He hoped his delayed apology was enough to keep Snape from sending him to bed. His eyes shifted from the front page of the paper back to his History of Magic book as he heard Snape sigh loudly from behind the Daily Prophet. The paper dropped a moment later, revealing the man's face. A street full of witnesses swore they saw Sirius Black murder his old classmate and friend, Peter Pettigrew. Therefore no trial was needed. Quote. Harry nodded in reply. He was surprised Snape had taken the time to answer his question. He had been sure when the paper dropped that he was about to be sent back to his room. Harry wasn't sure he should continue to push his luck, but he couldn't help it. His curiosity was outweighing any logic. Why doesn't Professor Dumbledore want me to know about him? For a moment Harry was sure he had asked too much, but then, surprisingly, Snape answered him. It was very highly suspected that Sirius Black was a close follower of the Dark Lord, hence the desire to take extra precautions in order to assure your safety. This is why it is imperative that you obey any rules which are set for you. What kind of extra precautions? Dementors will be guarding the Hogwarts grounds throughout the school year. Dementors. Harry had never heard the word before. They are the dark creatures that guard Azkaban prison, Snape explained. The Ministry has agreed to allow several of them to guard the school grounds with the specific instructions to seek out Black. Harry was silent for a moment as he let this new information sink in. He glanced up at Snape, who looked satisfied with his silence. Did he go to Hogwarts? Harry had been surprised to find out that Voldemort had once been a student at the school. He wouldn't have been nearly as shocked if this Sirius Black bloke had as well. He did, Snape answered honestly and curtly. Did you know him before he went mad? Snape was silent for several long moments. When he finally opened his mouth once more, Harry was sure he was going to answer his question, but instead his voice went stern. Enough with these bothersome questions. The situation with Sirius Black is being handled and it's of very little concern to you, Potter. Harry immediately wanted to point out that if this crazy man who escaped from Azkaban was really trying to kill him, then it certainly was his concern. However, Snape continued talking before he had a chance to say anything. I think the time has come for you to have a bath and go on to bed. But it does concern me. Harry argued, fighting to keep his voice at a normal level. The history of Sirius Black's life does nothing of the sort, Snape replied. I've humored you and answered the questions that are relevant, and now this conversation is over. That's not even fair. It will do you well to learn that life isn't always fair, Snape retorted. Now do as I say and go take a bath and go to bed. Harry opened his mouth to argue. He was going to tell Snape just what a greasy old git he was. He was going to tell him that he hardly ever went to bed before midnight, and that was still 2 hours away. He was going to tell him that if he wanted to know more about Sirius Black, then he should be allowed to ask questions and Snape should have to answer those questions. But Snape spoke before Harry had the chance to say anything. Obey me, Potter. It wasn't a request, it was an order. No. The word escaped Harry's mouth on its own accord as his brain never gave it permission to do so. The moment it registered with him, he felt his heart drop into his stomach. Another second and an apology would have followed, along with a rush down the hall towards the bathroom. He would have bathed and been in bed before Snape even knew what happened. Unfortunately for Harry, though, he didn't get another second. The moment the defiant word left his mouth, Snape was standing, towering over him. Before Harry had a chance to react, he felt Snape's hand on his arm, turning him to the side as he had only hours earlier. Harry closed his eyes tightly in preparation for the smack he knew was coming. And come it did, followed by 2 more in the exact same spot. You will quickly learn, Potter, that I will not put up with your juvenile defiance. Snape released him from his grip before continuing. Now you will do as I told you to, or you will find yourself receiving further punishment. I'm sorry, Harry muttered, resisting the urge to rub the sting out of his backside. His throat was thick with tears he was swallowing back down. I'm going. I don't know why you insist on challenging my words, but I assure you, Potter, the outcome will not change. Surely after experiencing just how serious I am twice in one day, you'd begin to see that this is not a game. I've seen toddlers learn that lesson faster than you have displayed your knowledge about it today. I said I'm sorry, Harry replied in a low voice. Snape's words, his comparing him to a toddler, made the tears that were stuck in the back of his throat burn. I didn't even mean to say that in the first place. You didn't mean to say what? Snape asked in an annoyed voice. I didn't mean to say no to you. Then I suggest, Potter, that you work on what comes out of that insolent mouth of yours, as I will not put up with your cheekiness. Harry nodded, his eyes downcast. Yes, sir. Now do as you were already told more than once and get yourself into the bath and into bed. Harry nodded. He wasn't about to disobey Snape's words. Instead, he quickly picked up his history of magic book, tucked it under his arm, and turned walking out of the room and towards the bathroom. He is, for lack of a better word, an overindulged brat. Not once, but twice in less than 12 hours he has had the audacity to blatantly disobey me. I am sure, Severus, that if you say Harry disobeyed you, then those words ring true. However, calling him an overindulged brat may be a bit of a stretch. Indeed, you know how horrible his Muggle relatives treated him. I'd hardly say they spoiled him at all. I don't believe they pampered him, Snape agreed. I imagine all the spoiling came from the staff at this school. Severus. Dumbledore questioned. Potter has always had the freedom to run around these grounds as though he is on some luxurious holiday. If my memory serves me correctly, when Harry has done wrong, he has been disciplined for his wrongdoings. Snape practically snorted at the words. He's received a few detentions here and there. He has also received house points and praise for putting his life into danger time and time again. Severus, did you ask me to meet with you simply to complain about the boy? No, a meeting of that caliber would take far longer than what I wish to speak about. Go on. Dumbledore nodded kindly. I spoke to Potter about Black this evening. I thought we decided that where Harry is concerned he need not know. Forgive me for interrupting you, but we did not decide anything. You decided that, and as I said before, I disagree with it. For Harry to know who Sirius is could be detrimental to his safety, Dumbledore replied. A look of worry had overtaken the man's old face. I did not tell him who Sirius was, Snape explained. The child was asking questions and I simply clarified what Black did to wind up in Azkaban and what Hogwarts would be doing as far as protection. Certainly you would agree that your golden boy can handle that information. However, he did question whether I knew Black in his younger days, which leads me to believe that he will eventually have more questions on the subject. I am inclined to agree with you, Severus. It is imperative, though, that the information regarding who Sirius is be kept under lock and key. The last thing any of us need is Harry running off in search of the man who killed his parents. Harry looked up from his potions book. Snape was at his desk, just as he had been all morning, hunched over a stack of papers. It had been 2 days since the night Harry had asked about Sirius Black, and somehow, despite the fact that he had managed to anger Snape twice in 24 hours mere days ago, Harry had managed to keep himself out of trouble. He was going to die of boredom, though, he was sure of it. Every day was predictably the same. He and Snape would have breakfast together, and then Harry would spend his time doing school work until lunch. After lunch was eaten, he would be told to read, or he would go spend time quietly in his room until dinner. Once dinner was consumed, he would read a bit more and then go to bed, only to repeat the same schedule in the morning. Harry had planned to visit with Hagrid today, but when he had asked, Snape had informed him that Hagrid was gone for the morning, collecting things he needed for the care of magical creatures class he would be teaching. Unfortunately, without his friends there wasn't much else for Harry to do in the castle. It wasn't as if Snape would just let him go off exploring either. He needed a specific destination, and without Hagrid, he didn't have one. Not that he had ever really planned on visiting with Hagrid in the first place. His strategy from the start had been to use Hagrid as a cover. He didn't know why he was so keen on the idea of going back into the Forbidden Forest. Nothing of any excitement had happened the last time he went, but still it was nice to be alone for a bit, and the thrill of being somewhere he knew he wasn't allowed was enough to keep him wanting to go back for more. I sincerely hope that you're staring into space with a ridiculous look on your face due to the fact that your mind is so occupied with what you are reading that you simply must take a break. Huh. Harry snapped back to attention at Snape's words. Indeed, Snape replied smugly. It's no wonder your grades aren't above average. You don't have the self-discipline to effectively study. I study, Harry argued. Ineffectively, Snape said, shaking his head with dissatisfaction. Staring off into space for nearly 20 minutes is not studying, nor will it benefit you in the long run. Harry pondered these words. Had he really been daydreaming for so long? It felt like 5 at the most to him. Although you may not find them to be so now, grades are highly important. They can and will determine your future, and if you think for one moment I will allow you to perform less than you are capable of doing, you are highly mistaken, Potter. It's just boring. Harry spoke before he could stop the words from coming out of his mouth. Boring. Snape huffed. Studying isn't meant to be a fun activity. Harry shrugged softly. It's all I've done for days. Can't I take a break? Do something else? And what is it you'd like to do? I suppose you expect me to just let you run amok through the castle. Go off exploring the grounds. It took all Harry had in him not to nod his head fleetingly at Snape's words. Instead, he shrugged once more while his brain screamed, yes. I've made it perfectly clear on several occasions, Potter, that running around recklessly through this school is a thing of the past for you, Snape reminded him. You could do something with me, Harry suggested in a hopeful voice. I most certainly cannot, Snape snorted. I have no interest in spending my time playing some ridiculous adolescent game in order to keep you entertained. You could teach me something, Harry proposed. A potion or a spell or. Snape raised an eyebrow at the child's words. It had occurred to him over the past day or so that perhaps he should start slowly teaching him some spells that would come in handy should Black try and get to him. You hardly pay attention in class, Potter. Am I to believe that teaching you something will not result in my own aggravation? I'll pay attention, Harry promised in a pleading tone. He would have promised anything if it meant taking a break from reading. Snape was quiet for a moment, and Harry was sure the man was making his decision. A moment later he sighed before speaking. Continue with your reading, Potter, and do so without staring off into space. The hope deflated in Harry. His shoulders slumped immediately as he nodded quietly. He didn't trust himself to speak. He was sure doing so would only result in his screaming or crying, or both. After lunch, Snape continued, if you can behave until then, I'll attempt to teach you a spell. Really? Harry asked excitedly. Snape nodded in reply to his question before speaking once more. Now do as I have said and continue with your reading, Potter. I can change my mind just as easily. Harry nodded as he smiled softly. Yes, sir. It was in moments like this, like the time Snape had told him a bit about Sirius Black, that Harry could see that the potions professor wasn't nearly as unfair as he had once thought. True, most of the time he was still, at best, a git, but Harry couldn't help but find hope in those few moments that he wasn't. What are you going to teach me? Harry asked eagerly. Can you teach me that one that makes teeth grow quickly? As promised, after lunch Snape had led him through the castle to an empty classroom. Snape had made a remark about how he didn't need Harry destroying his things while trying to master a simple spell, but he hadn't gone back on his word, so Harry had not taken much offense. It's called a bucktooth hex, and absolutely not. Aside from the fact that learning how to properly deliver that hex is of absolutely no use to you apart from playing absurd pranks, it is also far too advanced for you. It is learned in your 4th year and you are just going into your 3rd. Snape paused for a moment as he realized the irony of his words. If there was ever a child that could handle advanced magic, surely it was the one standing in front of him. I am going to attempt to teach you a binding spell. A binding spell? Harry asked in a curious voice. When used correctly, it will fasten chains or ropes to restrain someone or something, Snape explained. He waved his wand the slightest bit, causing several desks to quickly move out of the way and against a back wall. It will be beneficial to you should you ever need to defend yourself. Of course, other spells would be much more constructive, but from what Snape knew of the child, he could hardly picture him hurting someone, regardless of whether they were trying to cause him harm, a characteristic he obviously developed from his mother. The incantation is Incarcerus, Snape continued. Incarcerus, Harry repeated, trying the word out. Enunciate the second syllable. Harry repeated the word once more, carefully following Snape's instructions. Snape nodded his approval. Now point your wand in the direction of that desk. Snape gestured to a lone desk across the room. Pronounce the word clearly and speak with authority. Harry nodded before raising his wand and speaking the incantation as Snape had instructed him to do so, clearly and with authority. Nothing happened. What did I instruct you to do, Potter? Speak clearly and with authority. And, Snape prompted. Harry didn't miss the hint of annoyance in the man's voice. A feeling of anxiousness filled his body. This was clearly his one chance, and if he messed up today, he'd be spending the remainder of his summer vacation reading and studying. To enunciate the second syllable, Harry spoke quickly. Sorry, I forgot. Try again, Snape replied. And this time follow my instructions. Once more Harry raised his wand and, being sure to follow all the instructions he had been given, said the spell again. This time a thin, snake-like cord fired out of his wand and wound its way around the desk. Harry beamed proudly as he glanced in Snape's direction. I did it. Indeed, Snape nodded. There wasn't a hint of happiness or shock on the man's face. Do it once more. Harry nodded in reply before turning and successfully cast the spell again. And again. After the third time successive casting, Harry turned once more, smiling proudly in Snape's direction. Quite impressive, Snape nodded approvingly. Most students need several tries before they master this particular spell. Harry's smile broadened at the man's words. Briefly, it occurred to him that less than a week ago he would have cared less if Snape thought he was impressive. So will you teach me another one? Snape raised an eyebrow at the child standing before him. Please, Harry added hastily. Perhaps tomorrow. It is my belief that one should not try and master more than one major spell per day. Snape replied as he waved his wand, causing the desks to return to their original resting places. You may, however, practice this spell, though you may do so only on objects, not people. Harry nodded, ignoring the urge to point out that he didn't have any people to practice it on anyway. Did Snape think he'd sneak up behind McGonagall and try it on her? Can I go see Hagrid? Harry asked suddenly, the thought of people making him realize that Hagrid was likely back by now. May I go see Hagrid? Harry repeated the question without argument or attitude. I suppose you may, Snape nodded. You will return by supper. Do not be late and do not make me come looking for you, Potter. The outcome will not be favorable. Yes, sir. Harry quickly nodded, the tips of his ears blushing slightly. Unlike the last time he ventured into the forest, this time he did plan on visiting with Hagrid when he was done. He wasn't daft enough to think that Snape would never talk to his large friend, and if he did, Harry wanted to be sure that Hagrid would be able to honestly say that Harry had come to visit with him. Harry's basic plan was to explore the forest for a while and then head to Hagrid's hut for a bit before leaving in plenty of time to make sure he wasn't late for supper. Things had been okay between him and Snape for the past 2 days, and there was no way he was going to muck that up over something so foolish. With that in mind, he headed into the forest several feet away from his friend's small home, careful to make sure no one was watching him. The moment he was deep enough into the thick trees that he knew he could not be seen, it was as if a spark ignited in him. He felt free. He felt like his old self. He wasn't worried about whether Snape approved of his behavior. All he cared about was enjoying his time alone, having an adventure. For the next 40 minutes, he explored the forest, careful not to go so deep that he'd get lost in the thick greenery. The first year he had been at Hogwarts, he had been given a detention that had forced him into the forest at night, and the previous year his curiosity over the Chamber of Secrets had done so. On both of these occasions he had to admit he had felt very little other than fear at being in the place that he was now finding such freedom in. He knew how real the dangers in the forest could be, but still couldn't bring himself to feel any fear in association with them. When he noticed that the sun had changed, he quickly hurried out of the forest, once more being extra careful that no one saw him, and headed towards Hagrid's hut, knocking loudly on the door. It took less than a minute for the door to swing open, revealing Hagrid. A worried look splattered across his face. Ari, Hagrid greeted the boy, pulling him into a crushing hug. You're all right. Of course I am, Harry sputtered, regaining the feeling in his limbs as Hagrid released him. Why wouldn't I be? Professor Snape was here not long ago looking for you, Hagrid explained, said you were supposed to be here. He looked real worried. I reckon it's on account of the fact that everyone is so worried about Sirius Black being out there. Snape was here? Harry asked as he took a step backwards. He felt the blood draining from his face. His mind began running on overload, trying to think of an excuse. Something. Anything that would explain where he was. Hagrid nodded. Said he was going to go talk to Dumbledore. Said I should send you straight back to the castle if I see you. Harry nodded as he took another step backwards. Do you want me to walk you back? Harry quickly shook his head no. This was going to be bad enough. He didn't need Hagrid to witness the whole thing. Well then go on before you worry him any more, Hagrid instructed with a small smile. Harry nodded silently before he turned and quickly rushed back towards the castle. He was nearly halfway there when he broke into a full-on run. He was done for and he knew it, and yet here he was running towards Snape's quarters when all he really wanted to do was run up to the astronomy tower and fling himself off the top of it. He could be anywhere, Snape said in a concerned voice. I knew I should have forbid him from leaving the castle. He must be on school grounds, Dumbledore spoke calmly. The Dementors have already taken their position and he certainly couldn't have gotten by them. No, but he certainly could have been affected by them. He could be lying in a ditch somewhere having suffered. They are to report the moment they attack anyone, Dumbledore interrupted, and I have received no such report. Such a comforting thought, Snape replied coldly. A moment later, a scroll of parchment appeared in front of the headmaster. Without hesitation Dumbledore took hold of it and after unraveling and quickly reading it a small smile spread across his face. Harry is in the castle and currently en route to your quarters. Snape let out a noticeable sigh of relief. Quite a peculiar reaction you had to this situation, Dumbledore mused with a soft smile. Snape shook his head as he stood, abandoning the conversation before it even started. Do not play games with me, Albus. Am I relieved that the child is alive? Yes. I gave my word I would keep him alive and well, did I not? You did. Aside from that, nothing has changed. If you insist, Severus, Dumbledore smiled. Harry ran into Snape's quarters to find the living room completely deserted. Without even searching the remainder of the man's personal area, it was obvious to Harry that it was empty. He was surrounded by silence. Nothing gave him even an inkling of a thought that his new guardian was there. Snape was still out looking for him. A million thoughts raced through Harry's mind. He still hadn't completely ruled out the idea of jumping off of the astronomy tower, and now, drowning himself in the lake was quickly becoming another option. He tried hard to push the thoughts from his mind, but the butterflies that had begun fluttering around his stomach were making it hard to do so. He mentally scolded himself at his lack of Gryffindor bravery. However, he really couldn't help it. Snape was going to murder him. For a second an idea flashed through his mind. He could quickly pack just what he needed, run to the nearest fireplace, flow himself to Ron's house. The idea vanished though as the door opened. Harry glanced at Snape. He was sure that despite the many times he had angered the man in the past, he had never seen Snape quite as livid as he looked now. I can explain. The words tumbled out of Harry's mouth on their own accord. Despite the many thoughts that had run through his mind since Hagrid's words had sealed his fate, he had yet to take the time to try and come up with an excuse. Where were you? The man enunciated each word, sending a chill up Harry's spine. He quickly weighed his options. He could easily lie. He could say he was somewhere in the castle, but what if Snape already knew where he was? What if someone had seen him? What if everywhere else had been searched? In the forest, the words came out of Harry's mouth in a voice he didn't recognize as his own. But I can explain. Snape had no time to listen to explanations though, and within seconds he was across the room. He grabbed Harry by the forearm and led him the 4 short steps that it took to get to the couch. Harry's breathing hitched as he realized his fears were coming true. I can explain. He tried once more. His face burned with embarrassment as he heard the fear in his own voice. Snape made no attempt to answer him. Harry dug his heels into the thick carpet and attempted to jerk away from him. Only then did Snape stop dead in his tracks. He did not release his grip on Harry's arm. Instead, he grabbed hold of his other arm as well and leaned down so the two were practically nose to nose. Harry's head dropped immediately, the top of his trainers suddenly becoming exceedingly interesting to him. Despite his insisting that he could explain himself, now that he was given the opportunity, he suddenly couldn't find the nerve to do so. Did I or did I not make you perfectly aware of the rules which I expect you to follow? Snape spoke in a firm voice. Harry nodded miserably. Look at me when I am speaking to you. Snape barked. Harry's head snapped up. his eyes focusing in on Snape's angry features. His forehead was a sea of lines due to the fact that his eyebrows were furrowed together. His nostrils were flaring and his lips were set in a tight line. Now I expect verbal answers, not this irritating nodding. Snape continued. Did I make you perfectly aware of the rules that I expect you to follow? Yes, sir. The words had seemed to Harry like they were stuck in his throat before he forced them forward. And did I not make you aware of the punishment you would receive if you broke one of those rules? Harry began to nod before he stopped himself and instead forced the words out of his mouth once more. Yes, sir, but. No, Snape cut him off before he had a chance to continue. You were aware of the rules and the consequences, therefore you have no excuse. Did someone hold a wand to you and threaten to kill or torture you if you did not go into the forest? Harry shook his head despondently. No, sir. Then there is no excuse for your behavior. Harry opened his mouth, ready to throw all dignity aside and plead for any punishment aside from the one he was about to receive. Anything else you want to discuss can be dealt with after we are done here, Snape said before Harry had a chance to utter so much as a word. A moment later, Snape released his grip on Harry's one arm and with his hand still tightly around the other, led the child the last step to the couch. Before Harry even had a chance to react, Snape was sitting, guiding the boy over his lap. Only when Harry was in place did he finally release his grip from the child's arm. The first thought that went through Harry's mind when he realized his new position was that he would not cry. He didn't care what happened, he was not going to wind up like some sniffling toddler. Never mind the fact that every time Snape had managed to deliver a single swat to him in the past he had nearly cried a river of tears. Never mind the fact that he could already feel the tears burning the back of his throat and Snape had yet to lay a finger on him. He was a Gryffindor. He had defeated Voldemort. He was not going to cry over some stupid smacking Snape gave him. Harry Ked in his breath as he anticipated the first smack. His hands, moving without permission, grabbed a hold of Snape's pant leg before he buried his head in the crook of his elbow. A moment later a resounding smack filled the room as Harry's body jerked forward. That smack was followed by several more, just as hard and loud as the first. Despite Harry's promise to himself, he was now sobbing as quietly as he could, his face still buried. Several times I articulated to you what your punishment would be if you disobeyed me and yet you deliberately did just that, Snape began lecturing as his hand continued to fall. Not only did you venture into the Forbidden Forest, a place you are well aware that you are not allowed to be, you also put your life in danger by doing so. Do you think that it is called the Forbidden Forest because it is a place full of pleasant things, Potter? Harry kept his mouth shut. He wasn't sure if Snape expected him to answer, but he was certain that he wouldn't be able to whether Snape wanted him to or not. Perhaps now you will learn to take my words seriously and will not see them as empty threats. Harry had been trying to keep track of how many times Snape's hand had fallen, but somewhere around 20 he had given up and succumbed to simply wallowing in his own predicament. His tears had yet to stop falling and at this point he was no longer trying to hide his distress. Actually just the opposite was occurring as he was now sobbing quite audibly, his feet slightly kicking with each new smack. I'm sorry. Harry forced out the words through his hitched breathing. He hoped with all his might that they would cause this whole horrible experience to end. All his hoping was useless though as Snape's hand continued to fall. Harry abandoned the crook of his elbow and instead found himself weeping into Snape's pant leg. I would imagine you are sorry, Potter. I find that most children in your position are, and while that's refreshing to hear, I am more interested in whether I am getting through to you and whether or not you'll do something so foolish again. I won't, Harry declared in what he hoped was a convincing voice. I promise. He was sure his words wouldn't matter. Just as he was sure that by the time Snape was done with him he wouldn't be able to sit until he was of age. And then, just as quickly as the spanking had started, it stopped. Snape's hand rested on the small of Harry's back in a strangely comforting way. Harry made no attempt to move. He was completely exhausted in every sense of the word. He was sure that he couldn't move a muscle and instead continued to sob into Snape's leg. Snape looked down at the child a bit stricken by what he had just done. Had he really just doled out a spanking to James Potter's son? To Albus Dumbledore's golden boy? There wasn't a doubt in his mind that the child deserved exactly what he had just been given, but as he listened to the boy's dejected sobbing, he couldn't help but feel slightly affected. I sincerely hope that this punishment will not have to be repeated anytime in the near future. Harry made no attempt to answer him and instead tried to control his crying, willing his tears to stop. However, do not for a moment think that I will not repeat it if it is necessary. Harry wanted to respond. He wanted to promise that he would never do anything that would cause Snape to spank him again, but his throat was hoarse from sobbing, his eyes were burning from his tears, and his bum was stinging terribly. Instead of speaking, he wiped his face on Snape's pant leg, suddenly increasingly aware of just how childish his terror-stricken face must look. Snape made a disgusted face at the boy's actions. Honestly, Potter, as if you haven't been enough of a nuisance, you just had to use my leg as a handkerchief. Sorry, Harry muttered as he used the back of his hand to wipe away the rest of his tears. The words were hardly out of his mouth when he felt Snape's hands under his armpits. In one swift movement, the man lifted him off of his knees and righted him back on his feet. For half of a second, Harry's eyes connected with his professor's before they drifted down, settling in on Snape's left knee. The punishment now over, Harry felt a rush of embarrassment at how he had acted. Imagine carrying on like a bloody 2-year-old over something as childish as a spanking. He felt the tips of his ears burn with shame at his actions. To your room, Potter, Snape instructed, where you will stay for the remainder of the evening. Your dinner will be delivered to you there. Harry nodded at these words before scurrying down the hall and towards his room. He didn't care that he was being sent to his room. At the moment, he wanted nothing more than to be alone. He was ashamed of himself. Not only of the fact that he had acted so childish, but also of the fact that he had disobeyed Snape and put himself in the position to be punished in the first place. The moment Harry was alone in his room, he laid on his stomach, hugging his pillow tightly. His ears continued to burn as the events that had just taken place replayed in his mind. Despite the fact that his bum was still aching significantly, he couldn't bring himself to be angry with Snape. Yes, the man had punished him thoroughly, but there was something about the way that he pointed out that he was doing so partly because Harry had risked his life. There was something about the way he had rested his hand on the small of his back when the punishment had ended. Harry wouldn't say that he had liked it, who in their right mind would? Yet, there was something nice about the feeling it gave him, a feeling of comfort that he had never experienced before. Yes, Snape had been angry, angrier than he had ever seen him, and yet Harry couldn't help but feel that the punishment came from some place other than anger. Snape sat alone as he ate his dinner. The large clock that sat on his mantel ticked loudly in the quiet room. Although he would never admit it if questioned, he had grown used to the 13-year-old sitting across from him at meals, and he was feeling a bit lonely with the boy's absence. However, he wasn't about to do anything but push the ridiculous feeling aside. He was hardly going to allow the child to join him at the table. He had already sent a house elf in to deliver the boy his supper, and Snape was hardly one to go back on a punishment. The last thing he was going to do was offer Potter a cuddle and comforting words of forgiveness over a large helping of dessert. The idea was laughable. Still, he was looking forward to breakfast when he would be sharing his table once more, even though he was sure he would regret the thought when morning came and with it brought Potter's absurd and mindless chatter. Snape was pulled from his thoughts by a knock on his door. Without bothering to utter a word, he commanded the door to swing open on its own accord, revealing Dumbledore on the other side. "Good evening, Severus," the older man nodded kindly. "Albus," Snape replied. The mere sight of the headmaster was enough to set his nerves on end. He wasn't daft enough to wonder why the man was now walking into his quarters. He was sure he was there to make sure his golden boy was still in one piece. "I'm so sorry to interrupt your dinner," Dumbledore spoke. "I'll return later." "No bother." Snape shook his head. "I was just finishing." With a wave of his hand, the table cleared itself and Snape nodded towards a chair, inviting the older man to sit. Dumbledore smiled softly as he gingerly slid into a chair across the table. "As Harry Potter is in his room for the remainder of the evening," Snape swiftly cut him off. Dumbledore's displeasure at these words was more than obvious, as the smile he wore only seconds before quickly vanished. "I know I gave my word not to interfere, Severus, but surely denying the boy his dinner is a bit drastic." "I did not deny him of anything," Snape said in an irritated tone. His meal was delivered to his room. The soft smile appeared once more on the headmaster's lips. Ah, of course it was. I didn't mean to imply that you would be so cruel, but I know you aren't used to raising a child, and I have been the head of the Slytherin house for quite some time now. Obviously, you trust me to oversee the students in that house, and I know you are well aware of how their misbehavior is dealt with. Dumbledore nodded, his smile fading once more. I am aware, Severus, but I am also aware that being a guardian to a child is a bit different from merely being a teacher. Harry may require a bit more than just punishment. The boy broke more than one rule today. He was well aware of what his punishment would be, and I believe he took it in stride. I'm sure he did, Dumbledore replied. However, you may come to find that that isn't always the case, and in some situations children need love and understanding much more than they need punishment. Snape rolled his eyes at these words. Perhaps one day that will be the case, however, today it was not. Now, as much as I'd like to continue this conversation, I do have some work to do in order to prepare for the upcoming school year. Very well. Dumbledore nodded as he stood. However, before I go, I will remind you of the words I spoke when Harry's new living situation was decided. You will not abuse your power over him, Severus. I understand the child misbehaved, but after his punishment is over, you may want to consider letting him know that he is forgiven. Snape considered these words as he watched the headmaster walk out of the room. Perhaps the older man was right, he allowed about a few minutes of contemplation. However, it would have to be done on his own terms, in his own way. Harry had been awake for over an hour, but he had yet to move from his bed. The previous evening had been disastrous at best. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had really and truly mucked things up with Snape. Things with his new guardian hadn't even been that great to begin with, and now, at best, they were a million times worse. He was sure Snape would never forgive him for what he had done. For a moment the thought occurred to him that a week prior it wouldn't have mattered to him if Snape forgave him. He'd even go as far to say that a week prior he would have found some sort of amusement in having Snape angry with him. It amazed him how much things could change in a week. Harry's stomach growled loudly, forcing him to finally roll out of bed. The previous evening he had been sure that when Snape sent him to his room for the night that he was being sent to bed without supper. It was a punishment he was more than familiar with, having lived with the Dursleys. However, he was pleasantly surprised an hour after being in his room when he had been visited by a house elf delivering his dinner, a delicious dinner at that, even if the dessert was absent. Harry dressed slowly as his stomach continued to make unsatisfied noises. He wasn't looking forward to facing Snape. His mind kept replaying the punishment he had received, the way he had cried and carried on like a toddler, causing his ears to nearly burn off his head. The entire ordeal had been disconcerting. The last thing he wanted to do was go eat breakfast with Snape, but he knew eventually he would have to leave his room and face the man. Slowly he pushed his bedroom door open and padded down the hall, his sock-clad feet cold against the hard floors. Harry paused at the end of the long hallway. Snape was at the table, the morning issue of the Daily Prophet hiding his face. Harry swallowed hard as he tried to figure out what to say or do. He had apologized the night before, but was he supposed to do so again? Or was he supposed to act as if nothing had happened? Was he even supposed to be out of his room, or was he supposed to wait for Snape to tell him he was allowed out? His mind was racing with questions as he tried to figure out the correct protocol for the morning after he had received his first spanking. I'm sure whatever it is that you're standing there daydreaming about is fascinating, however, you have 2 minutes to sit and begin eating your breakfast before I send it back to the kitchen. Snape's words snapped Harry away from his thoughts and back to reality, causing him to dart across the room. How on earth did the man do that? He hadn't moved his paper an inch to allow him to see Harry in the room, and yet somehow he still knew he was there and that he had been stalling. Harry slid into his chair immediately, noting that although he had been sure the night before that he would never sit again, his bum seemed to have recovered completely. Harry picked up his fork and shoveled a heaping amount of eggs into his mouth. He felt as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Snape dropped the paper, revealing a disgusted face. If you are going to eat like an animal, I'll send it back as well. Sorry, Harry muttered through his chewing. And do not speak with food in your mouth. Honestly, Potter, do you have any manners? Harry shrugged, his eyes downcast as he felt the tears building up. What was wrong with him? He never cried, and here he was ready to blubber away for the second time in less than 24 hours. He heard Snape sigh in an irritated manner, and before the man even spoke, Harry knew what he had done wrong. What have I told you about this constant shrugging that you do? Not to do it, Harry answered in a tone that was hardly audible. It was taking everything he had in him to keep the tears from falling, and due to those circumstances, speaking wasn't really an option. He wasn't sure what he had expected from Snape this morning. He certainly hadn't expected a warm hug and words of forgiveness, but he hadn't expected Snape to still be so angry either, nor had he expected it to bother him the way it was. He was used to the Dursleys constantly belittling him. He was so used to it, in fact, that he could ignore it completely, letting the words go in one ear and out the other, so why couldn't he just do the same thing with Snape? If this was a few weeks ago in the classroom, he would have done so. So what had changed so drastically? Precisely, Snape replied. If you can't behave like a proper member of society at the table, I promise you, Potter, you will not be eating with me. Harry blinked his hardest, trying to stop the tears from coming, but his efforts were of little help as the first hot tear hung from his lower eyelashes for only a moment before it trickled down his cheek. It will not bother me one bit to eat my meals alone, and I suggest you consider that before you find yourself eating all your meals alone in your room, Snape continued. Furthermore, Potter, if you cannot speak properly, perhaps I should charm your shoulders so that they cannot do that irritating shrugging at all. Even in Harry lived to be as old as Nicholas Flamel, he was sure he would never understand why Snape's words were affecting him so much, nor would he understand why it was Snape's threat of using some stupid charm on his shoulders that caused the tears to really start. Nothing to say for yourself either, I see? Snape asked, failing to realize that the young boy in front of him was crying. In all the time I've known you, I'm not sure I've ever seen the famous Potter at a loss for words. For a moment Snape thought that after all the scolding he had just done, the child actually had the audacity to shrug in reply. However, before he opened his mouth to send the boy to his room, he realized that he hadn't shrugged, but rather, his shoulders were shaking as he silently cried. What is it now, Potter? Snape asked. He noticed that his voice had lost its sternness, and he hoped that the child sitting across from him hadn't noticed as well. Harry shook his head, trying desperately to brush his tears away with the back of his hand. Nothing. An outright lie, Snape declared. You are sobbing as though the world is ending, and I expect an explanation as to why this moment. If you don't want me here, why don't you just say so? It amazed Harry how easily the words came once Snape demanded he speak them. I beg your pardon. You're always angry at me, Harry continued, the tears still falling, though not nearly as hard as they were. If you don't want me here, just say so and I'll leave. I don't recall ever saying that I don't want you here, Potter, Snape replied. For a moment he considered attempting to explain how he felt about the situation, but he quickly dismissed the idea. You're always angry at me, Harry repeated. His tears had finally stopped, and he removed his glasses for a moment to swipe what was left of them off of his face. I was very angry with you for going into the Forbidden Forest, Snape agreed. It is forbidden for a reason, and you're very well aware that you aren't supposed to be playing in there. Did you honestly think that if you were caught I wouldn't be angry with you? Harry shook his head. No, he admitted. But you were angry before that, and now you're still angry. Snape was taken aback by these words. He would agree he had been a bit rough on the boy this morning. He hadn't entirely meant to do so, but he supposed he was still a bit annoyed over the previous day's disobedience. He didn't think he had been mean beforehand, though. Had he not entertained the child by answering his questions about Black? Had he not allowed him to venture off and visit Hagrid on more than one occasion? How in Merlin's name did that come across as him being angry? I have been no such thing, Snape replied. I will agree that I am still a bit cross with you, but before you got yourself into trouble I wasn't angry at all. If you rethink the last few days, Potter, I'm sure you will agree. All you ever do is make me read and study, Harry complained. It felt good for him to be able to get his feelings about living with Snape out. Still, he was a bit shocked that Snape hadn't begun yelling at him for the things he was saying. I explained to you the importance of exceptional grades, did I not? Harry nodded silently. I believe I also explained to you that I think you are capable of far more than you currently do in your classes, did I not, Potter? Another nod. I certainly didn't intend to come across as angry by making you do schoolwork, Snape spoke honestly. And I am certain that if you think over the past few days, you'll realize that any time I appeared angry, it was linked directly to your disobedience. Harry's mind wandered back to the previous days. Snape was right. Any instance that Harry could remember that involved Snape being cross at him was due to his own behavior. It is clear by the look of sheer bewilderment that has taken over your face that you've realized that I am in fact right, Snape continued. In the future, I would appreciate it if you didn't accuse me of things I have not done, Potter. Can you please stop calling me that? Harry asked in a pleading voice. Snape raised an eyebrow at the request. And what would you suggest I call you then? Harry replied, that is my name. I'm perfectly aware of your name, you uncouth child. Harry looked up at the man across the table from him. Snape had just called him rude, and yet Harry took no offense. Something in Snape's voice was different, as if something had shifted, changed. Despite the harsh words, he didn't sound as stern as he normally did. It was this realization that gave Harry the courage to speak once more. And stop being angry about yesterday, Harry continued. I won't do it again. You shouldn't have done it in the first place, Snape retorted. That is exactly what I have been warning you about, running headlong into trouble without giving it a second thought. I did give it a second thought, Harry admitted as he picked up his fork and took a small bite of his eggs. I really did, he added when he saw Snape's skeptical face. And I suppose you think that by thinking about what you were about to do and perhaps considering not to do so, that makes what you did any better. I don't know, Harry responded honestly. It does make it a little better, doesn't it? I mean, at least I thought about it right. I almost didn't do it. Snape was about to scold the child. He was about to point out that thinking about it did no good unless you changed your actions. However, he knew that he would lose his temper and send the child back to his room. Since he did not want to do that, he decided to take a different route. Did you have mathematics in your Muggle school? Harry nodded as he swallowed a mouthful of toast. Then tell me, if there are 5 owls sitting on a ledge and one of them decides to fly away, how many owls are left? Harry looked up at the man as if the question were some kind of trick. Surely Snape couldn't be quizzing him on such juvenile things. 4. Harry answered with an amused voice. Incorrect, Snape replied. No, if there are 5 owls and... No, Snape interrupted him. Don't speak, listen. He paused for a moment, making sure he had the boy's attention before continuing. There are still 5 owls. Deciding to fly away and actually flying away are two very different things. Listen to me carefully, because it is imperative that you remember this, Harry. Harry's heart nearly stopped at the sound of Snape calling him by his name. He couldn't help the grin that had spread across his face, though he quickly forced it to vanish as he realized Snape was staring at him, waiting for a response. Harry nodded seriously. Despite popular belief to the contrary, there is absolutely no power in intention. Snape continued, the owl may intend to fly away, may decide to do so, but until the owl flaps his wings and takes air, he is still on the ledge. There is no difference between that owl and the others. Likewise, there is no difference between the person who intends to do things differently and the one who never thinks about it in the first place. Snape was silent after that, leaving Harry to his thoughts as he picked up the Daily Prophet, his face concealed by the newspaper once more. So are you still angry? Harry couldn't help but ask seconds after he finished the last bite of his breakfast. Silence reigned for several moments. I am not, Snape finally spoke. Harry felt his body relax, a feeling of relief slowly taking over. And if you've finished your breakfast, you can go and get your schoolbooks. I'm sure they can occupy your time until lunch. Harry's shoulders slumped a considerable amount. After all that talking, he was sure something had changed. After all, he had called him Harry instead of Potter. He was sure Snape would allow him a break. He was sure Snape would see how horrible it was to be made to read and study his entire summer away. He had been wrong though. Snape was still the same Snape. Slowly Harry pulled himself from his chair. He was in no hurry to retrieve his books. Perhaps after lunch I can teach you another spell. Snape's voice filled the room once more. Harry smiled at the words. Then again, maybe something was changing. Can you tell me what one of the most important things to remember when attempting to conjure a spell is? Harry was standing in the middle of an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. It often amazed him how many rooms there were in the castle that he had never entered or even known existed. Whenever a new one was introduced to him, his mind instantly went to Fred and George Weasley and he wondered if they knew about the room. After all, the twins seemed to know every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. Briefly, Harry wondered why they had come to an empty classroom to work on a spell before it occurred to him that Snape obviously didn't trust that his things wouldn't be harmed in the learning process. A full week had passed since Harry had admitted to being in the Forbidden Forest instead of down at Hagrid's hut where he was supposed to have been, and he had yet to be granted permission to go and visit Hagrid again. He hadn't really asked for permission either though. Harry was sure that the moment he asked Snape to allow him to do so that his request would be shot down. There was more to it than that though. Unlike the first few days he had spent with Snape, Harry was coming to somewhat enjoy the man's company. True, Snape still made him read and study for most of the morning. He was strict. He could be cold. He was the uppermost of authority figures, and Harry was positive that the Daily Prophet wasn't going to do an article naming him the cuddliest guardian of the year anytime in the future, or ever come to think of it. But something about the man was changing. There was something in the way he made sure that Harry had plenty to eat. Something about the fact that after the previous morning when Harry had come to breakfast, his cheeks rosy from the coldness of his room in the dungeon, that he had gone to bed that evening to find his room mysteriously just a bit warmer. Something about every afternoon now consisting of spell learning instead of more reading and studying. Something about the fact that Snape had stopped calling him Potter completely and had been calling him by nothing but his first name that was causing Harry to feel a major shift in things. Harry looked up at his new guardian. The man was a few feet across the room looking as stern as always. Sometimes Harry wondered if it was literally impossible for the man to smile. Surely you know the answer to such a trivial question. Huh? Harry asked, snapping back to attention and away from his thoughts at Snape's words. Snape sighed, noticeably annoyed by the child's lack of attentiveness. I believe I've explained to you on more than one occasion what I require of you if these daily lessons are to continue. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. I've made you more than aware that I expect you to pay attention, not daydream my time away. Sorry, Harry offered. I was just thinking. Snape raised an eyebrow at the child's words. I'll pay attention, Harry promised. Have you an answer to my question? Snape asked in a tired voice. Do you even know what my question was? I promise you, Harry, that if you don't, we'll be done before we even begin this lesson today. Snape's voice was threatening, and Harry didn't doubt a single word the man said. That was one thing he had come to learn in the short time he had spent with the professor. If Snape said he was going to do something, then you had better believe it would be done. I know what the question was, Harry answered quickly. The last thing he wanted was to find out what his afternoon would consist of if it didn't consist of learning a new spell. And the most important thing to remember is to concentrate. Indeed, Snape nodded sternly. And it would do you well to remember that rule if you have even an inkling of hope that these lessons will continue. Harry nodded seriously, hoping his actions were sufficient enough to convince Snape to continue the lesson. It is imperative that you concentrate, otherwise you could easily hurt yourself or someone else by performing the spell incorrectly, Snape explained in a gentler voice. That being said, I expect you to pay closer attention today and every day from here on out. Harry nodded again. I will. Snape remained silent for several moments, staring at Harry intently before giving the boy a small nod and speaking once more. The spell you are going to attempt to master today is a redactor curse. If used correctly, it will blast objects out of your path. Wicked. Harry smiled excitedly. Indeed, Snape replied curtly. He raised his wand and swept it through the air, causing a stack of desks to move across the room and stop in front of Harry. Raise your wand, please. Harry did as he was told, pointing his wand towards the desks. And repeat after me, reducto. Reducto. Harry repeated, following Snape's instructions. Harry paused for a second, waiting for something to happen, and when nothing did, he glanced at Snape. I'd be willing to bet that you are aware of the mistake you made. I didn't enunciate it properly, Harry admitted without hesitation. Precisely, Snape replied, willing himself to keep his temper at check. He wanted nothing more than to point out to the child standing in front of him that if an effort was not going to be made, the lesson could stop immediately. The past week had gone smoothly though, and the last thing he wanted was to deal with a weeping child. Try again, he finally instructed. Concentrate on the desks as well. Harry raised his wand once more and spoke the incantation again, careful to enunciate it properly. His face lit up as the desks literally blasted out of his way. Snape nodded his approval as he waved his wand, causing the desks to pile up once more, again. Harry immediately raised his wand and successfully accomplished the spell once more. It wasn't an incredibly difficult spell, however, it still was a bit impressive that the boy managed to master it on his second attempt. Quite remarkable, Snape commented. Thanks, Harry smiled brightly. Your ability to master spells so easily illustrates just how intelligent you are. That being said, I hope you are aware that I expect impeccable marks from you this coming term. Snape waved his wand, causing the desks to return to their original resting place. I think we've done enough for today. Dinner will be arriving shortly. The man walked out of the classroom with Harry just a step behind him. What if I can't get impeccable grades? Snape turned his head, raising an eyebrow at the boy who was now beside him. The only thing that would cause you to be unable to do so would be sheer laziness. Harry argued. Just because I can do a spell doesn't mean that I can do everything. It means you are intelligent, Harry, and it means that with a little effort you will find yourself to be a top-notch student. I can't spend all my time in the library, Harry replied as they strode down the staircase. I'm not Hermione. And what would Ron say? He'd think I've gone mental. It wouldn't hurt for you to be a bit more like Ms. Granger when it comes to your academics, Snape responded. Nor would it hurt Mr. Weasley. Harry made a face at these words. He was about to tell Snape that his grades were fine as they were, and so were Ron's, when Snape spoke once more. Speaking of Mr. Weasley, I have some traveling to do the week before the new school term starts. Professor Dumbledore thought it best that you spend this time in the company of the Weasleys. A smile immediately spread across Harry's face at these words. And if you can refrain from arriving back at Hogwarts in the fashion in which you did last year, I will allow you to return with Mr. Weasley as well. Harry nodded in agreement. He wanted to be mad at Snape for the talk about his grades and for bringing up the car incident, but he could hardly be mad after what he had just been told. He was going to the Burrow before classes started. Harry's eyes glazed over as he attempted to concentrate on the words in his astronomy book. He closed them for a long minute before opening them once more in hopes that the words would suddenly be of some great interest to him. An hour had passed since he had finished his dinner. Harry had been hopeful that maybe he and Snape could do something interesting, but his new guardian had informed him that he had some planning to do for the upcoming school year and that he expected Harry to work on his summer astronomy work. It wasn't that Harry disliked astronomy. True, it wasn't his favorite subject, but normally he didn't mind it. His mind was wandering too much for him to concentrate on reading, though. When Snape had told him he was going to the Burrow, he had been too excited to think about anything else. Now, over an hour later, though, other thoughts were creeping in. Snape had said he would be traveling but hadn't said where to. There were also the nearly constant thoughts about Sirius Black. The Daily Prophet was lying across the coffee table, the wanted man's picture still gracing the cover. The words under the picture were barely readable from Harry's place across the room, but from what he could read he could easily tell that they hadn't changed in the past week. The man was still dangerous and still wanted. I don't know what is so interesting to you today, but I promise you, if you can't find it in yourself to concentrate on the task at hand, I will have no problem assigning a punishment to help you remember to do so. Harry's head snapped in the direction of Snape's words. The man was looking up from his pile of papers, looking quite agitated at Harry's behavior. Sorry, Harry offered in a small voice. I don't want to hear an apology, I want to see you doing as I asked you to. Harry nodded once before forcing his head to drop back down and concentrate on his book. The words swam around before his eyes. He couldn't remember where he had left off attempting to read, as none of it looked familiar to him at all. He glanced up to see Snape working intently on something. Where are you going? Harry asked before he could stop himself. Snape looked up at the boy, an eyebrow raised. I am going nowhere, however if you want to go somewhere it can be to bed. No, I didn't mean now. I meant when I go to the Burrow. As I told you earlier, I have some traveling to do which I cannot bring you along for, Snape replied before he dropped his head and went back to his work. But to where? That is hardly your concern. Harry didn't miss the tone of Snape's voice. If Harry kept pushing this subject, Snape was going to snap and Harry's bum would likely pay the price. Harry sighed loudly as his eyes dropped back down to his book. He heard Snape's quill hit the parchment, and before a word was even spoken he knew he had pushed too much. Finish your reading in your room, Snape instructed. And if you no longer wish to read you may go to bed. But unless you wish to retreat to your room with a sore backside you will keep your mouth closed and do as I have asked you. I didn't. Harry, Snape said in a dangerously low voice. I have a pile of work to complete before class's resume and I do not need an insufferable child bothering me while I attempt to do so. Now you will pick up your book and see yourself to your room. Failure to do so will only bring unwelcome consequences to you. Am I understood? Harry paused for only a second before he picked up his book and stood. He wanted nothing more than to plead his case and demand answers, but he knew that Snape's patience for the day was drained, and so instead he did as he was told and retreated to his room. As far as he was concerned, though, the conversation was far from over, and one way or another he'd find out where Snape was going and why. I was informed that while you were gallivanting around Diagon Alley you stopped into Gringotts. Did you happen to stop into Madame Malkin's and pick yourself up some robes as well? Harry looked up from his eggs and ham. Snape's face was hidden behind the Daily Prophet just as it was every other morning. No. Did you find your way into Flourish and Blots to purchase your new schoolbooks? Well, no, Harry admitted. Yet I am sure you found plenty of time to go to Gamble and Japes, didn't you? Snape asked as he lowered the paper to reveal his face. I didn't buy anything there. I just went in and looked around. Snape raised an eyebrow at the words. I was only in Diagon Alley overnight. It's not like I was there for days. Harry defended his actions. We'll go today then, Snape informed him as he raised his paper once more. Harry was a bit taken back by these words. He tried to imagine walking around Diagon Alley with Snape beside him, but somehow he couldn't quite picture it. And what if they ran into someone he knew? The realization that he was going to have to explain this current arrangement to his friends was becoming more and more apparent. He had every intention of explaining things to Ron and Hermione when he went to the Burrow before school started, but what if he saw someone else today? What if he saw Seamus or Neville? Or worse, Malfoy? I can go when the Weasleys go, Harry offered. They usually go the week before school starts, and since I'll be with them anyway, and then you won't have access to your new school books until then, and I want you to start reading them over. Harry made a face at these words. Of course Snape would make him start school work with classes he hadn't even taken yet. The idea of doing so didn't even make sense to Harry. I also have a few things I need to pick up myself, Snape continued. And I hardly plan on leaving you alone in the castle while I do so. I could go hang out with Hagrid. The moment the words left Harry's mouth he regretted them. Snape's paper dropped once more. After the stunt you pulled the last time, it will be quite a while before I trust you enough to allow you to run off and visit Hagrid on your own, if I ever allow you to do so. No, I know, Harry said quickly. That's why I haven't asked you about it. A wise move on your part, Snape mused as he raised his paper once more. The room grew silent as Snape read and Harry finished the remainder of his breakfast. The moment he ate the last bite and placed his fork on his place, it magically disappeared just as it did every morning. How does it do that? Without bothering to move his paper and observe what Harry was referring to, Snape answered. This may come as a shock to you, Harry, but this castle is quite magical. Harry rolled his eyes as he spoke once more. I didn't mean that. I meant, what is the spell? And where does it go? To the kitchen where the house elves take care of it, Snape replied in a bored voice as he turned a page. Hogwarts has house elves. Harry had had some experience with a house elf the previous year when Dobby had turned his entire life upside down. He hadn't been aware that house elves lived at Hogwarts though. How had he never managed to see one wandering around the corridors? Of course Hogwarts has house elves. Who in Merlin's name do you think makes your bed daily? Who do you think cleans up your common room? Who do you think makes your food? Harry shrugged. I never really thought about it before. Perhaps you should start doing so. This castle wouldn't run anywhere near as smoothly as it does if not for the house elves. But how come you never see them? I mean, if there are a bunch of house elves, you would think you'd see them all the time, and you never do. Do they live here or just come every morning and leave every night? Of all the ridiculous questions. Snape replied in an agitated voice as his paper dropped once more. They live here, of course. Now stop with these questions and allow me to read my paper in peace. The man lifted his paper up, covering his face once more. Harry was quiet for a moment before taking a deep breath and speaking once more. Can I ask one more question? If you absolutely must, Snape replied in an irritated voice. Can I go fly for a bit? The paper dropped, revealing a displeased face. I have to practice for Quidditch, Harry quickly tried to explain. And I promise I'll follow any rule you want me to. Snape eyed the child before him up and down before speaking. You may. Really? Harry couldn't help but shriek as he jumped to his feet. You will stay on the Quidditch pitch, which is where I will expect to find you when I am ready to leave for Diagon Alley. Harry nodded wildly. Yes, absolutely. You will fly. You will not do any non-social stunts that will end up putting you in the hospital wing. No. Harry shook his head quickly. No, of course not. Let me make myself perfectly clear, Harry. Snape said in a stern voice. If I find that you were anywhere other than the Quidditch pitch the next time you ride that broom of yours, or any broom for that matter, you will be far too old to play on any Quidditch team at Hogwarts. Am I understood? Harry nodded seriously. Yes, sir. Do not make me regret this decision, Snape replied. His voice had softened a bit. A week ago Harry wouldn't have noticed such a small change. I won't. I promise, Harry said in a sincere voice. Very well then. Snape nodded as he picked up his paper once more. Off you go before I come to my senses and change my mind. Harry smiled brightly at his guardian before rushing down the hall to his room to retrieve his broom. Walk, Snape barked after him. Permission to fly is hardly a reason to run around inside like you were raised by a troll. The moment Harry kicked up off of the ground and took flight, he felt his worries subside. When Dumbledore had talked to him about living with Snape, the headmaster had specifically made note that Harry had far too much to worry about to have guardians that didn't properly care for him. Harry supposed he could understand that. It would be nice to have an adult to go to with problems instead of constantly handling everything on his own. Still, he couldn't help but feel that since he had come to live with Snape, his issues had only grown. There was the ever-present issue of this serious black bloke that seemed to continuously take up a space in the back of his mind. There was the mystery of where Snape was going the following week. There was the idea of eventually having to tell his friends that Snape was now his guardian. Harry couldn't even picture the look on Ron's face during that conversation. Then there was Snape's hundreds of rules to remember, and of course the consequences that would follow any disobedience. Despite all of it though, Harry had to admit that things were much better than they had been back on Privet Drive. True, Snape could be harsh. Sometimes Harry felt like he didn't say or do anything right when it came to the man. However, even with Snape's strict demeanor, Harry still felt as though something was changing. After all, he was currently flying, and a week ago Snape wouldn't even have considered letting him do that. Harry flew through one of the large hoops before diving straight down towards the ground, only to soar back into the air at the last moment. It was as he was soaring back up that he heard a dog bark, loudly. He slowed down to a stop, hovering in the air, as his eyes scanned the ground below him. There, just feet from the bottom of the hoop, stood a large black dog. For a moment Harry thought he had actually made eye contact with the large animal when it began barking wildly again. The only real experience Harry had with dogs was with Aunt Marge's horrid animals, and he had no intention of being attacked by a dog quite as big as the one below him. For a second he considered flying back to the castle and telling Snape about it, but the potion professor's words rang loudly in his ears. There was no way Harry was going to be caught flying anywhere other than the Quidditch pitch, huge dog or not. Harry looked down at the dog once more. The dog looked up at him and barked again. Go away, Harry hissed under his breath. The dog cocked his head to the side, almost as if he had heard and understood what Harry said. Harry turned his head, looking towards the castle. He spotted Snape, up by the castle doors, walking in his direction. A smile formed on his face. Snape would be able to get rid of the dog, and Harry wouldn't have to break any rules at all. He looked down once more, but the dog was gone. Harry's eyes scanned the entire Quidditch pitch. Surely the animal had to be there somewhere. After all, dogs don't just disappear into thin air. Harry looked in the direction of Snape once again to see the professor now just feet away from the Quidditch pitch. Harry quickly lowered himself to the ground. The moment his feet hit the hard earth, he ran at full speed towards Snape. I must say I am quite pleased to find you where you were supposed to be. There was a dog, Harry blurted out. A dog? Snape asked in a skeptical voice. Harry nodded. It was just over there. He pointed in the direction of the hoop. Chasing his tail, I presume? Snape asked in an unamused voice. No. Harry shook his head. Watching me fly, I think. Snape was silent as the expression on his face changed drastically. Where is this dog now, Harry? Harry shrugged as he looked around. I don't know. I looked away from it for a minute and it just sort of disappeared. Snape placed a hand on Harry's shoulder as he looked around the Quidditch pitch. A moment later he appeared to be satisfied that the animal was gone. His hand moved from Harry's shoulder and took hold of the boy's broom. With one quick movement he sent the broom flying off on its own. Where? Back to your room, Snape cut him off. We're certainly not going to bring it with us. The man paused for a moment as he looked around once more. You're positive you saw a dog? Harry nodded. It was barking. The cautious and curious look that overtook Snape's face was not missed by Harry. What is it? Harry asked. Undoubtedly a stray, Snape replied. Harry looked up at man standing next to him. Something in Snape's voice was off. Harry was having a hard time believing that Snape believed the words he was saying. Where would a stray come? Take hold of my arm, Snape interrupted him. But, my words were not a request. Harry sighed softly to himself as he reached out and took hold of Snape's arm. A second later it felt as though he was being pressed very hard from every direction possible. The world around him turned into a sea of colors before he hit the ground roughly. He felt as though he was going to sick up. Snape, however, was standing next to him looking completely at ease. What was that? Harry asked in an accusing voice. Apparition, Snape replied. As the words left Snape's mouth, Harry realized for the first time that they were no longer on the Quidditch pitch but on the outskirts of Diagon Alley. Wicked, Harry couldn't help but mutter despite the nauseous feeling he was experiencing. Can you teach me how to do that? I certainly cannot. One must be of age to apparate by themselves. Oh, but then how? Save your questions for later, Snape cut him off as he began walking down the street. I expect you to stay with me at all times while we are here. Harry jogged a few steps to catch up with the man. Where are we going first? Flourish and Blots, we might as well get your books out of the way. Don't we have to go to Gringotts first? Harry asked. For what? For my money, Harry replied. I'll need it to buy my books and robes. No, you will not. How come? Harry asked in a curious voice. Snape stopped abruptly, causing Harry to nearly fall over trying to stop himself. Did I or did I not take on the responsibility of being your guardian? Harry nodded. Yeah, you did. And with that responsibility comes the financial expenses that you require. Therefore, a trip to Gringotts is not necessary. Harry smiled softly at these words. That being said, I would like to get the things we need and get back to the castle in time for lunch. Harry nodded as they began walking in the direction of Flourish and Blots once more. The next 2 hours were spent collecting the books Harry needed, trying on robes, and making a quick stop at the apothecary where Harry nearly sicked up for the second time that morning due to the disgusting smell of the place. The two returned to the castle in the same way they had departed. Snape immediately summoned lunch and after eating sent Harry to read the first chapter of his new potions book. Harry had made a displeased face but had fought the urge to argue. Things had been going well with Snape and he hardly wanted to ruin them over something as dumb as being told to read for a bit. Harry sat down at the desk in his room and opened the potions book. The words swam in front of his eyes as he tried to concentrate. The task was proving to be impossible though. His brain was nowhere near potions. In fact, it was still back on the Quidditch pitch with the large black dog. Something had been odd about the whole situation, specifically the way in which Snape reacted to it. The questions in his head were adding up by the minute, and he was almost positive that if he wanted answers, he was going to have to try and get them on his own. Is the ministry still insisting that the last spotting was in Ottery Street? Catchpole. They are. And I presume that they still don't see the irony that he was spotted in the town that just happens to be less than a mile from the Weasley household. They do not. Snape practically snorted at these words. Is there anyone with half a brain involved in this? Now, Severus, do you really think that the dog Harry spotted was Sirius Black? I am sure you are well informed in what you are speaking about, but it is a stretch. And a stretch in what way? Snape cut the man off immediately. He and his blasted friends managed to become animagi years ago, whether you were aware of it or not, and I am telling you the fact that Harry just happened to see a dog on the Quidditch pitch is far too much of a coincidence. Harry. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, Harry, the whole reason for this concern. Forgive me, Severus, but this is the first I've heard you refer to the boy by his first name. It's usually Potter, is it not? Snape felt his face grow warm at the words. Yes, well, that is entirely beside the point. Harry had been nearly asleep when he heard Snape yell in the other room. He jumped up into a sitting position and strained to hear what was going on. It was obvious that someone else was in the quarters. Harry guessed it was Dumbledore. He couldn't think of anyone else who would be visiting so late in the evening. He claimed it was on the pitch, just barking at him. Snape's loud voice echoed down the hall. Harry's feet swung over the side of the bed. They were talking about him. Without even stopping to think about what would happen if he was caught, Harry pulled open his bedroom door and slipped into the hallway. Quietly he crept down the long hall, careful to stop a few feet before the entrance to the living room. It's very obvious to anyone with half of a brain, Snape said in an annoyed voice. First he was spotted less than a mile from the Weasleys, and now the incident today. It doesn't take a scholar to realize that he is obviously trying to get to Harry, just as we suspected, and if the ministry doesn't see that and won't protect him, then I am going to do everything in my power to keep the child safe. Harry's heart nearly jumped into his throat. What did Sirius Black want with him, and what did the dog have to do with it? Then there was Snape's promise to keep him safe and the warm feeling it was giving Harry. I will be meeting with the ministry in the morning, and I will certainly make them aware of your feeling regarding this matter, as well as the facts that are currently piling up. Dumbledore's words trailed off, causing Harry to practically strain to hear them. Harry was leaning against the cold dungeon wall, listening as hard as he possibly could when Snape's figure appeared in front of him. Harry muttered in a low voice. If you'll excuse me for a moment, Snape spoke in Dumbledore's direction. It appears someone needs some assistance in finding his bed. Harry felt the blood drain from his face as Snape took a firm grip of his upper arm and led him roughly down the hall. Harry was sure that he didn't even touch the ground for more than half of the walk. I can explain, Harry mumbled under his breath. He wanted Snape to hear him, but he certainly didn't want Dumbledore to do so. Snape made no effort to answer him and instead pushed open Harry's bedroom door before using that free hand to deliver a hard smack to Harry's backside. He'll hear you, Harry whined in a low voice. He attempted to get away from his guardian, but the man wasn't loosening his grip on his arm at all. Instead, Snape pulled the boy close to his body, tucked the upper half of his body under his arm, and let his hand fall once more. I hope he does, Snape barked before his hand fell for a third time. How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? I'm sorry. Harry offered up the words in an audible tone. He tried with all his might to blink the tears out of his eyes, but despite his efforts, the first one rolled down his hot cheek. Snape's hand fell one final smarting time before he released the child. To bed with you this instant before I decide to put you over my knee and give you a proper spanking. At these words, Harry quickly climbed into his bed. Snape leaned down over him and roughly pulled the blankets up around the child. If I ever catch you listening to one of my conversations again, you will be punished right then and there in front of whomever I am talking to. Am I perfectly clear? Harry nodded frantically despite the darkness of the room. Yes, sir. Snape was silent as he stood over the boy. Harry's right hand moved out from under the heavy covers and hastily brushed away the tears that had found their way down his face. We will finish discussing this in the morning, Snape said before he turned and walked out of the room, shutting the door firmly behind him. Harry brushed the last of his tears off of his face before rolling over onto his side. How thick could he get? What in the world had possessed him to leave his room and listen in on the conversation? Had he honestly thought he wouldn't get caught? Snape seemed to always catch him. The man had said they would finish the discussion in the morning, and Harry silently prayed that that didn't mean he was in for more punishment, though from what he knew of Snape he was sure it did. The scene that had just taken place replayed in his mind, causing him to blush profusely. There was no way Dumbledore hadn't heard. No way that the headmaster didn't know what had just happened. And then another realization hit Harry. Snape had just tucked him in. Albeit roughly, he still did it. Harry was sitting at the table reading his potions book the following morning. Breakfast had been uneventful, and though Snape did seem a bit irritated he hadn't brought up the previous night. Instead, the two had eaten mostly in silence, aside from Snape informing him that he would be spending his morning reading. Harry had wanted to ask if he could spend his afternoon flying, but he couldn't quite work up the courage to do so. Besides, Harry had more important questions that he needed answers to. He glanced up at Snape to see the man hunched over a stack of papers. Before he noticed that Harry was looking at him, Harry quickly dropped his head, pretending to be concentrating on his book. "I'm sorry about last night." Harry offered up the words. He was truly sorry, but he also hoped that if Snape forgave him just a little, he could ask some of the questions that he was dying to ask. "I know that in the past you have eavesdropped with little regard to whose privacy you were invading, but it ends here. As I promised you last night, if I find out about you doing so in the future, you will be an exceedingly unhappy child. Am I perfectly clear?" Harry nodded silently. He could feel his ears burning at the words. "I haven't entirely decided that you don't need further punishment as it is," Snape continued. He looked up from his papers for the first time since the conversation had started. "Perhaps an afternoon of cleaning vials will help you remember to behave." Harry felt his shoulders slump as all the visions of his broom vanished from his mind. He wanted to argue that he had already been punished and that he was sorry, but he didn't want to anger Snape any further. "Okay," he agreed in a calm voice. "I was hardly asking for your approval or agreement." "Don't be mad at me," Harry muttered in reply. "Don't be mad at you," Snape sneered. "Am I supposed to be pleased with your behavior?" "Well, no," Harry admitted. "But I apologized." "You can't stay mad when I apologize and mean it." "As that's so," Snape replied dryly. Harry nodded earnestly, but Snape's only reply was to turn his attention back to the stack of papers in front of him. Silence reigned for several moments before Harry spoke once more. "So are you?" Harry asked. "Still mad, I mean." Snape sighed softly to himself. "I am not. However, I did mean what I said. Your eavesdropping on others will discontinue immediately, and you will spend your afternoon helping me clean vials." Harry nodded in agreement as he went back to pretending to read his book. He waited for what felt like at least 10 minutes, and then he spoke once more. "Can I ask you about something?" "If you must." Harry noted that his voice didn't sound nearly as annoyed as it had at the beginning of their conversation, a small detail that Harry would have overlooked completely a few weeks ago. Harry took a deep breath. His question was going to cause one of two things: either Snape would answer him, or it would anger him and Harry would wind up in trouble again. Either way, Harry decided that the risk was worth it. What does the stray dog have to do with Sirius Black? Harry kept his head lowered, his eyes locked tightly on his book as he waited for Snape's reaction. As the seconds ticked by, Harry mentally cursed himself for asking such a stupid question. Snape was going to belt him for sure. He was going to murder him. He was going to make him clean every vial in the castle. "Do you know what an animagus is, Harry?" Harry's eyes slowly roamed up from his book. Clearly he wasn't going to be murdered after all. He shook his head in response to Snape's question. "Are you aware that Professor McGonagall can transform herself into a cat?" Snape asked. Harry noted that his voice was surprisingly calm. "Yes," Harry answered, thinking back to his first class at Hogwarts. "She is able to transform into a cat because she is a registered animagus. It is quite a hard process to master," Snape replied. "Sirius Black is an unregistered animagus, meaning that he can transform into an animal, but he is not registered with the Ministry to do so. Being an unregistered animagus is illegal, though for someone like Black that is really the least of his problems." "You think the dog was him?" Harry asked as the pieces came together. He hoped the fear he was feeling wasn't evident in his voice. I'm nearly certain. Harry couldn't help but feel a bit shocked by how calm Snape's voice was. Once the Ministry is aware of his ability to transform, they will succeed in capturing him. I am absolutely sure of it. Why does he want me? Harry asked. Because of Voldemort. Do not speak his name, Snape said in a deadly voice that sent a chill up Harry's spine. Dumbledore says that fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself, Harry replied in a soft voice. Professor Dumbledore, to you, young man, Snape said sharply, and I don't care what he says, he is not your guardian, I am, and I am telling you what to do, and that is not to speak his name. Sorry, Harry offered. Enough of this. Finish your reading quietly before you find yourself reading alone in your room. Harry remained silent as he dropped his head back down. He was surprised that Snape had answered his questions. He was annoyed at the fact that he had made the mistake of referring to Voldemort by name, though. He noted that Snape hadn't answered his question. He still didn't know if Voldemort was the reason Black was trying to get to him. Harry had exactly 1 week left before he would be going to the Burrow until September 1st. 1 week to get the answers to the rest of his questions. As far as he was concerned, that was more than enough time as long as he could stay out of trouble and in Snape's good graces long enough. You never answered my question yesterday. Snape made no effort to show any acknowledgement that he had heard the child speak. You know, the one about Sirius Black, and you know who, Harry continued, careful not to say Voldemort's name. He and Snape were spending the afternoon in the potions classroom. Harry was supposed to be reading quietly while Snape worked on some potion that he insisted was far too complicated for Harry to help with. I mean, is that why he's after me? Harry went on despite the fact that Snape had yet to even glance in his direction, let alone verbalize a response. Or is it something else? Something you don't want to tell me? He heard Snape sigh loudly. The man's head was still bent down, his attention still fixed on the potion. Normally this was the point when Harry would stop. This was the point where he would shut up and stop asking questions. Today he couldn't bring himself to do it though. Today something in him was telling him to push just a bit more. How do you even know for sure he is after me? Just because he was near the burrow and I saw a dog. Maybe those were just coincidences. Harry held his breath as he waited for a response. He had just referred to a point that he wouldn't have known if he hadn't been eavesdropping the night before. Obviously Snape was aware he had been doing so, but Harry still wasn't sure if pointing it out so bluntly had been wise. Harry, Snape said his name as a stern voice. What? Harry replied, careful to keep the tone of his voice neutral. He wanted to scream at Snape that he had every right to know the answers to these questions. He wanted to throw a fit and do whatever it took to make Snape tell him. His wants were foolish though, and he knew it. Screaming or throwing a fit wouldn't help his case at all. I'm just curious. Curiosity often leads to trouble, Snape warned as he picked up a vial and poured it into his cauldron. I'm not going to get into trouble, Harry replied. He had abandoned his book completely and was now on his feet. Taking the few steps to where Snape was, he leaned on the counter, careful to keep his distance from Snape's work. The very last thing he needed was to muck up the potion he was working on. Snape lifted his head and gave the boy a stern look which caused Harry to blush involuntarily. I believe you are supposed to be reading. Harry looked up at his guardian with a desperate face. Snape was silent as he opened another vial and after pouring half of it into his cauldron pushed the stopper back into it and set it aside. Perhaps if I set a spell on you, making you unable to get out of your seat, you might actually follow instructions for a change. Another pitiful look. Please, Harry asked in a voice just hardly above a whisper. He didn't think his persistence would pay off, nor his pleading, but he had to at least try. Silence reigned for several long moments. As a student at Hogwarts, Sirius Black, though a horrible bully, was mostly harmless. It wasn't until he was an adult that he changed and began to follow you-know-who. He was under orders when he killed a street full of people, which put him in Azkaban, Snape explained as he continued working on his potion. I believe that he is seeking you out because he wants to prove himself a loyal follower. Harry was silent for a moment as he mulled the words over. Perhaps it is a coincidence. Perhaps he isn't seeking you out, but I would much rather take the extra precautions as opposed to taking none at all, Snape continued. That being said, I want you to understand that you are not to attempt to go on some ridiculous adventure as you have in past years. An adventure? Harry asked in a dumbfounded voice. I've watched you nearly die going after the stone as well as seeking out the Chamber of Secrets. The same will not happen again, Snape said sternly. You will not attempt to find, catch, peruse, or anything of the like when it comes to Sirius Black. Why would I want to try and find someone who wants to kill me? I'm very serious, Harry. Failure to obey me will bring dismal results. I know. Harry nodded. He felt the tips of his ears grow warm. Now I've answered your questions, which means it is time for you to return to your reading. Can I help you with your potion? Harry asked in a hopeful voice. May you help? Snape corrected him. And no, you may not. As I've already explained, this potion is far too important to have a child dishevel it. What's it for? Snape gave Harry an annoyed look before replying. Why don't you take your book and go to the library for a while? Harry resisted the urge to make a face at these words. He leaned over the table, getting a closer look at the murky-looking potion Snape was making. Can I take a break from reading and go fly instead? Absolutely not. I will not have you out on the Quidditch pitch alone after you were visited by that suspicious dog the last time. You said yourself it might have just been a coincidence, Harry pointed out. And how come I can go to the library alone but not to fly? Coincidence or not, you are not going. You are permitted to go to the library because I do not believe that Sirius Black would be able to enter Hogwarts. It is far too crowded and far too protected, Snape replied in an annoyed voice. Now, as I said, you may go to the library or you may stay here and read, but I promise you, Harry, if you do not stop pestering me, you will sorely regret it. Harry pushed himself away from the table. He really wanted to argue his point about flying a bit more, but he knew better. He knew Snape's tone as well as the threat, and he wasn't about to push the man any further. He was more than aware that one more wrong question or request could easily land him in trouble. I'll go to the library, Harry muttered. He crossed the room, picking his book up off the desk as he passed it. His curiosity is growing over the subject. He is constantly asking questions which I've answered the best I can, but I do feel it is for the best to be truthful with him. Forgive me, Severus, but it is my belief that Harry is far too young to handle the truth over this subject. Imagine if he knew that Sirius Black was. Imagine if he doesn't. Snape cut him off abruptly. Imagine if this child finds out on his own in some accidental way. And then who will be left to deal with the aftermath of that mess? He will not find out. The entire staff, everyone, is more than aware. I do not care who is aware, Snape snapped loudly. The two men locked eyes for a long silent moment. It was unusual for Severus to lose his temper with the older man. Snape concentrated hard on his breathing, careful to rein his temper back in before he continued. It was your decision to put the boy in my care, was it not? Snape asked in a much calmer voice. Part of my being his guardian is making decisions for his well-being. I am not going to keep the truth from him for much longer. When I feel he is ready to know the full story, I will be telling it to him. Snape paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. I am not asking permission to do so, Albus. I am simply telling you what my plans are. You do not think it is wise to protect his innocence? Dumbledore asked in a serious voice. I do. Severus nodded. However, there is quite a large difference between innocence and ignorance. Do not push your food around your plate, eat it. Harry frowned down at the pile of turnips on his plate. Despite the fact that they were covered in brown sugar, they still looked absolutely disgusting to him. They were one of the few vegetables he couldn't bring himself to like. I hate turnips, Harry admitted, pushing them as far away from his chicken as he could. They're good for you. They are full of vitamins as well as lutein. It won't kill you to eat a few bites of them. What's lutein? Harry asked, ignoring the order to eat them. It's good for your eyesight. My eyesight is already rubbish, Harry pointed out. You will eat at least 3 bites of your turnips if you have any desire to have a biscuit with your tea. Harry made a disgusted face as he picked up a small forkful of the vegetable and forced it into his mouth. He immediately picked up his glass, taking a large swallow of pumpkin juice to help the food down. Honestly, Harry, I have never seen anyone behave so dramatically over something so insignificant, Snape said in a bored voice. Isn't there any food you don't like? Harry asked. Snape raised an eyebrow at the child. That is beside the point. We are not talking about me, we are talking about you. Yeah, but is there a food you hate? Harry asked in a curious voice. One that you never eat. Silence reigned as Snape ate several bites of his food. Harry's shoulders slumped slightly. He had known Snape for over 2 years now and he knew that Snape wasn't exactly the type to sit around and chat, but Harry had hoped that with the way other little things were changing, maybe that would change as well. He didn't expect Snape to sit and talk to him about everything, but he had hoped that maybe he would about some little things, just some. Carrots. What? Harry said in a shocked voice. You asked me what I dislike eating and the answer to that is carrots, Snape replied in a matter-of-fact voice. Harry couldn't help the smile that spread across his face at these words. Carrots, he said softly. Yes, Snape nodded. Though I promise you that in my childhood I was made to eat them despite the fact that I disliked them, and I was made to eat all of them, not simply a few bites as I've asked you to do. Harry sighed at these words as he ate another bite of the turnips. But don't you think it would be nice of you if I didn't have to eat any? Harry asked after he had swallowed his food. Snape raised an eyebrow as he ate a forkful of his own food. The silence in the room was so deafening that Harry could literally hear the man chew every bite of his food and then swallow. I just meant that, when you were a kid, Harry searched for the right words. In the future you will not find turnips on your plate as I never find carrots on my own. Harry smiled at these words. Thanks. Snape nodded once as he finished the last few bites of his dinner. Now finish your supper before it gets cold. Hey Snape, can I ask you something? Snape's eyebrows rose at this casual outburst. For a brief moment he considered lecturing the child on the appropriate way to address someone, but he refrained. If you absolutely must, he answered in an unamused voice. Dinner had ended and like most evenings the pair was in the parlor. Harry had managed to find a book about Quidditch in the library, and to his delight Snape was actually allowing him to read that as opposed to his school books. Earlier you said you didn't want me flying by myself because it's dangerous. I did, Snape nodded. That rule is going to remain in effect. When classes resume you'll have plenty of time to practice with your team. There is no need for you to be out flying by yourself. No, I know, Harry replied. I get it. I was just wondering if I'm still going to go to the burrow. Of course you are. Why wouldn't you? Well, you said that Sirius was spotted near the burrow. I just thought. Arthur and Molly Weasley are both exceptionally trained wizards. They are fully capable of handling any problem that may arise, Snape interrupted him. As I've told you, I cannot cancel my trip and I cannot take you with me, so the only option aside from hanging you from your toes in the dungeon is sending you to the burrow. Harry nodded silently. If I felt for even a moment that it was not safe, you would not be going, Snape said in a serious voice. However, following the rules while you are there will be imperative. I always follow the rules, Harry replied in an offended voice. Snape nearly snorted at these words. I've never seen you go more than a week doing so. I've never get in trouble on purpose, Harry retorted. Trouble always just finds me. Yes, well, perhaps this year good behavior will find you for a change, Snape replied in a hopeful voice. Harry remained quiet as he digested these words. About that, he finally said a few moments later. When we're in class or the hallways or at dinner or something, if I mean I wouldn't on purpose, but just say I do something you don't like, I mean something wrong you aren't going to, you know, Harry blushed as he stumbled over the words. It was a topic he would have loved to have ignored completely, but he just had to know that he wasn't in jeopardy of being hauled over Snape's knee in the middle of a potions class. He could deal with the strictness of his new guardian, he was getting used to it and even coming to mind it a bit less. He couldn't deal with being punished in front of the world though. If you are asking if I plan on punishing you in front of your classmates, the answer is no, Harry, Snape replied. If he noticed Harry's embarrassment at the subject, he didn't mention it. Okay. Harry nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. However, that does not mean that you will be acting out in class, in the halls, or anywhere else for that matter. Just because I will not deal with your misbehavior the moment you do something wrong does not mean you won't be punished accordingly when time permits me to do so. So everyone else gets detention and I get it worse? Harry asked in an annoyed voice. How is that fair? If your behavior warrants a detention, you will certainly receive one. But if it is behavior that I would normally speak to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore about, you will now be dealing solely with me. Harry nodded as he digested these words. If you just behave yourself, it won't be an issue at all, Snape reasoned. Another nod from Harry. He knew better than to say it to Snape, but the man's reasoning sounded much easier said than done. I want to speak with you about your visit to the Weasley household. Harry looked up from his lunch. The morning had been an uneventful one. After breakfast, Harry had been made to read as he normally was. He was hopeful that after lunch Snape would offer to teach him a spell or to do something equally interesting. I know you are aware that Sirius Black was spotted less than a mile from the burrow. Snape glanced down at Harry, who quickly nodded in response. The man paused for a moment, taking a long drink of his tea. For a split second he toyed with the idea of telling the child sitting across from him everything that he knew. He dismissed the idea as quickly as he thought it. He knew that Harry had a right to know and that he eventually planned on telling him, however he wasn't sure that casually letting the truth slip out over lunch was wise. The information he needed to share was delicate and needed to be handled in such a manner, not nonchalantly spoken about over turkey sandwiches. There was also the matter of making sure the boy could handle the information, which Snape still wasn't sure he could do. I want to express to you the importance that you follow any rules that Molly and Arthur establish. I expect you to use your brain and keep yourself out of harm's way at all times. I also want you to remember what I said about chasing after Sirius Black. Harry nodded, his ears burning as he did. I know. I won't. It is vital that you obey my words, Snape continued. Failure to do so will bring undesirable results for you, I can promise you that, Harry. At the sound of his name, Harry felt his cheeks flush fleetingly. For as much as he had wanted Snape to call him by his first name, he couldn't help but regret it every time Snape said it in such a serious, reprimanding tone. Harry nodded in response to the words. A verbal answer, Snape instructed. Yes, sir. Harry nodded quickly. He was silent for a moment before speaking again in what he hoped was a sincere voice. I won't do anything dumb. Snape made what appeared to be an approving face at these words. The pair sat in silence for a long moment before Harry spoke once more. Can you teach me a spell after lunch? Not today. Snape shook his head. I have several tasks to do in order to prepare my classroom for the upcoming school year, and while I do so, you are going to read where I can watch you. Harry's shoulders slumped a considerable amount at these words. He felt his face fall without his consent. You can save you insufferable pouting for someone who will be influenced by it, Snape said in a bored voice. I've been good, Harry pointed out. Why can't I go see Hagrid or go fly or go down by the lake and read instead of being stuck inside all day? Good. Snape huffed. I wasn't aware that eavesdropping on conversations was considered good behavior. That was days ago. Harry fought hard to keep his voice at a normal tone and free of any attitude. He knew Snape well enough to know that he wasn't going to get his way if he acted out. If anything, he was just going to end up getting in trouble. The last time you were permitted to go off on your own and visit Hagrid, you ended up in the forest. I won't do that again, Harry promised. I wouldn't do that. You'd kill me if I did. It's highly likely, Snape replied in a dry voice. However, what I would or would not do is not the issue. The issue is that the last time you were out flying you saw Sirius Black. You said you thought it was him, Harry retorted. It might have just been a stray dog, and if it was just a stray. It was not a stray, Snape interrupted him. What in Merlin's name would a random stray dog be doing on Hogwarts grounds? Use your head. Snape's voice was climbing in volume. You will not be wandering around outside alone, and that is final. It is not up for debate. I am the one making the decisions here, and you will obey what I say. Now, what you will be doing today is sitting in the potions classroom reading quietly, and if you keep up this ridiculous charade, you'll be doing so with a sore backside. Am I clear? Harry nodded, his mouth in a tight line. Everything about this was completely unfair to Harry. As far as he was concerned, Snape couldn't keep him locked up in the castle like some prisoner, even if Sirius Black was outside. Didn't he have any rights? He was 13, not some sodding toddler that needed to be looked after constantly. Don't I have any rights? Harry asked in a miserable voice. You have the right to remain silent, Snape snapped. He watched as the boy's face, if possible, fell even more. For a split second, Snape felt an overwhelming urge to deliver some comforting words, to try and explain why it was so imperative to keep the child inside and out of danger's way. He quickly pushed the urge aside though. Imagine offering the brat a justification and a cuddle, he wouldn't entertain such a thought. Children were not granted explanations at their own demands, nor were they permitted to have a say in the rules. I have already stated that I will not sit here and watch you pout as if you were a toddler, Snape continued. Get your books and go to the library. Harry said nothing as he stood, pushing his chair backwards with his legs. He walked the 5 short steps across the room to the table where his books were sitting in a neat stack. In one swift movement he swept them up under his arm. He gave Snape one last angry glare before turning and heading for the door. You will remain in the library until I come to fetch you, and when I do so that defiant look will no longer be on your face, Snape ordered. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Harry said the words in a stiff voice before walking out of the room, closing the door loudly behind him. Snape sighed to himself as he pushed the plate containing the last few bites of his lunch towards the center of the table. Again he had an overwhelming urge to run after the teenager and explain his sternness. Within seconds, Snape realized that the mere idea of doing so was laughable. How on earth could he explain to a child the utter stress of preparing for the upcoming school year, constantly working on brewing the very complicated wolfsbane potion despite the fact that he wasn't fond of the person he was brewing it for, and all while keeping an eye on an unruly brat that couldn't manage to stay out of trouble for more than 24 hours? Not to mention the fact that the child also had a known murderer on the loose looking for him. Snape ran a hand down his face as he leaned back in his chair. He was going to age 100 years in one school term, he just knew it. When Harry walked out of Snape's quarters, he had every intention of going to the library. As he walked through the corridors, though, he felt his blood boil at Snape's words and actions. How dare he try and tell him where he can and can't go? This was Hogwarts. The grounds were safer than anywhere else. Before he could talk himself out of it, he stepped off of the staircase and onto the main floor of the castle. He wasn't about to let Snape control his every move. Less than a month ago he would have gone where he pleased without having to answer to anyone, and he was determined to prove to himself that he could still do just that. He knew Snape well enough to know that the man would work for a while before he went to the library to collect him. Harry's plan was simple: spend some time outside and then go to the potions classroom before Snape went looking for him. He would complain that he had been too bored in the library. And if Madame Pants tried to say that he hadn't been there, he would say he walked in and hadn't seen her. The library was huge, he had been there plenty of times and never once ran into the old witch. He stopped on the final step descending into the entrance hall. Quietly he gazed around, making sure that no one was in sight. He wanted to prove to himself that he still had the nerve to do as he pleased, but he certainly didn't want anyone to see him doing so. The last thing he needed was someone to tell Snape he had been outside. When Harry was sure the coast was clear, he stepped off the bottom step and made a mad dash for the main entrance to the castle. Without bothering to check his surroundings again, he swung open the large wooden door and stepped outside into the sunlight. Harry instantly felt a million times better. All the anger he was feeling towards Snape's insane rules began to vanish as he walked down the cement stairs and towards the lake. For a split second he paused on the last step. If Snape found out he had completely ignored his rules and walked straight outside, he would be furious. Harry quickly pushed the thought from his mind. Who cared what Snape said or how he felt? Harry stepped off of the last step and onto the walkway. The sun felt amazing as it covered his body in incredible warmth that he couldn't find in the dungeons. He looked up at the Quidditch pitch in the distance and was overcome with the feeling of want for his broom, despite the fact that he knew he never would have been able to sneak it out with Snape around. Harry practically jogged down the long walkway to the edge of the lake. Any thoughts of being careful about who saw him had exited his head as soon as he stepped outside. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the lake that he remembered why exactly he wasn't supposed to be out there in the first place. He froze in his spot, his head turning in all directions as his eyes searched for any traces of the black dog. His right hand went to his back pocket to check for his wand, but before it even got there, Harry realized his wand wasn't there, but rather it was still sitting on the coffee table in Snape's parlor where he had left it. Harry felt uneasiness take over his body at the realization. If the dog showed up, he would have absolutely no way to protect himself. He turned and looked back at the castle, contemplating whether or not he should go back inside. If he ran, he could still make it to the library without Madame Pants ever being suspicious if Snape questioned her. He shook his head as he pushed the annoying nagging voice telling him to do the right thing out of his mind. Instead, he slipped off his trainers, his socks following them, rolled his jeans up a few inches and stepped into the cold lake water. Snape walked through his quarters, a pile of papers under his arm. The list of tasks he hoped to accomplish that day was long, and he was mentally going over them when he spotted Harry's wand resting on the coffee table, carelessly left behind. That infuriating child, Snape muttered to himself as he grasped the wand with his free hand. On several occasions he had expressed to Harry the importance of keeping his wand with him at all times, and now here it was thoughtlessly left behind as if it were just a random twig he had found outside. Snape had half a mind to communicate his displeasure with the boy by way of delivering crack or two to the seat of his pants right in the library, onlookers be damned. Willing himself to get his temper under control before he saw his young charge, Snape stopped in the potions classroom, leaving his stack of papers on his desk before heading in the direction of the library. Harry leaned over, rolling his jeans up a bit more before taking a step deeper into the water. He wasn't the best swimmer. As a child, Aunt Petunia had taken Dudley to swim lessons weekly while Harry was made to sit in the bleachers beside her and watch. Anytime he made so much as a peep about wanting to swim as well, she would pinch his arm so tightly that he wouldn't speak again for hours. As a result of this, he usually wasn't too anxious to be in any body of water that wasn't a bath. The sun felt so hot though, and as a result, the water on his feet and legs was an amazing sensation. He had gone as far as he would, though. In his opinion, the water reaching just below his knee was deep enough. His eyes wandered over to Hagrid's hut in the distance. Harry missed visiting with the man, and he was hopeful that once classes started, Snape would allow him to do so. After all, he wouldn't be alone then. Ron and Hermione would be with him. Surely Snape couldn't expect him to stay inside all term as well. Hagrid's hut appeared to be quiet, as though no one was there. Harry was sure that Hagrid and Fang were out in the forest somewhere. Hagrid often went out in the forest, and Harry was often jealous that he couldn't tag along. It always seemed like any fun worth having was always had by the adults. Harry was still gazing at Hagrid's hut and daydreaming when he felt something slimy slither over his foot. He jumped backwards, his head dropping as his eyes quickly scanned the water below him. He took another step backwards, his main concern to get out of the water, when he felt the same slimy creature wrap itself around his ankle. Before Harry could attempt to run or even so much as scream, he was dragged under the water, the bright sun disappearing from his world. Snape's blood was boiling as he strode through the castle. He had been appalled to find that Harry was not in the library where he had been instructed to go, and now Snape was annoyed with himself for having reacted with that feeling. Of course the child wasn't where he was supposed to be. When did Harry Potter ever do what he was told? Snape felt foolish for even entertaining the idea that he might be able to allow Harry to go off on his own. Snape was practically jogging by the time he stepped outside. He was sure the brat was on the Quidditch pitch, probably having borrowed a broom from the school's supply, and once Snape got him out of the air, he was going to make that child unable to sit on a broom or anywhere else. Snape was facing the Quidditch pitch when out of the corner of his eye he saw something flailing around in the lake. At first he ignored the commotion completely. He was sure it was one of the merfolk or the giant squid acting out and putting on a show. He gazed up in the air hoping to spot the delinquent on a broom, but the sky seemed to be peaceful and empty aside from a few white clouds. Snape's gaze went from the sky to Hagrid's cabin, which also appeared to be peaceful. Finally his eyes rested on the forest as he silently swore to himself that if Harry had gone in there again he was going to take the cane to him. Snape turned to walk back inside. Perhaps the terror had gone to the Gryffindor Tower instead, or perhaps he was just wandering the halls. Once again he noticed the ruckus taking place in the lake. However, this time, upon further observation, he saw what appeared to be the arm of a young child come out of the water for all of a second before disappearing once again. Snape felt his stomach quickly move into his throat as he ran down the long walkway to the lake. As he got closer, all thoughts that perhaps he had imagined the arm vanished. It was clear now that the arm he had seen belonged to Harry, as did the foot and head, which had also been exposed only to disappear into the dark water once more. Before Snape even came to a stop at the edge of the water, he had his wand out, and with a wave of it, Harry shot into the air and landed roughly just inches from Snape's feet. Without giving his actions a second thought, Snape knelt on the ground next to the boy. "Don't move," he instructed. Harry looked up at the man hovering over him. The fear in his eyes didn't subside but rather grew immensely. He struggled to breathe normally after fighting for his life only seconds earlier, but aside from that he followed Snape's instructions and stayed still. "Are you in pain?" Snape asked in a concerned voice. "Does anything hurt?" Snape wasn't familiar with the feeling that had taken over his body. Of course he had felt it in the past, but not in years, and he certainly never expected to feel it over James Potter's son. "No," Harry answered honestly. And then the feeling vanished completely. In one swift motion, Snape stood and then leaned over. He placed his hands under the boy's armpits and hoisted him onto his feet. The moment his bare feet touched the grass, Snape grabbed him by the arm and, turning him to the side, delivered a toughly hard smack to the seat of his pants. Harry closed his eyes tightly, swallowing hard as he tried to keep his tears at bay. The moment he had seen Snape, he had known this was coming, but he wasn't going to walk through the castle a crying mess. He would do whatever it took to make sure that didn't happen. "Let's go," Snape hissed. His words were pointless though, as he didn't release his grip on Harry in the slightest as he marched the child up the walkway back towards the castle. "My shoes," Harry mumbled. "Will be fetched later," Snape replied curtly. The second they entered the castle, leaving the sun behind, Harry shivered violently. He ignored his coldness though, concentrating solely on the fact that Snape still had a firm hold on him, and if they saw anyone he would be absolutely mortified. Using the last bit of courage he had, Harry attempted to pull away from Snape, but doing so only caused the man to tighten his grip. "Don't," Harry muttered. "If we see someone they'll think." "I hope we do see someone," Snape cut him off abruptly. "A little humiliation might do you some good." Snape said the words although he did not believe them. He sincerely hoped that they didn't run into anyone in the halls. In his own childhood he had suffered from plenty of humiliation, and in his experience it never did any good. However, he didn't feel as though Harry needed to know that. Much too soon for Harry's liking, they arrived in Snape's quarters. Harry didn't even have a second to speak to try and explain himself, not that there was an explanation for his actions, before Snape led him into the living room. The man let go of Harry just long enough to sit on the edge of the couch and pull the young teenager over his knee. "No," Harry argued with a hint of a whine in his voice. "Snape, don't. Are you meaning to tell me that you honestly did not know what the outcome of your little stunt would be?" At these words Snape was met with silence. Snape wasted no more time. He raised his right hand and brought it down on the child's backside. The moment after his hand made contact, Snape felt Harry take a handful of his pants into his hand. Snape began spanking in earnest, letting his hand fall at least a dozen times before he began lecturing. "Of all the idiotic situations to get yourself into," Snape said sternly, his hand still falling. "You could have died in that lake had I not found you when I did." He felt the boy's body begin to shake softly with tears. "I should take a bloody switch to you," Snape threatened. "I should turn you over my knee every night for a week for what you just did. Have you any idea the thoughts that ran through my mind when I saw you in that lake?" "I'm sorry." Harry choked out the words through his tears. His bum was on fire and Snape didn't seem to be showing any signs of letting up anytime soon. "You're sorry." Snape huffed between smacks. Tears were completely clouding Harry's vision now, making it impossible for him to see the carpeted floor that was just inches from his face. "If you can't learn to follow simple instructions, it is going to be a long school term for you," Snape threatened. "And imagine forgetting your wand. How many times have I told you to keep it on you always?" Harry was now sobbing much too hard to answer any questions that Snape asked. "The next time you leave your wand carelessly behind, you are going to be a very sorry boy," Snape promised. He landed one last hard smack to Harry's backside before stopping completely. He was still angry, and he knew that if he didn't stop punishing the child, he was going to be much too harsh on him. His anger clouding his thoughts, he took no time to comfort the child with a rub on his back and instead quickly helped him to stand. The boy's face was a pitiful sight. His glasses were gone, now lying on the floor where they had clearly fallen to. The tears were pouring from his red eyes, and he was shivering in his still wet clothes. Sighing softly, Snape reached back and retrieved his wand. He pointed it at the child and instantly noted that Harry didn't so much as flinch. A month ago he likely would have cowered in fear had Snape done so. Without speaking a word, he waved his wand, causing Harry's clothing to dry up on the spot. At this action, Harry let out a pitiful sob before falling forward into Snape's arms. Before Snape had a moment to protest, Harry had wrapped his arms around the man's neck and began sobbing into his shirt. "You deserved every swat," Snape said firmly. He mentally scolded himself for his lack of comfort towards the boy. Was that really the best he could do? He had expected his words to somehow make the current situation 10 times worse, but instead Harry simply nodded into his shoulder in agreement. Snape was silent as he slowly brought his own arms up around the boy, allowing himself to hug him. "You can't put yourself in danger like that," Snape said. "I cannot allow it." Another nod accompanied by a loud sob. Snape sighed as he gave up on talking and instead just allowed the child to cry. After all, there would be time to talk later. The clock ticked loudly on the wall. Snape occasionally glanced up at it, but aside from that he made no movements. His quarters had been silent aside from the obnoxious ticking for over 2 hours now. Harry had cried himself into exhaustion after his punishment, and as a result, Snape had insisted that the boy take a nap. Snape had expected the child to put up a fight, to insist he was far too old for such treatment, but much to his surprise Harry had agreed instantly. Now Snape was left in silence to relive the disastrous afternoon. He didn't doubt that the child had deserved the punishment he had received, though he did consider the possibility that perhaps he should have allowed him to tell his side of things first, or at the very least he could have dried his clothing before administering the spanking. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose as he leaned back in his chair. He wasn't prepared to be dealing with the feelings he was currently experiencing. When he had agreed to take the boy in, he hadn't expected much, other than how much control he had over the teenager, to change. He certainly hadn't expected to feel the horrifying fear that he had earlier when Harry was nearly drowning, and he hoped he would never have to feel it again. Snape wasn't imprudent enough to believe that Harry's behavior would just change overnight, but he did hope that he was starting to make some sort of impression on the child. From the little he knew about it, Harry's life seemed to have been constantly filled with adults who rarely kept their word. It seemed to be littered with authority figures that rarely cared enough to hold the boy responsible for his actions. Snape was absolutely determined to break that cycle. He had given his word to protect the boy, and that was exactly what he intended to do, no matter the cost. However, something in their current situation had to change. Snape had blocked out most of his own childhood, the especially horrendous memories of his father's abuse, the years of bullying. He didn't want the same for Harry. He was going to have to bend just a bit, but in return the boy was going to have to work with him. Snape sighed as he glanced up at the clock. 2 hours and a half of a third had passed without so much as a stir from Harry's room. For a moment Snape contemplated going and waking his young charge, but he dismissed the idea as quickly as it entered his mind. After the day that Harry had had, sleep was likely exactly what he needed. Harry's eyes slowly opened. He immediately noted that despite the fact that when Snape had finished with him he was sure his bum was going to need its own room at St. Mungo's, he was now laying on his back with no discomfort at all. He felt his face grow warm as the events of the afternoon came rushing back to him. The way he had cried and carried on. He had sobbed into Snape forever afterwards. Imagine acting like such a baby over something as stupid as a smacking. A small part of him felt nothing but anger towards Snape. Was it really necessary for the man to have punished him so harshly? What if someone had seen them outside? What if Hagrid had seen, or Madame Hooch, or anyone? The man had no right to punish him at all, let alone outside where anyone could see. A bigger part of him was arguing for Snape, though. After all, he had disobeyed him. He had gone outside despite the fact that he knew he wasn't allowed. He had waded into the lake like an idiot, and if it weren't for Snape finding him, he'd likely still be at the bottom of the lake. He had deserved the punishment, just as Snape had said. After the last time he had found himself in such a horrible position, he had sworn he wouldn't allow it to happen again. Now here he was not even 2 weeks later in the same predicament. How could he have possibly been so stupid to go down to the lake? How could he have been so thick as to think that Snape wouldn't catch him? Harry sighed to himself, wallowing in his own stupidity, as he pushed himself into a sitting position. He swung his feet off of the side of the bed. The last thing he really wanted to do was face Snape, but he knew he would have to do so eventually, and procrastinating wasn't going to make it any easier. The last time he had found himself in such a predicament, Snape was still angry for hours afterwards. Snape had seemed so much more upset this time too. Harry heard his heart beating loudly in his ears as he thought about Snape's behavior only hours earlier. He had seemed concerned when he had saved him from the lake, almost as if he had been worried that he had been hurt, or worse. Harry walked across his room, pausing at the door for a moment. Snape had hugged him. Harry's head in his breath as he pulled his bedroom door open. How could he have possibly acted so immature? Carrying on over his punishment and allowing Snape to hug him. Still, he had to admit that it hadn't been the worst feeling in the world. It had almost been nice, like someone cared for him. Harry stepped into the hallway. The silence around him was deafening. He toddled down the long hall, absolutely sure that Snape had gone somewhere. Momentarily, Harry even considered going back to his room. He hadn't exactly been sent there after his punishment, but if Snape was out, he didn't want to get himself into any more trouble either. The last thing in the world he wanted was to be in more trouble. Harry stopped abruptly at the end of the hall as he spotted Snape sitting at the table. His professor's face was buried behind the Daily Prophet, which annoyed Harry. He wanted to be able to tell if the man was still angry, and not being able to see his expression was of no help to him. As usual, without bothering to move the paper, Snape sensed his presence. Well rested, I presume. Harry nodded instantly, feeling like an idiot for doing so. It wasn't as if Snape could see him. Yes, he muttered. He hoped his voice sounded normal and not as on edge as he felt. Snape had been furious with him before. Perhaps staying in his room until he was called for would have been the better choice. Sit, Snape instructed. There was no mistaking the firmness in his voice. There was no way that after the early events of the day that Harry was going to make the man tell him twice. Within seconds he was across the room. He gingerly sat down at the table. He was careful to avoid all eye contact with his guardian. He wasn't sure why exactly Snape had instructed him to sit at the table, but he had an undeniable feeling that he was still in trouble with the man. Despite the fact that it was a bit early for supper, Harry half expected food to appear before him the moment his bottom made contact with the hard wood. The table, however, remained clear. Explain. Harry looked up at Snape in confusion. The one-word direction made little sense to him. What exactly was he supposed to explain? Earlier, before you were punished, you seemed anxious to explain your actions, Snape continued. He seemed shocked that Harry hadn't known exactly what he had been talking about. Oh, Harry muttered. He racked his brain as he tried to remember why exactly he had thought he had any kind of explanation. Explain. Snape repeated the order. Harry remained silent. His eyes drifted back down to the top of the table. 100 thoughts were running through his head, but he wasn't willing to share any of them. Not while Snape still seemed so angry, and certainly not only hours after he had been punished. He heard Snape sigh, and he could practically feel the frustration radiating off of the man. Silence is not an answer, Snape said sternly. Are you meaning to tell me that you had absolutely no reason for disobeying me other than pure boredom? Harry shrugged, cringing inwardly immediately as he realized his mistake. A shrug is never an acceptable answer, Snape said, the volume of his voice rising as he did so. Sorry, Harry muttered. The word hung in the air for several long moments as the two remained silent. Harry's eyes didn't leave the table for a second. He was silently scolding himself for his lack of bravery. He knew he shouldn't let Snape and what he thought get to him, but not doing so was becoming less and less likely to happen these days, and he wasn't quite sure why or what was causing it. He heard another sigh from Snape. This one was appearing to be less annoyed than the last. I am aware that throughout your life you have had plenty of experience with adults letting you down, whether they have done so by failing to care for you properly or by refusing to hold you responsible for your actions. At these words, Harry's eyes drifted back up to Snape. Despite the fact that he didn't really mind the second part of the man's observation, he had to admit that it was all true and that lately being held accountable hadn't been a totally horrible thing. Of course, he didn't like the punishment that came along with it, but the feeling of being cared for wasn't terrible. That will end here, Snape continued. You will find that as your guardian, I will not only make sure you are cared for, but I will hold you responsible for your actions, both good and poor. Snape paused, giving the words time to sink in. That being said, I have known you for 3 years now, and I think I know you well enough to know that despite the fact that you can be an unruly child, you did not decide to wade in the lake out of pure disobedience. I guess not, Harry agreed in a soft voice, not really anyway. You've been punished for your actions, Snape replied. I expect an explanation now. Snape wasn't expecting a groundbreaking explanation that would justify why the teenager had so blatantly disobeyed him. He was, however, hoping for an explanation that reassured him that Harry hadn't been outside in hopes of running into Sirius Black. He needed to be certain that the disobedience had come from something other than recklessly searching for a known murderer. Harry, Snape said in a low voice when the boy still didn't answer. I am waiting patiently, though I must confide in you that my patience is running low. I don't know why I did it, Harry admitted. I was mad that I wasn't allowed outside. I thought that I could make it back to the library before you knew I was gone. I was bored, and angry. In no way were you outside with the intent to look for Sirius Black. Harry's head shot up as he gave Snape a dumbfounded look. No, he shook his head. I told you I wouldn't do that. An intense feeling of calm overtook Snape's body at these words. The look on the boy's face told him everything he needed to know. There was no way Harry was being untruthful. You have often been told not to do things, only to turn around and do them at the first opportunity you get. Not really, Harry replied softly, at least not always. Snape huffed at these words as if he didn't believe them at all. In the future, Harry, I want you to remember that doing something so foolish such as putting your life in danger will only result in severe punishment. Harry nodded at these words. He felt the tips of his ears burn once more at the shame from his behavior. There will be plenty of situations in your life where you will be forced to be brave and put your life on the line, but doing so out of sheer stupidity is an idiotic act. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. The two sat in silence for several long moments. Harry searched for a way to say what he wanted without sounding like a complete child. He was unable to find the words, though, and eventually just gave in to himself despite the fact that he felt stupid asking. Are you still angry? Snape glanced at the boy out of the corner of his eye. Less than a month ago he would have never guessed that James Potter's son would be able to play such a role in his life, and yet here he was sitting at the table across from him, about to hand out reassurances only hours after dishing out a spanking. No, I am not mad. He looked up at Harry to see a look of relief completely take over the child's face. That being said, Snape continued, your punishment will continue tomorrow. You will not be permitted to gallivant around this castle on your own. Instead, you will be helping me with the potion I have been working on. Harry fought hard to keep himself from smiling. He had been practically begging Snape to let him help with the potion. Surely doing so couldn't possibly be his punishment. It will be work, Harry, Snape went on. It is not a reward, it is a punishment. Harry nodded seriously at these words, though he was having a hard time believing them. What is this? Snape looked up from the potion he was currently stirring. It is called aconite. What does it do? Harry asked in a curious voice. I believe you were asked to take the petals off of it, not pester me with questions. Harry didn't miss the annoyance in Snape's voice. He had been hoping that despite the fact that helping Snape was supposed to be a punishment, that it might actually turn out to be fun. However, Snape didn't seem to be in the best of moods. Furthermore, if you ever paid attention in potions, then you would know the answer to your own question, Snape continued. Harry wanted to inform Snape that he did pay attention in potions, but that it was impossible to remember every little detail about every little ingredient used to make potions. He kept his mouth shut though. Snape had reassured him the previous day that he was no longer mad, but Harry hardly wanted to press his luck. In his experience, it took little to make Snape cross. Instead of answering back, Harry picked up one of the purple flowers and began carefully pulling the petals from it, placing them in a neat pile as he did. Aconite has magical properties, Snape said after a moment of silence. The petals are very toxic, but when mixed correctly with other ingredients, they are also the chief component in wolfsbane. Wolfsbane? Harry asked in an inquisitive voice. Aconite was once a widespread plant, however, now it can only be found in wild places, and unfortunately, the small pile in front of you is all I have left in my supply. Harry couldn't help but feel a small surge of pride in the fact that Snape trusted him with the last of his supply. That also answers your question from days ago when you asked where I will be traveling to. To get more? Harry asked. I could come and help you. Absolutely not, Snape replied as he began stirring the potion once more. You are far too young to be traipsing through the countryside hunting down toxic ingredients for potions. I'm 13. I am well informed of your age, Harry, Snape replied in a no-nonsense voice. And I find 13 to still be far too young to be accompanying me on this particular trip. Furthermore, I thought you were looking forward to visiting with the Weasleys. I am, Harry nodded. He was looking forward to visiting the burrow, but whenever he thought about how close the trip actually was, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He knew his friends would understand, but he still wasn't sure exactly how he was going to explain the situation with Snape and how his relationship with the man had changed. He could almost picture Ron's face when he told his best mate that Snape was his new guardian, and it wasn't a pretty sight. Harry had already spoken to Snape about it, and the man had informed him that he could tell his friends as much or as little as he wanted. The choice was Harry's. Then perhaps you should refrain from complaining, Snape suggested, as it would be just as easy to have Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick watch you here at the castle while I am gone, and I assure you I would have absolutely no qualms about doing so. I can also promise you that I would have no problem finding plenty of schoolwork to occupy your time either. Harry made a disapproving face at these words. Of course he liked both of the teachers Snape had just mentioned, but he certainly had no desire to miss out on fun with his friends to spend more time with either of them. Nor did he want to spend the last few days of summer doing schoolwork. He kept his mouth shut as he picked another petal off, placing it gently in the now large pile. Snape eyed the young boy who was working diligently across from him. He couldn't help but be a bit impressed at how carefully Harry was handling the flowers. Of course, the teenager was aware that it was the last of his supply, but Snape was still half expecting Harry to carelessly rush through his job, and he was pleasantly surprised to see that that was not the case at all. Snape cleared his throat as he searched for the correct words. At the unusual sound in the quiet room, Harry's head snapped up. Am I messing it up? There was no denying the look of worry on the boy's face. He clearly cared quite a bit about the job he was currently being made to do. Snape shook his head. On the contrary, you are actually doing quite a satisfactory job. Harry grinned at these words before his head dropped once more. Snape made a disapproving face at the boy's floppy head of hair. It was far too long and unruly for his standards. He decided then and there that before the child went off to the Weasleys he was in need of a haircut. Still, that discussion could be saved for later. Snape knew that several adults, Arthur and Molly included, were aware of the full story, and the last thing he wanted or needed was for Harry to find out the facts through eavesdropping or the slip of someone's tongue. Snape could only imagine the repercussions of such a disaster, and he hardly wanted to spend the first week of the school year dealing with them. I want to speak with you about Sirius Black. There, he had said it. There was no taking it back now. Now the situation would have to be dealt with. Harry looked up with a concerned face. I told you I wasn't outside trying to find him. I really wasn't. And I believe I told you that I believed you, Snape replied. I believe I also told you that I was no longer angry with you about that, so why in Merlin's name you continue to think I am as a mystery to me? His voice wasn't stern, but it was serious. Harry nodded. He was still learning how to accept that when an adult said they weren't angry, they really weren't. It was a bit of a new concept to him. His aunt and uncle often said they weren't angry only to lock him in his room moments later. I want to tell you a few things about Sirius Black that I feel you have the right to know, Snape continued. It is information that pertains to you directly. Harry's hands dropped the flower they were holding without his consent. Snape now had his full attention. Harry had guessed that there was a reason Sirius Black was after him, something that no one was telling him, but he hadn't actually believed he was right. Information, Snape went on, that some think you do not have the right to know. The man paused for a moment as he lowered the heat on his cauldron. While I obviously do not agree with them, I do want to make you fully aware that I expect you to treat this information with the utmost respect. I realize that you will likely share it with Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger, but if I hear it being discussed in the Slytherin common room or by arbitrary students in the hallways or anywhere else for that matter, I will turn you over my knee and spank you until you need a cushioning charm to sit in class. Am I clear? It astounded Harry that a simple threat could cause his face to blush so deeply, his stomach to feel as though the giant squid was swimming around inside of it, and his knees to turn to jelly. His uncle used to threaten him 100 times a day and it never so much as caused him to bat an eye, and yet one word from Snape nearly brought his stomach into his throat. Harry nodded quickly. Yes, he said instantly. Yes, sir. I promise you won't. Snape was silent for a moment, his eyes locked with the young boy's. Harry's face appeared to be sincere. Your father and Sirius Black were very close friends both while they attended Hogwarts and after they graduated. Sirius Black was actually the best man in your parents' wedding. Harry's eyes grew wide at these words. He felt something tug at his heart. He didn't know a lot about his parents. Most of what he knew was what his aunt and uncle told him. They were drunks, freaks. Of course he had never believed any of it. To hear Snape talk so freely about them though, it had never occurred to him that Snape would know about his parents. Maybe he would even have stories about them. Were you friends with them? Harry asked before he could stop himself. My parents, I mean. My dad. Were you and my dad friends? No, Snape replied curtly. What about my mum? Were you friends with her? If you continue to ask questions, you are going to find yourself getting back to work without hearing the information I am about to share with you. Sorry, Harry muttered softly. Sometimes it absolutely amazed him how easily he could annoy Snape. Snape fixed him with a stern look before he opened his mouth and continued. Before your parents met their demise, they were aware that they were being sought after. Professor Dumbledore was working with your parents to keep them safe, and he was made aware that someone had tipped off the Dark Lord. Your parents went into hiding and used the Fidelius charm to protect themselves. What's that? Harry asked. His heart was beating so loudly that he was sure Snape could hear it all the way across the room. Snape resisted the urge to scold the child for asking yet another question, but he refrained. He wasn't heartless after all. The information he was sharing with the teenager was sensitive, and although he certainly wasn't going to offer a cuddle and a shoulder to sob on, he could abstain from adding insult to injury. It's an immensely complex spell, Snape explained. It involves the magical concealment of a secret inside a single, living soul. The information is hidden inside the chosen person, or the secret keeper, and is impossible to find, unless, of course, the secret keeper chooses to divulge it. It was him, Harry nearly whispered. He was their secret keeper. Snape nodded. And he betrayed them. Harry could barely say the words. He hoped that perhaps he was wrong and Snape would correct him, but his guardian only nodded. Harry's thoughts went to his own friends. He couldn't imagine betraying them in any way. The thought of doing so actually pained him. Black was working for both sides and tired of his double role. He was ready to declare his support openly for the dark side, Snape went on. As you are aware, the assassination of your parents was successful. However, he failed when trying to murder you, and through trying to do so he lost all of his power, was horribly weakened, and therefore fled. Harry's eyes dropped at these words. People often thought he was proud of himself for what had happened when he was a baby, but in reality Harry couldn't have hated it more. He had hardly done anything to defend Voldemort, and if it would have never happened, his life would have been so different, so much better. Snape raised an eyebrow at Harry's reaction to his words. Black's true colors had been shown at this point, and so with little other choices, he fled as well, Snape continued. Another friend of your parents, Peter Pettigrew, went after him. Witnesses have said that he confronted Black and was murdered on the spot. In the process he also murdered several muggles. He was carted off to Azkaban that very night. Harry let out a deep breath before he looked up at Snape. He knew that he had been told to stop with the questions, but he couldn't help himself. So he's after me because I got him caught. If I wouldn't have caused Voldemort to lose his power, I'd be dead and everything would have worked out for him. Snape refrained from scolding the boy for using the Dark Lord's name and instead addressed the question. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore seems to think so. Perhaps it is just because you are their son and he feels the need to avenge you. So what if they don't catch him? It's only a matter of time then until he catches me and. Preposterous. Snape cut him off. You are a highly protected individual. Which is precisely why you are not permitted to go off flying alone at the moment. It is also why you are fortunate that I didn't take a switch to you when I found you out in the lake without any protection. And at the burrow? Harry asked. He hated himself for sounding so scared, so vulnerable. He had defeated Voldemort on more than one occasion. He shouldn't be afraid of Sirius Black looking for him. As I've already told you, Arthur and Molly are highly acclaimed wizards. I trust them to keep you safe and you should as well, Snape replied. He paused for a moment, his voice taking a much sterner tone when he continued. However, in order to keep you safe they need your cooperation. Harry nodded. He knew. The last thing in the world he wanted to do was land into any trouble while at the burrow. Snape cleared his throat before speaking once more, this time in a tone much gentler than Harry was used to hearing. You are protected, Harry. That is my promise to you. This isn't fair. Life is not fair, Snape retorted. His arms were crossed across his chest, a tired expression on his face. It was taking every ounce of self-control he had to keep his temper at bay. It's not even your problem though, so why do you care? Harry was a mere 5 steps away from him. Snape could have easily reached out, grabbed the boy, and accomplished the task at hand. Harry wasn't a toddler though. It was important that he acted maturely and accepted his fate. You are in my care, Snape replied. Therefore it is a direct reflection of me. Harry made no attempt to move or answer the man and instead scowled in his direction. You are behaving like a toddler, Snape noted. Harry didn't back down. Instead he dug his heels into the floor, refusing to move, practically daring Snape to make him. This is your final chance to stop this charade, Snape warned. Walk over here and sit in this chair. You are behaving like a 5-year-old and you are about to be punished like one if this behavior does not stop. Despite the fact that Harry didn't want to give in, he knew Snape well enough to know that he didn't have much of a choice. Before Snape could lose all patience and take it out on Harry's bum, the 13-year-old quickly took the few steps and deposited himself into the chair. Just don't take too much off, Harry pleaded. Promise. I will make no such oath, Snape replied. Harry felt the man take his hair between his fingers and seconds later heard the scissors snipping together. I should give you something to cry about and shave your head bald, Snape threatened. Harry made a face at these words. I wasn't crying. You were carrying on like an infant about something as absurd as a haircut. Your hair is long and no one makes you cut it, Harry pointed out. I am an adult, not a 13-year-old cheeky brat. A part of Harry felt as though he should be offended by Snape's words, but he hardly was. Snape calling him a cheeky brat was nearly a term of endearment when it came to the man. And as much as Harry really didn't want his haircut, he had to admit it was kind of nice to have someone care enough to do so. There, Snape said after a few more moments of the scissors snipping. It's much more presentable now. Harry's hand immediately went to his head, running his fingers through his hair to make sure it wasn't too short or that Snape hadn't followed through on his threat and cut him bald. He couldn't help the sign of relief that came out of him when he realized that his hair was still there and still plenty long. Hardly worth the tantrum you had, Snape commented. I didn't have a tantrum, Harry retorted as Snape sat in the chair across from him. Snape snorted at these words as their dinner appeared before them. Stop your whining and eat your supper. Harry wanted to tell the man that he wasn't whining, he was just explaining himself, but then he noticed that the table was covered with his favorite foods. He grinned up at Snape before helping himself to a pile of mashed potatoes. For the first time it occurred to him that he might actually miss this when he left for the burrow. You can't actually be serious. Harry nodded slowly. He could feel his ears burning with discomfort. He certainly hadn't expected that telling his friends would be easy, but still the look on Ron's face was way past shocked. Harry actually thought that his red-headed friend looked like he was about to sick up. Harry's eyes drifted over to Hermione as he silently prayed that she would look less like Harry had just turned into a giant troll right before her eyes. He breathed a soft sigh of relief as he studied her face. Although she did look shocked, she appeared to be much less disgusted by the idea. That greasy git can't. Ron. Hermione snapped. She shot him a look that Harry could only compare to one he had once seen McGonagall give to Draco. What? You can't actually think that this is okay? Well, I'll admit it is a bit of a shock, but. A bit of a shock. Ron cut her off in an exasperated voice. He'll wind up being chopped up for some potion ingredients. I'm pretty sure that if he wanted to chop me up, he's already had his chance, Harry replied in a defensive voice. He wasn't sure why he suddenly felt the need to defend Snape, but in that moment, he could have punched Ron right in his face. Somehow he was sure that he would have been defending wouldn't have approved of his actions though. Instead, Harry forced himself to remember their history with Snape and why Ron was reacting the way he was. He's different now, Harry said. I don't know how to explain it, but he is, you'll see. Ron said nothing, but the look on his face didn't appear to be very convinced. Harry's thoughts couldn't help but go back to earlier that morning. Snape had been right. Harry had been annoyed to learn that Snape would not be accompanying him to the burrow, but instead Mr. Weasley would come pick him up. Snape had explained that his presence would only make it harder for Harry to explain. Harry had nearly pushed the man too far before he had stopped his arguing and agreed to the plan. He was glad he had too. Harry couldn't imagine the look on Ron's face if Snape had stepped through his fireplace. He took me in, Harry continued. I'd be on my own if Mum and Dad would have taken you in. Harry didn't doubt Ron's words for a second. Still, it wouldn't have been the same, and he didn't quite know how to explain that. Harry knows that, Hermione said softly. But they are your parents, you've had them your entire life. Harry has never really had that, and if he has to the chance to now, it wouldn't kill you to be supportive. There were moments when Harry truly appreciated the friendship he had with Hermione. This was one of those moments. He offered her a small smile before she continued speaking. And if Harry says he's changed, then I'm sure he has. Ron still didn't look very convinced, but before he could speak again, Hermione changed the subject. Besides, we'll have plenty to worry about this school year without you two fighting on top of it. Mum and Dad were quite concerned with Sirius Black. How do they even? It's all over the Muggle news that he's an escaped convict, and his picture has been on the front of nearly every Daily Prophet I've received this summer. It didn't take them very long to figure it out. Snape's told me a bit about him, Harry confided in his friends. Such as? Hermione asked. Harry quickly repeated the information that Snape had told him, careful not to forget any details. That's horrible, Hermione breathed when he finished. That someone could do that to their friends, to your parents. Ron nodded in agreement. For the second time in less than 30 minutes, he looked as though he might lose his lunch. Snape said that there will be added security at Hogwarts too, Harry added, remembering the conversation he and his guardian had had the previous night. Snape had informed Harry that Dumbledore would address the added security during his new school term speech. Snape had also informed Harry that if he knew what was good for him, he would obey the school rules this year, especially those concerning where he could and could not go. Harry had to admit that he was a bit nervous about the upcoming school year. More specifically, he was nervous about how the school year would play out with Snape now acting as his guardian. His best friend's attitude about the situation wasn't helping either. I wonder what the added security will be. Hermione muttered. Hogwarts is already the safest place in the world. How could it possibly be made safer? Harry shrugged. He had of course pestered Snape with the same question, but the man had been insistent that Harry had no need to know about anything before his classmates did. Snape claimed that doing so would be unfair. Fair, however, was an objective term as far as Harry was concerned. Azkaban was supposed to be safe, and he broke out of there, didn't he? Ron observed. The trio was silent for a moment, before Ron spoke once more. Snape really just told you all that about Sirius Black? Harry nodded silently. For the first time since the three had started their conversation, Ron actually looked something other than disgusted. In fact, if Harry had to describe how he looked, he would say that Ron looked impressed. And that Hogwarts will have more security. Another silent nod. That was pretty decent of him, Ron admitted in a bewildered voice. Hermione smiled, clearly pleased with Ron's words. Are we going to Diagon Alley tomorrow? She asked. Ron nodded. Mum is taking all of us. Dad's been working crazy hours since we've got back. Quote. How was Egypt? Harry asked, glad that the conversation topic was no longer his new living arrangements. Brilliant. Ron smiled widely. Dinner. Mrs. Weasley's voice rang throughout the house. The trio made their way out of the bedroom and down the winding staircase only to be nearly trampled by Fred and George. Ginny walked slowly behind the group of them. Harry glanced back at her to see her blushing terribly. The two of them had always had a strange relationship, and Harry was sure she was embarrassed due to the events at the end of the previous school year. She's balmy, Ron muttered when he noticed Harry looking. Harry shrugged in reply. He had always quite liked Ginny despite Ron's constant annoyance with her. The group of them filed into the kitchen, Harry sitting himself between Fred and Ron. Meals at the Burrow often made Harry long for siblings as well as be thankful that he was an only child all at the same time. Though they were fun, noisy, and practically an event in themselves, Harry couldn't help but be thankful for the quiet meals he had shared with Snape where he had the man all to himself. Harry sincerely hoped that despite the fact that he'd no longer be staying in Snape's quarters during the school year that their meals would continue. He of course knew that that couldn't be the case every night, but he was hopeful for at least once or twice a week. Everything okay, love? Harry nodded enthusiastically as Mrs. Weasley's words brought him from his thoughts and back to reality. Everything is delicious, he offered with a smile. Mrs. Weasley returned the smile, but Harry didn't miss the worried look she shot in her husband's direction. Straight to bed after dessert, she said as she placed a tray of small cakes on the table. We'll be leaving early in the morning and I'm not in the mood to be fighting any of you to get you to wake. She means you, Fred accused Ginny. Shut it, Ginny replied. I mean just what I said, all of you. Harry's thoughts drifted back to Snape without his consent. The man had changed so much in just a few weeks, but Harry wasn't sure that Snape would ever be as lenient as Mrs. Weasley. Perhaps that kind of leniency came with having so many children. Harry wasn't sure, but he was sure that if he ever told someone to shut it at the dinner table, Snape wouldn't just ignore it the way Mrs. Weasley had. Dessert ended while Harry was still lost in thought, and when Mrs. Weasley spoke, he quickly ate the last of his food. Up to bed, the lot of you, Mrs. Weasley said as she began clearing the table. Hermione dear, I have you all set up in Ginny's room. Harry stood up ready to follow the others upstairs when he felt a hand touch his forearm. Just a minute, dear. Ron stopped dead in his tracks, clearly ready to wait for his best mate. Go on, Ron, Mrs. Weasley said. We just need to speak with Harry for a moment. But Mum, Ronald, Mr. Weasley spoke in a firm voice. Do as your mother says. Harry had to admit that he was a tad impressed with Mr. Weasley's firmness. It was rare that he heard the man speak in such a tone. Ron gave Harry a sympathetic look before turning and leaving the room. Harry wasn't sure why they were making such a big deal about Ron leaving. Surely they knew that Harry would confide in his friend immediately upon going upstairs. We just want to make sure you're okay, Mrs. Weasley explained the moment her youngest son was gone. When we heard the news, Harry, we were so eager to let Professor Dumbledore know that we would gladly take you in. A warm feeling instantly took over Harry's body. He would have never thought that 2 years ago when he met Ron that the Weasley family would become so important to him, but they really had become his own family in a way. Harry smiled. Thank you. Snape has been brilliant though, really. Mrs. Weasley nodded, though as he son earlier, she didn't look very convinced. I told you that all was well, Molly, Mr. Weasley smiled. Well, I had to be sure, didn't I? She asked her husband. You said yourself you were worried about the lack of experience he has with raising children. Mr. Weasley nodded as Mrs. Weasley turned her attention back to Harry. I just want you to know that we love you as though you were one of our own, and that you always have a home here should you need it or want it. Another smile, this one much bigger than the last, overtook Harry's face. Thank you, but I'm fine. Good, actually, really good. Can't the three of us just go get our books and things on our own? It was the third time Ron had asked his mother the same question, and Harry could tell she was getting annoyed. If the roles had been different and it had been him asking Snape, this would be the moment where Harry would shut up and stop pestering the man. Mrs. Weasley was no Snape though. I just don't know how safe it is, Mrs. Weasley trailed off. The group of them was standing outside of Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor trying to figure out where to go first. Everyone aside from Harry needed books. Ron needed a new wand, and Ginny new robes. It's more crowded than I've ever seen it, Ron said. We'll be fine. We're practically of age. Mrs. Weasley gave Ron a stern look but then nodded, clearly giving in. The three of you will stay together and stay out of trouble, she warned in a stern voice. I mean it now. Harry nodded in agreement. The last thing in the world he wanted was to be reunited with Snape, only for the man to find out he had gotten in some sort of trouble in his absence. We promise, Ron agreed. He was already walking away from his mother, pulling his friends along with him. Meet me back here in 2 hours, Mrs. Weasley instructed them. Her face was still full of worry, and Harry couldn't help but think that it had to do with him and Sirius Black. The trio quickly made their way to the bookstore, Ron getting all the same books that Harry did while Hermione pulled out a list that was nearly twice as long. What is all that? Harry asked. I'm taking more subjects than you two this year, she explained. Why Muggle studies? Ron asked as he peered at her list. You were raised by Muggles, weren't you? Because it will be fascinating to learn about them from the wizarding point of view, Hermione explained in an earnest voice. Ron made a face at Harry that clearly said that he thought Hermione had gone completely mental. Are you planning on eating or sleeping at all this year? Harry asked her as he swallowed a laugh. Of course, Hermione answered. And I plan on learning a lot as well. Can we go get my new wand now? Ron asked as Hermione paid for her large pile of books. Hermione nodded in reply. And then I want to go look for an owl. An owl? Harry asked. Hermione nodded once more as they made their way out of the shop. You have Hedwig and Ron has Errol. I really think I ought to get myself an owl as well. I haven't got Errol, Ron replied. He belongs to the family. I've got Scabbers. Harry felt a pang of guilt as he thought about Hedwig. For a week or so he had actually completely forgotten about his owl. He was ashamed to admit it, but with all the changes in his life, Hedwig was the last thing on his mind. When he had finally asked Snape about her, Snape had scolded him for taking so long to do so, stating that having an owl is a responsibility that isn't to be taken lightly. He finally told Harry that she was up in the Ollery. Harry's feet could hardly move quickly enough to get him up there. Hedwig seemed to forgive him for forgetting about her, aside from a few sharp nibbles to his fingers, but he still felt horrible about the whole ordeal. You've still got a pet and I haven't, Hermione explained as the trio rounded the corner and walked into Magical Menagerie. There wasn't very much room inside. Every inch of wall was hidden by cages. It was smelly and very noisy, as nearly every cage had some sort of animal either hissing, squeaking, or squawking. Harry was happy when he saw the old witch that was behind the counter wave them forward. Scabbers has been a bit off since we've gotten back from Egypt anyway. A bit off? Harry asked. Hermione was already talking a mile a minute to the witch behind the counter, leaving the boys to fend for themselves. Ron nodded. Just not himself, you know. Harry nodded in agreement, but he really didn't know. As far as he could tell, in the past 2 years Scabbers didn't really have much of a defining personality. What is that? Ron asked in a shocked voice, causing Harry to turn and look as well. Hermione was walking towards them with what appeared to be a large car or a small tiger in her arms. This is Crookshanks, she smiled brightly. Isn't he gorgeous? I thought you were getting an owl. Ron asked. Well, I was, but then I saw him and I just fell in love. Ron rolled his eyes as he shook his head, clearly trying to figure out exactly how girls' brains worked. Do you think we'd get a reward if we caught him? Ron said out of nowhere. It was late, well after midnight. Harry was in the extra bed in Ron's room trying to fall asleep. Caught who? Sirius Black. That would be wicked if we got some huge reward. Harry was pretty sure that if he purposely went anywhere near Sirius Black, Snape would reward him, though it wouldn't be the type of reward Ron was referring to. I don't know, Harry answered. We can't go after him though. If no one else can catch him, what makes you think we can? We have a pretty decent track record, Ron pointed out through a yawn. Especially you. He's a known murderer and people think he wants to kill me. I'm not going to go looking for him, Harry replied. Ron was silent for several moments. Harry heard him roll over in his bed. For a moment he thought his friend was asleep, but then Ron cleared his throat. Hey, before you left your aunt and uncles, did you get them to sign your permission slip for Hogsmeade? No, Harry replied. I have to ask Snape to do it. Think he will? Yeah, why wouldn't he? Harry asked in a dumbfounded voice. This whole Sirius Black business, Ron yawned. I don't know. I guess I just thought maybe he'd so know because of it. The words cut through Harry like a knife. Of course Ron was right. Snape would hardly let Harry walk through the castle by himself, let alone allow him to go to Hogsmeade with his friends. Harry felt his stomach flop at the idea of being alone in the castle while everyone else got to go off and have a wonderful time without him. He couldn't let that happen. Maybe your parents would sign mine, Harry muttered. That was the solution. If Mrs. Weasley signed for him, surely Dumbledore would let him go, and if Snape got mad, Harry could just say he was afraid it was too late to ask Snape, so he had asked Mrs. Weasley. Surely he couldn't get into trouble for that. It won't work, mate. Ron yawned once more. Your parent or guardian or whatever has to sign it. Harry frowned deeply as he rolled over onto his side. He was doomed, completely doomed. It makes absolutely no sense for Harry not to know, he nearly shouted. I've attempted to speak with Fudge about this on several occasions, but he insists on treating him like a child. He's only 13. If that's not a child, then I'm not sure I know what is, Mrs. Weasley said in a much softer voice. Besides that, the truth would terrify him. Do you really want that hanging over his head constantly? The boy is happier not knowing. I don't want to make him miserable, I want him to be aware, to be on guard at all times. You know what Harry and Ron are like, wandering off by themselves and breaking rules left and right. It can't be that way this year, Molly. When I think what could have happened to him the night he ran away from home. If the night bus hadn't picked him up, I'm prepared to bet that he would have been dead before the ministry found him. Harry lay as still as he possibly could. He had been trying to fall asleep when he heard the conversation between Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. At first he was doing everything in his power not to eavesdrop on it, but when he had heard his name he couldn't help but strain to hear every word. They had all been sent to bed after dinner. They were leaving for Hogwarts in the morning, and Mrs. Weasley had been insistent that they get a good night's sleep. For nearly 2 hours after that, Harry and Ron had played a quiet game of chess, planning on jumping into bed if they heard anyone approach the room, but no one had. Ron was long asleep now, though. Harry had been trying to follow suit, but unfortunately for him his mind was far too awake to allow sleep to take over. He couldn't stop wondering how the school year would play out. He also couldn't shake the feeling that he would actually miss being around Snape. The conversation he was now listening to had pushed all the other thoughts from his mind, though. He had never heard Mr. Weasley sound quite as upset as he currently did. Harry felt quite bad that he was the one causing it. He wanted nothing more than to go assure the man that Snape had already spoken to him and that he had no intentions of putting himself into again kind of danger. But he's not dead, Arthur. He's fine, so. Molly, they say Sirius Black is mad, and maybe he is, but he was clever enough to escape from Azkaban, and that's supposed to be impossible. It's been nearly 2 months and no one's seen hide nor hair of him, and I don't care what Fudge keeps telling the Daily Prophet, we're no nearer catching Black than inventing self-spelling wands. Harry will be perfectly safe at Hogwarts. We thought Azkaban was perfectly safe. If Black can break out of Azkaban, he can break into Hogwarts. Harry glanced over at Ron, who was snoring softly. The redhead had spoken the same words only days ago. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Ron had heard his father say them before, or if the two just thought that much alike. We're not even positive that he is after Harry. There was thud on wood, and Harry was sure that Mr. Weasley had banged his fist on the table. Molly, how many times do I have to tell you? They didn't report it in the press because Fudge wanted to keep it quiet, but Fudge went out to Azkaban the night Black escaped. The guards told Fudge that Black's been talking in his sleep for a while now. Always the same words, he's at Hogwarts, he's at Hogwarts. Black is deranged, Molly, and he wants Harry dead. If you ask me, he thinks murdering Harry will bring you know who back to power. He lost everything the night that Harry didn't die, and he's had 12 years alone in Azkaban to brood on that. You're forgetting that both Severus and Dumbledore are at Hogwarts. I don't think anyone could hurt Harry with those two watching over his every move. I am sure they are both aware of this. Of course they are. Dumbledore's permission was needed in order to bring the Azkaban guards to Hogwarts. They'll be stationed at every entrance, though I can't say he's very happy about it. Why shouldn't he be happy? If they catch Black. Dumbledore isn't fond of the Azkaban guards, Mr. Weasley responded in a heavy voice. I can't say I'm too fond of them myself. However, when you are dealing with a wizard like Black, sometimes you have to join forces with those you would rather avoid. If they save Harry, I'll never say another word against them again. There was silence for several long moments as Harry contemplated slipping out of the room in order to hear them better. And then Mr. Weasley spoke once more. Perhaps you are right though. It may not be my place to speak with Harry on my own. Perhaps I should talk to Severus and express my concerns, see if he's willing to talk with the boy. That's certainly a better idea than just ambushing the child with information, Mrs. Weasley yawned. Harry lay straining to hear more, but after 10 minutes passed that were filled with silence, he decided that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had likely gone to bed. His mind began to replay the conversation that he had just heard, and he wondered why he didn't feel more scared. Sirius Black had murdered 13 people and he was after him, and Harry had never felt less scared about something in his life. He supposed he agreed with Mrs. Weasley that the safest place for him to be was where Snape and Dumbledore were. His thoughts wandered to Snape as he wondered why the man hadn't told him about what Fudge had learned at Azkaban. For a moment he felt angry that Snape had kept such information from him, but the feeling quickly vanished. He was sure that Snape just hadn't wanted to scare him. Besides, being angry with Snape would do no good. It wasn't as if Harry could tell him why he was angry. Doing so would only result in Harry having to admit that he listened in on the entire conversation that the Weasleys had had, and he certainly didn't want to do that. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed at the adults' concern over him. After all, he had escaped Lord Voldemort 3 times. He didn't need to be treated like a sodding toddler. He could handle himself. I need to talk to you and Hermione in private, Harry muttered to Ron. They had just stepped onto the train. All morning the conversation that Harry had heard the night before had been itching to get out of him, but he had yet to find a private moment to share it with his friends. Go away, Ginny, Ron said. The older Weasleys had already ventured off with their friends, leaving Ginny behind. Oh, that's real nice, Ginny said huffily before she stalked off. You could have been a bit nicer to her. Ron shrugged at Hermione's words before he turned and followed Harry down the corridor looking for an empty compartment. They walked nearly the entire length of the train, finding every compartment full before coming to the last one. There was a man sitting fast asleep next to the window. Ron gave his friends a peculiar look before shrugging and entering the compartment. It was odd to see an adult on the train aside from the old witch who pushed the trolley. It was normally reserved for students and students alone. I wonder who he is, Ron whispered. Professor R.J. Lupin, Hermione supplied. How did you know that? Ron asked her before he turned to Harry. How does she know everything? Harry shrugged as Hermione spoke once more. It's on his case, she replied, pointing at the luggage rack over the man's head. There was a small beat-up-looking suitcase. His name was stamped across one corner of it. Wonder what he teaches? Ron wondered aloud. That's obvious, Hermione whispered. There's only one vacancy, isn't there? Defense against the dark arts. Ron made a concerned face as he looked at the professor once more. I hope he's up for it. He looks like one good hex would finish him off completely. He turned to Harry as he sat down across from the man. Anyway, what were you going to tell us? Harry eyed the professor carefully before he took a seat next to Ron, Hermione carefully sliding in next to the sleeping man. He wasn't sure that he should discuss the things he had heard in front of his new professor, but as far as he could tell, the man did appear to really be asleep, and he certainly wasn't going to get any privacy for quite a while. Quietly, Harry repeated the information that he had heard the night before. Why didn't you wake me? Ron asked in an annoyed voice. You were snoring, Harry replied. And I couldn't wake you without making noise. Ron didn't seem too convinced by the excuse. Hermione, however, had completely different concerns. Harry, if he's really after you, you're going to have to be careful, she said in a worried voice. Don't go looking for trouble, promise me. I don't go looking for trouble. Trouble usually finds me. How thick would Harry have to be to go looking for someone who was trying to kill him? Ron asked. But your dad is right. If he got out of Azkaban, surely getting into Hogwarts would be no problem at all, Hermione replied. And the Azkaban guards, Ron said. Dad has said they are horrible and Dementors, Harry said, suddenly remembering that Snape had identified them weeks earlier. They'll be at all the entrances to Hogwarts. They sound horrible, Hermione said in a worried voice. Harry couldn't help but think that both Ron and Hermione seemed to be much more frightened over the news than he was. I reckon Mum is right too though, Ron said. You are the safest wherever Dumbledore is. And Snape, Harry added. He wasn't sure why it was so important to him that Snape get his share of the credit, but he didn't like that Ron excluded him. Right, Ron agreed with a funny look on his face. And Snape. Harry was about to ask what the face was about when Hermione quickly changed the subject. I don't know about you two, but I'm excited for the trips to Hogsmeade this year. I've been reading about it this summer and the shops there sound brilliant. Plus the time away from the castle will be a nice change. You'll have to tell me all about it when you go, Harry replied in a bitter voice. But why? He never got his aunt and uncle to sign his permission slip, Ron explained in a sad voice. So ask Professor Snape to do it. Right, Harry replied sarcastically. Because I'm sure he'll be real keen on doing that with Sirius Black on the loose. Hermione's face fell as the realization that Harry was right hit her. We could ask Fred and George, Ron offered. They know every secret passage out of the castle and I'm sure they. Ron, said Hermione sharply. I don't think Harry should be sneaking out with Sirius Black out there. Yeah, I expect that's what Snape is going to say when I ask him to sign my permission slip, Harry said in a resentful voice. But surely if you're with us and everyone else and Sirius Black killed 13 people, Ron. I doubt he's going to care about killing a bunch of students to get to Harry, Hermione pointed out. Harry was about to make a stupid claim that he could do as he pleased and didn't need Snape's permission for every little thing when the train came to a stop with a jolt. What's going on? Ron asked. We can't possibly be there yet. Hermione got out of her seat and cautiously stepped over Professor Lupin to look out the window. There is something moving out there. I think someone is coming aboard. Who? Ron asked in a worried voice. Well, I don't know, do I? I'm in here with you. Harry was quiet as he realized that Professor Lupin was now awake, a worried look on the man's face. He locked eyes with Harry for all of a moment before he spoke in a hoarse voice. Quiet, all three of you. Hermione nearly jumped out of her skin at the words and then quickly sunk back into her seat, a curious look on her face as she eyed the professor. Stay where you are, he instructed in the same hoarse voice. The man moved to his feet and headed for the compartment door, but before he could open it, it opened from the other side. Standing in the doorway was a cloaked figure that towered to the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden by a hood. Harry's eyes darted downward just as a grayish, slimy-looking, and scabby hand slid out from beneath the cloak. Suddenly the thing drew a long, slow, rattling breath as though it were trying to s.k. something more than air from its surroundings. An intense cold swept over Harry as he felt his own breath catch in his chest. His eyes rolled up into his head. He felt as though he was drowning in the cold. And then from what seemed like a million miles away he heard a woman screaming. Harry, Harry. Harry slowly opened his eyes to find himself on the floor of the compartment. Hermione and Ron were kneeling on the floor next to him, concerned looks plastered onto both of their faces. Professor Lupin was standing next to Ron, looking both concerned and angry. The hooded creature was gone and train was moving once again. Are you okay? Hermione asked in a nervous voice. Yeah, Harry nodded. What was that thing? And who screamed? No one screamed, Ron replied with a worried look on his face. But I heard someone scream, a lady I think. Here, Professor Lupin bent over and handed Harry a large piece of chocolate. Eat this, it will help. He handed Ron and Hermione each a piece as well. Harry sat up and then stood, sitting back down in his original seat. The chocolate was still in his hand, but he had yet to take a bite of it. What was that thing? He asked once more. One of the Dementors from Azkaban, Professor Lupin explained. Hermione's face took on a horrified expression. Now, as I've said, eat the chocolate, I'm going to go speak with the driver. Harry waited until the man was gone and then spoke once more. I don't get it. What happened? The Dementor, Hermione explained. It sort of looked at you, I guess, and you went all rigid and fell to the floor, and then Professor Lupin took out his wand and did some spell, and it turned around and sort of glided away. Harry didn't miss the look of sheer terror in her eyes. But why just me? Why didn't it affect you? It did, Ron said. Just differently, I guess. I felt like I'd never be cheerful again. Hermione remained silent but nodded in agreement. Harry sighed to himself as he finally took a bite of the chocolate in his hand. He couldn't help but feel like a total ass for fainting the way that he did. Obviously, he couldn't really help his reaction to the Dementor, but he wouldn't have minded the least bit if he hadn't reacted so drastically. One thing was for certain, he was going to avoid those horrible creatures at all costs. This is unacceptable. Severus, please, Dumbledore said in a calm voice. It was obviously a mistake and. A mistake? Snape snorted. That is putting it lightly. You assured me that the Dementors wouldn't leave their posts, and now here they are invading the train. What's next? Will they be interrupting classes as well? As I've said, it was a mistake, a misunderstanding. They've been called back to their posts where they will remain without another incident. Snape glared at the man, trying hard to reel in his temper. When he had heard of the Dementors interrupting the train's journey to Hogwarts, he had been annoyed at best. However, when he had received word that Harry had fainted due to them, he had been livid. The concern that had taken over his body had mirrored the feelings he had experienced when he had found the boy nearly drowning in the lake, feelings that he had no desire to ever feel again. The moment that train arrives, I want him to be seen by Madame Pomfrey, Snape instructed. Dumbledore nodded, a knowing look on his face. Of course, Severus. He will also receive a calming draft this evening, Snape continued. Whatever you say, Severus. Snape nodded as he felt his heart begin to beat at a normal rate once again. This child would be the death of him, he was sure of it. I'm fine, Harry repeated, for what felt like the 700th time. The moment he had stepped off the train, Hagrid had pulled him aside and informed him that he was to report directly to the hospital wing. Harry had argued that he didn't want to go for all of a minute before Hagrid had told him that it was Snape's orders, and Harry had shut up and given in. Despite the fact that he felt childish doing so, he had nearly stomped all the way to the hospital wing, furious at the idea of Snape treating him like such a baby. Despite his anger, he had to admit that it was kind of nice to have someone who cared enough to make sure he was okay. The instant that he stepped into the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey began looking him over, treating him as though he were a 3-year-old instead of a 13-year-old. Are you sure you're feeling okay? She asked once more. Not a bit peaky. I feel fine, Harry repeated once more. The witch didn't look convinced but nodded anyway. I'll give you your tonic and you'll be free to go then. Tonic? Harry asked in a weary voice. Professor Snape insisted that you get a calming draft before I sent you to your dormitory. But dinner will be served to you in bed, she replied as she reached onto a shelf for a small vial. But I feel fine, Harry insisted in an annoyed voice. There was no way he was going to miss dinner or go to bed early like a baby would. Do as you're told, a familiar voice warned. Harry turned on his heels to see Snape now entering the hospital wing. I don't need a calming draft, Harry tried to explain. I really feel fine. I did not ask how you felt, Snape replied. You were attacked by a Dementor and a calming draft will help you to sleep. But I want to go to dinner, Harry retorted. Harry, Snape said in a dangerously low tone. Do as you are told. No, Harry replied defiantly. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat loudly. Perhaps I'll just leave you two alone for a moment. Within seconds, the old witch had scurried out of the room, clearly privy of the situation at hand. Snape stared sternly down at Harry. Harry knew the man was waiting for an apology, and he wanted to give him one, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. After several long moments of uncomfortable silence, Snape opened his mouth. I understand that what you experienced was obviously unpleasant, and therefore I will refrain from punishing you for your utter disrespect. However, you will do as you are told and take the tonic. If you cannot obey this simple request, then you will find yourself sleeping down in my quarters tonight, where I can keep a close eye on you. You will also find yourself on the receiving end of a punishment the moment I am sure that you have recovered from the Dementor attack that you experienced. I'll take it, Harry quickly agreed. He could feel the hot tears burning the back of his throat. He hadn't seen Snape in days, and this wasn't how their reunion was supposed to go. Snape wasn't supposed to be mad at him. Harry wasn't supposed to have mucked things up. Snape nodded. I'll send Madame Pomfrey back in and then to bed with you. You have potions tomorrow morning, and the last thing I want is a tired student in my class. Harry nodded in agreement and defeat as Snape turned and walked away. He couldn't help the feeling of full-on dejection. Snape hardly seemed like he had missed Harry at all, and he didn't seem all that happy to see him either. Harry tried to convince himself that Snape was just cross with him over the tonic, which was very likely, but it didn't make the situation any easier to accept. Snape sat at his table. His nightcap was in his right hand, but he hadn't taken a drink from it in nearly 30 minutes. The only noise in his quarters was the sound of the clock ticking loudly. It was past midnight. The man should have been long asleep by now. Classes were starting the following morning, and it wasn't like him to stay up so late the night before the first day. However, many of the current events he had been experiencing were not like him. When he had agreed to take the son of James Potter in, he knew that the task would not be an easy one. He had expected the child to be unruly. He expected him to act out, and he expected to have to teach him to behave properly. What he hadn't expected was the unnatural feeling of actually caring for the child and worrying about him when things went wrong. Snape couldn't have been more thankful that Remus happened to be on the train. He couldn't have been more grateful that Harry appeared to have made a full recovery. And he couldn't have been more annoyed with Fudge and Dumbledore for having Dementors involved in anything pertaining to Hogwarts in the first place. He had said from day one that the idea was horrible, and now his predictions were reigning true. He vowed to himself that if another incident took place involving Harry, he would personally see to it that the Dementors left the school's property at once. He swirled his drink around in his hand as the night replayed in his mind. He had been surprised when Harry had defiantly refused to take the calming draft. However, the boy had changed his mind and obeyed quite quickly. It was almost as if he was beginning to learn to listen. A month ago Snape would have laughed out loud at such a ridiculous notion, but these days it appeared to be quite true. Perhaps the child was changing just as Snape felt himself doing so. He swallowed the last of his drink, setting his glass back on the table only to have it magically vanish seconds after he did so. He would see Harry tomorrow morning for potions class, and surprisingly he was actually looking forward to it. He smirked at the ridiculousness of his own feelings before waving his hand to switch off the lights, and heading to his bedroom. Your third year is immensely important, and I expect that you all treat it as such. I will require all homework to be turned in when it is due. Failure to do so will result in a failing grade, Snape droned on. Harry had hoped that somehow potions class would be different from previous years. By the looks Ron was giving him, his red-headed friend had expected the same. Harry was beginning to wish that he hadn't made such a point to say how much Snape had changed. So far this class had been exactly like every other potions class they had sat through, right down to Snape's beginning of the year. This year is immensely important. Speech. You will now open your books to page 16. Harry pulled his book out and turned the pages. He had been back at Hogwarts for nearly half a day now, and Snape had yet to say a word to him. The previous night, he had considered going down to Snape's quarters to talk to him, but he was too worried that Snape would be mad and that doing so would only end badly. Harry was hopeful that Snape wasn't cross over the tonic anymore, but he wouldn't be surprised if he was. He had flat out said no to the man. The last time that had happened Snape had been furious, and Harry wouldn't blame him if he was again. He could have kicked himself for being so dumb as to muck things up so quickly. Potter. Harry snapped back to attention as he heard the sound of his last name. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Hermione giving him a disapproving look. He didn't care though. Snape calling him Potter instead of Harry was weighing on his mind far more than any look Hermione could give him. I have asked you the same question twice and you have yet to do more other than stare into space, Snape said in a stern voice. However, being that it is the first say back, I will give you a final chance to answer me. Harry sighed to himself. He didn't know the question, let alone the answer, and he was sure Snape wasn't going to repeat it. I don't know, Harry muttered in a voice that was barely audible. Snape's face changed from annoyed to angry. Do you take pleasure in wasting my time and yours with your insufferable daydreaming? No, sir, Harry replied. He was no longer upset about Snape, he was now upset with Snape. After everything he had told his friends, all the convincing he had done with Ron, Snape was acting exactly like he always did, maybe even worse. Perhaps an extra assignment would do well to help you remember to pay attention in class. I'll expect 2 feet on shrinking solutions on my desk the next time we meet. Harry heard Ron make a displeased sound at his friend's punishment. Harry felt as though his insides were on fire. How could Snape treat him so horribly after the last few weeks? How could he make him look like such an idiot in front of his friends? The anger in him was brewing so quickly that he didn't even think about his actions or the word that came out of his mouth. No. Harry heard several of his fellow students s.k. their breath in. No one ever spoke to Snape like that in class. Harry felt the blood drain from his face as Snape's profile changed from angry to livid. You will see me after class, Potter. That is if you can control yourself long enough to get through class. Snape paused for a moment as he fixed Harry with a stern look, practically daring the teenager to speak another word. Though he was angry, Harry wasn't that dumb. As much as he wanted to tell Snape to shove off, he knew that doing so would only end poorly. Snape had promised him that he wouldn't punish him in front of his classmates, and Harry trusted that he wouldn't, but he hardly wanted to give the man reason to feel the need to do so either. Is there anyone in this class that can answer my question? Snape said just seconds before he broke his unyielding stare. Ms. Granger. Harry heard Hermione clear her throat before she correctly answered the question. Precisely. Snape nodded in approval. He gave Harry another disapproving look before turning his attention to the entire class. Quills out. I expect seamless notes to be taken. Harry pulled out his quill and parchment. His emotions were raging inside of him. A huge part of him was angry with Snape for the way he was acting. How could the man act as if nothing had changed between them when so much had? Harry wanted nothing more than to storm out of the classroom and to Dumbledore's office and demand that the headmaster find him a new guardian that actually cared. A little voice in the back of his mind told him he was being completely unreasonable, though. Truthfully, he hadn't expected Snape to change so much that he'd be a completely different person. And with the way he had just acted in class, Harry was lucky that Snape hadn't been much meaner to him. Had he really just said no to the man for the second time in less than 24 hours? He felt his ears burn with shame. For the remainder of the class, Harry tried his hardest to concentrate on what Snape was saying. He took flawless notes as if being studious would excuse the behavior he had displayed only moments earlier. Far too quickly for Harry's liking, class ended. Ron gave him a sympathetic look before gathering his books. I'll meet you in the common room, Ron promised as Hermione nodded in agreement. Harry nodded in reply. He was actually quite touched by Ron's words. It wasn't often that his best mate would risk being late for lunch. The moment the last of his classmates had exited the room and the door had swung closed behind them, Snape strode the few steps to where Harry was sitting. In one quick movement, he grabbed the 13-year-old by his upper arm and lifted him from his chair. Harry knew what was coming and he tried to struggle against it, but he was no match for the angry potions teacher. In one swift movement, Snape had turned him to the side and brought his hand down toughly hard, not once, but twice. Someone is going to hear you, Harry whispered through clenched teeth. He was using every ounce of self-control he had to keep himself from crying in pain. I hope someone does, Snape replied. Perhaps if they did, it would teach you a lesson. Snape said the words, but he honestly didn't mean them. Despite the fact that he was now the disciplinarian of the unruly 13-year-old, the last thing he wanted was to humiliate him in front of his friends. Snape was all too familiar with what humiliation could do to a child, and he hardly wanted to cause the same pain to Harry that he himself had suffered. As far as Snape was concerned, there was nothing worse to endure than public humiliation. Seconds after his hand made contact for the third time, Snape deposited Harry roughly back into his chair. What in Merlin's name has gotten into you? Acting out in class as though you are a child. For a moment Harry nearly shrugged, but he caught himself before he made such a grave mistake. I don't know, Harry muttered under his breath. He was angry with Snape yet still embarrassed by his behavior, and on top of that his bum stung something awful. You most certainly do, Snape replied in a stern voice. He was having a hard time believing that the discourteous child he was currently dealing with was the same boy he had spent the last few weeks of the summer holiday with. True, Harry had been a bit disrespectful of the rules more than once over the past few weeks, but he would have never expected that the teenager would act out the way he had in class. Snape had thought that they were past such deliberate bad behavior. You will start explaining yourself or you'll find yourself in more trouble than you are already in, Snape continued. His voice, if possible, was sterner than it had been only seconds ago. You were cross with me last night, Harry said in a soft voice. He was met by silence, and for a moment he didn't think Snape had even heard him. He was preparing himself for Snape to begin yelling at him once more, but when he did reply, his voice sounded confused. I wasn't in the least. You were, Harry argued. You weren't happy to see me at all, and then today you called me Potter. Snape sighed. He tried to rationalize the absolutely ridiculous reasons the child had behind his behavior. I wasn't angry with you last night, Snape explained. I was upset at the fact that the Dementors had been on the train. I certainly did not mean for my anger to be directed at you. I was also concerned with your well-being after what you experienced. Harry looked up at his guardian as these words registered. Yes, Snape nodded. You heard me correctly. I was worried about you. Why did you call me Potter? Harry asked. He hoped that his voice didn't come across as sounding nearly as hurt as he felt. Because your classmates were present, Snape answered without hesitation. I am sure that several of them are already aware of our new arrangements. However, as I told you this summer, I will not be treating you differently in my classroom. I will not be accused of favoring you, nor will I allow these circumstances to impair the manner in which I am viewed by my pupils. Harry nodded. He supposed he could understand Snape's reasoning. I warned you this summer that things in my classroom would not change, and I meant that, Harry. Snape's voice was much less stern, but Harry could hear the seriousness in it. Harry nodded in reply. You're going to be late for lunch, Snape continued. I believe I heard Mr. Weasley say he would wait for you. Harry nodded once more before sliding out of his chair. He gathered his books and turned, heading for the door. Before he was more than 2 steps away, though, he turned and faced Snape once more. Do I really have to do that essay for you? Snape raised an eyebrow at the words. I mean, it was all a big misunderstanding, Harry quickly tried to explain. If I had known you weren't angry, I never would have said no to you, and I wasn't really daydreaming, I was just worried. And I will excuse you from your punishment this once, Snape interrupted his rambling. However, in the future I will not be so kind. Harry smiled. Thanks. Snape nodded in reply. Now go to lunch. I have to prepare for my afternoon class. Can we eat dinner tonight? Harry asked on a whim. The thought had been racing through his mind for the past few minutes, but he hadn't expected to actually ask. I sincerely hope so, Snape replied. He was already across the room, sitting at his desk, surrounded by books and papers. No, I mean, I know we can, but can we together, down in your quarters? Snape shook his head. I have work to attend to this evening. Oh, okay, Harry replied. Just as he had less than 5 minutes prior, he hoped his voice didn't sound nearly as hurt as he felt. He turned once more and headed for the door as he silently reminded himself that Snape was a teacher and that during the school year he wouldn't be free every moment that Harry wanted him to. Tomorrow night would be better. Harry felt a smile take over his face as he opened the door. He nodded without turning to face Snape. He was really starting to like the man, but he still didn't want him to see how happy his 5 simple words had made him. Okay, he replied in a nonchalant voice. She's late, Ron said in an annoyed voice. There should be some kind of rule. If teachers are more than 10 minutes late, class is cancelled. Harry chuckled at these words. They were sitting at a small table in the middle of the most peculiar classroom Harry had ever seen. It was as if it was half someone's attic and half an old-fashioned tea shop. There were literally little armchairs all over, curtains draped everywhere, and piles of what Harry could only think of as junk crammed into every inch of free space on the bookshelves. A voice suddenly came out of the shadows, a soft, misty voice. Welcome, it said. It's lovely to see you all in the physical world. Harry's first impression of Professor Trelawney was that she was the most eccentric person he had ever seen in his life. He couldn't help but wonder what Snape thought about her. Welcome to divination, said Professor Trelawney, who had seated herself in a winged armchair. My name is Professor Trelawney. You may or may not have seen me before. I often find that descending into the hustle and bustle of the world clouds my inner eye. Harry heard Ron snort softly at these words. Divination is the most difficult of all magical arts, as there is very little I can actually teach you if you do not already have the sight. Now it was Hermione that Harry heard make a disapproving sound under her breath. You boy, she said to Neville suddenly. Is your grandmother well? I think so. Neville stuttered. I wouldn't be so sure, my dear, she replied in a sad voice. Quote. Neville's face turned nearly white at her words. This year we will be covering the basic methods of divination. We shall devote the first term to reading tea leaves, Professor Trelawney continued with no regard to Neville's obvious panic. I want you to divide into pairs. Collect a teacup from the shelf, come to me, and I will fill it. Then sit down and drink until only the dregs remain. Swill these around in the cup 3 times with the left hand, and then turn the cup upside down on its saucer. Wait for the last of the tea to drain away and then give your cup to your partner to read. I will move amongst you to help. Harry and Ron retrieved cups of tea quite quickly and instantly started drinking. Once they had followed the instructions, they switched cups. What do you see in mine? Ron asked with a yawn. A load of soggy brown stuff, Harry replied in a bored voice. Broaden your mind, Professor Trelawney instructed from behind him. Harry was half tempted to tell her that his mind only saw a load of soggy brown stuff, but he refrained and instead consulted his textbook. Okay, you've got sort of a crooked cross, but you've got sort of a sun too. Harry leaned over the book trying to decipher the meaning. So you're going to suffer, but you'll be happy about it, he said in an unsure voice. That's some inner eye you've got there. Ron smirked as he reached over for Harry's cup. Another soggy brown patch, Ron said through a yawn. Looks like it might be some kind of animal. Maybe a sheep. Let me see that, dear. Professor Trelawney practically snatched the cup from Ron's hand. The falcon, she said in a shocked voice. You have a deadly enemy. Everyone knows that. Hermione practically snorted. You know who? Harry worked hard to keep the smile off of his face. He had never heard Hermione speak to a teacher in the tone she had just used. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. As though he and Ron had finally rubbed off a bit on her. You have the Grim, Professor Trelawney said dramatically. Everyone was abandoning their cups now and crowding around to hear. The Grim? Harry asked. He was trying hard to appear nonchalant, but he couldn't help the feeling of uncertainty that was rising in him. The Grim, my dear, the Grim. The giant, spectral dog that haunts churchyards. My dear boy, it is an omen of death. Harry's stomach lurched. The dog, Sirius Black. I don't think that looks like a Grim, Hermione said flatly. Professor Trelawney surveyed Hermione with obvious dislike before she replied. You'll forgive me for saying so, my dear, but I perceive very little aura around you. Hermione practically rolled her eyes at these words. I think we'll leave the lesson here for today, said Professor Trelawney in the mistiest voice. Yes, please pack away your things. She's mad, Hermione declared as the 3 of them descended the staircase. Absolutely bonkers. You're late, Snape said in an annoyed voice as the teenager entered the room. You were the one who wanted to have this meal together. I expected you to at least have the common decency to show up on time. Sorry, Harry muttered as he hurried across the room towards the table. Just an apology. No wild excuses. Ron lost his rat, Harry elaborated as he slid into his seat across from Snape. Is that the best excuse you can come up with? Snape asked. I expected more from you. Perhaps a troll in the hallway that stopped you from getting down here, or that Peeves was tormenting you and prevented you from arriving on time. Scabbers really is lost, Harry tried to convince the man. Ron is convinced that Crookshanks got him. Dare I ask what in the world a Crookshanks is? Harry chuckled softly at these words. Hermione's cat, he replied before biting into his roll. Ms. Granger's cat has eaten Mr. Weasley's rat. That sounds like the beginning of an awful rhyme. I don't think Crookshanks did anything to Scabbers, but Ron isn't speaking to Hermione now, and I was late because I was trying to help him find his rat. Snape rolled his eyes as he swallowed his food before replying. Regardless of your friend's ridiculous antics, If we are going to make these dinners a weekly occurrence, I expect that in the future you will not be tardy. Harry nodded seriously. He couldn't help the small smile that had spread across his lips. Snape had just agreed to have dinner with him weekly, and the man actually seemed to be in a good mood. Next week I'll be on time, Harry promised. Early even. Snape huffed at these words. The day you are early for anything, I'll keel over in pure shock. Harry smiled at the man's words. He was hardly able to believe his luck. It was a rare incident that Snape was in this good of a mood. Harry immediately decided that he needed to take advantage of such a situation. Can I ask you something? Snape gave the teenager a questioning look. Will you promise to think about it and not just automatically say no? Absolutely not, Snape replied. Nor will I ever make such a promise to a child who is in my care. Harry made an annoyed face as he ate a forkful of his chicken. I am not in the business of making deals with you. Now, if I feel the need to think about what you want to ask me before making a decision, I will do so, but I will not promise you that such an event will occur. Harry mulled these words over for a moment before deciding that he didn't have much to lose. Eventually he'd have to ask Snape anyway, and he certainly couldn't predict the man ever being in a better mood than he appeared to be in tonight. Will you sign my permission slip so that I can go to Hogsmeade? Harry tried his hardest to sound as mature as he possibly could. No, Snape replied curtly. I most certainly will not. Harry had expected this answer, but he still wasn't prepared for the immense feeling of disappointment that rushed through his body. He used every ounce of restraint he had to keep himself from yelling at Snape that he was not fair. But everyone is going, Harry tried to explain, fighting to keep all hints of a whine out of his voice. Everyone is not my concern, Snape replied after finishing the last bite of his meal. You are my concern, and you will not be gallivanting all over the place while you are in my care. It's not all over the place though, it's just to Hogsmeade with my friends, Harry tried. He could see the annoyance beginning to take over his guardian's face, but he couldn't make himself stop talking. And adults will be there. It's not as if we'll be all alone. And if you make any rules, any at all, I'll follow them perfectly. I swear it. I just have made a rule and you are whining like a child about it, Snape retorted. I'm not whining, Harry argued. If he was to be honest with himself though, he would have to admit that even while he denied it, his voice came out in a whine. You most definitely are, and failure to stop your childish behavior will end poorly for your backside. Am I perfectly clear? Harry nodded in reply. Snape's voice was stern now, and Harry could have kicked himself for ruining the man's good mood. Why on earth he hadn't stopped while he was ahead, he'd never know. And furthermore, Snape continued, if I hear you continue to complain, I will find plenty of work for you to do while your classmates are in Hogsmeade. Harry wanted to roll his eyes, but he refrained. Their empty plates vanished from the table, and seconds later 2 cups, a kettle of tea, and a plate of biscuits appeared. The room was silent as Snape poured them each a cup of tea. Harry took a biscuit from the pile before scowling into his teacup. How are your classes? Fine, Harry replied shortly. Despite a very loud voice in the back of his head begging him to stop acting like a prat, he couldn't help the attitude that was dripping from his voice. He knew he was pushing it, especially considering that Snape had already threatened him with punishment, but he didn't care. His anger was outweighing his common sense. Snape gave the boy a stern look. This is your final warning. You will lose your attitude immediately, or mark my words, you young man will find yourself in a world of trouble. Harry swallowed hard. His insides were squirming. Snape was angry. His good mood was long gone, and it was Harry's fault. He hadn't meant for this to happen. He took a deep breath. Sorry, he said in a voice just barely above a whisper. Snape fixed him with a stern look before nodding curtly, acknowledging Harry's apology. How are your classes? Snape asked once more. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. His guardian's voice was much less stern, and although the man was hardly as pleasant as he had been when Harry had first arrived, his demeanor had vastly improved in the last minute. They've been okay, Harry replied in a much calmer voice. Divination is pretty boring. Boring or not, I expect you to work hard at it. Harry nodded. He wanted to point out that Snape expecting him to get perfect marks in his work was an unfair expectation, but he kept his mouth shut. Harry chewed a mouthful of his biscuit as he pondered the idea that Snape actually thought he was smart enough to get grades like Hermione did. It was kind of nice to have someone who believed he could do so, but at the same time it was annoying that he had to live up to the man's expectations. Did you get good grades when you were in school? Harry asked in a curious voice. He knew the answer before Snape even replied, and he knew it wasn't going to help his case. There was no way that Snape did poorly in school. I studied hard and received very high marks, Snape replied. When did you have time to have fun? The question fell out of Harry's mouth before he could stop it, and he instantly regretted it. You are not at Hogwarts to have fun or to be running off on ridiculous adventures every other day. You are here to learn, and I intend to see that you do just that. Professor Trelawney seems to think I am going to die. He had wanted to bring up the fact that she had seen the Grim in his cup to Snape from the moment he had set foot in the room. He hadn't, however, wanted to look like a scared baby worrying over such things. He had been waiting for the perfect moment to slip it in, and he was pleased with himself that he had done so. I beg your pardon. She said she saw the Grim in my cup. Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of one student a year since she arrived at this school. None of them has died yet. Seeing death omens is her favorite way of greeting a new class. She said the Grim is a giant dog. I guess I just thought. Harry trailed off. It is obvious what you thought, Harry. However, as I've said, Sybil tends to care for the dramatics. You are safe in this school, and this school is where you are going to remain. I have defense against the dark arts tomorrow. Harry changed the subject without warning. The last thing he wanted was Snape to have a reminder of why he shouldn't be allowed to go to Hogsmeade with his friends. With the new teacher, Professor Lupin, Snape supplied. He seems pretty brilliant. Snape raised an eyebrow at these words. He knew what to do on the train when that Dementor thing attacked, Harry pointed out. Anyone who has any knowledge about Dementors would have known to do just the same. His actions hardly make him brilliant. You don't like him. Snape fixed Harry with a stern look but didn't utter a word. I just meant you don't seem like you do. Harry squirmed uncomfortably. He knew that look that Snape was giving him. It was a look that usually ended in Harry being scolded. Whether or not I care for a teacher has nothing to do with how you will behave in your classes. No, I know, Harry quickly replied. I didn't mean that. I was just wondering is all. Snape raised an eyebrow before picking up his glass. He took a long drink before setting the glass back on the table and answering Harry. The only thing you need to occupy your mind with is your studies. Harry nodded in reply. A verbal response, Snape requested. Yes, Harry replied. Yes, sir. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. For those of you who are not aware, I am Professor Lupin and I will be your teacher this term. Harry eyed the teacher as he pulled his defense book out of his satchel. He wasn't quite sure what to expect from the new professor. The little he had gotten to know about him on the train he had liked, but the fact that Snape obviously didn't like him was heavy on his mind. There was also the track record of the past two defense teachers, both of which had ended up being complete rubbish. I'm sure that sitting and taking notes on your first day back doesn't appeal to you, so instead I would like you to all please stand and move your desks to the sides of the room. Hermione gave Harry a questioning look while Ron smiled brightly. Harry was pretty sure that their new teacher could have told them that they were going to waltz, and Ron would have preferred that over note-taking. Now which of you can tell me what a boggart is? As it normally did whenever a teacher asked a question, Hermione's hand shot into the air. Professor Lupin nodded in her direction, his eyebrow raised in a questioning look. It is a shapeshifter that prefers to live in dark, confided spaces, taking the form of the thing most feared by the person it encounters. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like in its natural state. It always amazed Harry how Hermione could sound as though she had eaten her textbook and literally spit the words back out. Excellent. Professor Lupin beamed. Hermione Granger correct. Hermione nodded proudly. Well done. 5 points for Gryffindor. Harry and Ron smiled widely at their best friend's accomplishment as a few Slytherins, Draco included, rolled their eyes. Now the way to ward off a boggart is to, believe it or not, laugh at it, and more importantly than that, to use the simple charm, ridiculous. Harry couldn't help the smile that was on his face. He liked this new teacher and he didn't care if Snape didn't. Now in this wardrobe behind me is a boggart, quite an annoyed one at that. given that it has been locked in there for ages, Professor Lupin smiled. If you would all please form a line and you'll each be given the chance to fight off the boggart. The class quickly scrambled to form a line, Harry wedged between Ron and Seamus. Now, wands at ease and please just practice the charm with me, Ridiculous. Ridiculous, the class repeated in unison. You there. Professor Lupin singled out Neville. What is your name, son? Harry instantly felt an uneasy feeling in his stomach. Harry had always quite liked Neville and it absolutely angered him when Snape would single him out and ridicule him in class, and now he sincerely hoped that this new teacher wasn't about to do the same. Neville Longbottom, sir. The son of Frank and Alice, I presume? Professor Lupin asked with soft smile. Neville nodded quietly in response. Two very talented Aurors, Professor Lupin smiled kindly. Harry's stomach relaxed as he instead felt a surge of extreme liking towards this new teacher. Tell me, Neville, what is it that you fear the most? Neville was silent for a moment and Harry strained to listen, wondering if in fact Neville had answered too softly for anyone to hear. Come now, there is no need to be ashamed, everyone has a fear of something. Professor Snape, Neville practically whispered the words. Ah, Professor Snape, Professor Lupin smiled knowingly. He can be a bit scary, can't he? Harry almost felt as though he should feel the need to protect Snape, but he couldn't bring himself to really care. After all, they were right, Snape was a bit scary at times. Harry certainly couldn't deny that. Harry watched as Professor Lupin leaned down and spoke softly to Neville so that no one else could hear. All right then. Wand ready, Professor Lupin instructed as he stood back up straight. Neville nodded as he pointed his wand in the direction of the wardrobe. Seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Snape. He was so lifelike that if Harry didn't know better, he would have sworn that Snape had been hiding in the wardrobe all along, just waiting for his cue. Ridiculous! Neville yelled, pointing his wand directly at the Snape creature. The boggart spun in a circle to now reveal Snape standing there dressed as a woman. The classroom erupted into laughter, and try as he might, Harry couldn't help but join in. Excellent work, Neville. Professor Lupin smiled brightly. 5 points to Gryffindor. Neville smiled proudly as he made his way to the back of the line, receiving high fives from his fellow Gryffindors along the way. Harry couldn't help the feeling of admiration he immediately felt for his new professor. In his opinion, any teacher who went out of their way to make Neville feel special was all right by him. Any apprehensions he had about how Snape felt about the man had completely vanished. Harry watched as his classmates each faced the thing they feared most and successfully turned it into something funny. Harry was anxious for his own turn. He had always loved defense the best out of every class at Hogwarts, and any chance he had to try a new spell or learn a new charm he was up for. Harry watched as a giant spider made its way out of the wardrobe, lasting only seconds before Ron successfully made it wear roller skates. The classroom was roaring with laughter as Harry moved up in the line, ready to take his turn. The entire time he had been in line, he had been racking his brain trying to figure out what scared him the most. The obvious answer was, of course, Voldemort. Harry wasn't sure that the boggart would take the form of Voldemort, and at the same time he was sure it would. He did not fear Voldemort the way Ron feared spiders or Neville feared Snape, though. His friends didn't live with the idea that their fears had tried to murder them in the past. Professor Lupin gave Harry a small encouraging smile before the door to the wardrobe opened once more. For a split second there was nothing, and then out of nowhere a Dementor rushed out of the wardrobe. Harry raised his wand, prepared to say the charm when just like on the train an intense cold swept over him. He felt his own breath catching in his chest. He heard the same woman screaming and he wanted to help her, but she sounded as though she was 1,000 miles away. Harry. He heard someone yell his name. He was pretty sure it was Hermione, but before he could respond everything went black. Harry opened his eyes and instantly fell into a state of confusion. It took him a few moments to realize where he was and then several more to remember why. Aside from him, the room was completely empty, which was quite unusual as Madame Pomfrey was usually somewhere within eyesight. Seconds after Harry realized where he was, a feeling of immense embarrassment washed over him. He had fainted in class, he was absolutely sure of it, which meant he had fainted for the second time in less than a week. Without giving it a second thought, he took advantage of that fact that he was alone and sat up, quickly swinging his legs over the side of the bed. It was bad enough that he had fainted. There was absolutely no way he was going to spend the day in the hospital wing while his classmates wondered what had happened to him. His sock-clad feet hit the floor and he instantly looked around for his shoes, spotting them across the room on a chair. "Get back in bed." The voice startled him, causing Harry to jump at the sound of it. He looked up to see Snape walking through the doorway. "No," Harry replied, though he made no move to walk in the direction of his shoes either. Snape raised an eyebrow at him. "Did you happen to hit your head quite hard when you fell, or did you really just have the gall to tell me no?" Harry could feel the tips of his ears burn at Snape's words, but he wasn't about to back down. "I feel fine. I don't recall asking how you feel," Snape replied. He was now standing next to Harry, blocking his path to his shoes. "I don't want to stay here," Harry tried. "I really just want to go to lunch, and lunch was hours ago." "Well then, dinner." "Dinner was over 30 minutes ago." Harry's shoulders slumped at these words. He hadn't thought he had been asleep for quite so long. His classmates probably already had 100 stories circulating the school about what had happened and where he was. "Back into bed with you," Snape instructed once more. "I'll have a meal brought in." "No. I really feel fine," Harry tried to argue. "I just want to go back to my dormitory and—" Harry trailed off as Snape stared down at him. "I am trying to be patient with you as I realize you have had a frustrating day. However, if you tell me no one more time, your day will get considerably worse." Harry's cheeks began to burn in the same manner his ears were as he took a step backwards and slid his bottom back onto the bed. Without waiting for Snape to instruct him to do so, Harry brought his legs up and leaned back onto the pillow, making sure he was fully back in bed as Snape had requested. "You don't have to be so cross about everything," Harry dared to say. "Nor do you have to be so defiant." Harry scowled at the man. "I don't want to be here. Do you know what people are going to say? What people are probably already saying about what happened? People who waste their time talking about others are highly likely to." "I don't care," Harry cut him off in a miserable voice. He was long past listening to one of Snape's lectures about life lessons. And he was far too frustrated with the entire day to even care what the man thought about his outburst. He looked like a complete idiot in class, and for some reason Snape's dislike of Professor Lupin was also weighing heavy on his mind. Silence reigned for several long moments. Harry waited for Snape's response. He was trying to concentrate on the clock that was ticking on the wall, but his ears were buzzing way too loudly. Harry could practically feel the anger radiating off of Snape. He had gone way too far this time, and he mentally scolded himself for speaking to the man the way that he had. "If you ever speak to me like that again, you will be over my knee before you can blink," Snape hissed in a strict voice. "Am I perfectly clear?" Harry nodded quickly. His face was practically burning off in shame at Snape's words and the way he was acting. The back of his throat was burning with the tears he was forcing himself to hold back. It took every ounce of restraint he had to refrain from literally squirming. Snape took a deep breath, trying to rein in his temper. He tried his hardest to see things from Harry's point of view. After all, he certainly had experience with others speaking poorly about him, and it didn't take much to remember what that had felt like as a child. He was all too familiar with what a horrible feeling it was to be the focus of others' ridicule. "What happened in your defense class this morning was quite serious, and despite the fact that you failed to understand that, you will not be leaving this bed until I deem you fit to do so." Another nod. A miserable nod. The two sat in silence for several long moments before Snape spoke once more. "Was the experience the same as it was on the train?" Harry nodded in reply. He felt his body relax. He was glad that Snape had changed the subject. "You're sure, Harry? There wasn't anything different about this time?" "Nothing at all." Harry shook his head. "It was exactly the same. The same feeling as before, and I heard the woman scream again." Snape's lips formed a tight line, a look of deep concentration taking over his face. "It wasn't Professor Lupin's fault," Harry said out of nowhere. "I'm sure he didn't think that would happen to me. I mean, no one else had their boggart turn into something like that. I don't recall saying that it was his fault." Harry shrugged. "I just didn't want you to think that. I mean, with the last two defense teachers being as dodgy as they were and all." I have known Remus Lupin for a great deal of years and I certainly know that he would not intentionally try and hurt you. Harry gave Snape a curious look. I thought you didn't like him. I never said such a thing, Snape replied curtly. Yeah, but last night you said. If I recall correctly, I said that I expected you to behave in his class. I also said that you need to stop worrying about things that don't concern you, and the relationship I have with Remus Lupin most definitely does not concern you. Yeah, but. No. Snape cut him off in a no-nonsense voice. The quicker you learn to keep your curiosity at bay when it comes to things that are absolutely none of your business, the better off you will be. Harry sighed. Well, I like him. A lot. I'm glad you do. Harry studied Snape's face. He wasn't entirely convinced that the man was glad about anything. How are you feeling? Snape asked after a moment of silence. I told you that I feel fine. No headache. No feeling of emptiness. Of being exhausted. Harry shook his head, hoping that he looked thoroughly convincing. I feel fine. Great even. All he really wanted was to get out of the hospital wing and go find his friends, but he knew that before he could do that he had to convince Snape. He only hoped that Snape would believe him and wouldn't think he was just trying to pull one over on the man. Snape stared at him sternly. I really do, Harry said once more. Very well. Snape finally nodded. I'll just get you a calming draft and. I don't need one, honestly. Harry cut the man off. Snape made a displeased face but refrained from reprimanding the child for interrupting him. I can very easily have you spend the night here and we can discuss your being released tomorrow morning. Harry quickly shook his head. A calming draft it is then. Harry watched as Snape crossed the room and walked through a door. Within minutes he reappeared with Madame Pomfrey by his side. It took the old witch all of a minute to locate the correct bottle and to pour a heaping spoonful out for Harry. You were out for quite a while, love, she observed. Harry nodded in reply, his eyes fixed on the spoonful of medicine she was now lowering down, bringing it level with his mouth. His taste buds clammed up at the memory of the bitter taste he was about to endure once more. The thought occurred to him that it would take very little effort to raise his arm and knock the spoon right out of Madame Pomfrey's hand, sending the draft flying. Of course it was a childish thought and it would accomplish absolutely nothing. He was sure Snape would murder him if he did something like that, and besides it wasn't as if it was the last of her supply. He would still be made to take the medicine. That was if he lived long enough to do so after Snape was done with him. Open wide now, Madame Pomfrey smiled. The smell from the spoon hit Harry's nostrils hard. It was almost enough to make him want to entertain his childish fantasy. His eyes wandered past Madame Pomfrey and landed on Snape's face. Harry gave the man a pathetic look, desperate to somehow gain some pity and hopefully cause Snape to change his mind. His efforts went unnoticed though, as Snape's face was overcome by a serious expression, clearly telling Harry to obey. Harry opened his mouth and allowed the sticky draft to enter. He swallowed as quickly as he could, making a disgusted face in the process. There now, Madame Pomfrey smiled. You'll sleep like a baby tonight. Snape waited until the old witch was across the room before speaking. Such dramatics overtaking a simple calming draft, he observed. It tastes absolutely disgusting. What it tastes like is not nearly as important as what it can do for you. As disgusting as the medicine had been, Harry couldn't bring himself to be truly annoyed with Snape for making him take it. He could recall many times as a child when he should have been given medicine for a cold or an earache only to have to fend the sickness off on his own without any antibiotics. His aunt and uncle never cared enough to make sure he took medicine when he was sick, and it was a nice feeling to know that Snape did. I guess, Harry shrugged. Can I go now? May you go now, Snape corrected. May I go now? You may, Snape nodded. And I expect you to go directly to bed. You've been through a great deal today. I don't want to find out that you were up all hours of the night. Snape sat at his dining table, his nightcap in his hand. It has been 3 hours since Harry had left the hospital wing and the boy was long asleep. A house elf by the name of Rory had delivered a meal to Harry and then, at Snape's request, had checked on the boy twice more, reporting back to Snape with her findings. Snape was trying to calm himself. Trying to tell himself that it had just been an accident, just a simple accident in a defense class. The feeling of immediate panic that overcame him every time something happened to Harry was not a feeling he was used to, nor was it one he particularly cared for. He was not the type of man who worried himself over children who got themselves into ridiculous situations. Nor was he the type of man who allowed a child to speak to him the way Harry had today without inflicting some sort of punishment. There was a part of him that felt that perhaps he should have punished the boy for his attitude this evening, but a bigger part of him was arguing that the child had been through enough already for one day and that punishing him would have been cruel. Snape wasn't sure how he felt about this newfound softness. He finished the last of his nightcap as he resisted the urge to summons Rory and have Harry checked on once more. The boy is fine, he repeated to himself once more. He breathed a soft sigh of relief. At the rate the school year was going, he was going to have a full head of gray hair before the summer holiday, and every last one of them would be at the fault of James Potter's son. Nearly 30 minutes late for breakfast, Snape observed. Care to enlighten me as to why? Harry looked up from his pancakes with a full mouth. He chewed quickly, trying to swallow the food and answer before the entire room's attention was on their conversation. Of course, breakfast was nearly over. Ron and Hermione had already finished eating and ventured off to the Gryffindor Tower to get their books, Ron promising to bring Harry's along with him. The Great Hall was nearly empty, nearly. There were still a few students finishing their first meal of the day, and although Harry didn't really mind people knowing about his arrangement with Snape, he didn't want to advertise it either. I overslept a bit, Harry explained a mere second after he swallowed his food. The calming draft really knocked me out. Snape made no attempt to either accept or dismiss this excuse. Instead, he reached into the pocket of his robe and withdrew an envelope. A letter for your teacher this morning excusing you for being late to class, Snape explained as he handed it to Harry. Which means you can slow down and eat properly and not as if you were raised by a troll. I have care of magical creatures this morning, Harry replied before taking a drink of his pumpkin juice. I'm well aware of which class you will be attending. It's Hagrid, Harry retorted. This may come as a bit of a shock to you, but I am also well aware of which professor teaches which class. No, I know, Harry replied. But Hagrid won't care if I don't have a note. Harry turned his head to see Draco Malfoy staring at him, a curious look all over his face. He looked back at Snape, who was now wearing a stern expression, and he desperately wished he would have just taken the letter and kept his mouth shut. I realize that you have a relationship with Hagrid, but I expect you to treat him with the utmost respect as you would any other professor of this school, Snape said sternly. That being said, you will take this letter to him. Harry nodded. He could feel the tips of his ears burning, and he prayed that Snape was done scolding him. The man had promised he wouldn't physically punish Harry in front of his classmates, but he had made no mention about lecturing him. I also want you to be aware that if I hear of you taking advantage of Hagrid's new position, you will sorely regret it. Am I clear? Snape's voice was low, so low that Harry could hardly hear him speak, but that didn't stop him from feeling as though the entire room could hear every syllable. Yes, sir. Harry quickly nodded. He wanted this conversation to be over. He could feel Malfoy's eyes on him. If he didn't think it would make matters completely worse, he would have asked Snape if they could just talk later. He knew Snape well enough to know that the man would never go for it though. Eat a piece of fruit. Harry opened his mouth to argue that he wasn't hungry for fruit, but he quickly thought better of it and instead reached across the table and added a banana to his plate. Snape nodded, giving his silent approval before he turned and made his way out of the Great Hall. Harry's head couldn't help but turn in the direction of Malfoy, who was now laughing with Pansy Parkinson and gesturing in Harry's direction. He gave the own boy a dirty look before turning back around and quickly finishing his meal. He was sure that Ron and Hermione would be back any moment, and despite the fact that he had Snape's letter allowing him to be late for class, he didn't want to sit in the Great Hall a second longer. Harry quickly drank the rest of his pumpkin juice and stood up, leaving the banana on his plate. He felt a surge of excitement race through his body at his defiance. He hoped Malfoy noticed that he didn't eat it and that it proved that Snape couldn't tell him what to do. All I'm saying is that it's a bit strange that Scabbers just happened to disappear when you got that bloody cat of yours. My cat has a name. Hermione shot back in a hurt voice. And he wouldn't hurt a thing. Ron rolled his eyes at these words as he gave Harry a pointed look. The trio was making their way towards Hagrid's hut. Harry kept his mouth shut, but he was hoping that Ron would find Scabbers soon because he was sick of hearing his two best friends constantly fighting. Maybe your rat just ran off to explore the castle, Hermione suggested. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. This is Scabbers' third year at Hogwarts. Why would he just decide to do that now? Harry looked up to see Hagrid standing outside his hut, a group of students starting to form around him. The large man looked nervous and Harry couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for him. He loved Hagrid and he wanted his first class to be a success. The three of them joined the group of their classmates, Harry giving Hagrid an encouraging smile as he did. Get a move on, you lot, Hagrid called. Harry and Ron turned their heads to see a group of Slytherins walking towards them with Malfoy leading the way. Hagrid stood waiting patiently until the Slytherins joined the group of them. Right then, Hagrid said once everyone was there. Welcome to Care of Magical Creatures. You all know who I am now. I'll go and get the creature we'll be working with today. Hagrid turned and strode away from the group and into the Forbidden Forest. God, this place is going to the dogs, Malfoy sneered loudly. They have this oaf teaching a class, my father will have a fit when I tell him about this. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry retorted just as loudly. Careful, Potter, you wouldn't want Snape to hear you. Harry felt the tips of his ears burn in embarrassment at Malfoy's words. He was about to let out a string of words that he would rather die before Snape heard him say, but before he could, Lavender Brown squealed loudly. Trotting towards them, next to Hagrid, was the most bizarre creature Harry had ever seen. It had a body, hind legs, and a tail like a horse, but the front legs, wings, and a head of what seemed to be an eagle. Hagrid was as that? Hermione asked in a voice that was a mix of excitement and caution. This is a hippogriff, Hagrid said happily. Buckbeak is his name. Isn't he beautiful? The class nodded in silence. It was clear from the fidgeting going on that Hermione wasn't the only one a bit cautious about the large animal. So now if you can all just take a step forward, Hagrid instructed. No one moved a muscle. Right, the first thing you need to know about hippogriffs is that they're proud. You don't want to offend them, Hagrid explained. You need to bow, and if they bow back you can touch them. Harry was trying hard to listen to Hagrid and to disregard Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were ignoring the lesson completely and whispering loudly among themselves. Right, who wants to go first? Everyone was silent. Several students, Hermione included, took a step backwards. No one? Hagrid asked nervously. I will, Harry volunteered. He could feel his heart beating a mile a minute as he handed Ron his satchel of books and approached Hagrid and the large creature. Good man, Harry. Hagrid smiled happily. Harry returned the smile, stopping a few feet before the hippogriff. Now you want to bow to him, Hagrid instructed. Harry nodded before bowing. And don't blink, Hagrid instructed. Harry felt his eyes water almost immediately, but he forced himself to refrain from blinking. Harry held the position. He was beginning to feel a bit foolish bowing to this strange creature when suddenly the hippogriff bent its scaly front knees and sank into an unmistakable bow. Excellent, Harry. Hagrid beamed proudly. Now you can pat his beak. Go on. Harry took a step towards the hippogriff, although he couldn't help but think that a better reward would have been being dismissed from this activity and permitted to join his classmates once more. Harry reached out his hand and gently patted the hippogriff's beak. The creature closed his eyes, his head turned to the side, clearly enjoying the attention. The Gryffindors in the class applauded loudly while the Slytherins looked thoroughly bored. Right then, Harry, you're ready to ride him. Ride him? Harry asked in a nervous voice. In one quick motion, Hagrid had grabbed a hold of Harry and deposited him onto Buckbeak's back. Mind you don't pull out any feathers, Hagrid smiled. He won't like that. Hagrid, I don't know if I should. But Harry was speaking much too softly for Hagrid to hear him. Go on then, Hagrid roared as he slapped Buckbeak's hindquarters. Without any warning at all, Buckbeak's large wings flapped open, and before Harry knew what was going on, he was soaring upwards. Harry desperately tried to find some place to hold on to the creature, careful not to grab his feathers to do so. The large hippogriff soared through the air towards the castle as Harry finally gave up and wrapped his arms around the creature's neck. Buckbeak circled the castle once before flying over the lake and then rounding back to Hagrid's hut. As they approached the ground, Harry squinted, his eyes shut tightly, bracing himself for the landing, but to his surprise they landed just as smoothly as they had taken off. Harry smiled proudly as his classmates cheered for him. He noted that aside from Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, even the Slytherins looked impressed. Good work, Harry, Hagrid roared proudly. Anyone can do that, Malfoy said in an annoyed voice. Harry turned to see the bee-owned making his way through the group of students. He practically pushed Harry out of the way. It happened so quickly. One moment Malfoy was bowing to Buckbeak and the next he was on the ground with the hippogriff towering over him. Hagrid quickly grabbed the creature and pulled it back, securing it to a fence. I'm dying, Malfoy shrieked in a pitiful voice. It's killed me. You're not dying, Hagrid said in a nervous voice. Harry watched as Hagrid lifted Malfoy with ease and silently carried him towards the castle. He'll be fired, Crabbe remarked. It was Malfoy's fault, Dean Thomas snapped. I'm going to go make sure he's okay, Pansy said in a tearful voice, ignoring Dean's words completely. Harry watched as she ran off towards the castle. The rest of their classmates started walking towards the castle as well, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind. Do you think he'll be okay? Hermione asked. Harry could hear the nervousness in her voice and he quickly nodded in reply. Of course he will. Madame Pomfrey can fix just about anything. As far as Harry had seen, Malfoy's injuries consisted of a few scrapes and cuts. Harry had been hurt far worse and he had recovered just fine. That was the worst thing that could have happened though, Ron remarked. It being Hagrid's first class and all. Harry nodded in agreement. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Ron's statement was right. You don't think they'd really fire him, do you? Hermione asked. The nervousness that was in her voice only seconds earlier had been replaced with pure fear. Harry wanted to reply that they would never fire someone over something so stupid, but he wasn't so sure. He knew enough about the wizarding world to know that the Malfoys and their money would do whatever it took to be heard. Snape was sitting in his office going over the lesson plan for his sixth-year students when there was a soft knock on the door. Without taking so much as a moment to look up, he waved his hand, causing the door to open on its own. I do hope I'm not disturbing you. Snape looked up at the man. Not at all. Snape was not surprised to see his colleague standing in front of him. He had imagined that it was only a matter of time before the man came to speak with him, and he was sure that the events of the previous day had led the man in his direction. I wanted to speak to you about Harry and what happened in my class yesterday. Had I known that a Dementor would appear, I would never have put him in such a position. I'm aware, Snape replied curtly. He couldn't help but think that it was just like Remus Lupin to automatically assume that he would think the worst of him. Of course, someone who had been as close to that blasted James Potter as Remus had been wouldn't dream of doing anything to upset the Golden Boy. Remus nodded as he slid into the seat across from Snape. I'm assuming that you want to know how the boy is doing in my care. Snape asked in a tired voice. For a moment he had considered remaining silent and waiting for Remus to ask, but he hardly wanted to prolong this conversation. I don't mean to meddle, Severus, Remus said in a soft voice. But you must know that I of course care about the boy. He paused for a moment as if collecting his thoughts. If I had thought for even a moment that with my condition I'd be a suitable guardian for Harry, I would have stepped up years ago. Ah, and now that I have, you are reconsidering your actions. Not at all, Remus replied in a shocked voice. I only wish to know that the child is happy, and when the time is right I want to tell him about his parents and the memories I have with them. Snape was silent for a moment as he thought this over. I've heard that he has inherited his father's knack for mischief, and I'm certainly not against someone having a reign over his behavior. Snape resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow at these words and instead nodded. When the time is right, you may certainly share any memories with Harry that you deem appropriate. Remus smiled warmly and opened his mouth to reply, but Snape didn't hear a word the man was saying. His blood pressure was rising, his heart was beating quickly. He stood up so abruptly that he nearly knocked his chair over. For a split second he thought he had imagined what he had just seen, but before he could feel foolish for his actions, his every fear was confirmed as Harry soared by his window on the back of a hippogriff once more. Severus, Remus asked in a concerned voice. That child will be the death of me, Snape muttered under his breath. I beg your pardon. Remus' voice was as confused as ever. As I've said, you are more than welcome to speak to Harry about his parents and your relationship with them when the time is right. All I ask is that you leave Sirius Black out of the discussion. Of course, Remus nodded. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some place to be. Snape strode through the castle as he willed himself to calm down. He turned a corner to see Hagrid approaching him, Draco Malfoy in his arms wailing in pain. Hagrid, what on earth? A small accident in my class involving a hippogriff, Hagrid tried to explain in a nervous voice. He's fine. Fine? Draco asked in a pitiful voice. I'm not fine. When my father hears about this, he'll be furious. Snape restrained from rolling his eyes. He had known Draco Malfoy since he was a small child in nappies, and if there was one thing the boy was, it was dramatic. You're taking him to the hospital wing, I presume? Hagrid nodded. Snape nodded his approval before he carried on towards Hagrid's hut. His heart rate had slowed down considerably at the fact that it was Draco that Hagrid had been carrying and not Harry. He turned another corner to see a group of students. Several feet behind them were Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Snape slowed to a stop, allowing the students to pass, and when Harry and his friends approached, he gave the boy a stern look. Ms. Granger, Mr. Weasley, Snape said in a stern voice. Hello, Professor. Hermione forced a small smile. To the dormitories with you. I need to speak with Harry alone. Ron gave Harry a questioning look. Harry was just as lost, though. He couldn't think of anything he had done to cause Snape to look so stern or to want to speak to him privately. Come on, Ron, Hermione said as she began walking in the direction of their dormitory. We'll wait there for you, Ron promised before he finally followed her lead. Snape waited until the hallway was deserted before he turned to Harry with a stern look on his face. What were you thinking? He hissed. Harry gave the man a questioning look. Riding a hippogriff as if it's a broom, Snape snapped. I should take you over my knee this moment. It wasn't my fault, Harry quickly explained. You said that I should respect Hagrid as a teacher, and he told me to do it, so I did. Snape was silent. He had said that. He had warned Harry that he had better listen. He had threatened the boy even. Surely he couldn't fault him for obeying. He couldn't let Harry know that either, though. There is a great deal of a difference between respecting your teacher and acting foolishly, Snape lectured. His voice was considerably less stern, though. So I should have said no? Harry asked. You should have used your brain and realized how dangerous what you did was. Draco Malfoy is in the hospital wing, and that very well could have been you. Malfoy is there because he didn't listen, Harry tried to explain. It's his own fault he got hurt. Do you wish to be in trouble? Snape asked. Harry quickly shook his head. No, sir. Then give me your word that in the future you will not do anything quite so foolish. I promise, Harry nodded quickly. Without giving his actions a second thought, Snape put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You are determined to constantly worry me, aren't you? Harry looked up at the man with a small smile. I'm sorry. Snape's hand dropped as he nodded in reply. Off to your dormitory with you. I'm sure Weasley thinks I've murdered you by now. This homework is pointless, Ron said in a bored voice. When am I ever going to need to read tea leaves for anything other than this class? Hermione nodded in agreement, causing Harry to nearly snicker. It was so odd to see Hermione agree with them over disliking a class. The three of them were in the common room working on homework. Usually they would be playing a game of chess or planning some adventure around this time, but tonight they were trying to concentrate on homework while they all occasionally glanced out the window at Hagrid's hut in the distance. It had been dark for the entire evening, and Harry was sure that Hagrid wasn't in there. He was quite worried about his large friend, and he hoped that wherever Hagrid was, he was okay. Malfoy hadn't been at dinner, and Harry was sure that he was still in the hospital wing milking his injury for all it was worth. Hagrid's light is on, Hermione said suddenly. Harry nearly cracked his neck, turning his head so quickly to confirm her words. Let's go. Ron jumped up. I don't know if we should, Hermione replied as she glanced at Harry. Harry was annoyed at her actions. He knew that Snape would be furious with him if he found out that he was out at Hagrid's this late, but he certainly didn't need her reminding him. I'm allowed to walk to Hagrid's, Hermione, Harry said in an irritated voice. I don't know, she replied in a fearful voice. With Sirius Black out there, I just don't want anything to happen to you and Sirius Black isn't going to be hanging out at Hogwarts, Ron laughed. There are Dementors all around the school, remember, and tons of people around here. He'd get caught in a second. Hermione still looked unsure. Besides, Hagrid is our friend, Harry said. Don't you want to go see if he is all right? Well, yes, but. So then let's go. Ron cut her off as he jumped up. Harry could see the apprehension still on her face. Regardless, Hermione got up and followed them. The three of them quickly made their way through the castle and out the large front doors. Harry was glad that no one had seen them. Under normal circumstances, what they were doing wasn't wrong. It wasn't that late and there weren't any rules that said they couldn't leave the castle to go to Hagrid's. Hermione had been right though. Given the current circumstances, Harry probably wasn't supposed to be roaming the grounds after dark. He knew that if Snape caught him he'd be done for, but he wasn't about to tell his friends that, nor was he about to back down and not go over what Snape might do. The three of them stopped at the door to Hagrid's hut, listening carefully. Someone is in there, Hermione whispered. Carefully and quietly Harry stepped away from the door, his friends following his lead. Harry crept towards the window and slowly peeked inside. Dumbledore was standing in front of the window, his back facing Harry, blocking his view of the room. We should go back, Hermione whispered. Harry ignored her though. He had to make sure that Hagrid was all right, that he wasn't about to get sacked. I feel horrible about it, Hagrid said. I never meant for anyone to get hurt. Hagrid was never one to hide his emotions, and Harry could easily hear that the man was crying. Of course you didn't, my boy, Dumbledore said in a soothing voice. We should really go back, Hermione whispered once more. In a minute, Harry muttered. It'll be a record, Hagrid sobbed. Sacked after only one lesson. No one has said a word about that, Dumbledore replied. Not yet, but they will. Lucius Malfoy isn't going to let his only son get hurt and just ignore it. I will speak with Lucius and an agreement will be made. In the meantime, you should work on calming down. The boy is fine. He will be back in classes tomorrow, Dumbledore said calmly. Harry, really, we should go, Hermione tried once more. Harry nodded in agreement as he squatted down to where his friends were hiding below the window. The three of them moved quickly away from the house, only standing up properly when they were sure they wouldn't be seen through the window. They walked all of 5 feet away from Hagrid's hut when Harry felt a hand on his shoulder. His stomach instantly dropped to his knees as he stopped dead in his tracks. He closed his eyes for a moment, praying that when he turned around he'd be face to face with Sirius Black. Slowly he opened his eyes and turned, only to find his worst fears come to life. You three, Snape hissed in a low voice, have a considerable amount of explaining to do. You three, Snape hissed in a low voice, have a considerable amount of explaining to do. Harry could practically feel the shift in his friend's emotions as Hermione's shoulders slumped and Ron's caught in his breath. It isn't past curfew, Harry quickly pointed out. I am quite conscious of the time, Snape replied in a formidable voice. He was silent for a moment as he fixed them each with a stern glare. You will report to your dormitory immediately. Professor McGonagall will be made aware of your actions. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly turned, ready to follow his friends back into the castle. However, he didn't take so much as a single step before he felt Snape's hand clamp down on his shoulder. You will report to my study. But it's getting late and I. Harry's words trailed off as Snape fixed him with a look that was so stern it nearly made his blood run cold. If you would prefer to discuss things here, that can certainly be arranged, however, I thought you would be grateful for some privacy. Harry quickly shook his head. He felt the tips of his ears burning. He mentally scolded himself for daring to try and argue with Snape. He was suddenly extremely thankful for the fact that it was dark out, and in the moonlight his embarrassment was far less obvious. Snape turned his attention from Harry to his friends, fixing the two of them with a strict look. All three of you will obey this moment. Failure to do so will produce dismal results. Harry knew the look that was on Snape's face, and he was unfortunately all too familiar with the tone of his voice. As a result, Harry wasted no time moving in the direction of the castle, his friends only a step behind him. He had expected Snape to follow them, but instead the man turned and walked back down towards Hagrid's hut. I'm going to refrain from saying I told you so, Hermione broke the silence. How is that refraining? Ron muttered in an annoyed voice. Harry wasn't even paying attention to their bickering. Every inch of his brain was concentrating solely on the fact that he was in a world of trouble with Snape and he was sure that his bum was likely going to pay the price. As the three of them climbed the large stone staircase to the entrance of the castle, Harry racked his brain trying to come up with an excuse, a way, any way, to save himself from his undeniable fate. "We're just going to get a detention," Ron decided as they entered the castle. "We didn't even really do anything that wrong. It's not past curfew." Hermione gave Ron a pointed look as she elbowed him in the side and gestured towards Harry. "Oh," Ron muttered in a soft voice. "I'm guessing that Snape thinks a lot more of the threat of Sirius Black being out there than you two did," Hermione retorted. Her voice was dripping with assurance but quickly softened as she eyed Harry. "I'm sure if you explain it to him though. I mean, we really only wanted to make sure Hagrid was okay. Surely he can't fault you for being a good friend." Harry gave her a miserable look as the three friends stopped walking. They had reached the point where Ron and Hermione had to head towards the Gryffindor Tower while Harry headed down to the dungeons. Harry couldn't help but feel completely and utterly horrible for himself. A year prior he would be heading in the same direction as his friends only to receive a measly detention as punishment for his actions, and now here he was heading towards Snape, ready to throw himself at the man's mercy. "We'll wait up for you," Ron offered. Harry gave a half shrug and a half nod to these words. He was touched that Ron offered, but in all honesty he hoped that they wouldn't. He had enough experience with an angry Snape to know that seeing his friends afterwards was probably the last thing he would want. Harry headed down the long hallway by himself, mentally cursing his decision to go check on Hagrid. In retrospect he realized that no matter how much he cared about Hagrid, waiting until the morning to go and see him would have been the smarter decision. He kicked the stone wall as he turned the corner that led to the short hallway to Snape's quarters. Harry pushed Snape's door open and crossed the study, flopping down on the couch. The man's private quarters were silent and Harry silently thanked his lucky stars that he had beat Snape back. As he was entering the room, the thought had occurred to him that perhaps Snape had somehow arrived back before him, and he got the feeling that if that was the case his slow arrival would only add to the man's anger. For a moment Harry toyed with the idea of going into his room and pretending to be asleep. Maybe if Snape thought he was exhausted he would just leave him be and let him sleep. He knew it wasn't very likely though. The thought occurred to him that the only way he was going to get out of trouble was if something happened and he was in some real danger. Where the hell was a bloody Dementor when he needed one? His stomach was starting to feel as though the giant squid was swimming around in it. Harry took a shaky breath as he glanced at the clock on Snape's mantel. He was sure he had only been waiting for less than 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity to him, and there was no telling how long Snape would be at Hagrid's. He wished that Snape's quarters were located on the other side of the castle where he could easily look out a window and see if Snape was on his way. For a split second, Harry entertained the idea of going to his dormitory and just blowing Snape off completely. He knew it was a stupid idea at best though. Snape would bloody murder him for sure, and Harry didn't put it past him to come right into the Gryffindor common room to do so. He glanced up at the clock once more, noting that 10 minutes had now passed and the squid in his stomach had multiplied into several squid swimming around. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what it felt like to have parents, or rather to be in trouble with your parents. It would be a bold-faced lie to say that there wasn't some part of him that feared being punished by Snape, but there was another feeling surfacing that was much stronger than fear. Snape had flat out told him several times to stay in the castle at night, to follow the rules, to use his brain, to obey, and he hadn't done any of that. He had ventured down to Hagrid's without a care in the world, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed of his behavior, a feeling that he wasn't at all that familiar with. He didn't have long to dwell on that feeling though, because seconds after it overcame his body the door swung open, revealing a livid potions master. Snape strode across the room and in 3 large steps he was towering over Harry. Despite the bravery Harry often displayed, he couldn't find it in himself to look up at Snape and instead concentrated hard on the pattern of the sofa. He could hear Snape's heavy breathing and could practically feel the anger radiating off of the man. In one quick motion Snape grabbed the boy by his shoulders and forced him to stand. "What in the world were you thinking?" Snape barked, his hands still clenching onto Harry's shoulders. Harry's mouth felt dry, his throat drier still as he searched for the correct words to answer the question. Look at me, Snape ordered. Harry's head quickly snapped up. Despite his utter fear and embarrassment, there was no way he was going to make Snape tell him twice. I'm sorry, Harry muttered. We just wanted to make sure Hagrid was okay. Snape's face was a portrait of anger. His lips were pursed in a tight line, his eyes glaring madly, his muscles clenched. Where is your wand? Harry felt his stomach flop as he realized his grave mistake. It was bad enough he was out at night after he had been told not to be, but Snape had told him at least 1,000,000 times in the past few weeks to keep his wand on him at all times. Acting on its own accord, Harry's head dropped, his ears burning with shame. I will ask you once more and Merlin help you if you are dishonest, Snape said in a no-nonsense voice. Is your wand in your possession or not? Harry quietly shook his head in defeat. Harry felt Snape's grip loosen as he sat on the couch only to grab his forearm a second later, pulling the boy towards him. Snape, no. Harry couldn't help but whine as he instinctively tried to pull away from the man. Harry hadn't expected his protest to make much of a difference, but to his surprise Snape stopped immediately. Have I or have I not told you countless times that you are not to be gallivanting around the grounds of this castle after sunset? Yes, but have I or have I not warned you to keep your wand on you at all times? Yes, but and did I or did I not warn you in the past what would happen if you were caught eavesdropping on others' private conversations? Harry couldn't help the dumbfounded look that overtook his face. I saw you at Hagrid's window with your friends and you should be thanking your lucky stars that I didn't tan your hide right then and there. Harry was silent as he digested these words. How could he have ever been so stupid? Snape still had a hold on his arm, but Harry noticed that the man's grip had loosened ever so slightly. I am sure that given the past and the things you have gotten away with in this castle that you think of yourself as being exempt to the rules. But that is not the case, Harry. Sirius Black is a critical threat. I have given you rules because I am trying to keep you safe, and if a sound spanking is what it will take to keep you alive, you can mark my words that I will administer one every evening. The moment the last word was out of his mouth, his grip on Harry's arm tightened once more as he pulled the boy towards him. I said I'm sorry, Harry tried in what he was sure was the most pitiful voice ever. Once again, much to his surprise, his words had an effect on Snape. Instantly the man let go of his arm altogether and quickly stood up. Do not move an inch, he instructed before turning and walking away. Harry couldn't help but feel as though something had greatly shifted. He had been in trouble with Snape before and the man had barely offered any explanation as to why he was about to be punished. Tonight he had taken the time to do so. Harry only hoped that he hadn't pushed the man so far that he had gone off to find a slipper or a ruler or something of that measure. Harry heard a kitchen cabinet open and then shut. A wooden spoon, he thought with a feeling of dread. He had pushed Snape way too far. Harry's head in his breath as his head fell, his concentration going back to his feet. He made a vow to himself that he wasn't going to cry like some baby. He would take whatever Snape was going to dish out like a man, not like a sodding toddler. He felt Snape's presence in the room once more, and against his better judgment he looked up at the man. In his hand was not a wooden spoon but rather a plate. You have broken several crucial rules and your excuse for doing so is simply that you are sorry, Snape said. Is that correct? Harry couldn't find his voice to answer. He wasn't sure where this conversation was going or what the plate was for, but he would bet all the gold in his vault at Gringotts that he was still going to be punished despite the fact that Snape was no longer trying to drag him over his knee. Take this, Snape instructed, holding the plate out to Harry. Harry remained silent as he took the plate from Snape's hand. He was surprised to find that his own hand wasn't shaking as he had imagined it would be. Throw it on the ground. Harry looked up at Snape with a bewildered face. Do as I say, Snape commanded. Harry shook his head. He could feel the lump in the back of his throat forming and he willed himself not to cry. Nothing would be more embarrassing than that. Obey me, Snape practically hissed. Harry could hear the anger rising in the man's voice, and before he could annoy the man anymore, he dropped the plate on the ground, watching as it shattered into several pieces. Now tell it you are sorry and see if that will repair it, Snape directed. Harry shook his head forcefully. The lump in his throat had grown, the tears now clinging to his eyeballs. He knew that if he blinked even once they would escape. With a wave of his wand, Snape repaired the plate and sent it flying across the room and onto the table. You see, being sorry will not repair the china you have just broken, just as being sorry does not negate the fact that you broke several rules tonight. I am pleased that you are sorry, Harry, however, simply being sorry is not enough. You need to learn not to do these things in the first place, thus removing any actions to be sorry for. Am I clear? Harry nodded miserably. As the person solely responsible for keeping you safe and well, I have made you more than aware of what the punishment would be for deliberately disobeying the rules, and I am not a man who goes back on his word. Snape had barely finished his sentence before he had a grip on Harry's arm once more, this time succeeding in sitting on the couch and depositing the boy over his knee. For a moment, Snape contemplated pulling down the child's trousers for an added effect, but he thought better of it. Despite his anger and despite the seriousness of the rules Harry had broken, he knew it would not be fair. He had given the boy no warning that he would ever increase his punishment in such a way. Besides, by the stature of the child over the past few minutes, he was sure that Harry understood the gravity of the situation at hand. Snape took all of a moment to position the child to his liking and then wasted no time before he began spanking in earnest. Harry's Ked in his breath as he took a handful of Snape's pant leg into his hand, his head finding a resting spot in the crook of his elbow. The tears were already flowing and Snape had hardly started yet, so much for taking his punishment like a man. It will do you well to remember this punishment, and in the future to remember that if you break the rules I will find out and I will not hesitate to dole out a spanking. Harry wanted to respond that he was sorry, that he would never break the rules again, that he was going to glue his wand to his hand, but he found it too difficult to talk through his tears. Sirius Black is not a game, Snape continued to lecture. The sooner you get that through your thick skull, the sooner you will find yourself in less trouble overall. His bum was literally on fire and Snape was showing no signs of letting up anytime soon. Harry gave up on all hope of remaining quiet as his sobs became audible, echoing off the dungeon walls. Your blatant lack of respect for other people's privacy and private conversations will not be tolerated, and the next time I catch you eavesdropping you will indeed be quite sorry. Despite his brain pleading with him not to, Harry couldn't help but squirm over Snape's knee. His tears were coming so quickly now that he could not see at all. His glasses began to slide off of his face and eventually hit the floor. Harry was seconds away from pleading with Snape, from begging the man to stop, when his guardian stopped on his own accord. Harry quickly wiped the tears off of his face with the back of his arm before Snape lifted the boy off of his lap and stood him in front of him. Just as he had the last time, Harry instantly fell against Snape, sobbing heavily into the man's chest. Before Snape could even think about it, his arms wrapped around the young boy, enveloping him into a hug. I'm sorry, Harry choked out the words. As if moving on their own accord, Snape's hands gently began rubbing the boy's back. I'll never disobey you again, Harry promised in a hoarse voice. Snape raised an eyebrow at these words, though he kept any snarky comments to himself. I certainly hope you stand by those words, he said instead. I will, I swear I will, Harry promised through a tear-strained voice. Snape felt something tug at his heart at the sound of the boy's despondent weeping. Perhaps he had been too hard on him. After all, he hadn't been out after curfew and he hadn't been alone. It wasn't as if he was off running around the grounds in the dead of night by himself. Snape made an annoyed face as he pushed the thoughts from his mind. What in the world was getting into him? The boy deserved every swat he had gotten and then some. It was absolutely ridiculous to feel as though he didn't. He was Professor Snape after all, feared potions master, not some soft pushover like Albus Dumbledore was. You deserved every bit of that spanking, Snape said as he tried to reassure himself that he wasn't softening in the least. Harry nodded in agreement. I know I did. The two remained in a silent hug for several long moments, Snape still gently rubbing the boy's back, Harry still experiencing hitched breathing despite the fact that his tears had subsided. Whenever you are ready, you are free to return to your dormitory. Harry pulled away from Snape, his eyes downcast with a look of shame on his face. What is it? Snape asked, all too aware that the look on Harry's face held deep meaning. Can I stay in my room down here tonight? With you? Snape nodded, although he was completely taken aback by the boy's words. He had just administered a spanking that had caused the young teenager to weep uncontrollably, and yet, here he was wanting to spend the night. You may do so, Snape said. However, it is late and I want you in bed now. Harry nodded in agreement as he peeled himself out of Snape's arms. He was across the room in just a second's time but paused in the doorway looking back at his guardian. What is it, Harry? Will you come in to say good night? Harry asked in a bashful voice. Snape nodded once, that same undeniable feeling of truly caring for the boy tugging at his heart as he did so. Harry nodded in reply before turning and disappearing down the hall to his room. Snape looked on after the boy, a million thoughts rushing through his head, a million emotions rushing through his body. Try as he might, he couldn't stop what he was feeling. Somewhere in the last few weeks, he had come to truly care for Harry Potter. He walked across the room and poured himself a nightcap as he tried to understand the emotions he was feeling. The child had come into his life and turned it completely upside down. Normally Snape would resent him for these actions, but instead, somehow he was feeling as though he was growing to love him instead. He shook his head before taking the first mouthful of his drink. He wasn't sure what to do with his emotions or the fact that Harry was clearly feeling the same way, but he was sure of one thing: James Potter was rolling in his grave. Harry ate a bite of his sausage as he concentrated hard on the dark blue pattern that laced around the border of his plate. The second his eyes had opened nearly 30 minutes earlier, the events of the previous evening had come rushing back to him. His own foolishness, the punishment that had followed, the way he had acted. Harry felt the tips of his ears burn as he thought about the way he had cried into Snape's robes. He felt like a complete baby, and he was sure that Snape saw him as such. Imagine acting so pitiful over something as insignificant as a little smacking. As the scene replayed in Harry's mind, he felt his shoulders slouch deeper. Had he really asked Snape to come and tuck him in? He might as well have asked for a bedtime story as well. Still, he had to admit that having Snape tuck him in had been nice. When the man had come into his room, Harry had half expected him to be angry once more, to be lecturing or yelling, or at the very least be cold and distant, but he had actually been the exact opposite. For the first time, Harry had experienced a much softener side of Snape as the man had gently pulled the blankets up around the boy, his hand lingering for a second on Harry's arm, almost as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. That spell had clearly been broken though, as the two had been sitting at the same table for the past 25 minutes and Snape had yet to say a single thing except for good morning. Harry was nearly positive that at some point in the middle of the night it had occurred to Snape just how much trouble Harry really was. Harry wouldn't have even been surprised if the man was reconsidering their arrangement. It amazed him that just a few months ago he wouldn't have cared what Snape thought about how he behaved, and just a few weeks ago he would have been thrilled if Snape was reconsidering their arrangement. And yet, here he was sitting at the man's breakfast table silently praying that he hadn't mucked things up too badly. Slowly he raised his head, daring to steal a glance at Snape. The man was buried behind the Daily Prophet, giving Harry no opportunity to actually see his face. For a moment Harry contemplated asking Snape if he was still mad, but, despite the bravery he was always told he possessed, he couldn't bring himself to talk. Instead, he reached out to the dish in the center of the table and selected a banana, hoping that this small gesture would show Snape that he could behave and that he wasn't totally a lost cause. He heard Snape clear his throat, but the paper never moved before the man spoke. It left Harry wondering how in the world he had seen anything. I hope you don't think for a single moment that eating a piece of fruit without my prompting you changes the fact that you made several grave mistakes last night. No, sir, Harry quickly replied. He felt the tips of his ears burn at Snape's words. Harry almost opened his mouth to point out that the punishment he had received should have made up for it, but he knew better and instead bit his tongue. Silence reigned for several long moments before Harry found the nerve to say something. So you're still mad at me, huh? His words were met with complete and utter silence. Harry couldn't even hear Snape breathing. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock on the mantel. Harry mentally kicked himself for asking such a dumb question. Of course Snape was mad. Just because the man had given him a little sympathy did not change that fact. I am not mad at you. Snape finally broke the silence as he lowered his paper and made eye contact with his young charge. I am disappointed in you. Harry felt his stomach flip at these words. Though the feeling surprised him, he instantly realized that he would have preferred anger over disappointment any day. Harry wanted to apologize. He wanted to tell Snape that he had been completely stupid and that he'd never do it again, but the lump that was forming in his throat was making it far too hard to speak even a word, let alone a complete sentence. You were told on several occasions how imperative it is that your wand is with you at all times. You were also instructed not to wander around the grounds of this castle after dark. You were aware of these rules, were you not? Harry nodded quietly. There was no point in arguing. Snape was right. He had been aware of the rules. If he was honest with himself, he knew the moment he decided to go down to Hagrid's that if he was caught, Snape would be angry, and he had realized the minute Snape had asked him where his wand was just what a huge mistake he had made. You have nothing to say for yourself? Snape asked. I'm sorry, Harry replied. He was fighting hard to keep the lump in his throat from growing. The last thing he wanted was to start crying over his breakfast. He was sure that doing so would only cause Snape to be more annoyed with him than he already was. You are not sorry for your actions, Snape replied in a no-nonsense voice. You are simply sorry that you were caught. If given the opportunity, I am sure you would make the same mistakes as early as this evening without giving your actions a second thought. Harry was silent as he thought about Snape's words. Was the man right? Would Harry really just run off without a care in the world, knowing the consequence for his actions? He had to admit that if it was for Hagrid, he would. One thing was for certain though, he wouldn't forget his wand next time. No, I wouldn't, Harry muttered. Snape practically rolled his eyes at these words. I wouldn't, Harry repeated. I do not believe that for even a moment, Snape replied. You have a horrible habit of putting yourself in ridiculously dangerous situations simply for the thrill of an adventure. I just wanted to check on Hagrid, Harry tried to explain. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. Hagrid is an adult and does not need you to check on him, especially when Sirius Black is. Hagrid is my friend, Harry cut Snape off without hesitation. Snape was silent for several long moments. Harry could practically feel the anger radiating off the man. When he finally did speak, it was in a stern voice. Do not interrupt me. Snape enunciated each syllable, sending a chill down Harry's back as he did so. Harry's head immediately dropped, his eyes once again concentrating on his nearly empty plate of food. He couldn't handle Snape still being angry with him. While I do think that I am being overly optimistic, I hope that you learn from this and that in the future you do not act so foolishly. Harry's head snapped up. In the future. Yes, the future. The indefinite time that has yet to come, Snape defined the word in a bored tone. No, I know. I just thought that. Harry trailed off, unable to actually speak the words he was thinking. Look at me, Snape commanded. Harry quickly raised his head, forcing himself to make eye contact with Snape. He knew the tone of the man's voice, and he knew better than to push him when he was already so annoyed. I've told you on several occasions that unlike most of the adults in your life, I would not simply walk away, did I not? Snape asked sternly. Harry quickly nodded. I gave you my word, Snape continued in a much gentler voice. I will not go back on that. Snape paused for a moment as he gave Harry a very serious look. Regardless of how many times you find yourself in trouble. Understood. Understood. Harry nodded as an immense feeling of relief swept over his body. The feeling of gratitude that swept through Harry was so powerful that it took every ounce of restraint he had not to jump out of his seat and fling himself into Snape's arms. Snape gave a small nod of approval. Now finish your breakfast and go find your friends. I'm sure Weasley thinks I have you hanging from the rafters by your toes. Harry smiled at Snape's words before finishing off the last of his pumpkin juice. He was relieved that Snape wasn't mad at him and overjoyed at the idea that the man wouldn't be giving up on him as easily as he imagined he might. We waited up for you for hours, Ron complained. Hermione was really worried. Sorry, Harry muttered. He eyed Ron as he tried to keep himself from smiling. He knew his red-headed friend well enough to know that he had been just as worried as she had. Where is Hermione? Harry asked a moment later, hoping to change the subject completely. He and Ron were sitting by the lake. Their books were spread out around them. To anyone passing by, it would have appeared as though they were working on their history of magic homework, but the reality of the situation was that they hadn't read a single sentence from their notes yet. It was Saturday, and as far as Harry was concerned, Saturday was no time for homework. In the library, Ron replied. How come you ended up staying down there all night? Snape wanted to talk, Harry quickly replied. He was afraid that Ron would question his response, but instead the redhead quickly changed the subject. Draco was at breakfast with his arm in a sling, still moaning about how badly he's injured. Harry rolled his eyes at these words as he twirled his wand between his thumb and pointer finger. He's acting like a prat, Harry noted. Buckbeak hardly touched him and he knows it. George heard him say that his father wants Hagrid fired and Buckbeak destroyed. Harry, who had been leaning against a tree, quickly sat up straight at these words. Is he bloody crazy? Hagrid shouldn't be fired over that. And little brothers shouldn't repeat things that they are told, a familiar voice replied. Harry squinted up into the sunlight to see Fred and George towering over them. You never said not to repeat it. Ron defended himself. George rolled his eyes at these words as Fred cleared his throat. Did you find Scabbers yet? Ron shook his head dejectedly. Well, you better before Mum finds out you've lost him, George advised. Did you just come over here to bother me? Ron asked in an annoyed voice. Harry gave his friend a sympathetic look, but he couldn't help the pang of jealousy he felt. He often witnessed the Weasley children picking on one another, but despite the annoyance Ron obviously felt towards it, Harry couldn't help but feel envious of the relationship they all shared. He often wondered if, had his parents survived, he would have siblings. Surprisingly, we did not. We came over to tell you too that the first Hogsmeade weekend is going to be the end of October, Fred smiled. Halloween, George added. Harry felt his spirits instantly sink as Ron smiled a toothy grin. Brilliant, Ron replied. I was hoping we'd have one before the holidays. Hey Harry, maybe we can. But Ron's words trailed off as he noticed his best mate's face. What's with you? George asked. I can't go, Harry replied, trying hard not to let his emotions show in his voice. Not with Sirius Black out there. Ask Snape. Ron tried to encourage him. Maybe if you just ask him he'll. I did, Harry cut him off. He said no. It's too dangerous. Well, maybe they'll catch Black by then. If he was caught, you'd be able to go. Harry nodded in agreement at Ron's words. He didn't doubt that his friend was right. If Sirius was caught, he would likely be permitted to go, but he didn't for a second believe that the man would be caught in time. You could go anyway, Fred pointed out. Harry looked up at the teenager with a curious face. Oh, is he just supposed to walk out of the castle and down to Hogsmeade with everyone else and hope no one notices him? Ron asked sarcastically. He wouldn't make it out the front door. There's more than one way to Hogsmeade, George smirked as he gave Harry a small wink. What do you mean? Ron asked. His voice was curious but also suspicious. It was obvious to Harry that his best friend likely thought his older brothers were playing one of their pranks. Nothing. Fred shook his head. The same smirk that was on his brother's lips danced on his own. We've got to be going, George added. We told Lee we'd meet him in the common room 10 minutes ago. Ron watched with an annoyed face as his brothers hurried off towards the castle. Prats, the both of them, Ron finally decided. And if they tell Mum I've lost Scabbers, I'll never forgive them. Eat your spinach. Unless, of course, you have a relationship with it similar to the one you have with turnips. Harry looked up at his guardian. Several days had passed since he had made the grave mistake of wandering out at night. The two of them were having their weekly dinner together, and Harry was quite glad to have found Snape in a pleasant mood, or well, pleasant for Snape anyway. Harry had been trying for days now to catch the man in a good mood. He knew that it was likely a helpless case, but he just had to ask Snape about Hogsmeade one more time. He had completely convinced himself that if he could just point out that he'd be with his friends and that some teachers would be going, that there would be shopkeepers and other shoppers around, surely Snape would allow him to go. After all, it wasn't his fault that Sirius Black hadn't been caught yet, nor was it his fault that Black might be after him. He was sure that once Snape realized all of this, the man would change his mind and possibly even apologize for being so hasty in his decision to tell Harry that he could not go. Picking up his fork, Harry quickly put a spoonful of the spinach into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it before clearing his throat. Allow me to save you the trouble of finding the correct words to ask what you want to ask, Snape said before Harry had even an inkling of a chance to talk. I am not going to sign your Hogsmeade permission slip. We have already discussed this, and though I do not feel as though I should need to repeat myself, I will say once more that it is far too dangerous for you to be gallivanting around Hogsmeade with Sirius Black on the loose. I sincerely hope that you will respect this decision and therefore refrain from arguing with me about it. However, if you choose to take the road less desired, I promise you that you will sorely regret it. Harry felt the tips of his ears burn at Snape's words. I wasn't going to ask you that, he quickly lied in what he hoped was a convincing voice. I'm so glad. Snape's voice was not stern, but Harry could hear the underlining message. The man knew he was lying and was silently appreciating that Harry dropped it so quickly and easily. Harry felt his heart drop at the realization that he wasn't going to Hogsmeade. Talking to Snape and asking him once more had been his last hope, and now Harry felt stupid for thinking for even a moment that that would have worked. If Sirius Black is caught, Harry began to ask. If the situation with Black resolves itself, we will revisit this topic, Snape promised. Now finish your supper. Harry scooped up a forkful of his mashed potatoes as Fred and George's words replayed in his mind. Maybe they were right, maybe there was more than one way. I was thinking that if we split up and we both searched different ends of the castle, we're bound to find him right. Harry nodded. He didn't have the heart to tell Ron that the chances of one of them finding Scabbers somewhere in the castle was probably slim to none. He was a tiny rat after all, and he could hide in plenty of places that they couldn't even get to, let alone search. Right. So you search the ground floor and the dungeons, and I'll search by the kitchens and the Hufflepuff common room. After that we can both go search the astronomy and the Ollery together. Okay. Harry agreed. Harry could think of about 100 other ways that he would rather spend his Sunday afternoon, but Ron was beginning to panic about the fact that Scabbers was still missing. It didn't help his panic that Fred and George had been constantly making comments about telling their mum about how careless Ron had been with his pet. Hermione had been completely adamant that her cat had absolutely nothing to do with Scabbers' disappearance, and as a result Harry was now spending his free time searching the castle for a rat. All right, we'll meet in the common room in an hour. Okay. Harry agreed. The moment the word was out of Harry's mouth, Ron headed off in the direction of the kitchens. Harry sighed to himself as he turned on his heel and slowly walked towards the long hallway of classrooms. He was sure that the classrooms would be deserted. It was Sunday after all, and an unusually warm one for the middle of October. Everyone was either outside enjoying the day or in their common room. There were a few people, such as Hermione, who had chosen to spend their Sunday in the library working on school work, but Harry was positive that no one would be in any of the classrooms. He slowly walked into his History of Magic classroom, carefully looking around for any signs of Scabbers. Without his consent, his thoughts drifted to Snape. His guardian was out of the castle for the day, having gone to Diagon Alley. Harry had practically begged to go along, but Snape had denied him, though he had made the comment that perhaps next time Harry could accompany him. Harry rounded the classroom twice before he walked out of the door and across the hall into the defense room. His head was down, concentrating solely on the ground beneath him. He was hoping, against his better judgment, that at any moment Scabbers would scurry by his feet. If that happened, he could grab the rat, run off and find Ron, and make it to the Quidditch pitch to practice before Snape was back. This plan swam around his mind as he walked down the middle of a row of desks. Snape hadn't exactly told him that he couldn't be out practicing Quidditch, but he hadn't exactly told him that he could either. Snape's main concern was Harry being out on the school grounds after dark or all alone, but the sun was shining brightly and he planned on bringing Ron along, so as far as he was concerned he wasn't breaking any of Snape's rules. Inspecting the ground, are we? Harry's head shot up at the familiar voice. He had been so preoccupied looking for Scabbers that he hadn't even noticed Professor Lupin sitting quietly at his desk, surrounded by a sea of books and papers. Harry smiled at the man's question. Looking for Scabbers, he explained. Ron's rat, he's been missing. Ah, I see. Professor Lupin smiled warmly. Well, feel free to continue the search, though I must confide in you that I haven't seen any stray rats in my classroom. I'll just go look next door then, Harry replied. He liked Professor Lupin and he hardly wanted to bother the man while he was trying to work. Before you go, I was actually hoping that you and I could have a talk. A talk? Harry racked his brain as he tried to figure out why on earth his teacher would want to have a talk with him. He couldn't think of a single thing he had done wrong in the man's class, and despite that fact that Professor Lupin was still smiling, Harry couldn't help but automatically assume that he was in some sort of trouble. I wasn't sure if Severus mentioned it to you at all. Severus. Harry mentally kicked himself for sounding like a complete dolt. He couldn't help it though. He was completely lost in this conversation and he wanted to know what direction it was going in. Professor Snape, he replied with an amused smile. No, I know that. Harry nodded. I just don't know what he was supposed to mention to me or what you want to talk about. Harry felt a sense of relief once he got the words out. He absolutely hated when he had a hard time expressing himself. I apologize. I didn't mean to bombard you with this. Remus paused for a moment as he collected his thoughts. He wanted to be gentle about the subject. He certainly didn't want to seem as though he was trying to force a relationship with the child, though he hoped one would form. He was amazed at how much Harry reminded him of James as well as Lily. It was almost eerie in a way. I wanted you to know, or rather I thought that you should know, that I was quite good friends with your parents when I attended Hogwarts with them. Harry felt something shift inside of him as he digested these words. Of course he knew several adults that had known his parents, but this was the first person who had come out and said that he had been good friends with them, not just a classmate or a professor while they had been at Hogwarts, but a real friend. Harry had liked Professor Lupin from the moment he had met him, and this new information just reassured him that the newest teacher at Hogwarts was a true asset. You were? Harry asked in a small voice. There he went, sounding like an idiot again, but unlike only minutes earlier, this time he didn't care in the least. Remus nodded. I was very good friends with your father throughout all of our years at school and rather friendly with your mother as well. Of course your mum and I got to be much better friends after she began dating your dad. Harry smiled a soft smile at these words. This was someone who knew them well. He had been friends with his dad since they were 11. For a quick moment, Harry felt a streak of jealousy that the man sitting at his desk had gotten more time with his parents than he had. The feeling quickly passed though, as Harry instantly wanted to know any and everything that his professor was willing to share. When did they start dating? Harry asked. If Snape had been there, he would have given Harry a stern look for bothering Professor Lupin with questions, but Harry didn't care. He couldn't have stopped himself for all the gold in Gringotts. Not until their 7th year. Remus smiled warmly. It took them a bit to realize that they loved each other, but I suspect that they did for quite some time before they were ready to admit it. Remus paused as Harry smiled at these words. You look very much like your father, you know. Aside from your eyes, those eyes of yours are all lily. Harry nodded, his smile still on his lips. I've heard that before. She was a lovely person. Always kind, compassionate, loving. Your father was those things as well, though he had quite the knack for getting into mischief. Harry smiled widely at these words. A trait I hear he passed down to you. Remus smiled as he raised an eyebrow. Maybe a bit, Harry admitted with a grin. Anyway, I'm sure you want to get back to the search for the rat. Scabbers was it. And I really should get back to grading these papers. Harry nodded. He hoped that his face wasn't showing the disappointment that he felt rushing through his body. He could have stood there and talked to Professor Lupin for hours. Perhaps sometime in the near future though, when we're both free, we could talk, if you want to, that is. Harry nodded eagerly. Yes, please. Splendid. Remus smiled in reply. How about after your defense class this week? I should be free then. Harry nodded as he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation rush through his body. Never in his life had he been so utterly excited to meet with a teacher. Harry was sitting at Snape's round kitchen table working on his History of Magic homework. Snape had returned from Diagon Alley just before dinner and had asked Harry if he wanted to eat with him in his quarters. Dinner had gone smoothly as Harry hadn't pestered the man about why he hadn't allowed him to accompany him to London. Harry also hadn't mentioned that he had spent the better part of the late afternoon flying with Ron. He was sure that he hadn't broken any rules by doing so, but he wasn't 100% sure that Snape would agree. Either way, he certainly wasn't going to bring it up and find out. What is it that you are studying at the moment? Snape inquired. The man had been sitting across from Harry grading 6th-year essays. It was unusual that Snape made small talk while the two were working, and Harry took it as a sign that he was in a good mood. The Goblin riots in the early 1900s, Harry replied in a bored voice. Snape nodded his approval. Rather interesting material. Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond to Snape's remark. It wasn't the material that he didn't find interesting, but rather the teacher. Professor Binns was so boring that Harry often spent the majority of his class trying his hardest not to fall asleep. Instead of replying to Snape's statement, Harry instead chose to change the subject entirely. How come you didn't tell me about Professor Lupin? I beg your pardon. Snape asked in what appeared to Harry to be a genuinely confused voice. He was friends with my parents, Harry replied. Really good friends. I'm well aware, Snape replied in a bored voice. So why didn't you tell me? I wasn't aware. Despite the fact that a loud voice in Harry's brain was screaming at him to calm down and control his temper, he couldn't bring himself to listen. He wasn't sure why he suddenly felt so upset by Snape's actions and his lack of caring, but he was finding himself getting angrier by the minute. Calm down this instant, Snape instructed in a voice that left little room for arguing. I did not inform you because Professor Lupin asked me quite some time ago if he could speak with you about it. I assumed that his inquiring about it meant that he wanted to tell you, and so I allowed him that privilege. Harry remained silent. Snape's words made perfect sense. They even made him feel slightly bad about accusing the man. A small part of him still felt like he should have been told, though. We're going to talk about it after my defense class this week, Harry informed Snape. He was daring the man to object to his plans. He still felt as if there was something Snape didn't like about Professor Lupin. He almost wanted Snape to try and stop him from talking to the man, just so that it would give him a reason to be able to yell at Snape and take some of his frustrations out on him. I think that is a fine idea, Snape replied in an even voice. Harry used every ounce of self-control that he could muster up not to pout at these words. He didn't know why he was suddenly thinking that picking a fight with Snape would be a good idea. He was annoyed with his guardian for keeping the information from him, but he couldn't help but think that it was more than that. What though he couldn't quite put his finger on? I was on the Quidditch pitch this afternoon, Harry confessed without any warning at all. Ron and we were out there for hours. Snape nodded at these words. His attention was back on the papers he was grading. Harry felt furious that Snape wasn't reacting to his words. This homework is boring, Harry declared. I'm not doing it. At these words, Snape looked up from his work, giving the boy across from him a stern look. Whether or not you are doing your homework is not an option, young man. You can't make me do it, Harry dared to say. Harry, Snape said his name in a dangerous low tone. It was a warning and Harry knew it, though he chose to ignore it. You can't. I don't know what exactly has suddenly gotten into you, but I am not going to sit here and argue with you. Now, before you say something that will put your backside at risk, I suggest you go to your room. Harry felt his ears burn at Snape's words. He didn't back down though. He pushed his feet into the floor, causing his chair to move backwards, giving him enough room to slip out of it. Leaving his school work scattered on the table, he practically stomped out of the room and down the hall to his bedroom. It took everything he had in him not to slam his door. He wanted to do it, but he hardly wanted Snape to make good on his threat, and he was pretty sure that slamming a door might send the man over the edge. Without any warning at all, hot angry tears began spilling out of Harry's eyes. He instantly felt like a complete baby for crying without even having a reason. He threw himself face down onto his bed, silently crying into his pillow. So many things were confusing him. He didn't know why he had tried to start a row with Snape, or why he was suddenly feeling so confused over his feeling towards Professor Lupin, or why he was crying. All Harry knew was that he felt absolutely horrible in every sense of the word. He had hardly been in his room for more than 5 minutes when he heard the door push open, the feet walk across the room, and felt the weight of Snape's body as he sat on the edge of his bed. What in Merlin's name are you crying about? Harry remained silent, his face still buried in his pillow. He couldn't face Snape, and he prayed that the man wouldn't try to make him. To Harry's surprise, he felt a hand gently touch the small of his back. Correct me if I am wrong, but this isn't about practicing Quidditch or homework, is it? Harry shook his head. This is about Professor Lupin, though I am having a hard time believing that it is solely about the fact that I did not inform you that he was friends with your parents." Harry didn't sit up, or even reveal his face. Instead, he turned his head slightly to the left, allowing himself room to talk. "If he was such good friends with them, why didn't he take me? Years ago, I mean." The thought hadn't even really occurred to Harry until the words were coming out of his mouth. That was the root of his feelings, though. How could someone who claimed he was so close to his parents only be introducing himself now, years later? He heard Snape sigh and then clear his throat before answering. "He has his reasons, Harry. Reasons that are none of my business to share with you." Snape paused for a moment. "And although I am sure you will take offense to this, they are reasons that you may still be too young to understand." Harry shrugged in reply. He inwardly cringed at his actions, expecting Snape to scold him for doing so. "Honestly, Harry, I am sure that Professor Lupin not taking you in was never a case of him not wanting you." Snape shocked himself with his words. When in the world had he become so soft? Never in a million years would he have imagined that he would find himself in this position, and with James Potter's son of all children. Harry's tears had stopped, and so he finally gave in to Snape's words and slowly rolled over onto his back. "You don't think so?" "Absolutely not," Snape assured him. "If I know Professor Lupin at all, I know that he would have been fighting to have you immediately if he could have." Harry allowed these words as well as the scene that was playing around him sink in. He had been a prat to Snape not even 20 minutes ago, and here he was in his room trying to comfort him. As little as 3 months ago, Harry would have laughed in someone's face if they told him that this would be happening, and now he couldn't imagine if it wasn't. "I'm sorry for how I acted," Harry said in a sincere voice. Although minutes ago he was trying to push Snape over the edge, he now truly hoped that the man forgave him without punishment. "You are forgiven," Snape replied. "However, I expect that it will not happen again." "Never," Harry promised. Snape smirked at the child's immature promise. He highly doubted that Harry would never act as he did again. "Your homework is waiting to be finished," Snape noted. Harry nodded as he pushed himself into a sitting position before rolling off of his bed. He headed towards the door, stopping short before he reached it. "Thanks for not going mental on me," he said in a sincere voice. Snape fought the urge to smile at these words. "Go do your homework before I change my mind and decide you deserve some sort of punishment." He swallowed a chuckle at these words, quite proud of himself for sounding as stern as he had. "Yes, sir," Harry replied before walking out of the room. Snape shook his head as he stood up. He wasn't quite sure what was happening to him, but he was sure that he liked it. Snape had been on edge all day. He had snapped at his first-year students, causing one small girl to actually shed a tear in fear. He had repeated his behavior when it came to his sixth-year students. In the 2 hours he had spent with his fifth-year class, he had managed to break his own record for taking away the most house points during a single lesson. He was fuming, and he wasn't even sure why. His quill was practically about to snap in two at the force he was pressing it down with as he graded papers. He paused for a moment as he waved his hand, causing a cup of tea from across the room to gently soar through the air and carefully land on his desk. Normally the smell of his favorite peppermint tea would calm his nerves, but today it was only agitating him more. He felt as though he was a ticking time bomb. As if at any moment he was going to explode, and he couldn't quite place his finger on why. He picked up his tea with hopes that taking a sip of it would somehow help to relax him. However, he nearly dropped it on himself as the door to his office swung open with such force that it caused the frames on his walls to shake. "Hey, Snape," Harry practically yelled as he ran into the small room. "I have to ask you something." Snape used every ounce of self-control he had in him not to cast a spell on the ruler sitting on his desk and cause it to give the child half a dozen good whacks. Instead, he gave the youngster the sternest look he had ever given him. "Do not address me as if I am one of your schoolmates," he hissed. "Sorry," Harry muttered. Snape instantly noted that the child did truly look sorry. He looked worried as well, as though he expected him to jump up and lash out on him at any moment. Snape felt horrible for causing that look, but still he couldn't stop himself. "And do not come running in here as if you were raised by a blasted troll." Surely you have manners enough to know the appropriate way to enter a room, and if you do not, I will be more than happy to occupy your every Saturday for the next 3 months in order to teach you how to behave, Snape threatened. Harry quickly shook his head. I'm sorry. I was just in a rush and I do not want to hear your imprudent excuses. Harry flinched at the words. He wasn't quite sure why he had angered Snape so badly, but he was certainly sorry that he had. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose, taking a deep breath before he opened his mouth once more. What is it that you wanted to ask me? I wanted to know if I could have dinner with Remus, Harry replied in a cautious voice. Remus. Snape could practically feel his blood boiling. Professor Lupin, Harry quickly replied. He told me I could call him Remus. Snape raised an eyebrow at these words. He really did, Harry added in what sounded to Snape like a desperate voice. Regardless of what he is allowing you to call him, I certainly hope that when addressing him in front of your peers or speaking about him to your peers, you will show the man respect and call him by his title and not his first name. Harry wasn't sure why Snape felt so strongly about what he called Remus, but he nodded in agreement anyway. Why is it that you want to have supper with Professor Lupin? Snape was trying hard to keep his temper under control. The last thing he wanted was to lash out on Harry. True, the boy did need to learn how to enter a room without bringing the room down around him, but that hardly warranted the harsh way Snape was treating him. We talked after class today, about my parents, like I said we were going to, you know. Harry paused as he gave Snape a curious look. Only when Snape nodded in reply did the boy open his mouth once more. Well, he was telling me all these really great stories about them, but it started getting late, so he said that if I wanted to I could eat with him so we could keep talking. And you told him that you had to come and ask my permission first. Harry shook his head. Well, no, he admitted in a quiet voice. He told me to come and ask you. Snape had to admit that he was impressed by the boy's honesty. He could have very easily lied and said that it was his idea, and yet he had chosen to tell the truth. You may eat your supper with Professor Lupin, however I expect you in your dormitory no later than 8 o'clock tonight. Harry nodded, a smile spreading across his face. I mean it, Harry, Snape warned. If I find that you were out roaming the castle halls past 8 o'clock, the consequences will be severe. Harry felt his cheeks blush on their own accord at Snape's words. No, I know. He nodded seriously. I promise you won't. Snape fixed him with a stern look before giving a nod of approval. Off you go then. I'm sure Professor Lupin is waiting for you. Thanks. Harry smiled brightly. He turned on the heel of his foot, ready to run out the same way he ran in before he remembered how angry it had made Snape, and instead slowly walked out the door, careful to close it gently behind him. Snape watched the boy go, feeling absolutely miserable as he did. It was suddenly all coming together. Severus Snape was worried that Harry was going to pick Lupin. When the thought first crossed his mind, he dismissed it instantly, but the more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Why wouldn't Harry like Lupin more? He had been close friends with his parents and had 1,000,001 stories he could share with the boy. He was always cheerful and pleasant. He was a teddy bear compared to him. Snape was certain that Lupin would let Harry do whatever he pleased whenever he pleased, with absolutely no regard for any rules. What child wouldn't want that type of parent figure? The entire thought was making Snape sick to his stomach. The more he thought about it, the more he was sure that it would only be a matter of time before Harry came to him and expressed his desire to be with Lupin. 2 months prior, Snape would have welcomed this idea. He would have helped the boy pack up his things and handed him over to Lupin with excitement at the thought of being rid of the brat. His feelings were so very different now. The thought of losing Harry was literally causing panic to rush through his body. He could no longer imagine his life without the unruly child playing a large part in it. A million thoughts rushed through Snape's mind as he tried to force himself to believe that Harry felt the same way that he was feeling. He didn't see how he could, though. My dad really did that? Harry asked in an excited voice. Remus chuckled with amusement at the old memory of James setting off fireworks in the Gryffindor common room. He did indeed, though I have to confide in you that Professor McGonagall was not happy about it in the least. Your dad spent nearly a month worth of Saturdays in detention. Harry laughed at these words. He and Remus had finished eating some time ago, but Harry couldn't pull himself away from the table. He was sure he was going to have to do so soon if he was going to make it back to his common room by his designated curfew, but he was hoping Remus could fit in just one or two more stories before then. Were they smart? Harry asked. He had always wondered about how his parents had done academically, but he had never found the right words to ask McGonagall or Dumbledore about it, and he didn't dare ask Snape. Very. Remus nodded with a smile. Your father was one of the smartest in our year, and your mum wasn't too far behind him. Harry smiled widely at these words. He was glad that the answer had been the one he was hoping for. I have to say though that while your mum studied very hard for her grades, your father had a bit of a natural talent when it came to most of his studies, Remus continued. He spent much more time on the Quidditch pitch than he did in the library. Harry smiled. He had known that his father was a pretty good Quidditch player, but it was still nice to hear someone else talk about it. It was one of the things that Harry felt most connected to his dad with. I hear you're quite the Quidditch player yourself. Harry shrugged. I'm not great or anything, but I do love it. The youngest seeker in a century, and you describe yourself as not great? Remus asked in an amused voice. You get that from your mother, Harry. Your father didn't know the meaning of the word humble. Remus paused as he stared into thin air for a moment, clearly remembering a memory that had occurred many years ago. It's been lovely sharing the evening with you, Remus continued. I do hope we can do it again in the future, but it is nearly 9 o'clock and you should probably get back to your dormitory. Harry felt his stomach drop at these words. He only prayed that the panic he was feeling wasn't showing on his face. Snape was going to bloody murder him. Harry quickly said goodnight to Remus and hurried out of his office. He was walking so quickly that he was practically jogging. His mind was busy weighing his options. He could go directly to his common room and hope that Snape never found out about this, or he could go straight to Snape and confess that he had lost track of time. Both ideas seemed absolutely mental to him. If he went to his common room, Snape would probably find out. The man somehow always found out everything, and if he went and confessed to Snape, he would be murdered on the spot. Snape had told him that the consequences would be severe, and in Harry's mind that meant only one thing, the most dreaded of things. Harry was now jogging down the hall trying to figure out in which direction he should head. In an instant he decided that the best possible move he could make would be to throw himself at Snape's mercy and beg for forgiveness. He knew that given the mood Snape was in earlier in the evening, the chances of the man forgiving him were slim to none, but he also knew that if he tried to hide it, things would be 10 times worse. Harry turned the corner that would eventually lead him to the dungeons and walked directly into something hard. He looked up to see Snape looking down at him, an especially stern look on his face. Nearly an hour after I told you to be in your dormitory, Snape noted in an angry voice. I lost track of time, Harry quickly tried to explain. We were talking and I was learning so much about them. I thought it was only 7, and then Remus said what time it was and I left right away and I was coming to tell you. Harry was bracing himself for Snape to yell or grab him by the arm and drag him down to his quarters. Directly to your dormitory and don't let this happen again, Snape said in an even voice. Harry looked up at the man with a questioning look on his face. Huh, walk yourself directly to your dormitory. You have an early class tomorrow and you should already be getting ready for bed, Snape replied. Harry felt confusion sweep over his body. Earlier Snape was furious at the thought of Harry staying out later than his curfew, and now here he was getting caught a whole hour late and Snape didn't even seem to care. Are you mad at me? Harry couldn't help but ask. Not in the least, Snape replied evenly. But earlier you said, Harry trailed off in a baffled voice. The last thing Harry wanted was to be in trouble, but he couldn't figure out why Snape didn't seem to care. It wasn't like him at all, and Harry didn't like how it was making him feel. What I said earlier is not important, Snape replied swiftly. Now do as I've asked and head to your dormitory. Harry nodded in agreement, still feeling completely and utterly perplexed by the entire situation. He walked slowly past Snape, turning around to glance back at the man a few steps later. Good night, Harry offered in a bewildered voice. Good night, Harry. Harry noted that Snape's voice was even and calm. Harry turned once more as he began walking towards the Gryffindor Tower. He felt his heartbeat regain normality as his body suddenly caught up with his brain in realizing that it wasn't about to be pulverized. Harry scowled as he climbed the staircase. What was Snape playing at? Any other time he would be lecturing Harry's ear off at the very least if he was an hour late. It wouldn't matter that he had said he had lost track of time, Snape would see it as nothing else but direct defiance. Why did his guardian suddenly not care? The thought swam around Harry's mind for less than a minute before he realized what was happening. Snape didn't want him anymore. Remus had shown up and Snape had suddenly realized that he could pass him off and wash his hands of the whole situation. A few weeks ago this would have been music to Harry's ears, and now he couldn't believe the undeniable sharp pain he felt at the idea. He had thought that things had changed between him and Snape, but he must have been wrong. He must have imagined that Snape was actually starting to care about him. Harry swallowed the large lump that had formed in his throat, forcing himself not to show an ounce of sadness over the situation. If Snape didn't want him, then he didn't need Snape. What's wrong? Harry looked up at his best friend. She had a very knowing look on her face as she stared at him with concern. Nothing, Harry replied. He tried hard to keep the annoyance he was feeling out of his voice. Why do you think something is wrong? Because you hardly ate your dinner and now you have chocolate pie on your plate, which happens to be your favorite dessert, and you haven't even taken a bite. You're just pushing it around and looking mopey. Harry opened his mouth to argue that not a word of that was really true, despite the fact that he knew it was, when Ron nodded in agreement, causing Harry to rethink his words. Did you notice that when I was late for potions today, Snape didn't even care? Hermione shrugged. You were only about 2 minutes late. Yeah, but since when doesn't Snape go completely mental over something like that? Isn't Snape not going mental a good thing? Ron asked in a confused voice. Never mind. Harry shook his head, suddenly feeling very annoyed with his friends. Hermione gave him a questioning look. Why are you getting mad at us? I'm not. Harry replied with a bit more attitude than he would have liked. A hurt look immediately overtook Hermione's face, causing Harry to feel nothing but guilt. He didn't care that I was late, Harry said in a much softer voice. And he didn't care yesterday when I ran into his parlor and knocked over a vase. He paused for a moment. He felt completely stupid sharing his feelings with his friends, but if he didn't share them with someone, he was going to explode. It had been 3 days since Snape had caught him out, an hour past his designated curfew, and from Harry's point of view everything was just falling apart. I think he's tired of me and has decided that Professor Lupin might want me or something. Harry had shared with his friends just how close Remus had been with his parents, and he was sure that the moment he explained his theory about Snape that they would instantly agree. Of course, he hadn't shared with his friends that Snape had told him on more than one occasion that he wouldn't just turn his back, but Harry didn't think that was important. If Snape's recent behavior was telling him anything, it was that those words had never really mattered. Hermione's face fell. Oh, Harry, I'm sure that's not true. Would that be a bad thing though? Ron asked. I mean, Professor Lupin seems a lot cooler than Snape. Don't be so insensitive, Hermione snapped at him. Honestly, Ron. What? Ron asked in an innocent voice. Why is it such a bad thing? Harry shrugged. He wasn't quite sure how to put the answer to Ron's question into words that wouldn't make him sound completely mental. How was he supposed to explain that he had actually grown to really care for Snape? How could Ron ever understand that it had become a comfort to have Snape constantly worrying about him and holding him responsible for his actions? Were there even words to explain how empty it made him feel when Snape hadn't so much as scolded him for running into the parlor and breaking the vase? He's kind of just become like my parent, Harry tried to explain in a soft voice. Well, of course he has, Hermione replied. It's been nearly 3 months. Harry was shocked when he stopped, thought about it, and realized she was right. Part of him couldn't believe it had been that long, while the other half couldn't believe that was all it had been. Why would he want to get rid of you, mate? Maybe he has just calmed down and realized that he doesn't need to get upset over every little thing, Hermione suggested, speaking at the same time that Ron had. Snape. Ron laughed. Yeah, right. Harry had to agree with Ron. There was no way he could ever imagine Snape just calming down and never being strict with him again. Well, maybe you should talk to him, Hermione suggested. Tell him how you feel. Harry shook his head. There was no way he was going to go to Snape and beg the man to keep him, it just wasn't an option. Maybe ask Professor Lupin, Ron suggested. Maybe he knows something. Harry shook his head once more. He was really starting to like Remus and they were definitely starting to form a really good relationship, but he wasn't comfortable enough with the man to just go to him and talk about something like this. He was much more comfortable with Snape, but he was too afraid that Snape would say something he didn't want to hear and confirm his every fear. I have to get to the library before it gets too late, Hermione informed them as she stood up. We'll figure something out later, okay, Harry? Harry nodded before she turned and walked away. Who goes to the library on a Friday night? Ron muttered. Maybe I should ask him if we can have dinner tomorrow night and see what he says. Ron nodded. That might work. If he tells you to sod off, you'll have a better idea of what you're dealing with. Harry couldn't imagine Snape ever telling him to sod off, but Ron did have a point. It would help Harry decipher what was going on. Just as he had several times since the school year had started, Harry was sitting at Snape's round kitchen table working on his homework, though unlike the last time Snape hadn't requested his company, Harry had basically forced it on the man. Snape had actually made the comment that he had a lot of papers to grade and that he needed silence, and Harry had promised that he would work quietly. He was trying his hardest to concentrate on his divination homework, but he just couldn't focus. Every chance he got, he was attempting to steal a glance at Snape, trying to read the man's body language, but he was coming up short. He was trying to find the words to ask about dinner when Snape cleared his throat. What is it? Harry noted that the man hadn't reprimanded him despite the fact that he was staring into space and ignoring his homework completely. I was just wondering if we could have dinner tomorrow night. Just you and me, I mean. I have far too many papers to grade, Snape replied. Harry's mouth felt dry. He wanted to scream at Snape. He wanted to demand to know why he was acting so weird. He wanted to tell him that he hated him for making his life so different and then taking it all away without any warning. He didn't do any of that though. Instead, he nodded in reply to Snape's words and dropped his head, hoping to appear as though he was concentrating on his homework. Maybe he really is just very busy these days. He is a teacher, Harry. It's not like he doesn't have to work every day. Harry shrugged as he leaned against the cold castle wall. It had been a full week since Harry had asked Snape about having dinner together, and he had been seeing less of the man than ever. Every time Harry tried to spend time with him, Snape gave him another excuse. Not even an hour ago, Harry had practically begged the man to spend his Saturday with him, and Snape had declined, stating that he had to leave the castle for the day to pick up some things for potions class. If you would just talk to him about this, it would save you a lot of time and trouble, Hermione continued. I mean, honestly, Harry, how hard would it be to just ask him why he is acting the way he is? Harry opened his mouth to reply, but Ron beat him to it. That's bloody weird, not to mention embarrassing. Harry nodded in agreement. He probably wouldn't have worried his response in the exact same way, but Ron had pretty much summed up his feelings on the matter. How is talking embarrassing? We're talking right now and you don't look embarrassed in the least. Yeah, we're talking. There isn't an adult here. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's words. Why don't you just come with us today? Ron asked. If Snape isn't caring about anything, then he won't get mad. I don't have a permission slip signed, Harry replied in a dejected voice. Oh yeah, and just because Snape is acting weird doesn't mean that it is okay for you to leave the castle, Hermione interjected. Sirius Black is still a threat. Whose side are you on? Harry asked in an annoyed voice. Yours, of course, Hermione quickly replied. But I want to see you safe. If you two are going, this is your last chance, Professor McGonagall called down the hall. Ron and Hermione both glanced at Harry, guilty looks plastered on their faces. It's fine. Go, Harry urged them. We'll bring you back something from Honeydukes, Hermione promised. Ron nodded in agreement. And I'm sure by the next time we go, Sirius Black will be caught and you'll be joining us, Hermione continued. I'm fine, really, Harry replied in what he hoped was a convincing voice. Just go. Ron gave him one more sympathetic look before the two turned and walked down the hall, leaving Harry leaning up against the cold castle wall all by himself. For a split second he contemplated the idea of begging Professor McGonagall to sign his permission slip, but he knew it wasn't worth it. Despite how strange and distant Snape had been acting, Harry was sure that the other teachers knew he wasn't allowed to go. Feeling especially sorry for himself, he slowly peeled his body away from the castle wall and began walking towards the Gryffindor Tower. His plan was to go and get his broom. He figured at the very least he could spend the day flying. Usually that idea would sound like paradise to him, but it sounded more like a punishment when he thought about what his friends were doing. He muttered the current password to the fat lady before she swung open, letting him enter the common room. He had been sure that the room would be completely deserted. It was a nice day out and most of the younger students were down by the lake or somewhere else on the grounds, whereas every older student in the school was in Hogsmeade, or so he thought. "Hey Harry," Fred smiled. "We were just about to come find you," George added. "Why aren't you in Hogsmeade?" Harry asked in a curious voice. "We're working on a project here today. We had to wait until everyone was gone to do it," Fred smiled. "A project. Extendable ears," George explained. "But that's not important," Fred added. "We have something for you." "Something for me?" Harry asked. Talking with the twins was always a bit exhausting, but today was the first time that Harry ever really just wanted to tell them to bugger off. He wasn't in the best mood, and their unwillingness to actually explain anything they were saying wasn't helping. George smiled as he stood up, pulled a piece of parchment out of his pocket, and handed it to Harry. Harry looked down at the blank piece of parchment scrap. Thanks, I'll treasure it forever." "You haven't seen what it can do yet." Fred smiled before jumping up off of the couch and approaching Harry as well. He tapped the piece of parchment once with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Dark black words suddenly appeared on the parchment. "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map," Harry read. He looked up at the twins with a questioning look. "Map of what?" "Hogwarts." George smiled brightly. Thanks, but I'm pretty sure I know my way around Hogwarts." "Not like this you don't," Fred chuckled. "This map shows everything. Every hidden room, every secret passageway, and every person's whereabouts." Harry opened the parchment up to see a complete map of the castle. He watched as a small dot labeled Filch walked down the hall in front of the library and turned the corner. "We reckoned it might come in handy if someone was trying to get out of the castle undetected today," Fred said in a serious voice. Harry smiled widely as he looked up at the twins. "Wicked, huh?" George asked. Harry's smile vanished as he answered. "Yeah, but I still have to get out of the castle. I can't just walk out the front door, and even if I used one of these secret passages, I would still see teachers down in Hogsmeade, wouldn't I? I mean, everyone knows I'm not allowed to go." "Don't you have your dad's old cloak?" Fred asked. Harry nodded, feeling absolutely stupid that he hadn't thought about it earlier. His dad's cloak had been sitting in the bottom of his trunk since he had left the Dursleys in the middle of the summer. He hadn't really had a need for it yet this school year, but he was still shocked that he hadn't thought of it himself. "About time you break that out, don't you think?" George grinned widely. Harry stepped through the door at the end of the secret passage. He had been half worried that the twins had just been messing with him and that the long dark hallway he had just walked down wouldn't lead him anywhere but into Dumbledore's office or somewhere else on the same level. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the twins had been completely brilliant, as he was now standing in a small alley next to the three broomsticks. He cautiously stepped out of the alley and onto the street, forgetting for a moment that he was protected by his cloak and no one could see him. It wasn't until he nearly had to jump out of the way so that Dean wouldn't walk directly into him that he felt completely safe. Smiling widely to himself, he slowly walked down the street, keeping his eyes open for Ron and Hermione. He stopped at each shop, peering into the windows, hoping to catch a glimpse of his friends, but repeatedly came up short. He was just about to give up and go back to the castle when he spotted them alone, at the end of the street. Harry walked quickly, careful not to run and risk the chance of his feet showing. By the time he got close to them, they had turned up a small dirt road. "That's it over there," Hermione pointed. "It's supposed to be one of the most haunted houses in Britain." Ron nodded, but Harry instantly noted that his best friend looked bored with the history of the place. Carefully and hoping not to scare them half to death, Harry approached them. "Did you hear something?" Ron asked, turning around quickly. "Don't scream," Harry warned. The last thing he needed was Hermione to scream, causing a teacher to come and see if she was okay. "Harry." Hermione asked in a curious voice. Harry noted that despite the curiosity in her tone, he could also hear annoyance. She was clearly irritated at him for leaving the castle. Harry quickly looked around to make sure they were absolutely alone before he pulled off his cloak, smiling widely at his friends. Wicked. Ron smiled. How did you get past the Dementors? Took a secret passage. Harry returned his smile. I'll explain it all later. Are you out of your mind? Hermione asked in a concerned voice. If anyone finds out you're here, you are going to be in so much trouble. He has his cloak. How's he going to get caught? Ron asked. Hermione didn't respond to these words, but she didn't look any more relaxed either. We were just about to go to Honeydukes, Ron said. Put your cloak back on and join us. Harry smiled as he pulled his cloak back over his head before he began following Ron back down the dirt road. This is going to end badly, Hermione muttered to herself. I just know it. Snape rounded the corner heading towards the apothecary. He was completely out of tube worms and very nearly out of wormwood. His thoughts had been so preoccupied with Harry that he was letting it affect every aspect of his life. Not even 2 hours prior, Harry had just about begged to accompany him. Snape, however, had declined the company. His young charge had been spending plenty of his free time in the company of Remus, and Snape was sure that the moment he and Harry were alone, the boy would express his yearning to live with the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Snape knew it was absolutely foolish to delay the inevitable, but he had no desire to hear those words come out of Harry's mouth. Until he knew he could handle such words without showing the slightest bit of emotion, he wasn't going to give the boy the chance to say them. At first he had been slightly concerned about leaving Harry alone in the castle on the first Hogsmeade day of the year, but after some thought about the matter he decided that things would be fine. He couldn't imagine Harry disobeying so soon after he had been punished for wandering the grounds at night. The more thought he gave it, the more agitated he became, as he was absolutely sure that Harry would spend the day with Remus. He was also sure that if Remus was the boy's guardian, he would be permitted to go to Hogsmeade despite the impending danger. Snape felt his blood boil as he pushed open the door to the apothecary. He had been trying his hardest to concentrate on the positive aspects of no longer having the brat in his care. The list was falling short though, as he was having a hard time remembering what his life was like before the mischievous child began to play such a huge part in it. Harry was standing in the middle of Honeydukes trying his hardest to stay out of everyone's way. He had slipped Ron several sickles so that his red-headed friend could purchase him some chocolate frogs. Harry was pressing his body up against a wall so that Pansy Parkinson could get by him without bumping into him. Draco was only a few steps ahead of her, and it took everything Harry had in him not to steal the S.Cur he was holding right out of his hand. Once the pair of them were out of the small store, Harry turned his attention to Hermione, who was waiting patiently on the other side of the room for Ron to finish shopping. She had a worried look on her face that made Harry feel instantly guilty. To say that he wasn't worried himself would be a flat-out lie. He was a bit worried that he would somehow get caught. Despite how distant Snape had been, Harry still didn't want to test his theory that the man didn't care at all. A small part of him knew that if he was caught, Snape would murder him. Going to Hogsmeade wasn't the same as knocking over a vase or being late for class. Those, much like staying out later than he should have talking to Remus, were all accidents. What he was doing now was a direct act of disobedience. He was playing with fire and he knew it. However, a much louder voice that was insisting that Snape didn't care at all was forcing that small voice to be ignored. Harry's eyes drifted to Ron, who was now at the cash register paying for the small mountain of sweets on the counter. Slowly Harry moved away from the wall he had been leaning up against. He waited until his friends were approaching the door, whispered that he was with them, and accompanied them out the door. Where do you want to go next? Ron asked the moment they were outside. Hermione looked up and down the street as if weighing her options. We could go get a butterbeer, Ron suggested. How would you suggest he drinks it without being caught? Hermione asked in a curious voice. Oh right, Ron replied. We could go to the Quidditch store. Hermione practically rolled her eyes at this suggestion. Well, I don't know, Ron replied in an annoyed voice. You aren't giving any suggestions. Well, we don't have very many options, Hermione shot back. I for one certainly don't want to see him get caught, and there isn't any place that we can go where he can join in the fun without being seen. Harry wasn't paying attention to their bickering. He was more concerned about the sudden cold chill that had run up his back. He was praying that he was wrong. Hoping that by some odd chance it was just an especially cold gust of wind. You're going to make him feel bad, Ron accused Hermione in an annoyed voice. Stop being so mean. I'm not trying to be mean, I'm trying to be realistic. No, you are being bloody horrible, Ron replied in a serious voice. A hurt look swept across Hermione's face for a split second before her expression changed back to the serious one she had been wearing not even seconds earlier. Excuse me for trying to keep him out of trouble. I was under the impression that you would care as much as I do. The words had hardly left Hermione's mouth when she looked in Harry's direction. Her eyes went past and above him, growing wide as they did. Harry felt an intense coldness taking over his body. His own breath was catching in his chest. Ron's head turned to see what Hermione was looking at. His eyes grew wide as a look of sheer terror swept over his face. Harry! Ron practically yelled. Watch out! Harry turned around to find the Dementor towering over him. He felt as though he was drowning in the coldness. Harry! He heard Hermione yell. Harry noticed several of their classmates stopping in their tracks. Some had fear in their eyes looking at the Dementor, and others looked absolutely confused. Harry was sure they were trying to figure out why his two best friends were screaming his name when he was nowhere in sight. He tried to take a step backwards, to get away from the cloaked figure, but his body felt paralyzed. From what seemed like a million miles away he heard a lady screaming, and then the world all around him went black. Harry slowly opened his eyes. It took him several moments to realize where he was, and when he did he felt his stomach flip. Another several moments passed before he remembered why he was where he was. His stomach now felt as though the giant eel was doing laps inside of it. His first thought was that he wished he knew what time it was and how long he had been out of it. His second thought had to do with praying that he hadn't gotten Ron and Hermione into any trouble. He slowly turned his head to the side, his cheek now touching the soft pillow. Madame Pomfrey was in the doorway, her back to him, talking to someone that Harry couldn't see. He wished that he could hear what she was saying. The thought just barely ran through his mind when the old witch turned around. Acting on his first instinct, Harry quickly closed his eyes, pretending to still be asleep. He was sure that he was in a world of trouble, even if Snape didn't care. He highly doubted that Dumbledore would let him get away with this one, and if he did then McGonagall wouldn't. All Harry wanted was a few more moments to try and come up with some kind of excuse. I agree that they weren't supposed to be there, but unfortunately I don't have much control over them when they aren't on Hogwarts grounds, Harry heard Dumbledore say. The root of the problem, Severus, is that they seem to affect Harry in a much more severe way than they do the other students. Harry felt his stomach flip once more at the realization that Snape was in the room. Harry was not supposed to be in Hogsmeade today, and had he not been, this would not have happened, Dumbledore continued. Obviously, Snape replied in a dry voice. However, may I suggest that you prepare yourself for it to happen much more often, as in the near future Harry will likely be roaming the grounds in Hogsmeade as he pleases. I beg your pardon. Are you meaning to tell me that you, Severus Snape, is considering dismissing the rules? Absolutely not, Snape replied curtly. You should know that if it were up to me, Harry would be as protected as I can possibly make him until Black is caught. However, it may not be up to me anymore. Harry felt his heart skip a beat. He hoped that neither of the men noticed the change in his now rapid breathing. What in Merlin's name are you talking about? Harry didn't miss the concern in the headmaster's voice. It's come to my attention that my young charge would likely prefer someone else as his guardian, a certain defense teacher, and if that is his decision I can hardly blame him, nor will I stand in his way. Silence reigned for several long moments, giving Harry a chance to collect his thoughts. So Snape thought that he wanted to go live with Remus. It wasn't that Snape wanted him to. Harry could hardly contain the happiness he was feeling. It took every ounce of self-restraint he had not to jump out of the bed and onto Snape. Oh, Severus, Dumbledore replied in a sad voice. I can't imagine that that is the case. I wouldn't be so certain about that. Harry noted that despite the fact that Snape's voice had been quite solemn, he had also heard an underlining hint of sadness. He wondered when he had become so in tune to Snape's feelings. Have you spoken with Harry about this? The room was silent until Dumbledore spoke once more. I think that if you did, you would find that he doesn't feel that way at all. Remus may be a link to his parents' lives, one that is new and exciting at that, but he isn't the one who stepped up to be his parent. That's you, and I know Harry well enough to know that he wouldn't overlook such an act. Snape's silence continued. If Harry didn't know better, he would have guessed that the man had left the room altogether. I must go attend to Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. Do give Harry my best when he wakes, Dumbledore said softly. Harry kept his eyes closed as he tried to sort out his thoughts and feelings. How could things between he and Snape have gotten mucked up so badly? How could such a misunderstanding have occurred? He knew what he had to do. Slowly Harry stirred, trying his hardest to make it look as though he was just waking. He brought his left hand up to his face, rubbing his right eye before slowly allowing both eyes to open. Snape was sitting in a chair next to the bed looking absolutely worried. Snape, Harry said in a small voice. The man's head turned quickly, a look of pure relief on his face. Harry felt his heart soar as he realized how much the man truly did care about his safety. The look quickly vanished though, instantly being replaced by a look of anger. Snape stood up and leaned over, grabbing a hold of Harry's shoulders. He shook him roughly. What on earth were you thinking? I have half a mind to put you over my knee right here. The moment you are out of that bed, I am going to. I didn't think you would care, Harry interrupted, forcing himself to answer honestly. What in Merlin's name? Snape trailed off as a look of realization took over his face. I didn't think you wanted me anymore, Harry admitted. I thought you wanted Remus to take me. For a moment Harry contemplated admitting that he had heard the conversation that had taken place only moments earlier. He decided against it though. Snape was already going to murder him for going to Hogsmeade. The last thing he wanted was to add eavesdropping to his list of offenses. Snape let go of the boy's shoulders, slowly sitting back down in his chair. You thought that I wanted to pass my responsibilities off to Professor Lupin? Snape questioned. Harry nodded. You didn't care when I was late for my curfew or for your class. You didn't say anything when I broke your vase. I just thought you didn't care anymore. Snape sighed deeply at these words as Harry instantly noticed that his stern demeanor had quickly faded. I must confess, Harry, I had the same fear that you were harboring. Huh? Harry asked, hoping he sounded as though he had no idea what Snape was referring to. I was under the impression that you were spending an excessive amount of time with Professor Lupin because you would prefer that he was your guardian. Now, if I am correct, I do not want you to feel as though. You're not correct, Harry quickly interrupted Snape once more. He watched as his guardian's face softened. Remus is cool, Harry continued. And I really like talking to him and hearing stories about my parents, but he's never asked me to live with him, and even if he did, I don't want to. I like living with you. Snape raised an eyebrow at these words. I do, Harry continued in a convincing voice. Even when you are strict and mean, I still like living with you. Snape forced himself to swallow the small laugh that nearly escaped from his lips. Perhaps in the future we should be a bit more upfront with each other, Snape suggested in a soft voice. Harry nodded in agreement. Silence reigned between the two for several long moments before Snape cleared his throat. Are you feeling okay? After the attack, Harry nodded. I feel fine. He instantly regretted his words. He was sure that if he said he was feeling a bit peaky, that Snape would refrain from punishing him for sneaking off to Hogsmeade, but now that the man knew he was fine, he was certain his disobedience would be dealt with. Nevertheless, I am going to have Madame Pomfrey keep you for the night and give you something to help you sleep. Harry nodded in agreement. Despite the fact that the last thing he wanted was some ruddy potion, he wasn't about to argue with Snape either. And tomorrow being Sunday, I expect you to rest, Snape instructed. I don't want to hear of you roaming the castle with your friends. Yes, sir. Harry nodded. He didn't want to bring it up, but he couldn't help himself. The threat of his impending punishment was weighing heavy on his mind. Should I come see you when I get out of the hospital wing? For going to Hogsmeade, I mean. Snape fixed the boy with the sternest look he could muster. Yes, you most certainly can report directly to me. Harry tried hard to keep his face from falling and his cheeks from blushing. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he deserved whatever Snape dished out. It had been stupid to go to Hogsmeade. As I will want to make sure that you are fully recovered. Snape paused for a moment. As far as your punishment goes, you will be having dinner with me every evening for the next week. Harry looked up at Snape with a curious look. Huh. You heard me, Harry. You will be eating every evening with me for the next week, and afterwards you will sit at the table and do your homework under my supervision. But I thought, if you'd like to make it 2 weeks, that can certainly be arranged, Snape warned. Harry shook his head as he forced himself not to smile. And I promise you, if you do something so foolish again, the consequences will be much more severe. I won't. Harry quickly shook his head. I swear it. Snape kept his snarky comments about how soon he was sure the boy would forget his promise to himself and instead remained silent as he nodded, a serious expression on his face. Thank you, Harry said softly. Another nod. Don't thank me just yet. You still have to take a draft to help you sleep. Speaking of which, I am going to go find Madame Pomfrey. Harry smiled softly as he nodded. He watched as Snape stood up and headed out of the hospital wing in search of the old witch. A feeling of warmth filled his body. Despite the fact that only hours earlier he was sure that he didn't need Snape in his life at all, he had to admit that he was beyond lucky to have the man. And with a little luck, he was sure that they would be just fine. What is that you are working on? Harry looked up to find Snape peering across the table at his work. An essay for astronomy, 3 feet on Jupiter's moons, Harry replied in a bored voice. You've been working on it for nearly an hour and it appears as though you've hardly got a foot done, Snape observed. It's boring, Harry admitted. I was thinking next year I could swap this class out for Muggle studies. You are absolutely not taking Muggle studies, Snape shook his head. Why not? I'd be good at it. Of course you would. You were raised by Muggles, weren't you? That class will be nothing but an excuse for you to goof off and still receive a perfect grade. If you want to swap something for astronomy, as you put it, you will take something else that is challenging. Harry made a face at these words. That isn't any fun, muttered under his breath. School is not meant to be fun, it is meant to broaden your mind, Snape replied. His attention was now back on the papers he was grading. Harry chose to ignore these words and instead decided to change the subject altogether. Did you always know that you wanted to be a teacher? No. What else did you want to do? Stop asking me ridiculous questions and work on your homework. Remember, this is a punishment, not a social hour. Harry was silent for a moment as his attention drifted back to the textbook he had opened in front of him. He read 3 sentences about the moon directly above Jupiter before he opened his mouth once more. Which year's papers are you grading? Snape felt his temper rise as he fixed the boy with a stern look. As I've just told you, this is your punishment. Now, unless you'd like me to transfigure your book into a slipper and punish you as I originally intended to, I expect you to stop pestering me and complete your homework. Harry winced at the idea of Snape assaulting his bum with the sole of a slipper. Sorry, Harry replied in a soft voice. It's just been so long since we really talked. Snape watched as the young boy's head dropped, his eyes now focusing back on the thick textbook in front of him. Snape noted the sadness that had been in his voice and instantly felt a pang of guilt race through him. Actually, I did want to speak with you about something. Harry's head snapped up, eager to have permission to put off his homework for a few more moments. How did you manage to get out of the castle when you went to Hogsmeade? I know you had your cloak, of course, but surely you couldn't have walked out of the front door without being detected by the Dementors, cloak or no cloak. The eagerness that Harry had been feeling instantly vanished. He had been worried the previous day in the hospital wing that Snape would ask that question, and when he didn't, he had felt absolutely sure that he had somehow gotten away with never having to answer it. Harry kept his mouth shut as his eyes roamed back down to the textbook once more. I see, Snape replied. Not so eager to talk now, are we? Harry shook his head silently. Am I right in assuming that you had help and you don't wish to incriminate any of your friends? Harry nodded, his attention still fully on his book. It wasn't a total lie. Without Fred and George he wouldn't have had the map, and without the map he never would have made it to Hogsmeade. You can tell Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger that. Harry's head snapped up. It wasn't Ron or Hermione. Harry cut Snape off before he could finish his threat. Ron and Hermione had both received a detention for helping to hide him at Hogsmeade, and Harry felt absolutely horrible about it. The last thing he needed was for Snape, or anyone, to think that they had snuck him out of the castle. Snape raised an eyebrow at these words. It wasn't. They didn't even know that I was going to Hogsmeade until I showed up, Harry defended his friends. And Hermione was even cross with me for it. She thought I was stupid to be there. Smart girl, Snape mused. So don't blame them, Harry concluded. Regardless of who it was, I hope they are aware that their actions were hardly that of someone who was concerned about your well-being. How would they have known that a Dementor would show up? I'm not referring to the Dementors, Harry, I am referring to the threat of Sirius Black. If you recall, he is the entire reason you were forbidden to go to Hogsmeade in the first place, Snape replied in a stern voice. He is the reason that if you disobey my rules concerning your safety once more, I am going to personally see to it that you are sleeping on your stomach that evening. Harry felt the tips of his ears burn at Snape's words. He didn't doubt for a moment that Snape would make good on his threat. For a second he wondered what on earth he had been thinking when he actually missed Snape scolding him. Am I clear? Yes, Harry nodded. I already told you, I'll never do it again. It was really dumb. To say the least, Snape agreed. Now finish your homework, it's nearly time for you to be back in your dormitory. Malfoy bloody ruins everything, Ron declared. The trio was making their way back towards the castle, having just left their Care of Magical Creatures class. Ever since the first class of the year when Malfoy had gotten himself injured, Hagrid's classes had been on the boring side. They were no longer introduced to amazing creatures but rather spent the classes much like the one they had just completed, learning about unicorns simply from Hagrid giving a lecture on them. Harry had to admit though that as boring as it was, he was pleased that Hagrid still had a job. Personally, I found the class interesting, Hermione replied. I found it boring, Ron shot back. Hagrid's first class was wicked and then Malfoy screwed it all up. Hermione shrugged in reply. I've got to hurry. I have about 2 minutes to make it to Muggle studies. You were raised by Muggles, Harry replied, shocking himself by repeating the very words Snape had said to him the previous night. But it's so fascinating to learn about them from the wizarding world's point of view, Hermione smiled before she rushed off ahead of them. Harry couldn't help but contemplate what Snape would say if he tried to use the same line on his guardian. He knew it would never work though. He was no Hermione Granger and Snape would see right through it. She's mental, Ron muttered before turning to Harry. What do you want to do? Harry shrugged as they climbed the steps to the castle. He had less than 2 hours until he had to report to Snape's quarters for dinner. He had actually been hoping to go find Remus and see if he was free to talk for a bit, but he didn't want to leave Ron all alone. Hey, can you show me the map? Ron asked in an excited voice. When Harry had first explained the Marauders map to Ron, the Reedhead had been annoyed that his brothers had never confided in him about it. Harry had offered to show him the map but Ron had declined. Clearly he was now having a change of heart. Sure, Harry nodded. Wicked. Ron smiled widely as they climbed the staircase that led to their dormitory. It is pretty cool, Harry agreed. You could show me the secret passageway too. No, Harry quickly shook his head. I can't go there again. Ron made an annoyed face as the two stopped outside the portrait of the fat lady. What do you mean? Why not? Snape will bloody murder me if I get caught in the secret passage, Harry replied in an honest voice. I'm not doing it. We don't have to go in it, you can just show me where it is. Harry shook his head. There was no way he was risking being caught in such a compromising situation. What's the big deal? Ron asked in an annoyed voice. The big deal is that I snuck out of the castle and into Hogsmeade and Snape hardly punished me at all for it. He's forcing you to miss dinner every night this week. I'm not missing dinner, Harry clarified. I just have to eat with him, which is hardly a punishment at all. I'm not pushing my luck. Ron practically rolled his eyes at these words. You never cared before. It was different before, Harry tried to explain. He could tell that Ron was getting mad, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to change his mind. Snape had been brilliant in not murdering him for going to Hogsmeade. The last thing he wanted was to be caught lingering around a secret passageway so soon after. I covered for you in Hogsmeade. I never asked you to do that, Harry pointed out. He knew it was a weak argument at best. Whatever, Ron said in an angry voice. I don't want to see the stupid bloody map anyway. Ron, don't be. No. Ron cut him off as he turned and took the 2 steps towards the portrait leading to the Gryffindor Tower. You know you never seemed to care before Snape came along. I always had parents and I still always risked getting into trouble for you. I never made you do anything, Harry responded angrily. You never acted like you cared. Because I don't. I know how to have fun. Harry opened his mouth to respond and tell Ron that they could have fun without breaking rules, but before he could, Ron practically yelled the password at the fat lady and disappeared into the tower. Without giving his actions a second thought, Harry turned on his heel and headed back down the staircase towards the dungeons. The last thing he wanted was to be anywhere near his red-headed friend. He walked past a group of Ravenclaws that were standing in the main foyer before heading down the stairs to the hallway that led to Snape's chambers. If he was remembering the man's schedule correctly, Snape was teaching a class at the moment, but Harry didn't care. All he wanted was to be as far away from Ron as possible. He pushed open the door that led to Snape's parlor, slamming it behind him, all his anger towards Ron now on the surface. What in Merlin's name? He heard Snape's voice thunder. Harry's head turned, noticing for the first time his guardian sitting in his armchair, the Daily Prophet in his hands. Sorry, Harry quickly responded. I thought you were teaching a class. And you came to break my door while I was gone. Harry shook his head as he crossed the room, practically throwing himself onto Snape's couch. What in the world has gotten into you? Snape asked in a curious voice. Harry instantly took note that as little as 2 weeks ago, if given the same situation, Snape's voice would have been stern, but now he couldn't find a trace of that. I had an argument with Ron, Harry admitted as he picked at the fabric on the corner of the couch cushion. I'm sure you two will work it out in no time. Harry shrugged. He's being an ass. The word escaped his mouth before he could stop it. If I ever hear that word come out of your mouth again, yours will be in impending danger. Sorry, Harry replied in a sincere voice. It just came out. In the future, see to it that it does not. When a man uses profanity to support an argument, it indicates that either the man or the argument is weak. Yes, sir. Silence reigned for several long moments before Snape cleared his throat. Do you wish to talk about the row you are having with Mr. Weasley? Not really. Harry certainly wasn't about to tell Snape that it had to do with a secret passageway. Doing so would only result in his having to confess about the map, and doing that was basically a suicide mission. Well, there is something I want to discuss with you. Harry glanced in Snape's direction. And I would appreciate it if you would stop picking at that cushion and moping while I did so, Snape continued in a snarky tone. Harry's hand instantly dropped onto his lap as he sat up a bit straighter. Snape fixed him with a stern look before he spoke again. As I am sure you have noticed, the Dementors seem to affect you quite differently than they do your classmates. Harry nodded in reply. Of course he had noticed. It was bloody embarrassing to faint every time one came near him while his classmates watched in confusion. What I am sure you do not know is that there is a spell that often succeeds in keeping them at bay, Snape went on. Given that you have been attacked on more than one occasion, I think that teaching you said spell would only benefit you in the long run. You're going to teach me? Harry asked eagerly. No. Unfortunately, I do not have the extra time in my schedule at the moment. However, Professor Lupin does, and he has volunteered to take the time to teach you. Wicked. Harry smiled. I expect you to take this seriously, Harry. This is magic that is very advanced for your age. Now, I don't mean to discourage you, as I don't doubt that you can learn it, but you will need to concentrate and make a commitment to doing so. I will. Harry nodded seriously. It was always a bit exciting to him to learn a new spell, and hearing that it was advanced only heightened his excitement even more. And before you get any ridiculous notions in your head, please know that I really am busy, Harry, and that if I had the time to teach you myself, I certainly would. Harry nodded once more, smiling softly at Snape's words. Somehow, here in Snape's parlor, the row he was having with Ron seemed to be a million miles away. All that truly mattered was that things were right with Snape, a fact that a few months ago Harry never would have believed would have mattered. He found Scabbers, you know. I don't care. You are being absolutely juvenile. I didn't start this, he did. Hermione practically rolled her eyes as she watched Harry eat the last bite of his rice pudding. Ron had eaten quickly, inhaling his food much faster than usually in order to disappear from the Great Hall long before Harry even entered. Several days had passed since the two best friends had gotten into a row and neither had made as much as an attempt to resolve it. You haven't made any effort to end it either. Why should I? He is being a complete git. Hermione had to admit that Ron's behavior was out of line and that if one of her best friends should apologize first, it should definitely be the redhead. However, she also knew that if she left it up to him they would be taking their OWLS before an apology happened. He just doesn't understand it, Harry. He is so used to the old you that would just run off on an adventure a minute. Oh yeah, well I've tried and explained it to him and it's like he doesn't care. Of course he cares, Hermione tried. We both care but it's still an adjustment. I'm sure if you just tried to talk to him and forget it, Harry cut her off with a shake of his head. If he wants to apologize I'll accept his apology, but I'm not talking to him first. Hermione sighed softly as Harry finished off the rest of his pumpkin juice before standing. But if you would just be the bigger person all of this could be behind us and. No. Harry shook his head. Hermione's face fell as she stood. The two of them began to make their way towards the front staircase as she tried once more. I just don't want to go through the entire school year with the two of you not speaking to one another. And I don't want to go through the entire school year being in trouble because he doesn't get that things have changed, Harry replied. Hermione sighed in defeat. Clearly she was going to have to talk with Ron. The two of them rounded the corner at the top of the staircase that led to the Gryffindor Tower. Normally the hall was deserted aside from a few students, but tonight it was packed with nearly every Gryffindor in the school. What's going on? Hermione asked no one in particular. I don't know, Ginny replied as she turned to face them. I just got here myself. Let me through please, Percy said loudly as he pushed him way to the front of the group. I am head boy and I need to get to the front. There's the hero we've all been waiting for, Fred snickered behind Harry, causing Hermione to give him a look of disapproval. Harry watched as Percy made his way to the front of the crowd. The soft talking that had been going on instantly stopped as a chilling silence swept over the entire hall. Somebody fetch Professor Dumbledore this instant, Percy ordered. Harry watched as a fourth-year girl went running down the hall in search of the headmaster. Can you see anything? He asked the twins. Fred shook his head. Just Percy's dumb head, George answered. Moments later Professor Dumbledore came sweeping through the crowd. Harry noted that the headmaster was much more careful of bumping into people than Percy had been. With the headmaster standing next to Percy, the crowd parted a bit, giving Harry and Hermione a clear view of the portrait that usually led into their common room. Harry heard Hermione gasp under her breath before she clutched his arm. The fat lady was gone and her portrait had been slashed so viciously that strips of her canvas were littering the floor around where she once was. Professor Dumbledore's fingers gently touched the slashes before his head turned. Harry's head quickly followed and he watched as Professor McGonagall, Remus, and Snape approached. We need to find her as soon as possible, Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall, please find Mr. Filch and instruct him to search every painting in the castle for the fat lady. She is on the run, a familiar voice informed the crowd. Harry looked up to see nearly headless Nick floating in the corner. On the run. She is very ashamed, sir. She does not wish to be seen, Nick explained. The last I heard she was up on the 4th floor running through the landscapes, crying something awful. Did she say who did this to her? Dumbledore asked in a quiet voice. She did, sir, Nick replied in a serious voice. He got very angry with her when she would not let him in. She said he has a terrible temper, that Sirius Black. The crowd of students in the hall suddenly all began talking at once. Harry felt Hermione grip him tighter, but he couldn't worry about her. All of his attention immediately went to Snape, who was talking in a hushed tone to Remus, a worried look on his face. Silence, Dumbledore said loudly, causing the chatter to end abruptly. All students will report back to the Great Hall immediately. Harry's eyes locked with Snape's as his guardian gave him a firm nod. Let's go. Harry gave Hermione a light tug. How could he possibly be in the castle? Ginny asked as they made their way back down the staircase. The entire property is surrounded by Dementors. So is Azkaban, and he got out of there, didn't he? Fred pointed out. Seconds after they were back in the Great Hall, students from the other houses began pouring in behind them. They all looked rather confused, and the look only deepened as Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the long tables and chairs that normally filled the room to vanish and hundreds of sleeping bags to appear. The teachers and I need to conduct a thorough search of the castle, Dumbledore announced. I'm afraid that for your own safety, you will have to spend the night here. I am leaving the head boy and girl in charge. Any disturbances should be reported to me immediately. Harry's eyes scanned the large room as he tried to find Snape, but his guardian was nowhere to be found. He had half expected the man to pull him away from his friends and threaten him within an inch of his life to obey the headmaster. It was only when Dumbledore exited the room and the crowds of his peers around him began talking that he realized Snape wasn't going to show up. Harry wasn't quite sure how he felt about that. Do you think they'll find him? Hermione asked. It was the first time that Harry looked over at her and noticed the fear in her face. He opened his mouth to reassure her, but George beat him to it. If he's in the castle, they will. Of course they will. Ron slowly approached the group of them, glancing awkwardly at Harry as he did. Oh bloody hell, Ginny said in an annoyed voice. The two of you still aren't talking. Ron's head turned in the opposite direction as Harry opened his mouth to reply. Well, I'm putting an end to this, Ginny said in an irritated voice before Harry had a chance to speak. Harry, you need to realize that while we're all happy for you that you have this new relationship with Snape, it's still a bit weird to get used to. And Ron, you need to stop being such a git before I'll mum and tell her that you're basically mad at Harry because he won't break the rules with you. Owl mum. Fred chuckled. You just bloody turned into mum. Shut it, Ginny said to her older brother. Someone had to say it to them. Besides, how are we ever going to do anything about Sirius Black if we're all divided over some stupid row? What exactly do you want to do? Harry asked in a curious voice. For the first time he was seeing Ginny as a friend rather than just the youngest Weasley, and he liked it. Ginny shrugged as she looked around the room to make sure no one was close enough to hear anything they were saying. I don't know, but I mean, he's in the castle, and I know you know he is looking for you, Harry. He could have already left the castle. Ron spoke for the first time since joining them. No, Hermione shook her head after a moment of silence. I think Ginny is right. If he was here because he was looking for Harry. I don't think he'd just give up and leave. So what am I supposed to do? Harry asked in a low, annoyed voice. Just go wander the castle on my own and let him find me. Of course not, Hermione quickly replied. You of all people need to be protected and stay in this room. Of course the teachers don't even know all of the places to look, Fred pointed out. What do you mean? Ginny asked. The map, Harry supplied. The secret passages. George nodded. Black could be in any one of them, just hiding and waiting. Harry felt a mixture of fear and excitement run through him at the words. No, Hermione shook her head firmly. George is right, Harry replied. And it's not as if the teachers know to check them. If they did, I never would have made it to Hogsmeade. Then we'll tell Professor Dumbledore about them and he can. Are you crazy? Fred asked. Then no one will ever be able to use them again, George added. Ron, who had been quiet, suddenly chimed in. I agree with Hermione. Aside from the fact that we'll be in detention until we're 30, it's too dangerous. Harry knew that Ron was right, and he appreciated the fact that his best mate was standing up for him. Forget detention. Harry had no doubt that Snape would make good on his promise to make sure that Harry was sleeping on his stomach. You don't think it's dangerous to let it go? What if he is hiding in one of them? What if he comes out in the middle of the night? Fred asked. However, Harry did feel as though Fred had a point as well. The teachers would never even know to check all the passages. How are we supposed to defend ourselves against him? Ginny asked. We aren't, George replied. Yeah, Gin, you'll definitely need to stay here, Fred added. Absolutely not, Ginny argued. I am just as capable as all of you. We need the map, Harry interrupted, hoping to stop the bickering between the siblings. Unless you two have memorized where all the passages are. The twins shook their heads in unison. And the map is up in my trunk, Harry said in a defeated voice. There's no way that all of us can go to the Gryffindor Tower completely undetected. Well, then that settles it. We aren't going, Hermione said firmly. And I think that's the smartest idea. The best thing we can do is stay here like we were told and let the adults handle things for once. If the adults would have handled things last year, I'd be lying dead in the chamber, Ginny pointed out. I'm sure eventually. It would have been too late. Ginny cut her off. It was already almost too late. Hermione was silent for a moment as she eyed her friends. So then, how are we going to get the map? She finally asked. Just one of us will need to go, Harry replied. Two at the most, and whoever goes should get my cloak too. He could feel his heart beating a mile a minute. It had been so long since he had had a proper adventure. He was sure that if he had the cloak he wouldn't get caught. After all, it wasn't even as if the teachers knew the secret passages existed, let alone to search them. I'll go, Ginny volunteered in an excited voice. No, you won't, Fred cut her off. We will, George added, nodding his head towards his twin. Fine, Ginny agreed. But I'm searching the passages with you. Under the cloak with Harry, George compromised. And if that's not good enough, you won't come at all, Fred added as Ginny opened her mouth to argue. The youngest Weasley quickly closed her mouth and nodded in defeat. We're going to get going and find a way out of here then, Fred said. If anyone asks for us, it's up to you lot to cover for us, George added. We'll be back soon. Harry watched as the twins casually walked away from the group and disappeared into a crowd of Hufflepuffs. So what do we do now? Ron asked. We act natural, Hermione replied as she reached out to one of the sleeping bags that were propped against the stone wall. She quickly unrolled it and sat down on top of it as the others followed suit. The minutes were ticking by all too slowly, and yet, at the same time, all too quickly as Harry sat on his sleeping bag. Ginny and Hermione were discussing Hagrid's class with Ron chiming in whenever the topic of the incident with Malfoy came up, but Harry hadn't opened his mouth in nearly 30 minutes. His mind was swimming with a million thoughts, and although he knew he was supposed to be acting natural, he was sure that if anyone was paying close enough attention he looked anything but. He was sure the twins had been caught. Nothing else could explain what was taking them so long. They had all been absolutely mental to think that they could get away with going into Gryffindor Tower during a time like this without being found out immediately. If they were caught, then the castle wasn't going to be properly searched, which meant that Harry was going to have to decide whether or not he should confide in Snape about the map and the passages. In Harry's opinion, doing so was basically a suicide mission on so many levels. Forget that Snape would be livid about the map and the fact that it was in Harry's possession, but he was sure the twins would never forgive him for turning it into an adult, a teacher no less. Then there was the small ray of hope he was still holding on to, that perhaps they hadn't been caught. That maybe it was just taking longer than expected to retrieve the map and cloak. If that was the case, then when they returned he was going to have to go through with the plan. He was sure that Snape was preoccupied. Obviously, if the man hadn't even taken the time to come find him and lecture him or even talk to him about the importance of obeying, then he was truly busy. Since the Hogsmeade incident, things had been good with Snape. Harry had managed to stay out of trouble for nearly 2 weeks. He was beginning to notice that Snape wasn't so bad when he kept himself out of trouble. Harry would even go as far as to say that he was kind of really nice sometimes. Like how he had started to let Harry help him with his potions work, or how on nights when Harry yawned a bit too much he would allow him to sleep down in his quarters. Just 2 nights earlier, while Harry had pretended to be asleep, Snape had actually tucked him in. Harry didn't want to muck that up, but he didn't want to disappoint his friends either. Harry was sure that under his cloak he would be safe. After all, he could be inches away from Snape under it and he wouldn't get caught. Besides, Snape might actually be proud of him for taking the initiative and helping with the search. He worried for his friends though. The cloak could only hide so many people, and from the sounds of things earlier, those people sounded limited to himself and Ginny. He certainly didn't want anyone else to be in trouble or to get hurt for him. It was a bit shocking to him, but he honestly didn't feel very afraid of coming face to face with Sirius Black. He knew that it was foolish not to. After all, the man was a convicted murderer. At the very least he should have been nervous if not terrified. When it came to his fears though, the possibility of one of his friends getting hurt was much horrifying than anything Sirius Black could do to him. What do you think, Harry? Huh? Harry looked up at Hermione with a completely confused look plastered on his face. Hermione gave him a pointed look. He knew her well enough to know that she was disappointed in his lack of effort regarding their plan to look natural. About Hagrid's class, or rather Hagrid as a teacher. What do you think? Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes at her attempt to include him in the conversation. I think that Hagrid is a good friend of mine, so obviously I'm pleased with the decision to make him a teacher. Harry, please, Hermione pleaded in a hushed voice. He sighed as he turned his face away from her. He knew that her intentions were good, they always were, but his mind was far too preoccupied to be concerned with talking about such trivial things. Fred, Ginny said in an excited whisper. Harry's head quickly whipped back around, his eyes followed the direction that Ginny was looking. Sure enough, Fred Weasley was making his way towards him, back through the same group of Hufflepuffs that he had disappeared into nearly 45 minutes prior. Where's George? Ron asked quietly the moment that Fred was close enough to hear him. He didn't get caught, Fred quickly assured them. But we couldn't both sneak back in. He's hidden just fine. Did you get what we need? Hermione inquired. Fred nodded proudly. Harry felt his heart begin to beat faster at the redhead's confirmation. He couldn't believe that they were actually going to go through with this. That they might actually be able to find Sirius Black. The teachers seem to all be up on the 4th floor looking for the fat lady, Fred said in a hushed tone. You all have your wands, right? The 4 of them nodded in unison. There is a secret passage just behind the main staircase. If we can get to that, then we can get all the way down to the dungeons without being seen. How are you proposing that we get out of this room without being seen? Hermione asked. Harry could instantly tell by the tone of her voice that she was completely unconvinced that it was possible. Harry and Ginny are getting under this, Fred replied as he pulled Harry's cloak out from under his school sweater. You two, he motioned at Ron and Hermione, will just follow me. No one is paying attention to the door over by where the teachers usually sit. As long as we're careful about it, we should just be able to walk right out. Hermione quickly shook her head. I think we need a better plan, she whispered. Her eyes were darting around the room, constantly trying to make sure that no one was listening to them. We don't have time to sit here and come up with something better, Ginny replied. Besides, this just worked for Fred, it'll work for us. It's 10 feet to the passageway behind the staircase. Harry and Ginny can go first and make sure the coast is clear, Fred added. Hermione sighed before nodding in agreement. Harry could easily tell by her face that she thought it was a stupid plan at best. A horrible feeling of guilt washed over him as he once again thought of the amount of danger his friends were risking for him. Maybe I should go alone, Harry suddenly blurted out. Hermione quickly shook her head as Ron and Fred both gave him a look of bewilderment. Not a chance, mate, Ron muttered. Why would you even say that? Hermione asked in a soft voice. I don't want any of you risking your lives for me, Harry replied in a low voice. This isn't like me sneaking off to Hogsmeade. This is major. And the chamber wasn't. Or trying to find Quirrell. Ron asked with a smirk on his face. You've got to get it through your head, Hermione said in a gentle voice. We're in this together. We'll never let you go off alone. Harry felt his heart swell at her words. Touching. Fred grinned. Now will you two get under that cloak so we can get out of here already? Harry glanced around quickly to make sure no one was watching and then hastily pulled the cloak over both his and Ginny's head. You two go first, Fred said in a voice just hardly above a whisper. The door in the far corner. The one by where Snape sits. Harry slowly began walking in that direction, careful to make sure he and Ginny's feet didn't show. The mention of Snape's name had sent his heart racing once again, and it was taking every ounce of self-discipline he had not to run right out the door. As they approached the door that Fred had been talking about, Harry was surprised at how right the twin had been. The area of the room was basically deserted, and unlike the other doors, no one seemed to be watching this one. Hold on, Harry breathed softly to Ginny. He paused in front of the door and looked around the large room. Fred, Ron, and Hermione weren't far behind them. He could easily see that they were attempting to appear as though they were mingling with students from other houses, all while slowly getting closer to the door. Harry waited a moment to make sure that no one was looking. Now, he whispered the second he was sure they were in the clear. Slowly, he and Ginny pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway. Harry had half expected to walk directly into a teacher or worse several teachers, and he was pleasantly surprised to find the hallway completely empty. Do you know where we are going? Ginny asked in a whisper. Harry nodded softly. Empty or not, he wasn't going to talk and risk them somehow getting caught. With a bit more speed than he had used in the Great Hall, he walked around the back of the staircase. In the short time that the map had been in his possession, he had managed to memorize quite a bit of it. Luckily, he remembered exactly where the passage behind the staircase was. Now completely convinced that the hallway was empty, Harry moved much faster than he normally would have under his cloak. He wasn't concerned with whether or not his feet were showing. His only concern was getting into the passage before someone showed up. The moment he was close enough, he reached out and pushed the correct stone, causing a small walkway to open. Took you long enough, George said the moment the cloak was off of the pair. Are the others right behind you? Harry nodded. I saw Hermione coming out of the door just as we walked in, Ginny noted. I haven't heard or seen a damn thing in here, George replied. But we should be able to move through the castle using the passages with minimal time out of them. Harry nodded once more as the small walkway behind him opened, allowing Hermione, Ron, and Fred to enter before it shut itself once more. I think this may be the craziest thing we've ever done, Hermione stated with a look of sheer terror on her face. Crazier than fighting the troll in the bathroom. Harry couldn't help but smirk. I'm serious. If we get caught, we could be. We won't get caught. George quickly cut her off. Fred and I never get caught. It's true, Ginny nodded. They really never do. Hermione shook her head in disbelief before a curious look took over her face. I'd like to know how you two managed to get into Gryffindor Tower with the fat lady missing. There's more than one way into that tower, George replied with a wink. Ginny beamed proudly at her older brothers, but Ron's face scrunched up in annoyance. Gits. You never tell me anything good. Fred opened his mouth to reply, but before he could get a word out, Ginny beat him to it. I want to see this map. George smiled as he pulled the map out of his pocket and said the correct words, making it come alive. Wicked. Ron breathed softly. If Sirius Black was in the castle, wouldn't he be on the map? Hermione asked. George nodded. He should, but I don't see him anywhere. When then that settles that, Hermione smiled as she let out a sigh of relief. What settles what? Harry asked. If he's not on the map, then he isn't in the castle, and there is no need for us to go off on some wild goose chase for someone that isn't even here. The others were silent as they huddled together, examining the map. The map is wrong, Harry said after several long minutes of silence. How do you know? Ginny asked in a curious voice. There, Harry pointed to a small dot in the Gryffindor Tower. Peter Pettigrew? Ginny asked in a confused voice. He's dead, Harry replied. Snape told me. Sirius Black murdered him. Why would he show up on the map if he's dead? Hermione asked. Because the map is wrong, Harry repeated. And if it can be wrong about that, I'm sure it can be wrong about whether or not Sirius Black is in this castle. Hermione looked unconvinced, but Ron nodded in agreement. He is dead. I heard Dad tell Mum about it. Harry is right. That doesn't make sense, Hermione muttered more to herself than the others. The map is old, Harry replied. And we don't know who made it. It could just be like a glitch in it or something. I just don't know, Hermione said softly. It doesn't make any sense. Let's just start walking, Fred suggested. It's going to take us a while to search the passages, and we have to get back before anyone notices we've left. Hermione's face was full of worry, but she nodded in agreement despite it. In silence, the group of them began moving down the large passage. Harry was thankful that it wasn't quite as narrow as the one he had taken into Hogsmeade. He was also thankful that the passage didn't have any hidden areas, meaning that the chances that Sirius Black was hiding in a corner were slim. Once we're down in the dungeons, we should probably separate, Fred said as he led the way down the passage. If we split up in twos, we can cover more ground. And there's less of a chance of us all being caught, Hermione agreed. Harry nodded in agreement despite the fact that everyone, aside from Ron who was beside him, was in front of him and could not see him. Hermione and I could go check this passage in the girls' lavatory, Ginny suggested as she studied the map. If we get caught, at least we'd have a valid excuse for being there. And Harry and I could go under the cloak up on the fourth floor where the teachers are, Ron offered. Then Fred and I will check the passages that led from the school to Hogsmeade. Harry nodded once more as they approached the end of the passage. Who's going to take the map? Ron asked. Let the girls take it, Harry said. We have the cloak and you two are basically leaving the castle. The others nodded in agreement with the plan. Ginny looked especially pleased that her older brothers had seemed to have basically forgotten their promise of making her stay under the cloak. Harry picked up his cloak and quickly threw it over both he and Ron's head. We'll all meet back here in 1 hour, Fred said quietly before pushing on the wall, causing a small doorway to once again appear. Harry and Ron slipped out first, using the advantage of being invisible to check the hall before giving the others the signal to follow. Slowly the pair made their way down the hall, Harry once again walking carefully and quietly. He could hear Ron's nervous breathing and he hoped it wasn't so loud that anyone else would be able to. Hey Harry, Ron said in a low whisper. What? I just wanted to say that I'm sorry I was being an ass. If Mum was here all the time I would be careful of what I did too. Despite the fact that Harry felt he should have been annoyed with his friend for picking now of all times to apologize, Harry couldn't help the small smile that spread across his face. It's okay, he whispered. And it's pretty wicked that you're doing this, Ron continued. Aren't you worried that we might actually find him? I'm more worried that if you don't shut it we're going to get caught, Harry said through clenched teeth. The words were hardly out of his mouth when they rounded the corner at the top of the staircase to see Dumbledore and Snape standing in front of the defense classroom. Harry heard Ron's "K" his breath in as his own heart began beating loudly against his rib cage. If he was in this castle I have every reason to believe that he has now left Severus. A convicted murderer found his way into this school and terrorized a painting that has hung in these halls for decades, and you are speaking as if we are searching for a pesky rodent. Harry knew the tone in Snape's voice. It was the same tone the man had taken when he had discovered that Harry was down by the lake without his wand. Sirius Black is dangerous. I do not make light of that, however this evening everyone is safe. Harry wished he could see Dumbledore's face as he was having a hard time reading his voice. Exactly. Snape nearly yelled. This evening everyone is safe. What about tomorrow evening and every evening that follows? If he successfully entered and departed this castle once, surely he can do it again. Security will be tightened. I am speaking to the minister about sending more Dementors as well as. Dementors, Snape sneered. Clearly Black has no fear of them, nor do they pose a threat to him. I'm not quite sure I believe that. Harry heard a haughty laugh escape Snape's lips. Dumbledore remained silent in reply. He is looking for him and you know it, Snape finally spoke in a much calmer voice. I have been given the job to protect the boy, but I cannot do that job if others are not supporting me. Harry is safe this evening, Dumbledore replied in a gentle voice. And I know you will continue to make sure he remains that way. I have half a mind to move him into my quarters permanently. Ron nudged Harry in the side as Harry's heart stopped at these words. Staying with Snape a night or two a week was one thing, but living down there instead of his tower was quite another. Whatever you think is in the best interest of Harry, Dumbledore replied calmly. At the moment I'd like to check and see if Minerva has had any luck getting the fat lady to return to her portrait. I then plan on collecting Harry from the Great Hall and speaking with him about what happened this evening. Harry felt his blood run cold at Snape's words as Ron nudged him once more. As you wish, Severus, Dumbledore replied kindly as the pair of them turned the corner at the opposite end of the hall. Harry, Ron whispered in a scared voice. We have to go. Harry nodded despite the fact that he knew Ron couldn't see him. Right now. The pair slowly turned around expecting to find an empty hallway behind them. Harry felt his stomach slip up into his throat, his heart start to pound as though he had just ran a mile. He heard Ron make a gut-wrenching sound, and although part of him wanted to kick his best mate for doing so, a bigger part of him didn't blame him one bit. Standing there, an evil grin plastering his face, was Filch. Harry shoved his elbow into Ron's side, hoping that it would make his best friend realize that he needed to keep quiet. Under that blasted cloak of yours, Mr. Potter, Filch said in a low voice. With your menace friends, I'm sure. Filch leaned forward, running his hand through the air in front of him. Although he was nowhere near close enough to touch them, Harry instinctively took a step backwards. Never mind, Filch smiled. It doesn't matter if I can see you or not. I could hear you and Severus will be quite interested in what I have to say. Harry held his breath as he nudged Ron once more before slowly walking around Filch, careful to keep far out of his arm's reach. Can you sense the Mrs. Norris? Filch asked as his cat meowed loudly in reply. Harry didn't breathe again until they turned the corner, leaving Filch and his cat behind them. We have to get back to the passage, Ron whispered as the pair carefully made their way down the staircase. Harry shook his head frantically. No, I have to get back to the Great Hall. But the others. You heard Snape, Harry said in a voice that was so low that he was unsure if Ron would even hear him. He's going there to get me. Ron was silent for a moment, causing Harry to think that he had been correct and Ron hadn't heard a word. He was just about to repeat himself a bit louder when the redhead answered. You take the cloak and get back in the Great Hall. I'll wait for the others and explain. Seconds later, the two slipped back into the passage by the dungeons. The moment the walkway closed behind them, Harry ripped off the cloak and began sprinting down the long tunnel with Ron right on his heels. His only thought was that he had to beat Snape back to the Great Hall. If he somehow made it there before him, he could say Filch was lying. He could deny ever being anywhere other than where he was supposed to be. Snape would believe him. Snape had to believe him. And just where have you been? Harry looked up from his spot on his sleeping bag to see Percy towering over him. The older boy looked utterly annoyed, but it wasn't as if that wasn't a common look for him. Huh. Harry said a silent prayer that he sounded as confused as he hoped. He had arrived back in the Great Hall only moments earlier, managing to somehow beat Snape there. In a last-minute decision, he had left his cloak with Ron, figuring that they could get more use out of it than he could. Aside from that, he had no idea where he would have hidden it if he was about to be leaving with Snape. Where were you? Percy asked once more. Less than 5 minutes ago I was looking for you and you were nowhere to be found. Percy paused for a moment as he glanced around the room. And just where are Ron and Hermione? The lavatory, Harry replied. He could feel his palms sweating and he hoped the distress wasn't showing on his face. We had to go. They're still there. You aren't supposed to be leaving the Great Hall without permission, Percy said in an annoyed voice. Did any of you bother to ask someone? Harry thought about lying but instead shook his head. It made no sense to lie. It wasn't as if Percy couldn't just go and find out the truth. You of all people should not be wandering the halls. I wasn't wandering, Harry tried to argue. I went to the bathroom and back. Without any supervision at all. Professor Dumbledore will have to hear about this, and I assure you that when he does, he will. What were we supposed to do? Wet ourselves? A familiar voice asked. Harry couldn't help the smile that spread across his face as Ron, Ginny, and Hermione joined them. Of course not, but you were supposed to tell someone and have someone accompany you, Percy said in a stern voice. Maybe you're into having an audience perk, but we're not, Ron chuckled. Percy's cheeks turned a dark shade of red before he went stern once more. Professor Dumbledore will be notified, as will Mum. He paused to give both Ron and Ginny a grim look before turning to look at Hermione. I expected better of you, he said in a thwarted voice before turning and walking away. Harry expected Hermione to look disappointed in herself, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that she looked quite amused by Percy's words. What are you doing here? Harry asked in a low voice the moment Percy was out of earshot. We figured you need us more, Ginny explained. In case Snape started asking questions about where we all were. Harry felt his heart swell at the younger girl's words. And then he suddenly realized that 2 members of their group were missing. Where are the? Still looking. Ron cut him off. They have the map and your cloak. Harry nodded. He knew he could trust the twins to take good care of both of his possessions. I told them about Filch, Ron continued. At the mention of the old caretaker, Harry felt his heart speed up. For a brief moment he had somehow forgotten about what had happened with Filch, now the realization of it was crashing down around him. You look as if you're about to sick up, Ginny noted in a concerned voice. Harry opened his mouth to try and put into words exactly why he suddenly felt as though the giant squid was swimming around his stomach. Potter. Harry's head snapped up to see Snape now towering over them. It didn't matter how close the two had become, he was still Potter whenever anyone else was around. Harry thought back to the first potions class of the year and how much it had angered him when Snape had referred to him by his surname. It didn't bother him at all now. On the contrary, he found it almost comforting in a weird way. Say good night to your friends, Snape instructed. You'll be coming with me now. Night, Harry muttered as he pulled himself to his feet. He couldn't read Snape at all. He couldn't tell if Filch had made good on his promise and told him what he had heard, nor could he tell if Percy had said anything about them leaving the Great Hall to go to the bathroom, which Harry was sure he would get a lecture about. His friends quickly said their goodbyes before Snape turned on his heel and headed towards the main exit with Harry just a step behind him. The giant squid was still doing laps. Harry was sure that at any moment Snape was going to lash out on him in front of everybody, and as he followed the man into the hallway he was sure that the moment the large door closed behind him that Snape would pummel him. Where is your wand? Snape asked without bothering to stop walking. I have it, Harry replied, quickly pulling his wand out as he did. The last thing he needed was for Snape to think he didn't have his wand on him. I want it out and I want you prepared to use it at a moment's notice until we are in my quarters. Yes, sir, Harry promptly replied, his wand now drawn. Snape remained silent as Harry followed him down the staircase that led to the dungeons. He was sure Filch had already ratted him out. Why else would Snape be so silent? Why would he be walking so quickly without saying more than a few words? Harry was sure he was done for. He could already feel his throat burning with guilt. His palms began sweating once more. Before Harry even had a chance to think up an excuse, he was following Snape into his sitting room. It was only once the large wooden door closed behind them that Snape turned to the boy. Are you okay? Huh. Harry hated himself for sounding so stupid, but he honestly wasn't prepared for Snape's concern at all. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose, an action that Harry was all too familiar with. Snape was frustrated with him already, and they had hardly said more than a few words to one another. A man who was convicted of murdering more than a dozen people broke into the castle tonight. A man who quite possibly did so in order to get close to you, and you are confused as to why I ask if you are okay. Oh, Harry replied. He felt a feeling of guilt wash over him at the realization that Snape was actually worried about him. Oh, yeah, I mean yes, I'm okay. Snape raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Your face is quite flushed. You're positive you feel okay? Harry's mind wandered back to when he was running down the secret passage. He should have walked. How stupid could he had been to think that Snape wouldn't notice something so obvious? Yes, Harry said in what he hoped was a convincing voice. No feelings of terror or uneasiness at all? Snape inquired in a concerned voice. Harry shook his head. It wasn't a complete lie. Any terror or nervousness he was experiencing certainly wasn't coming from the thought of Sirius Black. Nevertheless, I think a calming draft will suffice this evening. If nothing else, it will certainly help you rest in. Snape trailed off as a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. With a wave of Snape's hand, the door slowly swung open to reveal Dumbledore. Evening, Harry, the headmaster smiled warmly. Harry returned the smile. He had been certain that Filch would be the one on the other side of the door, and he was pleasantly surprised to have been mistaken. Regardless of whether Percy had made good on his promise and told Dumbledore anything, Harry knew that the headmaster would never inform Snape. Forgive me for interrupting, Severus, but I was hoping that you could spare just a moment. I'll go back and wait in the Great Hall, Harry offered. You'll do no such thing, Snape replied in an irate voice. You'll be staying here this evening. Your night clothes are in your room. Harry gave a soft nod in agreement. For a moment he considered arguing that he wanted to return to his friends, but he knew better than to do that. Arguing with Snape was pointless, and doing so would likely only end badly. I'll be in to finish our discussion in just a moment, Snape promised as Harry padded down the long hallway. Harry pushed open his bedroom door, closing it tightly behind him. For less than a second he considered lurking in the long hallway and attempting to listen in on the conversation that was taking place in the sitting room, but he didn't really have any interest in it. He was tired of sneaking around. He was tired of breaking the rules. All he really wanted to do was change into his pajamas, get the conversation with Snape over with, and go to sleep, putting this whole night behind him. A part of him would have given anything to be back with his friends in the Great Hall. He was curious as to whether the twins were back yet and whether or not they had found anything. He wanted to discuss possible ways that Sirius Black could have gotten into the castle with Ron and Hermione. Harry yawned loudly as he pulled his flannel pajama pants up. And yet, it was nice to have someone that cared enough to make sure he was okay. That wanted him to spend the night so that they knew he was safe. He reached down and picked his school clothes up off the floor and put them in the hamper. He didn't do it because it was a normal ritual. Actually, in his dormitory, he would have left them on the floor and stepped over them until the house elves magically took care of it for him. But he wasn't in his dormitory, and he knew that it annoyed Snape to see his clothing lying all over the floor. Several weeks ago, when this whole arrangement with Snape had first started, Harry would purposely do things that he knew would get a rise out of the man. That seemed like so long ago now. Now his main concern was avoiding getting a rise out of Snape. These days, the last thing he wanted was to make the man angry. It wasn't even that he feared being punished, though he certainly didn't like it. It was more that he didn't want to jeopardize the relationship he now had with the teacher he had once hated. He didn't want Snape angry with him, and he definitely didn't want him to be disappointed by him. It was a strange feeling for Harry, to have an adult that he cared about enough to actually want to make them proud. Harry slid onto the edge of his bed, bringing his knees up to his chest. His mind wandered back to the conversation he had overheard between Snape and Dumbledore. Snape had point blank said that he was trying to keep him safe. He had been concerned and maybe even a bit scared that Harry was in danger. And in return, Harry had gone out of his way to put himself into even more danger, not only himself, but his friends as well. Harry sighed to himself as he vowed that after tonight it would stop. He wouldn't sneak around anymore. He wouldn't break any more rules. He would do as Snape said and keep himself safe. It was the least he could do to repay the man for caring about him. A firm knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. He was about to give Snape permission to come in, but the door was open before he could open his mouth. Harry looked up at his guardian to see a stern face. I had the most peculiar visitor after Professor Dumbledore left. Any thoughts on who that visitor might have been? Before Harry could stop himself, he shrugged. A shrug is not an answer, young man. Harry felt his palms sweating once more, his throat burning with guilt, the giant squid swimming a marathon. Every part of Harry wanted to lie, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. After everything Snape had done for him, he couldn't lie to the man's face, even if it would save his bum. He kept his eyes downcast, refusing to look up at Snape as he was sure he would hate what he found if he did. Filch, Harry answered in a hoarse voice. He was already so close to tears, and he would absolutely never forgive himself if he started blubbering like a baby before he even had a real reason to do so. Harry expected Snape to start yelling, to grab him and pull him off the bed at any second, at the very least to start lecturing. What he didn't expect was what he got, which was complete and utter silence. Slowly Harry's eyes worked their way upward until they settled in on Snape's face. Percy Weasley. Snape said the name, which cut through Harry like a knife. However, you have my undivided attention as to why you thought it was Mr. Filch. Harry remained silent. How on earth could he have been such a dolt? He had been positive that Snape was referring to Filch, and now his stupid mouth had gone and ruined everything. Harry, Snape said in a dangerously low tone. I am rapidly losing my patience. He had wanted Snape to call him by his first name, practically begged the man to do so. But when it came out as it just had, Harry wished he had never asked for such a thing. You're going to hate me. Harry practically whispered the words, hating himself for sounding so childish. I have hatred for many things, however your being is certainly not one of them, nor will it be after you tell me what is going on. I didn't stay in the Great Hall, Harry confessed, trying with all his might to blink back the tears that were now so close to falling. I used my cloak and went looking for Black on my own. And you were caught by Mr. Filch. Kind of, Harry admitted. He heard me, but he couldn't see me because of my cloak. In an instant he felt Snape's hands on his shoulders, which were suddenly being shaken harshly. Have you lost your blasted mind? Snape thundered. Harry quickly shook his head. I just thought I could help, I thought. You did not do an inkling of thinking at all, Snape cut him off. Had you stopped and used that brain in your head for even a moment's time, you would have realized how dangerous what you did was. Every damn teacher in this school is doing everything in their power to keep you safe, and you walked directly into harm's way. You gave me your word that you would obey that rule. Harry was on his feet now, having been pulled there during the lecture he was receiving. He knew what was coming next and he knew he deserved it, but that still didn't change the fact that he didn't want it. Before he knew what was happening, Snape was now sitting on the bed, pulling him over his knee. Snape, wait. Harry tried. I can explain. Absolutely not, Snape replied as he positioned the boy. You saw me outside of Gryffindor Tower and you knew then that it was imperative that you obeyed the rules, did you not? Harry thought back to the firm look and nod Snape had given him as the students had been told to return to the Great Hall. Yes, but you knew it and you ignored it. I have told you in the past that I will not hesitate to do whatever it takes to make you understand that this is not a game, and if this is what it takes, then so be it. The words had just left Snape's mouth when Harry felt the man's hands take a firm hold of his pajama pants and pull them down. Instinctively, Harry's hand went back and attempted to cover his derriere. Move your hand, Snape spoke firmly. Harry remained silent but couldn't bring himself to obey. Now, Snape warned in a low voice. Slowly, Harry brought his hand away from his behind. He was absolutely mortified by what was taking place, but he knew that in his position he had little room to argue. Seconds later, a fire erupted on his bum. Just as in the past, Harry lasted all of 6 swats before he found himself crying in protest. I'm not quite sure just how many times you plan on repeating this lesson, Harry, but I can promise you that regardless of that number, the outcome will be the same each and every time. Harry was sobbing loudly now, his feet kicking on their own accord. I'm sorry, he tried, hoping that Snape could understand him through his tears. Yes, I'm quite sure that most people in your position would be. However, sorry is not enough this time. Harry was sure he was going to die. Snape had never spanked him for as long as he was this time. His bum felt like it was being attacked by hornets, and Snape didn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. Furthermore, you'll be spending your free time with me for the next several weeks. Okay. Harry agreed through tears. I mean, yes. Yes, sir. He would have agreed to anything if it meant Snape would stop. And the next time you even think about going off looking for Sirius Black, you can imagine this happening all over again with a slipper. Harry felt his glasses fall off of his face as he gripped hold of Snape's pant leg. And then, just like that, the whole ordeal was over. Without warning, Harry was back on his feet, his pajama bottoms quickly returned to their proper place. Just as in the past, before he could stop himself, Harry fell into Snape's arms, sobbing loudly into the man's chest. Snape remained stiff for a moment and then slowly his arms wrapped around the boy, his hand gently rubbing his back. That was not undeserved and you know it, Snape said, fighting hard to find a balance in his voice somewhere between sounding stern and gentle. Harry sobbed in reply. Snape remained silent for a moment, searching for the correct words. He still wasn't quite comfortable with the aftermath of disciplining a child that he was beginning to care deeply for. Do you wish to explain yourself now? He finally asked when it seemed as though Harry had calmed down a bit. Harry shrugged in reply and Snape fought the urge to scold him for it. Perhaps it might make you feel better. He felt the hitched breathing of the child against his chest before Harry slowly pulled away from him. There isn't a lot to tell, Harry finally said as he brushed the tears off of his face. I just thought that if Black was still in the castle I might be able to find him. Did you act alone or were your friends with you? No, Harry quickly replied. I was alone. It was one thing to get himself into trouble, but lie or no lie, there was no way he was bringing anyone else down with him. Nor was he bringing up the map or the secret passages. There were some things he just couldn't confess to. I want you to know that I planned on coming in here and talking to you about several of the conversations I had with Professor Dumbledore tonight. However, on second thought, I'm not quite sure you are mature enough to handle that responsibly. I am, Harry argued desperately. No, Snape shook his head firmly. Your actions this evening prove otherwise. You proved to me that your word is rubbish, and without that I find it very hard to put any trust in you. Snape's words felt like a punch in the gut. I'm sorry, Harry said softly. His tears had just stopped falling and he blinked hard to prevent any new ones from coming. Snape's words hurt. I meant what I said, Harry. Until I feel that you are acting maturely and responsibly, you will be spending your free time and your nights in these quarters. Harry felt his shoulders slump a considerable amount. There went all his late nights in his common room with his friends, his days hanging out with Ron and Hermione. He had known the moment he heard Snape say it to Dumbledore in the hallway hours earlier that if he was caught his guardian would make good on his promise. It still felt horrible to actually hear his sentencing though. Silence reigned for several long moments before Harry found the courage to ask a question. Do you think you'll ever be able to trust me again? He couldn't see Snape's face from his position, but he felt something shift in the man. His breathing changed, but it was more than that. Harry could feel it. I'm sure if you behave as you should and obey the rules I set that eventually I will. I am sorry, Harry said in a sincere voice. I knew it was wrong and I shouldn't have done it. Perhaps you should work on that, Snape replied in a voice he hoped sounded gentle. Instead of being sorry that you did something, be proud that you chose not to. Harry thought these words over. They certainly made sense. But still. It's just hard sometimes, Harry said in a truthful voice. I mean to remember that there's you and that you care if I do stuff. Snape felt his heart tighten at the boy's words. He wanted nothing more than to forgive the child for all his wrongdoings, to give him a healing potion and take away the sting in his backside. However, he knew that nothing would be more counterproductive than that. Instead, he brought his hand down, landing a firm spank on the boy's bum. Ow, Harry said in an accusatory voice. What was that for? That was a reminder to you of the words I have spoken several times over the past weeks, Snape said in a serious voice. Harry was silent. Look at me. Harry's head snapped up, his full attention now on his guardian. I am going nowhere, Snape promised in a much gentler voice. I give you my word. Harry looked into Snape's eyes as he mulled these words over. It was still a new concept to him, but he decided then and there that he couldn't use that excuse. He was going to have to trust in Snape's words and do everything he could to earn the man's trust back. I'll remember, Harry promised in a sincere voice. I certainly hope that you do. The clock struck midnight, the 12 insistent dongs pulling Snape from his thoughts. He glared up at the clock, annoyed at its intent to snap him back to reality. Picking up his nightcap, he swirled the contents around, the dark liquid bringing the events of the evening back to him as if he was reliving them once more. Although outwardly his reaction to Harry's confession had been anger, inwardly Snape had felt pure fear. It wasn't a complete shock to him that the child had been careless. After all, this was Harry Potter. This was the child that chased danger as though doing so was an after-school activity. And despite the fact that their relationship had changed drastically in the past few months, it hadn't changed the boy's reluctance to value his own life. Still, Snape had been optimistic that where Sirius Black was concerned, Harry would adhere to the rules. Snape hoped that the punishment he had dealt only hours earlier would serve as a reminder to the child, and then instantly decided that to be sure, he would have a talk with Harry over breakfast as well. If there was one thing he had learned over the past few weeks, it was that a stern talking to after his punishment could never hurt and could only help in deterring Harry from future misbehavior. Snape took a drink of his nightcap before setting the glass down on the table in front of him. He was moments away from retiring to his room for the evening when he heard a loud thud. He was on his feet, his wand drawn, within seconds. Quickly he darted down the hall to Harry's room. Silence met him for a moment before Harry's sobs filled the air. Snape sprinted the last few steps and pushed the door open, his wand pointed, unsure as to what he was about to find. A sigh of relief escaped his mouth when he saw Harry on the floor, half awake, tears streaming down his face. Harry's eyes grew wide and his face blushed a dark shade of red when he spotted his guardian. I'm sorry, he blurted out as he stood up. In one swift motion he grabbed the blanket and pillow that had ended up on the floor with him and climbed back onto his bed. What on earth are you apologizing for? Snape questioned. He inwardly scowled at himself for the harshness in his voice. He hadn't meant to sound so stern. Harry didn't respond with words, instead his face scrunched up as fresh tears poured out of his eyes. Snape felt something tug at his heart. What is this all about? Snape questioned in what he hoped was a much softer tone. Harry shook his head. Nothing. Nothing. It was just a stupid bad dream. I'm sorry. Again with the unnecessary apologies, Snape said as he crossed the room. Working quickly, he fixed Harry's blankets so that they weren't a tangled mess. What was the dream about? Why are you crying? Harry shook his head as he brushed the tears off of his face with the back of his right hand. Come now, Harry, Snape said as he sat on the edge of the bed. You know far better than to think that this will just be ignored. Harry was silent as he brushed the last of the tears off of his face. He stole a glance at Snape, who didn't look angry but did look as though he expected to be answered. You'll be mad, Harry said in a small voice. Mad? Over a dream? Harry nodded before elaborating on his thoughts. Over why I had it. Over how I feel. Snape digested these words. Although Harry had stopped crying, Snape could clearly see the fear in the boy's eyes. How you feel is not something that can be controlled, Snape said in what he hoped was a gentle voice. You have my word, Harry, that I will not be angry with you over what you feel, not tonight nor in the future. Harry thought about these words for a moment. There was a small part of him that wanted to hide under his blankets and refused to say a word, but he knew that doing so wouldn't do any good. Not only were the chances of Snape accepting that slim to none, it wouldn't help how he felt either. Things were going good and I mucked it all up tonight, Harry said in a soft voice. You've been punished, Snape replied. You dealt with the consequences for your actions. I am no longer angry with you. You don't trust me, Harry said as he ran the edge of his quilt between his fingers. Snape felt something tug at his heart once again. For a moment he regretted telling the boy that he no longer trusted him. He quickly pushed the thought aside though. It wasn't as if Harry had been caught sneaking an extra chocolate frog. He had put his life in danger and Snape wasn't about to take back his words. I said that because you did something very foolish this evening. I trusted that you would obey me when it came to the rules concerning Sirius Black, and instead you ran after him. If he was still in this castle and if you found him, you very well could have died this evening. I know, Harry nodded. He could feel a lump forming in his throat once more and he swallowed hard, willing his emotions to stop. And I know you said you won't leave, but I still feel like you will. Harry's thoughts went back to earlier in the evening when he had received a smarting smack for thinking such things. He silently prayed that Snape wasn't going to get angry and give him a few more. Harry heard a sigh, and as he looked up at his guardian's face he noticed that Snape looked different, sad almost. I gave you my word, Snape replied. I'm not sure how to make you believe it. Harry shrugged before bracing himself for the lecture on doing so. When one didn't come, he answered softly. I don't know. That's what my dream was about though, you leaving and me having to go back with my aunt and uncle. The thought of that caused such a nightmare that it brought you to tears. Harry nodded seriously. Yes, they are horrible. Snape was intrigued by these words. He knew that Albus had mentioned that the Dursleys were not the kindest of people, and of course he remembered Petunia from his childhood. Still, he had always assumed that they weren't outwardly cruel to the child. Horrible in what way? Snape questioned. Harry shook his head, as his concentration went back to the edge of his quilt. You were upset that I said that I no longer trust you and yet you don't trust me, Snape noted. It's not that, Harry replied, refusing to look up. It's embarrassing. Snape considered these words. He could certainly understand embarrassment. He pondered the idea of sharing his thoughts for all of a moment before he cleared his throat. You know, when I was a child my father was not the nicest person. Harry looked up at Snape. He wasn't. Not at all, Snape admitted. At times he was downright abusive. Harry considered these words. I would have been thoroughly embarrassed had anyone found out about it at the time, Snape added. They never hit me, Harry said as his eyes traveled south once more. Not really anyways. Uncle Vernon would say he was going to, and sometimes he would chase after me, but he didn't like to touch me. Didn't like to touch you? Snape questioned. Harry shook his head. It was like he was disgusted by me or something. Snape was silent as he seriously contemplated paying a visit to the Dursleys and making sure that they regretted the way in which they had treated Harry. I won't go back there, Harry said. He tried hard to keep the tears from falling, but as he said the words he couldn't help them from spilling over. I can't. I don't recall ever saying that you had to, Snape replied softly. Harry shrugged. Listen to me, Harry, Snape said in a tone that he hoped was the right mixture of serious and gentle. Was I angry with you earlier this evening? Yes. Did I mean it when I said I currently do not trust you? Yes. But I don't ever intend to send you back to your relatives. I do, however, intend to keep you in my care until you are old enough to care for yourself. Harry's head snapped up at these words. He gave Snape a curious look. You heard me correctly. As far as I am concerned, unless of course at some point you decide that you would rather someone else be your guardian, you will be in my care until you are of age. And furthermore, if it worries you this much, then I will speak with Professor Dumbledore at his earliest convenience about your relatives signing over your custody. You will? Harry asked in a voice just above a whisper. Absolutely, Snape replied. I can see that this means a great deal to you and I hardly want you up every night worrying about the future. Without giving his actions a single thought, Harry leaned over and into Snape's arms, hugging the man tightly. Snape felt his heart swell at the boy's actions. There is no need for such shock, Harry. I have already told you that you had my word I would not be going anywhere. I know, Harry said as he let go of Snape. He sat back, now leaning against his pillow. I guess I just never realized it would be forever. Well, now you realize, Snape replied in a serious voice. And if you are calm, it is well past your bedtime. Harry nodded in agreement. He was enjoying the conversation with Snape immensely, but he knew the man well enough to know that he shouldn't argue. A major shift in their relationship had happened, and unlike in the past when Harry wasn't quite sure if he had just imagined it, this time he knew it was for real. He didn't want to spoil that by putting up a fight about going to bed. Despite the fact that I'm sure I know what your answer to this question will be, I am going to ask it and hope that you will answer maturely and rationally, Snape said as he stood and began tucking Harry in. Harry gave his guardian a questioning look. Do you feel as though a calming draft would be a sufficient aid in helping you to get a proper night's sleep? Harry quickly shook his head as he willed himself not to make a horrible face at the mere idea. Snape suppressed a chuckle. Very well. If you change your mind, however, please let me know. I will, Harry nodded. I promise. Straight to sleep then, Snape instructed. If you need me, I'll be in my room. Harry nodded through a yawn. Gently, Snape ran a hand through the boy's hair. Good night, Harry. Sleep well. Night, Harry replied. Snape's hand lingered for a moment longer before he gently pulled it away. With a flick of his hand, the room grew dark and he quietly exited. His brain was consumed with the conversation that had just taken place. He was a bit shocked by his own willingness to share his childhood and even more shocked at the details of Harry's. He had known that the Dursleys were wretched muggles, but he certainly hadn't expected them to be so cruel. One thing was for certain, Albus would have a visitor first thing in the morning and the Dursleys would be giving up their rights whether they liked it or not. Harry's eyes opened earlier than he had expected them to given his late-night meltdown. As the events of the previous evening replayed in his mind, he felt his cheeks burn in both shame and embarrassment. He quickly forced himself to push his embarrassment aside as he rolled out of bed. Snape had been kind about his nightmare as well as his concerns and fears that had stemmed from it. Harry knew that deep down he had nothing to be embarrassed about when it came to that. His carelessness towards Sirius Black, though, that was different and completely shameful. Harry dressed quickly. His thoughts were consumed with making things up to Snape. Within seconds, he was out of his room, making his way up the long hallway, hopping on his right foot as he pulled his left trainer on. As he always did in the morning, he found Snape at the kitchen table, the day's issue of the Daily Prophet covering his face. Harry instantly noticed that Sirius Black's angry face was gracing the front page. Good morning, Harry. The paper, as usual, did not move. Good morning, Harry replied. He crossed the room, his eyes never leaving the angry gray ones of Sirius Black. Without warning, Snape dropped the paper as Harry slid into his seat. He was spotted less than a mile from Hogsmeade, Snape informed him in a serious voice. Harry was a bit taken back by these words. So he was here last night. It appears as though he very well could have been. Harry was silent as their breakfast appeared on the table. Poached eggs, bacon, and grilled tomatoes. All of his favorites. Harry was sure it was not a coincidence. Snape was back behind his paper now, giving Harry a full view of Black's angry face. Hey Snape, Harry said softly. Snape hummed a reply. I am sorry for what I did, real sorry. A silent pause before Snape dropped his paper once more. Harry noted that his guardian did not look angry. I do not doubt that you are, and as I stated last night, I am not angry with you. However, my promise stands. You will not be spending your free time gallivanting around this castle or its grounds. Your free time will be spent in these quarters or in the library. But Quidditch. You will be permitted to practice with your team and under special permission with Mr. Weasley. Harry wanted to protest, to argue that he would surely die of boredom, but instead he nodded. Yes, sir. Now eat your breakfast in a timely manner. We have a meeting at 1/2 the hour. A meeting? Harry questioned before taking a bite of his bacon. With Professor Dumbledore, Snape replied. Harry looked up at Snape's face. As I told you last night, I am going to speak with him about your aunt and uncle signing over their rights. Given the topic of our meeting, I think it is only fair that you be in attendance. Can we go now? Harry asked, already on his feet. We most certainly cannot, Snape replied sternly. We are traveling across the castle, not the country, Harry. Now sit and finish your breakfast before I change my mind and enlist Professor McGonagall to come and look after you while I speak to the headmaster alone. Harry's bum returned to his chair in record time. Although Snape's voice had been stern, he hadn't missed the hint of amusement in the man's face. Furthermore, Snape continued, I sincerely hope that I don't have to remind you of the behavior I expect during this meeting. Harry shook his head as he swallowed a mouthful of egg. You don't, I promise. Good. Snape nodded sternly before his voice took a much softer tone. You are sure this is what you want, Harry? Positive. Harry nodded with a smile. As long as it's what you want too. Shockingly enough, Harry, it is, truly. Lemmo. Drop. Snape shook his head as Harry took a piece of the candy. He didn't particularly care for Lemmo drops, but he always felt that refusing would be rude. Apparently, his guardian didn't agree. I must confess, Severus, that I was quite surprised by the contents of your letter. I dare say I expected the two of you to request the opposite. It is a pleasant surprise to hear how well things are going. I will admit that I too am surprised by the recent developments, Snape replied in an even tone. Harry, I trust you understand what this means. Harry looked up at Dumbledore and nodded. It was only after several long moments of silence that he realized that he was expected to give a verbal answer. That Snape, or Professor Snape, will be my guardian. He absolutely hated himself for sounding so dumb. Your permanent guardian, Dumbledore corrected him. What that means, Harry, is that your aunt and uncle will no longer have any rights over you. Unfortunately, given the special circumstances involving you, completely cutting off your relatives, particularly your aunt, may not be an option. Aunt Petunia? Harry questioned. There was no hiding the confusion in his voice. You informed me this summer when Harry fled their home that she relinquished her promise. Harry glanced up at Snape. He hadn't missed the annoyance in the man's voice. Right you are, Dumbledore replied. However, since then she has had a slight change of heart. Change of heart about what? Harry asked. He could hear the nervousness in his own voice. He wasn't quite sure what Snape and Dumbledore were talking about, but he knew it didn't sound good. Nothing involving the Dursleys ever did. Surely, given the circumstances, something can be done to accommodate this new arrangement, Snape said, ignoring Harry's question completely. Perhaps if we spoke with Cornelius the First. Fudge. Harry cut off Dumbledore. He said the man's name as though it were a bad word. Harry, Snape hissed sternly. It was a warning that Harry was unfortunately all too familiar with. Yet despite the promises he had made less than 24 hours ago, despite the fact that the last thing he wanted was Snape angry with him once more, he couldn't bring himself to listen. No, Harry replied. You aren't telling me anything. What about my aunt? What change of heart? You're just ignoring me. Snape looked beyond frustrated with Harry's outburst, but before he could reply, Dumbledore did. Forgive me, Harry, I'm afraid we got a bit carried away. I will explain to you in the simplest way. When you were sent to live with your relatives, a very powerful charm was put into place ensuring that as long as you spent some time each year with your blood relatives, specifically your aunt, you will be protected until you are of age. Are you saying that I have to go back there? Harry asked in a panicked voice. I can't. I won't. You can't make me. Harry, Snape warned once more, this time in a much louder voice. Harry felt the tips of his ears burn with embarrassment at being scolded in front of Dumbledore. Perhaps we should continue this conversation at a later time when my young charge is either calmer or not present at all. Harry heard Snape's warning loud and clear. And yet, I am calm. Snape was on his feet now with a firm grip on Harry's shoulder. We will revisit this topic in the near future, Albus. In the meantime, if you wish to speak with Cornelius about this matter, I am sure that doing so would only be helpful. Very well, Severus. Harry didn't miss the sympathetic look that the headmaster gave him. Let's go, Harry. The last thing Harry wanted to do was go anywhere with his angry guardian, and yet he was on his feet in seconds. He and Snape had an agreement about Harry not being punished in front of his classmates. Other teachers and the headmaster had never been discussed, and Harry was sure he would never be able to face Dumbledore again if he was met with such a fate. Moments later, he was following Snape out of Dumbledore's office and down the spiral staircase. Snape walked quickly and in silence, causing Harry to practically jog to keep up with him. Harry was thankful that although it was Saturday, the halls were nearly deserted. He would have been mortified if any of his friends saw him. He was done for, and he knew it. Snape was going to belt him for sure, and the worst part of it was that Harry knew he had no one to blame but himself. Snape had trusted him enough to bring him to the meeting and had made it perfectly clear that he expected Harry to behave, and he had done the exact opposite. Far too soon for his liking, they were in Snape's living room. Harry flinched as Snape took off his robe and threw it onto his armchair. Sit, he commanded. It wasn't the order Harry was expecting, and he wasted no time planting himself onto the couch. Let me make something very clear to you, Snape said in an angry tone. When I ask for proper behavior, I expect it. I'm sorry, Harry replied. But you were just ignoring me, and I can't go back there. I told you last night why I can't. Don't you think I know that, you foolish child? Harry looked up at Snape, who was now towering over him. But, no. Snape shook his head firmly. Trust, Harry. Trust that I have your best interests at heart. Trust that I will not allow you to be sent there after what you shared with me. But fudge. We'll be watching our every move, Snape cut him off. If I am to have any hope of obtaining permanent legal guardianship of you, then your behavior will be monitored. The ministry will want to be sure that the job of keeping you safe is one that I will be able to handle. I can only hope he does not hear about the outburst you just had in the middle of a meeting. Harry felt a sea of guilt wash over him. And last night I mucked it all up then. Professor Dumbledore is well aware that your behavior had consequences and that those consequences were dealt out. I have no doubt that Cornelius, if he shows interest in the subject, will be made aware as well. Harry felt his face blush all the way to the tips of his ears. He wasn't sure which was worse, Dumbledore knowing that Snape had spanked him, or the thought of Dumbledore not knowing and his misbehavior being enough to send him back to his relatives. If you would just behave yourself, your embarrassment over this subject wouldn't be an issue. Harry wanted to make a face at the man's words, but he had to admit that Snape was right. Why did he always find it so difficult to stay out of trouble? However, Snape continued, since keeping yourself out of trouble is a task that is clearly too hard for you to manage, we will discuss your punishment for acting out in front of the headmaster. Harry opened his mouth to protest. He wasn't even sure that there was anything he could say that would keep Snape from punishing him, but he was certainly going to try. For the remainder of the morning you will be writing lines. Harry felt his shoulders slump at his fate. Still, he had to admit that he had expected a much worse punishment, and he was silently thankful that he would be sitting on his bum to write lines instead of lying on his stomach crying. You will do this punishment quietly and efficiently, Harry. Professor Lupin has requested a lesson with you this afternoon, and I promise you that if your behavior this morning does not change, you will not be going, Snape threatened with a stern look. Harry felt excitement grow in him at the thought of a lesson with Remus. He had nearly forgotten that he was to have lessons with him. To the table with you, Snape instructed, waving his arm in the general direction. These lines certainly aren't going to write themselves. Harry turned the hall, heading in the direction of the defense classroom with a smile on his face. Despite the fact that he was sure his right hand was going to fall off after writing, I will learn to control my behavior. What had to be close to 1,000,000 times, he had managed to do so without aggravating Snape anymore. He had even somehow talked Snape into allowing him to go to his common room and see Ron and Hermione for a moment before his lesson. Hermione's face had absolutely fallen when Harry had confessed that he had in fact been caught looking for Black. He had assured her that he hadn't ratted out anyone else, which of course seemed to be the least of her worries. Ron, on the other hand, had looked as though he was about to sick up when he asked what Snape had done to him. Without missing a beat though, Harry had replied that he had been grounded for the unforeseeable future. It wasn't a complete lie, he was grounded, and he certainly wasn't about to share the rest of his punishment with his friends. In his opinion, far too many people knew already. Hermione, much to Ron's dismay, had promised that the two of them would spend much more time in the library, as it was one of the few places Harry was actually allowed to go. It wasn't the first time that Harry was thankful that his best friend actually enjoyed the library. He walked into the defense classroom to find Remus behind his desk. Harry, he smiled brightly, immediately standing and abandoning his work. How nice it is to see you outside of the classroom. Harry smiled at the greeting. Thank you for taking the time to teach me this, he replied. He was a bit shocked by his own words. Then it occurred to him that he had said what he knew Snape would want him to. No bother at all. Remus smiled as he waved his wand, causing the tables and chairs in his classroom to move out of the way and stack themselves neatly against the wall. I trust that Severus explained to you the level of difficulty in the spell I am going to attempt to teach you. Harry nodded. Yeah, he did. Mind you, I don't say that to discourage you, Harry, but only to be honest with you. Harry nodded once more. What's the spell? He couldn't help but ask. The spell, which when performed correctly will conjure a Patronus, is pronounced Expecto Patronum. What is a Patronus? Harry couldn't help but ask. A Patronus is a silvery phantom shape, Remus explained. It is usually an animal and it embodies the positive thoughts of whoever is casting the spell. Harry gave Remus a confused look. For example, your father's Patronus was a stag while your mother's was a doe. Harry smiled softly at these words. Quite possibly his favorite thing about Remus so far was the constant small facts the man shared about his parents. The main thing to remember when trying to master this spell is that you will need to focus on happy memories. Harry nodded as he watched Remus wave his wand, causing a large chest to move across the room towards them. A boggart? Harry asked, despite the fact that he already knew the answer. Remus nodded. And we already know what shape it will take. Now, before I open the chest, I want you to say the incantation loudly and clearly. Harry cleared his throat. Expecto Patronum, he said loudly. Very good pronunciation. Remus praised him. Harry smiled brightly at the words before he turned to Remus. What if I faint again? He absolutely hated himself for sounding so childish and worried, but he couldn't help his apprehension. Then I'll get you to the hospital wing immediately, Remus promised. And I will not be disappointed in the least. As I said, Harry, this is a hard spell to master and the Dementors affect you differently for some reason. There is certainly nothing you can do about that, nor is it something you should be ashamed of. Harry nodded as he felt a new rush of appreciation and affection for Remus. If you don't feel ready to do this, Remus continued. Just say the word and we'll stop until you do. No. Harry shook his head quickly. I'm ready. Remus nodded as he raised his wand and with a flick of his wrist caused the chest to open. Just as he predicted, a large Dementor floated out. Harry paused for a moment under the fear of fainting before he even had a chance to try. He quickly pushed his fears aside though and raised his wand. Speaking as clearly as he could, he said the spell once and then repeated himself seconds later when nothing happened. Suddenly he remembered that he was supposed to be thinking of something happy and he racked his brain trying to come up with something. The thought of spending time with Ron and Hermione entered his mind, but before he could truly concentrate on it, he began to hear that woman screaming once more. Remus sprang into action and waved his wand, causing the Dementor to quickly retreat back into the cabinet. Are you all right, Harry? Remus asked in a concerned voice. Harry nodded. He was a bit unsure of himself though. Everything just seemed a bit off, a bit far away. Sit, Remus instructed, waving his wand, which caused a chair to rush across the room and stop directly behind Harry. Harry immediately obliged. Do you feel as though you are going to faint? Remus asked, his voice full of concern. Harry shook his head. No, I'm all right. Remus gave him a questioning look before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of chocolate. Eat this, he instructed. And then I will walk you back to Professor Snape. We're done already? Harry asked as he took the chocolate from Remus' hand. But I didn't even get to do the spell properly. As I told you, it will take some time. I can't be returning you to Snape in a horrible state. He would have my head if I did. Harry considered these words as he took a bite of the chocolate. We'll meet again next week, Remus promised. Now finish your chocolate and we'll be on our way. Harry took another bite as he thought about the screaming woman he had heard. He wanted to ask Snape about her, but he was too afraid of the answer. He was sure he knew whose scream he was hearing, and it certainly made the idea of facing Dementors even worse. If you are lying to me, Snape threatened. Remus had just left, handing Harry another piece of chocolate before he went. I'm not, Harry promised. I feel fine, just a little tired. Snape eyed the boy for several long moments before his face softened. Perhaps a short nap before dinner would be favorable. I'm too old for naps, Harry replied. I was not aware that taking a nap was an age-restricted activity, Snape said. I was under the impression that if one was tired, they could sleep. You know what I meant, Harry said. Perhaps, Snape replied. However, you were up late last night and early this morning. I personally think that a short nap would be a welcoming thought. Maybe, Harry replied. He had to admit that the thought of taking a nap didn't sound like a horrible idea. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, yes, Harry nodded. I'll try and take a nap. I'll wake you for supper, Snape said as he crossed the room and picked up a large pile of papers. I thought you might like to eat in the Great Hall with your friends this evening. Really? I can. You can, Snape nodded. As I will be also. Harry smiled at these words. Off to your room now, Snape instructed. I'm going to do some work while you sleep. Harry didn't reply, but instead headed for the direction of his room. It amazed him at times how easily he and Snape could get along, given how much of a task it used to be just to make it through the man's class. Harry couldn't help but wonder if it really had been a horrible task, or if he had just made it one. He pushed open the door to his room and kicked off his shoes, taking the time to then pick them up and put them next to his bed the way Snape liked them. He climbed under his covers and let his head hit the pillow, instantly grateful that he hadn't fought with Snape about sleeping. The man had, as usual, been right. A nap was going to be just what Harry needed. His thoughts wandered to what Snape had said earlier about trusting that he would keep him from having to return to his relatives. He couldn't help the warm feeling that grew inside of him. For the first time in his life, Harry was ready to sit back and let an adult take care of him, and he couldn't have been happier about it. Snape strode through the castle, his cape whipping the air behind him. He was absolutely on edge, his temper flaring so badly that he was literally trying to talk himself into a calmer state. He knew that Harry didn't deserve even an ounce of his anger, and he certainly didn't want to project any of it onto the boy. As it was, the situation was going to need to be handled delicately. Snape knew that much. He turned the corner and watched as two first-year Slytherins gave him one look and practically ran down a hall to avoid him. Once more he took a deep breath, reminding himself that it wasn't Harry he was angry with. He threw open the door to his quarters to find his young charge sitting in his own favorite large armchair, his History of Magic book open on his lap. Snape resisted the urge to smirk. Since sentencing Harry to his quarters, the young teenager had taken the idea of good behavior to a whole new level. In the past 3 days he had done his best to be absolutely perfectly behaved, which often included doing schoolwork without being reminded to even once. Harry looked up at Snape, a wave of worry quickly washing over his face. He immediately began to stand clearly, hoping not to upset his guardian by being in his chair. What's wrong? Snape motioned for the boy to remain seated as he silently cursed himself. He had hoped to appear relaxed when he walked in. Clearly he had failed miserably. We need to have a talk. He hoped his words were calmer than his appearance apparently was. He took the 3 steps across the room and sat in the armchair across from the boy. The worry hadn't left his face at all. If possible, it had only grown deeper. Despite the fact that Harry couldn't think of a single thing he had done wrong, he still couldn't stop himself from asking, "Am I in trouble?" Snape shook his head, a small grin on his face. Of course the child would think such a thing. As it was, he may have been currently breaking the record for consecutive days in a row without being so much as scolded. "Have you done something that you should be in trouble for?" Snape couldn't help but ask. Harry quickly shook his head. "No, sir. I just thought that maybe you thought I did." "Fortunately, that is not the case," Snape replied as he leaned back in his chair. He was trying his hardest to appear more relaxed. He knew that Harry wasn't going to be happy with his news, but he also knew that there was a better chance for the boy to take it well if his own appearance didn't scream uncertainty. "Then what is it?" His schoolbook was now completely disregarded. One wrong move and it would slip off of his lap completely and tumble to the floor. "I've just come from a meeting with Professor Dumbledore." His face now wore an expression that was more than worry. Fear had set in. "Everything is fine," Snape said quickly before the child could jump to conclusions or have an outburst. "Cornelius is surprisingly being quite cooperative as far as things are concerned. It appears as though with the correct legal documents and powerful magic, the agreement with your aunt may be able to be overridden." "But," Harry asked. He wasn't stupid. Everything Snape was saying sounded wonderful, perfect even, but there was a reason that the man had looked like he was about to rip someone's head off when he walked in, and although he looked calmer now, there was still a reason that his face was a sea of worry. "The first step in all of this is to acquire some signatures," Snape explained in what he hoped was a gentle voice. "Ours, of course. As well as your aunt and uncle." Harry thought about these words for a moment but still didn't see the problem. "So send it to them," he said in a confused voice. "They are impossible, but they'll probably sign just to be rid of me." "It is required that we are all present when we sign," Snape explained. He watched as Harry quickly shook his head, the fear that had been only slightly evident moments before now plastered quite clearly onto his face. "I will be there with you," Snape tried. Another firm shake of the head. A blind man could see how close the boy was to crying. "Harry, you." "No." Harry quickly cut him off. "I can't go back there. You don't understand." Harry could feel the lump in his throat, the tears fighting with all their might to break through. Normally he would fight back just as hard. Normally he would be mortified to start crying over something so stupid, but today he didn't have the fight in him. The tears came the moment after the last word left his mouth. He leaned back in the chair, his history of magic book crashing to the floor as he brought his knees up to his chest, hiding his face from his guardian. "Do you honestly think I would allow them to do anything to you while I am there?" Harry shook his head. He knew that Snape was right. He knew that they would never try anything in front of him. They would likely be terrified into silence. It didn't matter though. He never wanted to step foot into that house again. He didn't know how to explain what they did to him, how they made him feel. "You don't understand," he choked out through his tears. "I will never understand if you don't explain it to me, Harry." Snape was beginning to feel frustrated with the boy, and he hoped his words didn't show that. He had promised himself that regardless of how Harry reacted, he would not lose his patience with him. He knew enough about poor relationships with family members to know that despite how Harry acted, he wouldn't mean it, nor would he deserve punishment for it. Snape had expected Harry to throw a full-on tantrum over the news, and although he wouldn't have been thrilled about dealing with it, he honestly would have preferred it. At least then he would have been likely talking more. Harry shook his head as he attempted to brush his tears away with the sleeve of his shirt, a pointless task as the tears were still falling without an end in sight. "Perhaps a bit of guilt. You repeatedly say that you trust me, and yet when in the moment it never appears as though your words are true." "I do," Harry replied in a hoarse voice. "It's just embarrassing." Snape sighed at these words. This was where the conversation always ended. Harry was always far too embarrassed to say much more, and Snape, having dealt with an abusive parent himself, understood the embarrassment and let it end. This time would have to be different though. "I certainly can understand your embarrassment, Harry, but as I have told you in the past, my father was quite abusive. There is absolutely no need to be embarrassed about what you have been through." Harry was quiet for a moment as he considered these words. As close as he had become to Snape, he still absolutely hated looking vulnerable to the man. He hated that he was crying like some child, and he hated that it was over something that he had such a hard time talking about. They hate me, Harry mumbled through his tears. And they tell me that they do. As I've said, I will not leave your side while we are there. I will not allow them to talk to you at all if that's what you would like. They lied about everything. About my parents, Harry said in a low voice as a fresh wave of tears rolled down his cheeks. They said horrible things about them. And they never fed me hardly anything. They would tell me all the time that they wished I would die. Snape felt the anger starting to take over his body once more, anger so powerful that it shocked him that he felt such a strong urge to protect the boy. When Snape made no attempt to respond, Harry continued. They would let Dudley beat me up all the time, Harry practically whispered. Snape couldn't see the boy's face, but he could see the tips of his ears blushing a deep shade of red. Bad, sometimes so bad that I would be all messed up for a few days. They never cared. They just locked me under the stairs so they wouldn't have to see it. Under the stairs. Please, Harry said softly as he finally lowered his legs, revealing a red tear-stained face. I'll do anything. Just please don't make me see them. Harry, Snape said softly. Please, Harry begged once more as he hastily wiped the tears from his cheeks with the back of his hand. Please, Snape. Snape nodded as he felt his heart breaking for the child. Let me speak with Professor Dumbledore and see what can be done. A look of pure relief swept over Harry's face. Thank you. Really. All right, just calm down now, Snape replied. You are going to make yourself sick getting this upset. He paused for a moment before reaching out and putting a gentle hand on Harry's knee. He tapped lightly as he reminded himself to be kinder. You have my word that they will never hurt you again. Harry nodded in reply. He didn't trust himself to speak for fear that his tears would start once more. Shall we have some tea then? Another nod as he gave his guardian a small smile. It was amazing how wonderful Snape could be sometimes. Despite what I said the other night, I want you to know that I am putting a lot of trust in you today. I know, Harry replied. He was sitting at the kitchen table hard at work on his potions essay. I sincerely hope that when I return I will find that you have not left these chambers and that my trust in you can continue. I know, Harry replied once more. He made no attempt to look up from his homework. Harry, Snape said in a dangerously low voice. Just the man's tone alone sent a chill up his spine. A threat didn't even have to be verbalized. Harry could already feel his cheeks blushing slightly. He knew exactly what that tone meant. Harry looked up at his guardian's stern face and nodded seriously. I really know. I'm going to listen, I promise. Harry resisted the urge to inform Snape that he wasn't a complete ass. It was absolutely amazing of him to have gone through the trouble to fix things so that he didn't have to accompany him today. That wasn't lost on Harry. There was no way in hell that he was going to screw things up and disobey while Snape was gone. Aside from that, it was Sunday. The castle was probably mobbed with students and teachers enjoying their day. Snape could say that he was trusting him all he wanted. Harry wasn't stupid enough to believe for one moment that the other teachers weren't aware of his punishment. He knew if he stepped so much as a toe into the hall and a professor saw him, he was as good as dead. Snape held his stern glare a moment longer before his face softened a bit. I won't be long. Harry nodded in reply before turning his attention back to his essay. It was exceptionally boring, 2 feet on Billywig stings, but Harry was determined to do whatever it took to gain Snape's full trust and get himself off of punishment, even if that meant behaving on a Sunday by doing homework that wasn't even due until Wednesday. It would be well worth it if it earned him the right to go back to spending his free time with his friends. Snape raised an eyebrow at his young charge before turning and heading for the door. He had to admit he was quite impressed by the child's efforts. He had expected good behavior after such a harsh punishment, but Harry was taking it to the extreme. Perhaps he had finally gotten through to the child. Snape stood in front of the house, which was absolutely identical to the others on the street. As it was, he had been standing there for nearly 5 minutes, willing his temper to calm. He wanted nothing more than to charge into the house and use some dark magic on Harry's so-called relatives. Although he was sure that they deserved it, he knew that doing so would not end well as far as adopting Harry was concerned. Given his past, the Ministry was watching his every move, and using dark magic was hardly something he needed to be found doing. He took a deep breath before starting up the front walk. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a chubby child's face peer at him through an upstairs window before quickly closing the curtains. The bully himself, Snape thought. A surge of anger ran through him as he thought about Harry's tear-stained face telling him all the horrible things that had happened in this house. He knocked firmly on the front door, resisting the urge to blast his way in. A moment later the front door opened revealing a large, red-faced, terrified-looking man. "Vernon, I presume," Snape said in a curt voice. He looked past the man to see Petunia hovering in the background looking not only scared but annoyed. "Severus," she said his name as though it were a curse. The sound of her voice brought a million memories of his childhood, of her sister. He quickly forced them out of his mind, determined to do what he came to do before he could be distracted by anything else. Let him in before someone sees. The fear was gone now, replaced completely by annoyance. Vernon quickly moved out of the way, the idea of someone seeing a man like Snape on his front stoop sending him into action. Snape stepped into the house as Vernon quickly shut the door behind him. "What is the meaning of this?" Vernon asked. He was trying hard to sound angry, but Snape could hear his voice trembling with uneasiness. "I wish to speak with you about your nephew," Snape replied. His eyes went to a small door under the staircase. He wanted nothing more than to push Petunia out of the way and see for himself what was behind it, but he refrained. "Our nephew," Petunia said impolitely. "Harry, we know who our nephew is," Vernon snapped. "What has he done? He isn't scheduled to be back here for months. We aren't taking him a day sooner." For a fleeting moment Snape considered the idea of whipping out his wand and hexing the hefty man until he begged for forgiveness. "He has not done anything. Quite the opposite actually," Snape replied as calmly as he could. He fixed Petunia with a glare before continuing. "I wish to adopt him, and in order to do so I require your signatures." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the paperwork. He did not miss Vernon flinching slightly as he did. "Impossible," Petunia replied in a flabbergasted voice. "I made a promise and—" "A promise that you have scarcely kept," Snape snapped, cutting her declaration short. "You were horrible to that boy. I don't know what lies he has told you, but we never laid a hand on him, You never did anything for him," Snape interrupted her once more. He was practically yelling now. "You treated him like a piece of garbage. He's a menace," Vernon shouted. "A freak just like his parents were. I will gladly sign to be rid of the brat." Snape willed himself to reel in his temper as he thrust the paperwork at Vernon. He himself had referred to Harry as a menace and a brat on several occasions, but hearing this oaf of a man do it was literally making his blood boil. His only relief was that Harry was not standing next to him hearing all of this himself. Vernon took the paperwork and stormed past Snape into the parlor. Just a signature away from never dealing with that juvenile delinquent again. Petunia fixed Snape with a stern glare. "I was always right saying that you were a freak. Who would want to take in such a queer child?" Snape fought hard to ignore her words. His hand was twitching at the urge to reach for his wand. His mouth was dry at the desire to tell her exactly what he thought of her. His stomach was burning with desire to hex their entire house into oblivion. He silently reminded himself that he was doing this for Harry and that losing his temper would be the worst thing he could possibly do. A moment later Vernon was back, forcing the paperwork into his wife's face. "Sign quickly so this whole blasted ordeal can be over with." Snape did not miss the look of oppression on her face as she hastily signed the paper before practically throwing it back in his face. Vernon laughed forcibly. "He is your problem now. Don't think we're going to be taking him back when you change your mind." Snape remained silent as he took the paperwork back, folding it neatly and placing it in his pocket. He took the 2 steps to the door and began to show himself out. At the last moment he paused in the doorway and turned to face them. "Harry happens to be a wonderful child. The 2 of you do not deserve him, and although I will not be seeing that you regret your actions today, mark my words that one day in the future you will see how truly horrible you are." He watched as the expressions on both of their faces changed drastically. "Now just what does that mean?" Vernon asked in a frightened voice. A loud ruckus was heard as a large teenager came stampeding down the stairs. Snape found the sound quite comparable to a full-grown troll running a marathon. "Mummy," Dudley whimpered. What are they going to do to us? Good day to you, Snape said in a satisfied voice before turning and shutting the door behind him. He smirked to himself as he strode down their front walk. Certainly the ministry couldn't fault him for giving them a healthy dose of fear. I must say I am pleasantly surprised to find you exactly where I left you, Snape observed as he walked into his quarters. Harry smiled up at the man. I told you I would listen. Everything is as it should be. You haven't burnt down half of my bedroom or set a pack of Pixies loose in my study. Harry playfully rolled his eyes at the man. Snape. He paused for a moment as it suddenly occurred to him what his guardian's good mood must mean. They signed. They did at that, Snape replied as he pulled the paperwork from his pocket and laid it out on top of Harry's essay. Which means that there is only one more signature that is required. Harry smiled as he moved his quill towards the line that had his name printed under it. Now perhaps you should wait until tomorrow. Give yourself some time to think about things before you make such a major decision. Harry looked up at Snape to find a face full of worry. He smiled as he shook his head before signing his name. I don't need to think about it, this is what I want. Snape smiled warmly as he felt his insides swell with affection towards the boy. As do I, Harry. So is that it then? Harry asked as he placed his teacup back on its saucer. You're my legal parent now. Snape felt his heart swell at Harry's use of the word parent. The boy said it so nonchalantly. It rolled off of his tongue as though he had been saying it for years. Not quite, Snape replied. Cornelius will want to meet with me and perhaps with you as well. As I told you before, he is keeping a close eye on the both of us. He is certainly not going to allow you to be placed with someone who does not treat you well or someone who allows you to put yourself into dangerous situations. Harry digested these words as he felt his ears burn with shame. He really did put himself in too many dangerous situations. He was determined to work on that bad habit. Which is why it is absolutely imperative that you obey the rules and keep yourself out of trouble, Snape continued. While I certainly do not allow you to put yourself in danger's way, it also will not look good if you aren't cooperating with the rules which I have set. Harry nodded as he picked up his teacup once more. Yes, sir, he said softly before taking a sip of his tea. A few months ago Snape's words would have meant very little to Harry. He likely would have let them go in one ear and out another as he did while he pleased. Things were so very different now. Snape's words now had the power to make him feel absolutely shameful about every ounce of bad behavior he had displayed over the last few months. Harry tried to pinpoint the exact moment that his feelings towards the man had changed but couldn't seem to come up with an answer. Can I ask you a question? Harry asked as another thought entered his mind. You may, Snape replied. He was absolutely sure that his young charge was about to ask if he could return to his dormitory, and Snape was not in the mood for a row over the child's punishment. When we had the meeting with Dumbledore, he said that my aunt changed her mind. But if she changed her mind, then why did she sign today? Snape placed his nightcap on the table. He was relieved that the question was a relatively easy one. The ministry can be quite persuasive when they need to be. Why would she change her mind in the first place? Harry asked as he absent-mindedly picked at the edge of the tablecloth. She hates me. Stop pulling at that before you put a hole in it, Snape instructed in an annoyed voice. He didn't miss the hurt look that instantly swept over the boy's face. Harry's fingers instantly froze before he slowly pulled his hand away from the table, letting it rest on his lap. Snape sighed softly as he reminded himself that there wasn't a need to be so harsh with the boy. Old habits tended to die hard at times in that area. I sincerely hope you know that you didn't deserve an ounce of the life you had with your relatives, Snape said softly as he picked up his nightcap. He ingested the contents of his glass as he let Harry mull the words over. Although you can be an outright cheeky little brat, you are a quite remarkable child. Perhaps you don't hear that enough. Harry smiled softly. Thanks. You are quite welcome, Snape replied. Silence reigned for a long moment before Harry smiled widely. You think I'm remarkable? When you aren't being an imprudent, mischievous brat, you certainly have moments of remarkability, Snape replied as he glanced at the large grandfather clock that sat in the corner. Now I believe it is past your bedtime. I'm not done my tea yet, Harry replied. He picked up his teacup, taking the smallest of sips before placing it back on his saucer. Snape looked down at the cup before raising an eyebrow. There is hardly a swallow left. You will be in my classroom first thing in the morning, and if I catch you falling asleep during my class, the consequences will not be pleasant. Harry fought the urge to point out that if he was in his dormitory, he would likely be awake for another 2 hours at least, and he had yet to fall asleep in any of his classes. He was still working on getting Snape to let him off of punishment though, and the last thing he needed was to make the man cross. He picked up his teacup and quickly drank the remainder of his tea. Will you come in and say good night? Harry asked as he stood up. Snape nodded, unable to speak. It wasn't an unusual request, in fact it was one that was becoming a nightly ritual. Still, Snape was always surprised by the child's desire to be near him. He hoped that Cornelius would see it as well. You will answer with respect and use complete sentences, none of that shrugging or mindless grunting you do when you are asked a question. Harry looked up at Snape, trying to remember when he had ever grunted at the man. His palms were sweating as his guardian inspected his clothing. Snape reached down and straightened his collar before continuing. I expect you to address him in a proper manner. So help me Harry, if you misbehave in this meeting. Snape trailed off as he noticed the worried look on the boy's face. What is it? Harry shook his head as he swallowed hard. He was far too embarrassed to talk. This is exactly what I am talking about. When you are asked a question, you need to learn to answer it accordingly. I'm scared, Harry replied, his voice cracking on the last syllable. He felt like an absolute dolt, and that would only increase if he did something as stupid as cry. What in Merlin's name are you scared about? Harry shrugged before quickly thinking better of his actions. I don't like him. He makes me uncomfortable. Dislike for a person is hardly a reason to fear them. Harry could hear the annoyance in the man's voice and silently prayed that he wasn't the full reason it was there. What if he takes me away from you? Harry asked in a quiet voice. He could feel his throat burning, practically begging him to allow his tears to break through. Snape felt his breathing waver at the boy's question. Listen to me, Harry, he said in what he hoped was a voice of equal gentleness and authority. I am absolutely not going to give up the fight for you. Cornelius is in for quite a shock if he thinks I will take no for an answer. Harry nodded at these words. He felt his need to cry start to diminish. We really must go now, Snape continued. You have to be at breakfast in less than an hour, and I certainly will not allow you to miss a meal due to this meeting. Another silent nod. Snape paused for a moment as he pulled Harry against his side for a quick and unexpected one-handed hug. For a moment he felt like an absolute idiot for giving in to his whims, but as he felt Harry's body relax against his own, he knew he had done the right thing. Let's go then, Snape said, releasing the child before he turned and headed towards the door. Harry was a step behind him. He walked through the halls of the castle. It was early in the morning. It had been even earlier when he had received word from Albus that Cornelius wanted to meet. Snape had expected to have another week or so before a meeting would take place. Nonetheless, he was pleased that they were getting it over with. He was far too nervous that Harry would act out, or worse, that the boy's fears would be legitimate and he would actually lose custody before he even attained it. He stopped at the gargoyle statue, uttering the ridiculous password that Albus was currently using. Harry followed him up the spiral staircase, nearly jogging to keep up with him. Snape fought the urge to remind the boy about his behavior once more as he knocked on the headmaster's office door. Although he looked calmer than he did only minutes earlier when they were in his own chambers, Harry still looked nervous and quite fearful, and Snape hardly wanted to add to the child's discomfort. Still, he was certain that if Harry acted out as he had in the last meeting, he wouldn't be able to control his temper. Severus, Cornelius addressed him as the two of them stepped into the room. Harry, Dumbledore smiled brightly. Good morning, Professor, Harry said in a small voice. He felt Snape's finger poke him sharply in the back. Good morning, Mr. Fudge, he added hastily. Harry, Cornelius nodded. Please have a seat, both of you. Harry quickly slid into a chair next to the one Snape was seating himself in. He resisted the urge to move his chair an inch or two closer to his guardian. We are all aware of why we are here, Cornelius said. There is no need for small talk. I see that you are more than capable of acquiring all of the needed signatures for the adoption process. Snape nodded silently. I have also been made aware of your ability to keep young Harry here out of mischief and harm's way. Harry felt his cheeks blush at the man's words. He was sure he had never hated Fudge more than he did right in this moment. Harry has been making an incredible effort to keep himself out of mischief and harm's way, Snape replied in a dry voice. Harry felt his insides smile at Snape's words. He certainly respects Severus, Dumbledore added. And I certainly don't disagree with a firm hand when needed to keep a child protected, Fudge said, causing Harry to want the floor to swallow him up whole. However, given your past, Severus, my concern is that your old ways will come back to light, shadowing your ability to give Mr. Potter everything that he needs. Harry watched as anger took over Snape's face. What old ways? Harry asked. All three of the men in the room looked at him as if they had forgotten he was sitting there. Harry, Dumbledore said in a soft voice. I hardly think that this is the time or place for such a discussion, Snape said. His voice was even, but Harry could hear the annoyance in it. Perhaps you are correct, Severus, but the Ministry is quite concerned that your involvement with. As I have said, this is nor the time or the place, Snape repeated in a loud voice. I will not have this discussion with Harry present. Cornelius looked at Harry. Then perhaps Mr. Potter should be sent to breakfast. Harry had dreaded the very thought of going to this meeting, and now that he was about to be made to leave, he wanted to fight with everything in him to stay. Go on, Harry, Snape instructed. To the Great Hall with you. Before he could stop himself, Harry shook his head. Snape's face instantly changed, the sternest of looks taking it over. Do as I say, he said in a firm voice. Harry wanted nothing more than to stay rooted to his spot. To somehow protect Snape from whatever it was that Fudge was about to discuss with him. To find out who or what Snape was involved in that made him react in such a way. He forced himself to stand, though. He wasn't about to test Snape and act out. I will see you in class, Snape said as he headed for the door. Okay, Harry replied before walking out of the office. He closed the door behind him, resisting every urge he had in him to stay quietly and listen. He had to do as Snape had been asking him to and trust him. He just hoped that Snape would be honest with him later. Harry, you're here. Hermione nearly shrieked as Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. We were hoping you would be, Ron added in a much quieter voice. We have something to tell you. Harry silently prayed that the something wouldn't involve anything that would ultimately get him into trouble. It was easy to say he would behave, but it would become quite difficult if his friends had some amazing adventure planned out. Go on then, Harry finally said when neither of them made any attempt to say anything. People know, Hermione said in a gentle voice. Harry gave them a peculiar look. People know what exactly? About Snape. That he is your guardian now, Ron supplied. Harry silently digested these words. It could certainly be worse as far as things that people could know. At least it was the truth for a change and not some false rumor that was being spread around about him. Oh, he finally replied as he picked up a spoonful of his beans. That's okay. I mean, he's trying to officially adopt me, so I guess people were going to find out eventually. Harry, that's wonderful news, Hermione smiled as Neville made a small terrifying noise. Professor Snape is going to adopt you, Neville said in nearly a whisper. Harry nodded as he noticed Seamus and Dean were now giving him their undivided attention as well. And you're still alive, Seamus laughed. He's different, Harry replied. He doesn't act like that anymore. I'll believe that when I see it, Dean replied with an unimpressed face. You'll see it, Harry insisted. He wasn't sure why he was starting to feel so annoyed over his friend's refusal to accept this. He felt an overwhelming urge to stand up for his guardian and protect him at all costs. He really has changed, Hermione agreed, reminding Harry in an instant just why he loved her so much. He truly cares for Harry and it shows. He has to be tough in class, Ron added. He's a teacher after all. Harry smiled at his best mate, truly appreciative of his efforts in helping him defend his guardian. Besides, it's none of our business, Hermione said in a no-nonsense voice. It's between Harry and Professor Snape, and we should all discuss something else. He's head of Slytherin House, Dean said. That's all I'm going to say. Open your books to page 419, Snape instructed in a loud voice. Harry had nearly cringed as his guardian had stormed into the classroom. He had practically thrown a pile of books onto his desk before turning to face his class, immediately barking out orders. It didn't look good for Harry, who had spent his breakfast defending the ways in which the man had changed. I expect you to read to page 425 in silence. Ron gave Harry a questioning look. It wasn't like Snape to instruct them to read quietly. It was much more his style to teach every last word to the best of his ability, no matter how annoying that could be. Mr. Longbottom, is there a reason that my instructions are too hard for you to follow? Harry looked over at Neville. His potions book was nowhere to be seen. He looked absolutely terrified. I forgot my book, Neville said in a whisper. Of course you have, Snape replied in an irritated voice. You are always forgetting something, aren't you? Perhaps I should bewitch your book to stay in your hands at all times so that this does not happen in the future. Snape was yelling now, and Harry could see Neville literally shaking in fear. He couldn't let it go on. Dean was giving him a look as if to say, "We told you he didn't change." Before he could stop himself, he cleared his throat. Why do we have to read this? Why can't you teach it to us? Harry watched as both Hermione and Ron gave him a shocked look. Snape's head turned to look at him. The look on his guardian's face made his blood run cold. If he had any doubt that Snape was going to murder him for his outburst, it was gone. His only comfort was their agreement that he wouldn't be punished in front of his friends. I beg your pardon, Potter. You heard me, Harry dared to say. Snape glared at him. Harry had grown to know the man so well, and he could easily see that the anger on his face was well past the normal level. You will stay after class, Potter, and if you are unable to keep your behavior under control until then, you will find yourself in the headmaster's office. Harry shook his head defiantly. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Hermione's face as she shook her head, trying to mentally warn Harry to stop. You are one move from finding yourself in a world of trouble, Potter. It was at this moment that the door to the potions classroom opened to reveal Cornelius Fudge. I hope you won't mind my inviting myself to observe your class, he said in a cheerful voice. He stopped as he looked at the scene in front of him. Snape was now towering over Harry, an angry expression plastered on the man's face. Harry looked absolutely insubordinate while the rest of the students were watching them with shocked expressions on their face. This is hardly the time. I was just sending Potter to my office to wait for me until class is over. Harry felt his stomach flip. Snape he could handle. Angry or not, he knew the man would eventually forgive him. Now with Fudge here, though, he had just mucked up everything. The scene he had walked in on probably looked horrible. I was just going, Harry said as he quickly stood up and grabbed his things. I'll read the assignment while I'm in there. I will refrain from voicing my opinion, however I think perhaps we should speak in the near future. Snape gave a firm nod as he watched Cornelius turn and leave. You will borrow a book from the storage closet, Longbottom, Snape instructed in a stern voice. Snape took a deep breath as he turned his back to the class and walked to his desk. He sat down, determined to put all of his attention to grading his first year's papers. He wasn't quite sure what had gotten into his young charge, but he was certain that he needed to calm his temper before dealing with him. Harry slowly shut the office door behind him. He dragged himself towards Snape's desk. There were 2 chairs in front of it and then Snape's large chair behind it. He knew that Snape would want him to sit in one of the other chairs, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He wanted to be near his guardian even if it meant sitting in his place. He knew that he had told Snape that he would do the reading, but the tears were already welling up in his eyes. The reading was the farthest thing from his mind. His hand slowly released his potions book, causing it to crash on the floor. He sat in Snape's chair, bringing his knees to his chest as the tears began to fall. His right hand went to his face as he ripped his glasses off and tossed them onto the desk. He put his head down, burying his face in his knees as he began weeping deeply. It was all over. He had ruined everything. Snape tried his hardest to concentrate on the essay he was reading. As it was, he was currently attempting to read the second paragraph for the 4th time now, and he still had very little inclination as to what the essay was even about. Grading papers had always been a stress relief to him. Other teachers found the task daunting and bothersome, but he found it to be quite the opposite. It gave him great comfort to see the written words of his pupils, to know that he had been able to teach them something well enough that in turn they were able to write an essay about it in their own words. Today was different. Today his head was swarming with a million different thoughts. He knew that he had to go speak to Albus. He was sure Cornelius likely already had, however he was sure the headmaster was expecting his presence as well. He knew the old man well enough to know how his brain worked. He also knew how much say Albus had over Harry. He was hoping that with his support the scene that Cornelius had witnessed only an hour ago in his classroom would not be held against him. Before he could speak to Albus he had to deal with Harry though. He wasn't exactly sure what had gotten into the boy. He had warned him numerous times how important it was that he be on his best behavior, only for him to turn around and do something so non-compliant. If there had been disobedience, Snape had expected it to be him wandering the halls late at night or else giving him some cheek in the privacy of his own parlor. He never in a million years expected the boy to act out so disrespectfully in class. He looked up at his empty classroom. For a second he was shocked to find it empty, and then he quickly remembered that his class had ended nearly an hour prior. Slowly he pulled himself up from his desk. His temper was still fuming, but it had certainly calmed a considerable amount since he had sent Harry into his office. Another hour to collect his thoughts would have suited him fine, but lunch was approaching, and as angry as he was with the child, he didn't want him to miss a meal. He paused for a moment before walking the short distance to his office door. He picked up a book and silently transfigured it into a thin wooden paddle. One thing was for certain: Harry was going to fully understand how serious his actions had been. Snape crossed the room, slipping the paddle into a hidden pocket on the inside of his cloak. He took hold of the door knob and pushed open the door to his office with force. He had expected to find the child remorseful. He had seen Harry's face when he had sent him away. In a moment it had changed from defiant to completely terrified. Remorseful was a normal state for Harry to be in before he knew he had earned punishment. However, Snape was not prepared for what he found. Harry was sitting in his large chair behind his desk. His book was completely disregarded, flipped upside down on the floor next to him. His glasses were on the desk, lenses down as if they had been thrown there. Harry had his head buried in his knees, which were against his chest, being hugged by his arms, his shoulders shaking heavily with sobs. Snape cleared his throat loudly as he allowed the door to shut audibly behind him. Harry brought his head up and looked at his guardian. His eyes were swollen from his crying, his face tear-strained and red. Snape had had every intention of yelling the moment he saw the child. He had planned to give him quite the ear lashing before hauling him over his knee and paddling him until his arm grew tired. But when he looked at Harry he couldn't bring himself to follow his plan at all. He was supposed to be the most feared teacher at Hogwarts. What was happening to him? "I'm sorry," Harry managed to choke out through his sobs. With a wave of his hand Snape caused a chair to hurry across the room. He sat down in front of Harry. "Just calm down," he instructed. He was trying to make his voice authoritarian, but he could hear how gentle it had managed to sound. Harry shook his head before burying his face once more. He was aware that he was likely about to be punished, and although he certainly did not want to be, his fear that his behavior had just ruined any chance he had of being adopted by Snape was much worse than his anxiety over any punishment. "No," Snape said. His voice was stern now, he could hear it loud and clear. He was pleased he was able to find himself once more. "I am assuming that you had a reason for your bout of idiocy. If I am correct, then you had best start explaining yourself. I will not sit here and attempt to be rational about your atrocious misbehavior if you do not even have enough respect for me to show your face." "I'm sorry," Harry croaked once more as he moved his head. He was now resting his chin on his knees, looking at Snape. "Yes, we have established that you are sorry," Snape replied. "As I just said, I think I have grown to know you well enough to know that you would not act as you did without reason." "You were being mean to Neville," Harry practically whispered, causing Snape to strain to hear him. "Longbottom. What does he have to do with anything? You know how I conduct my class, Harry." He forgot his textbook. He might as well have forgotten to come to class altogether. "People know," Harry said through his tears. "I was trying to defend you because people know. They think you are mean and they know." Snape was well past confused. He could make little sense out of anything the boy was blabbering on about, and it was beginning to irritate him. He had enough on his mind at the moment. He needed Harry to cooperate and talk to him with some sense before he completely lost his patience with his young charge. If you value the fate of your backside, might I suggest that you take a deep breath and calm yourself. Once you have, you will start at the beginning of all of this nonsense and explain yourself properly. Harry remained silent as the tears continued to run down his face. Snape waited for a moment and saw no sign of the child even attempting to calm down. If anything, he was working himself into a more panicked state. Snape fought the urge to pull the boy close to him and comfort him. Harry had done wrong, and letting him get off with a cuddle and some soft words simply weren't going to cut it. Tough love, however, might just do the trick. He reached into his cloak, withdrawing the paddle. He didn't miss the look of sorrow on Harry's face, his eyes following the thin piece of wood as he placed it on the desk. If you are unable to calm yourself and explain this to me, you can certainly do so later after you have been punished. Harry quickly shook his head. Snape watched as the boy took more than a few deep breaths, his breathing slowly regaining normality. He allowed the child several moments to calm himself before he spoke once more. I am listening. People, my friends, they know that you are trying to adopt me. I assumed that it would only be a matter of time before the other students were aware of the situation, Snape replied. He was failing to see what this piece of information had to do with Harry's behavior. So at breakfast, some of them were saying things about how it wasn't a good idea because you are mean, and I was trying to tell them that you aren't like that and that they were wrong. My reprimanding Longbottom did not help, I suppose, Snape replied, the pieces now coming together for him. Harry shook his head as he brushed the tears from his cheeks with the back of his right hand. Your acting out was meant to take the attention off of Longbottom and put it on yourself, Snape supplied the final piece to the puzzle. You always pick on him, Harry replied. He's terrified of you. My being your guardian will not change how I run my classroom or how I treat my students, Harry. Let me ask you, do you think that Longbottom, or anyone who was in that classroom for that matter, will ever forget their book again? No, sir, Harry answered softly. The tears were welling up in his eyes once more. He was glad that Snape had allowed him to explain his actions, but there was something else weighing much heavier on his mind. Fudge saw, he practically whispered. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose as he nodded. I warned you repeatedly to behave. I know, Harry replied. There wasn't much else to say. Snape was right, he had been warned at least 100 times. I ruined everything, didn't I? Snape didn't miss the utter fear in the child's voice. He wasn't about to sugarcoat the situation, though. You certainly didn't help anything, he answered honestly. I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore. Harry nodded as the tears welled up in his eyes once more. Snape glanced at the clock on his desk. He knew his next words were probably the wrong ones to say. He didn't want to keep the child in suspense, but he had far too much on his mind to dole out any punishment at the moment. It is nearly lunch and I do not want you to miss a meal, Snape said in a firm voice. The choice is yours. You may eat in the Great Hall with your classmates or in the privacy of our own wards. Not in the Great Hall. Harry shook his head before he once again brushed away his tears. I'll have a house elf send you down a plate then. Where are you going? Harry couldn't help but ask. I am going to speak with Professor Dumbledore and Cornelius. I will be down when I am done, at which time we will continue our conversation about your misbehavior. I have history of magic after lunch, Harry said. You will be excused from your classes for the remainder of the day. I think that getting your emotions under control and dealing with this morning's actions is much more important at the moment. Harry nodded in agreement, brushing the last of the tears from his face. Go on then, Snape instructed. Before I change my mind and decide to turn you over my knee now and again later. Harry wasted no time scurrying off the chair. Snape had expected him to flee out of the room, but instead the boy threw himself into his arms. I'm so sorry, Harry said, his voice muffled as he spoke into Snape's robes. I know you are, Snape said softly. It'll be okay. He held the child in his arms for a moment before gently releasing him. Go now, Harry. I'll make sure your lunch is waiting for you. Harry nodded before walking past his guardian. Snape waited until he heard the door close behind him before he sighed loudly, muttering a few choice words under his breath. The child was going to be the absolute death of him, he was sure of it. He reached over, picking up Harry's disregarded glasses before bending and retrieving his book as well. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a house elf. Professor Snape, the female house elf, bowed to him. Minka, I have just sent Harry down to my private wards. Please take his belongings to him and deliver a plate of lunch, Snape instructed. And see to it that he eats. I am aware that he is upset, but I will not stand for him missing meals. The house elf nodded attentively as she took Harry's belongings before disappearing. Snape stood adjusting his robes. He glanced down at the paddle on his desk. Slowly he opened the top desk drawer and slid it across the top of the desk until it fell inside. He closed the drawer tightly. Perhaps a paddling would be a bit harsh. It was only just lunchtime and he had a horrible gut feeling that the day was going to get much worse before it got any better. Regardless of whether Mr. Potter was acting out because he was trying to prove a point or not, that does not change the fact that if you cannot control him in a classroom setting, how are you expected to do so outside of one? Snape resisted the urge to tell Cornelius exactly what he thought of him. Instead, he cleared his throat. I assure you that Harry listens to me regardless of the setting. Today was unfortunate, however, it was also unusual. I can certainly attest to the fact that Harry listens to Severus, Albus interjected. As it was said earlier today, he has the utmost respect for him. Cornelius smirked at these words. I did not see that today. What I saw was a child controlling the situation, a child who happens to be unlike other children. The scar on his head and what he did to acquire it should not for a moment come into question regarding this matter. He is still a child and unfortunately, Severus, it has everything to do with who gains custody of him. Cornelius cut him off. He is not a normal boy. We all know it. As it is at the moment, he has a known killer looking for him. The ministry needs to make sure that whoever is the primary guardian of him can keep him safe. My ability to keep Harry safe should not be a question, Snape replied in a heated voice. I would go as far as to say that if it weren't for the rules and consequences that I have applied, he would have already run off in pursuit of Black. Your ability will be useless if the boy runs headlong into danger the first moment he gains some freedom, Cornelius shot back. Cornelius, please, Dumbledore said in a gentle voice. Severus is the man for the job. I would trust my own life in his hands. Perhaps you would, Albus, but that does not mean that a child that is as important as Mr. Potter should be trusted in his hands. His name is Harry. Snape spat the words out. He watched as Dumbledore smiled softly at him. The old man was clearly amused by the fact that there was a time not too long ago when he never uttered that name. Yes, well, the ministry is beginning to wonder if Harry wouldn't be better in our care. As a ward of the ministry, who would he spend his school breaks with? Snape demanded to know. Who would take him over the Christmas holiday and the summer? He would return to his relatives as he has always done, Cornelius replied, under close surveillance of the ministry, of course. I know that they signed the paperwork, but until it has the ministry's stamp of approval, it doesn't mean a thing. A quick memory charm could easily help them forget that they ever signed anything at all. Now, Cornelius, Albus said gently. Over my dead body. Snape nearly yelled. They are the worst kind of muggles. They treated him absolutely horribly. I wouldn't leave a dog in their care, let alone a child as sensitive as Harry is. Another amused grin from Albus. Snape was half tempted to tell him what he could do with his amused faces. As I said, the ministry would be keeping a very close eye on the situation. Harry's safety is much more important than his feelings or Severus. Snape closed his eyes for a brief moment, willing his temper to calm. He collected his thoughts. He had a slight headache forming and he was now missing lunch after having already missed breakfast. He was beginning to lose patience with this whole blasted day. It was my understanding that the ministry wanted Harry happy and healthy as well as protected and cared for. Now I will not sit here and admit that the boy does not still have moments of defiance and disobedience. He is after all still a child. That being said, the majority of the time he is very well behaved. He has not put his life into danger in quite some time. I would even go as far as to say that Harry is pleased with the arrangement that we currently have. As you can clearly see on the paperwork you were given, he signed his name. He did so at his own free will. I cannot help but believe that if he is taken from my custody, his behavior will only regress. The relationship you have formed with the boy is touching Severus, Cornelius replied in a self-assured voice. The ministry will certainly take it into consideration at our meeting. Unfortunately, though, despite your feelings towards the boy, the fact that you were a known Death Eater works against you, as does what I witnessed today. Snape opened his mouth to reply once more, but before he could get a word out, Cornelius continued. Now, if you men will excuse me, I have a meeting to go to. Of course, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied kindly. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. Indeed, Snape added, despite the fact that he would have much rather used a few choice colorful words. He sat in silence as Albus showed him out. I've lost him, haven't I? Snape asked once Albus returned to his desk. Albus observed the man sitting across from him. Less than 6 months ago he had been enraged at the idea of having any sort of personal relationship with Harry, and now here he was looking absolutely devastated at the idea of losing him. Not yet. You heard him. I have one too many marks against me. I keep assuring Harry that I will fight tooth and nail for him, but if I do not have a chance in hell of winning, all the fighting in the world won't change that. The final meeting is this evening, Albus confided in him. I will be there and I will do everything in my power to make sure Harry is not taken from you. Thank you, Snape replied softly. Albus nodded kindly as the two sat in silence for a moment. All of this for Lily then? Albus asked after a moment. It was a question, but the twinkle in his eye told Snape that the man already knew the answer. It started out that way, but it is different now. I know this is hard to believe, but I care for the boy. I dare say you've grown to love him. Albus smiled warmly. I dare say I have, Snape agreed. I'm not really hungry, Harry said in a soft voice to the small house elf. He was exhausted from all his crying. His eyes felt like they were going to burn right out of his head. Despite his talk with Snape, he couldn't calm his nerves. He supposed he should be worried about being punished, but really it was the furthest thing from his mind. His fear over losing Snape was far more prevalent. Minka shook her head. Professor Snape said that you must eat. I'm really not hungry. The house elf gave him another firm shake of the head as she crossed her arms across her chest. Harry Potter must eat. Professor Snape insisted that Harry Potter will not miss a meal. Harry sighed in defeat as he sat down in front of the plate of food. He had to admit that it was nice that Snape cared whether or not he ate. He figured he might as well take advantage of that while he still had it. He quickly ate most of his chicken as well as the mashed potatoes and carrots while Minka stood watch. Harry was sure he looked absolutely ridiculous to the house elf. He knew it was obvious that he had been crying, and he wondered if she knew why, if house elves could see everything that went on at Hogwarts. He sincerely hoped that they couldn't. It wasn't until he ate the last bite of carrots off of his plate that Minka retrieved the plate from the table. With a flick of her wrist, the plate disappeared and a glass of pumpkin juice appeared in its place. Drink also, she instructed. Harry nodded as he took the glass from her and obediently drank the contents. He realized that despite the fact that he was not really thirsty, there was absolutely no point in arguing. He handed the empty glass back to her, silently praying that she wasn't going to flick her wrist and make a plate of dessert appear. Thankfully, his prayers were answered as the house elf simply bowed to him before disappearing into thin air. Harry slowly pulled himself up from the table. He was sure that the best thing he could do would be to work on homework or something equally as productive, but he couldn't bring himself to do anything. He couldn't shake the feeling that this could be his last day with Snape. He felt his throat beginning to burn with tears, which honestly surprised him as he was sure he had ran out of tears for this day already. Slowly he walked into the parlor, collapsing onto the couch. He leaned into the cushion, giving into his every emotion. The tears were hot as they rolled down his face and his throat burned with guilt. He had been given a second chance at this family thing and he had truly gone and destroyed it. He sniffed loudly as he pulled his head up for a moment and for the second time that day ripped his glasses off of his face and tossed them onto the coffee table. He made the decision then and there that he couldn't do it again. If they were going to take him away from Snape, he would run away. He would run so far away that they would never find him. Snape strode down the hall in the direction of the dungeons. His head was pounding, but that was nothing compared to the anxiety he was feeling over the idea of losing Harry. Aside from that, he still had his young ward waiting in his chambers to deal with. He knew that he had promised Harry punishment for his actions earlier in the day. He only hoped that the child had calmed down since then. He opened the door to his wards to find his young charge in the same position he had found him earlier, hugging his knees to his chest on the couch. Snape sighed contentedly as he realized that although Harry looked as though he had done a bit more crying in his absence, he was not crying at the moment. He shut the door behind him before walking to the couch and taking a seat next to the boy. The moment Snape's body made contact with the couch, Harry turned his own body to face his guardian. Snape took a moment to collect his thoughts before he said anything. His emotions were out of control. Fear and anger were taking over the majority of his body, and despite how Harry had acted in class that morning, very little of his anger was directed towards him. Still, he knew he couldn't dismiss the boy's actions either. "I asked you to do one thing," Snape said in a low voice. "Behave myself," Harry supplied in a hoarse voice. "Indeed," Snape said sharply. "Was my request too demanding of you?" "No, sir." Harry nearly whispered the words. "One blasted request, Harry," Snape nearly yelled, causing the tears that Harry was trying so hard to hold back to rush to the surface. "Not only did you completely disregard my request, but you did so on a day when you knew that Cornelius Fudge was in this castle." "I'm sorry," Harry mumbled through his tears. "Don't you see that being sorry simply isn't enough this time? If you can't obey a simple request, how am I supposed to believe that you will obey any of the other rules I have set out for you?" "I will. I didn't mean to do it," Harry replied. He was trying his hardest to read between the lines. He didn't want to ask what had happened in the meeting. Snape was far too angry with him. Still, if there was something that would tell him the answer. Harry watched as Snape pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers. "Go to your room, Harry." Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. A panic rushed through his body. The last thing that he wanted was a paddling from Snape, but if Snape wasn't punishing him, then that must mean that he lost. Fudge got his way, and tomorrow he was probably going to take him. "No," Harry sobbed, shaking his head fiercely. "Harry," Snape said in a stern voice. "It is only just after noon and this day has already been exhausting. I do not have the strength to deal with this right now. You will do as I say and go to your room." He reached an arm out and gently pulled Harry from his spot on the couch. "Now go," Snape instructed once he was standing. The tears were pouring out of him now. Something was definitely wrong. Harry remembered weeks ago when he had thought that Snape wanted Remus to take him. The same panicked feeling was taking over his body now. He hadn't liked it then and he hated it now. Snape wasn't telling him what had happened because it was awful news. "No," Harry said once more through his tears. "You're supposed to punish me." Despite the fact that he had grown so close to Snape, he couldn't say the word. He was sure if he did, his ears would burn right off his head in shame. He knew he sounded crazy, but he couldn't stop himself. The panic was taking over. "Harry, I do not have it in me to dole out a punishment right now," Snape snapped. "Now go to your room this instant." "No," Harry repeated. "Something is wrong. I know something is wrong and you aren't telling me." "Harry," Snape started as he stood. "As I just said, I messed it all up." Harry cut him off. "They are going to take me because I messed it all up." "They can't. I won't let them." "Now just calm down," no one said. "I can tell they are." Harry interrupted once more. "I'll run away. I won't let them take me because I'll be gone before they try." Snape listened to the child babble on in hysterics. He was nearly scared that he was going to work himself into such a state that he wouldn't be able to calm himself. Talking clearly wasn't getting him anywhere. Before Snape could give his actions a second thought, he grabbed a still ranting Harry by the arm and, turning him to the side, brought his hand down hard on the boy's jean-clad bottom. The second his hand connected with the small backside in front of him, Harry let out a pained yelp and then went completely silent. Quickly, Snape spun him back around and pulled him into his arms. Snape took a step backwards, allowing his body to make contact with the couch once more. He held the child as tightly as he could in his lap. Harry's body was still shaking with sobs, but at least he was silent. Seconds later, Snape felt Harry's body relax, melting into his own. "No one is taking you from me," Snape whispered into the boy's ear. "You are being punished, which is why I have sent you to your room." This day has been stressful and I want you to get some much needed rest. Harry silently nodded in agreement as his sobbing began to subside. Now please do as I have already said and go to your room, Snape instructed in a voice that was the perfect mixture of gentleness and firmness. Snape felt the small nod against his chest. Only then did he gently release the boy and help him to stand. In your night clothes and in bed, Snape instructed. I will be in to check on you in just a few moments and I do not want to find that you have disobeyed. You won't, Harry promised in a hoarse voice. Snape exhaled deeply as he watched Harry disappear down the hall that lead to his room. He glanced up at the clock on the mantel, just half after 1. He was sure that this day was shaping up to be the longest of his life. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.